Sheng was an author. An author who loved cliffhangers and dropped countless books. A stepmother-styled author who killed off countless protagonists. On this beautiful day, she finally understood something. Authors who write cliffhangers will be punished. She was currently squatting in front of a book-shaped crystal half the height of a person and suffering from a bit of a headache. She had clearly been debating with her readers about how the male lead was turned gay by one of the side characters, but said side character was straightened out by the female lead. This, of course, led to the male lead being forced to live a lonely life of misery. So, how did she end up here? I want to go back. I have already stated the conditions for returning. You have 5 seconds to consider. If you have not decided by then, you will be terminated. A robot-like emotionless voice sounded. Sheng. As expected of a system. Terminate this, terminate that. How cruel up. At this moment, a countdown timer was displayed on the crystal screen. 5, 4, 3. Okay. For the sake of survival, Sheng surrendered all her dignity. I want to go back to write cliffhangers and a twisted plot and kill off my protagonists, Sob, who told me to be a stepmother author. Being an author, she couldn't be any more familiar with system genre novels. After all she had once written, she seemed to have dropped that one. But she was still familiar with the genre. At this moment, the countdown on the screen disappeared, to be replaced by a few lines of data. Name, Sheng. Morality points, minus 100,000. Contribution points, 0. Nanny? So simple. Where are the wisdom, battle power, and mental strength stats? This doesn't fit with the system genre. Also, why is my morality points at minus 100,000? Looking at that long string of zeros, Sheng got even more of a headache. She had to eliminate this many zeros in order to return. When was she going to get back? I didn't kill people or commit arson. Why is it so far in the negatives? Authors are gods. They grant their characters everything, from their life to their personality, as well as create a world. And these worlds will grant heaven-defying luck to those protagonists. However, not every protagonist has the moral character to use it wisely. The result is the deaths of the side characters, whose resentment caused the collapse of those worlds. Your job, as the host, is to enter these worlds as a side character and fulfill their wishes in order to clear out their resentment. To put it simply, the protagonists aren't being good protagonists. You still haven't told me why my morality points are at negative 100,000. This was more important since it concerned when she would be able to return. Once the host's morality points have sunken below negative 200,000, the host will be terminated. Nanny, there's a limit. You've got to be kidding me. Initializing transfer. Fuck, why is this system so abnormal? Hey, aren't you going to tell me the reward for completing tasks? Don't I get a beginner's package? Aren't you going to give me some guidance? Also, where are my cheats? Sheng only had time to curse before darkness engulfed her vision. Young miss, we have reached. A delicate female voice sounded from beside Sheng's ear. Sheng's eyes shot open, and she found herself sitting in a car. A woman was standing outside the open car door and had bowed down to look at her. At this point, Sheng was very speechless. That damned system didn't even explain anything properly before tossing me into a scenario. Fuck, I am so giving a bad customer review. Young miss, are you feeling uncomfortable? Seeing that Sheng's expression wasn't quite right, she immediately got a bit anxious. Would you like to rest in the car for a bit? The party won't start for a while yet. Calm down, calm down. BBB1, am probably just using someone else's body right now. The woman's words granted Sheng a chance to go over the plot and the memories of this body. The woman closed the car door and went back to sit in the passenger's seat. Sheng hurriedly shut her eyes to receive the plot. Do you want to receive the story as well as this body's memories? Yes/no. System's icy cold robot voice filled her mind, and Sheng took a deep breath before replying in her mind. Yes. Sending story. Sheng's brain felt like it had suddenly been shoved full of pieces of iron, dulled, heavy, and aching very badly as countless pictures flashed in her mind. She gritted her teeth so as not to let out a cry of pain, lest the person sitting in the seat in front notice. The original owner of this body was called Su Changyue. She was born into a wealthy family who doted on her excessively. She had gotten engaged to Nangong Jing just as she entered university. Naturally, the Su family could not even compare with the Nangong family in terms of wealth. That she even managed to get engaged with Nangong Jing at all was due to an agreement by the older generation. However, Nangong Jing did not like this new fiancé of his, and so had always given her the cold shoulder. However, Su Chengyue truly liked Nangong Jing. Despite how she had been rejected so many times, she had never given up. The pride and conservatism typical to a rich family's daughter were all hidden away by her whenever she faced him. She remembered Nangong Jing's every like and dislike as well as his every sentence. Su Chengyue thought that her efforts would manage to move Nangong Jing one day. However, even until Su Yi showed up, Nangong Jing never liked her back. The cold and aloof Nangong Jing was a warm and considerate person to Su Yi. Su Chengyue was not willing to just give up and admit defeat, so she confronted Su Yi with her status as Nangong Jing's fiancé and warned her to distance herself from Nangong Jing. Knowing that Nangong Jing had a fiancé, Su Yi began to distance herself from him. Once Nangong Jing found out it was because Su Chengyue had confronted Su Yi that she was keeping her distance from him. He wanted to break their engagement. Of course, Su Chengyue was unwilling to. She cried and put up a huge fuss, yet none of it changed Nangong Jing's mind about dissolving the engagement. In the meantime, Su Yi had been cajoled back to Nangong Jing's side. When faced with Su Chengyue's accusations, she would always act like she was wronged, like an innocent white flower, and always express that she would leave Nangong Jing. However, even after she said so, nothing changed. If anything, the two became even more outrageously open with their flirting. Unable to bear it any longer, Su Chengyue revealed Su Yi's existence to Nangong Jing's parents. Su Yi only came from a normal household, so his parents, quite predictably, didn't agree to their relationship. Nangong Jing's patience for Su Chengyue had finally dropped to rock bottom. Her revealing Su Yi's existence to his parents was the final straw, which caused him to make a move on the Su family. The Su family faced utter bankruptcy. Due to Nangong Jing's unspoken warnings, no one dared to lend a helping hand to the Su family. Some even started throwing stones down the well. Su Chengyue's parents died in a car accident, leaving Su Chengyue to clean up the mess that the Su family had become. Having been a young lady pampered all her life, how would supporting the fallen Su family on her own not be difficult? So, Su Chengyue went to plead Nangong Jing for help. However, she hadn't managed to see Nangong Jing, but met Su Yi instead. Due to her grief and heartbreak, Su Chengyue was in a bad way. This led to her not standing stably and bumping into Su Yi, causing her to fall down the stairs. Who knew that Su Yi had been pregnant with Nangong Jing's child, and this fall caused her to have a miscarriage? Nangong Jing was stunned and enraged. This matter caused the last bit of feeling between them to completely vanish. The Su family completely fell into decline, and Su Chengyue was humiliated to death by the creditors who the Su family had owed money to. On the moment of her death, Su Chengyue realized that her fate was because she had fallen for Nangong Jing. Had she been more reasonable and stopped chasing him earlier when it was clear he wouldn't like her back, the Su family wouldn't have gone bankrupt and her parents probably wouldn't have died. She probably also wouldn't have had such a miserable fate. 1. The raw state, back. And as with all addresses beginning with the word bin or ben, it is meant to address oneself, often in a lofty manner, and to separate oneself from the peasantry. In this case, Shisheng is somewhat calling herself this baby over here. However, since it sounds awkward and would probably ruin the flow of the translation, I will just use I, but differentiate it with the short form of the pinyin, BBB, or just leave it out unless the context requires me to differentiate it. Author's note. About the main character, Shisheng is not a good person. She has a grudge against society. If she's not doing so well, she'll damn well pull others down with her. Not all protagonists are good people. You have been warned. Translator's Corner. Hey, so I decided to pick up this book because of my favorite character of all time, Shisheng. Asterisk spoiler asterisk, she is freaking badass spoiler. So, this is the first arc on the book, so the plot isn't going to be advancing very quickly. The male lead will be referenced later on though just by name, so you can skip this arc if you want. Chapter 2. In a richly decorated great hall, soothing music was being played. Carefully dressed up people of both genders gathered in their own groups as they chatted. Shisheng sat in a corner. Her expression was calm and natural. There was no visible hint of her feeling out of place. This party was held to celebrate Mrs. Nangong's birthday. It was also the day when the original owner had revealed Su Yi to Nangong Jing's parents. Her wish was to leave Nangong Jing, that scumbag, as well as to protect the Su family and be filial to her parents, to let them enjoy a safe retirement. Chunghua, why are you sitting over here? Why isn't young Master Jing with you? A pretty and delicate young girl sat down next to Shisheng. She had a long curly hair that reached down to her face and an adorable baby face. Her information appeared in Shisheng's mind, Lan Shui, someone who was good friends with the original owner. Of course, that was what she used to think. When the Su family was in decline and Su Chunghua had reached out to her for help, Lan Shui not only didn't help, she even mocked Su Chunghua. That the original Su Chunghua knew Nangong Jing and Su Yi had sparks flying between them in the first place was due to this Lan Shui. Don't know. Shisheng answered expressionlessly. Get away from me, you scheming bitch. Pretentious white lotuses can just scram. Lan Shui found her reaction a bit weird, but didn't think too much on it, thinking that she was just a bit unhappy. After all, put in anyone's shoes, seeing your own fiancé be intimate with another woman must be hard to accept. Chunghua, I saw Su Yi just now. Lan Shui's voice was full of worry, though it clearly didn't show on her face. Young Master Jing is your fiancé. You can't just let her steal him. Because Nangong Jing's father hadn't stepped down yet, everyone in this social circle called Nangong Jing young Master Jing. Shisheng swept her gaze. Lan Shui hadn't done much to conceal her true intentions, leading Shisheng to wonder just how blind was Su Chunghua to think this bitch meant her well. The saying that the IQ of female villains and side characters was in a perpetual offline mode wasn't wrong one bit. How did she get in? Shisheng didn't feel like being in open conflict with Lan Shui as of right now, so she just casually asked. Of course she knew how the female lead got in. In every story, other than the male lead, the female lead would always have loyal and devoted male admirers who just so happened to have high status as well. And Su Yi had entered the party with male admirer number 1, Ling Hao. She came in with the youngest young master of the Ling family. That woman seduced young Master Jing, yet also seduced young Master Ling. Who knows where she learned these shamelessly slutty methods? Lan Shui's face was filled with anger. Shisheng was about to say something when a magnetic voice sounded from the side. If one listened closely, one would be able to hear the hint of impatience in the tone. What are you doing over here? Young Master Jing. Lan Shui immediately stood up, panicking slightly inside. Young Master Jing didn't hear what I said just now, right? Nangong Jing gave Lan Shui a cold and aloof nod. Lan Shui winked at Shisheng before escaping somewhere else, leaving the two of them alone. Shisheng lifted her head to look at him. As the male protagonist, Nangong Jing's looks and aura could easily outclass normal people. Shisheng clicked her tongue in amazement secretly, though her face remained as expressionless as ever. She made no move of getting up. Not feeling well, sat here to rest. It was clearly the same voice as before, yet it wasn't as annoyingly cloying as before. All that was left was an endless calm. Did she eat the wrong medicine? My mom is looking for you. Nangong Jing remembered what he was looking for her for. In the past, he wouldn't even have to look for her since she would always tag along with him everywhere. Today, though, she had disappeared from his vicinity, causing him to have to look for her, which pissed him off quite a bit. He had just seen Su Yi appear next to Ling Hao, and the two had appeared rather close. This caused the anger in his heart to increase, which in turn caused his gaze to sharpen. What are you looking at me like that for? I didn't do anything to bother you today. Shisheng was annoyed by Nangong Jing's gaze. What? Just because you're the protagonist you can date someone else while being engaged? Even if you didn't like your fiancé, you should have dissolved the engagement first before dating the person you like. This is called being responsible to both your lover and your fiancé. Don't cause any trouble today, Nangong Jing warned in a low voice. Ha. Do I, BBB, look like that kind of person? I'm, BBB, also very busy you know. Nangong Jing brought Shisheng to the second floor. On the way, Shisheng was very quiet, not speaking to him or making any advances on him. It was as if she had turned into someone else. Nangong Jing just thought she was playing hard to get, so he didn't think too deeply since he had never and would never like her. Shisheng was pondering on how to dissolve the engagement with Nangong Jing, so when he suddenly stopped, she slammed headfirst into his back, causing her to stagger back a few steps. What is wrong with you? She swallowed back the words at the back when she saw who was standing in front. Did this count as a lucky encounter? Su Yi and Ling Hao were standing right there, and they were holding hands. The female lead was the normal kind of pretty you could find everywhere. She wore an exquisitely tailored white evening gown, which clung tightly to her slim waist. She wore light makeup. Overall, she appeared very pure and flawless. Seeing Nangong Jing, Su Yi was stunned for a moment, her eyes seeming like a startled deer's. However, upon seeing Shi Sheng who was standing behind Nangong Jing, a hint of hurt flashed on her face. Shi Sheng pursed her lips. With light steps, she walked past Nangong Jing and spoke. I'll head over to Annie on my own. Miss Su, don't misunderstand. Su Yi's aggrieved voice sounded out, her face full of helplessness, as if Shi Sheng really had misunderstood her. Shi Sheng paused slightly, and just so happened to have stopped in front of Su Yi. She cast a side glance at her. Miss Su, what am I misunderstanding exactly? BBB. Never said anything. Female lead Sama. Why are you provoking me of your own accord? Su Yi choked, clearly having been caught off guard by Shi Sheng's attitude. Su Chengyue, don't go overboard. Nangong Jing berated from behind. Hey fuck you man. What did I do? Don't be so goddamn biased. Shi Sheng took a deep breath. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't continue arguing with you people. Host, please do not attempt to kill off the male lead. System's icy cold voice extinguished the budding idea in her heart. Shi Sheng humphed before turning to head off to find Mrs. Nangong. Looking at that departing back, Nangong Jing felt a bit weird. Su Chengyue is not normal today. Help me look after her. Nangong Jing looked at Ling Hao. I don't need you to tell me to take care of my little white rabbit. Ling Hao's provocation caused Nangong Jing's suspicious thoughts to fly out the window. He glared at Ling Hao before consolingly patting Su Yi on the head. I'll resolve this quickly, so don't worry. Su Yi bit on her lips and nodded. The corridor regained silence. Suddenly, a door was pushed open, from which two tall and burly bodyguards stepped out. They retreated to the sides of the doorway and respectfully waited. A few seconds later, a man emerged from the room. He wasn't wearing a tuxedo, just a white blouse, with the sleeves slightly rolled up, revealing an exquisite designer watch. His posture was languid as he took in the empty corridor. His lips hooked upwards as he lifted his feet to leave. Translator's corner. Shi Sheng uses Daran, which is like saying Lord in Chinese, but I thought it sounded weird so I replaced with Sama, which is what I think sounds more fitting. Also, she herself uses Japanese expressions sometimes, so this doesn't sound out of place. Chapter 3. Shi Sheng and Mrs. Nangong only came back downstairs together when the party was about to officially begin. Nangong Jing had long left. He was probably more concerned about his Su Yi. Shi Sheng wasn't a big fan of dealing with social niceties, but in this circle, this was quite unfortunately a necessity. Miss Su is getting prettier every time I see her. Young Master Jing is truly fortunate, unlike those little rascals of ours who haven't even shown any signs of wanting to settle down. A dignified-looking lady said, her face full of envy as she looked at Mrs. Nangong. Her words were immediately joined in by the sounds of agreement from the other ladies. From this we can learn that getting them engaged to a good daughter-in-law early on is a must. That also depends on the person. Look at that one from the Lin family. Weren't they also engaged since they were young? And the result? They're arguing every day and disrupting the peace in their own household. I'm not talking about Miss Su. Miss Su, don't think too much of my words. Bitch, you tried to be snarky. You think just because you said it subtly no one could hear it. Shi Sheng gave a perfunctory smile though her eyes were filled with impatience. Had she not already been in the car outside, she wouldn't have bothered coming in. 3 women are already so bothersome. Someone get me out of here before more join in. Auntie, my dad has arrived, so I'll just head over to fetch him. Seeing Su Chengyue's, now her, father, she immediately took this convenient excuse to escape. These people had everything, money and power. Their only remaining pastime was comparing how well they did with their peers. They would compare their fathers, their husbands, their children. It was as if being slightly superior made them more respectable. Daddy. Shi Sheng walked over to her father and spoke in a warm voice. You came here so early, but why don't I see you without Jing? Her father scanned her surroundings and upon noticing the distinct lack of Nangong Jing's presence, couldn't help but grow doubts. And he's busy. Shi Sheng's smile turned more honest. Why didn't Mommy come? There was a last-minute emergency at the company, so she went there to resolve it. When did you learn to be so concerned about us? I was beginning to think the only one you cared about was your little fiancé. He joked with a jovial face. It could be seen how much Su Chengyue had been doted on by her father. People grow up. Shi Sheng blinked. Okay, our little girl has finally grown up. The soul has already been switched out. Of course there's a difference. One of Su Qingyue's wishes was to be filial to her parents, so that was what Shi Sheng would do. Her father took her to propose a toast to the star of today's party, reminder, Mrs. Nangong, before bringing her around to introduce her to people. Su Qingyue's father found his daughter to be exceptionally obedient today, causing him to feel pleased and think inwardly. She really has grown up. Shi Sheng was feeling a bit light-headed from the wine she drank, so she excused herself and went to the garden to clear her head. The Nangong family's garden was very big. Shi Sheng found a spot to sit down. Feeling the cooling night wind, her mind cleared quite a bit. What were you doing with him just now? A voice containing a hint of rage startled Shi Sheng from her drowsiness. Rubbing her face, Shi Sheng turned around and leaned on the back of the bench to see what was going on. There were a few trees there, under which two silhouettes could vaguely be seen. Wasn't that voice Nangong Jing's? I didn't. I'd recognize that voice anywhere. It's Su Yi. What are these two up to? I saw it myself. Nangong Jing was clearly on the edge of bursting. Su Yi, I'm working hard for our future, but what do? You go and seduce other men. Jing, how could you say such things about me? What was I wrong? If I didn't show up, were you two planning on continuing? Shi Sheng's eyes sparkled with light. What did Nangong Jing catch Su Yi and Ling Hao doing? Were they hugging or kissing? If he's this upset, I'd wager they were kissing. In the original plot, Su Qingyue constantly bothered Nangong Jing, making him have no time to look for Su Yi. And at this point in time, Su Qingyue had already revealed Su Yi to Mrs. Nangong. At the same time, Su Yi and Ling Hao had appeared together, leaving plenty of time for them to have done something. Just as Shi Sheng was recalling the plotline, those two actually started kissing. What the hell happened? What did they say just now? BBB, didn't hear properly. Can I request a replay? The sounds of frantic kissing could be heard in the quiet garden. Shi Sheng rubbed her chin. These two aren't planning to just start fucking here, are they? Fortunately, Nangong Jing still had some semblance of reason left. He took Su Yi to a room first. If she went to catch them in bed together, she'd definitely manage to dissolve the engagement. Heaven is helping me. Shi Sheng immediately jumped up from the bench. She cried out as she fell back in her seat. Seeing the person in front of her clearly, she patted her chest. The hell is wrong with you just appearing without warning? Were you planning on scaring me to death? That person gave a light laugh and spoke in a clear and enthralling voice. You're not upset? Isn't he your fiancé? This person was wearing a white blouse and black trousers. One of his hands was in his pants pocket and his posture was very languid. What little light there was faintly outlined his handsome features, making him seem almost otherworldly. Those eyes gazed fixedly at her, as if their owner had discovered some precious treasure. His lips curved up in a slight smile. Shi Sheng's first impression wasn't his good looks. No, it was the wicked aura radiating off of him. He had very enchanting features, yet emanating from his person was a darkness that threatened to seduce one into an inescapable abyss. This man is very dangerous, was Shi Sheng's first thought. She discreetly took back her pointed examination. And you are? I don't remember this person showing up in the original story. Conditions for hidden quest have been achieved. Quest has been accepted due to silence on host's part. The hell? What the fuck is a hidden quest? And the fuck do you mean by accepted due to silence? System, are you really going to force this on me? It's illegal, you know. Hidden quest. Become Chu Tang's true love. Chu Tang? This guy is Chu Tang? Are you fucking kidding me? In the original storyline, Chu Tang never showed up in person, but his name was mentioned. He was a legend in the business world. And one of the companies under this Chu Tang suppressed Nangong Jing for a period of time, though it wasn't for very long. That suppression caused the Nangong family some damages. Even till the end, Nangong Jing never found out who was behind it. She only knew it was this guy because she read the complete story. The hell does becoming his true love mean? Would I have to make this business genius love me? Stop joking. Affirmative. If the hidden quest is failed, the host shall be terminated. Your grandpa? You never said I'd have to deal with romance. System played dead. It had pretty much told her everything it needed to anyways. Meanwhile, Chu Tang was watching with interest as the girl who was sitting on the bench changed expressions from shock to anger to depression. I haven't even replied. Why is her expression changing so much? I'm going to catch them in bed together. You coming? Shi Sheng stood up from the bench and invited Chu Tang to catch adultery. Chu Tang raised an eyebrow. Do you know who I am? The bodyguards hidden in the darkness were so shocked their jaws almost dropped. There's actually someone who dares to invite the young master to go and catch adultery. Respect. Shisheng was dazed for a bit. Oh yeah, he hasn't introduced himself yet. I'm not supposed to know who he is. Hence, she shook her head very seriously before speaking in a very sincere tone. I need someone else to be a witness. Okay. The bodyguards were once again stunned. The young master actually agreed. He agreed. Agreed. It's so important it has to be said 3 times. Translator's corner. Nothing like catching your soon-to-be ex-fiancé in bed with another woman to say I'm single, right? Chapter 4. Su Chengyue was familiar with the layout of the Nangong family's mansion, so Shisheng was able to lead Chu Tang to Nangong Jing's room, which was located on the 3rd floor, fairly easily. Chengyue, Lan Shui, who just so happened to descend from the 3rd floor, was surprised at Chu Tang's presence. This guy is hot. Like hotter than Nangong Jing hot. Why didn't I see a guy this hot at the party just now? Seeing Lan Shui entranced by his hotness, Chu Tang gave a wicked smile. A smile that could seduce one to fall further into damnation. Since Shisheng was standing in front of Chu Tang and facing away from him, she naturally didn't notice his smile. If she did, she'd started yelling, pervert. I can't find Nangong Jing, so I'm planning to go look for him, Yuan. The more people go, the more witnesses there'll be. With such a handsome man like Chu Tang here, Lan Shui naturally agreed without hesitation. Hi. I'm called Lan Shui. If Shisheng still didn't notice Lan Shui's intentions by now, she'd be a blubbering idiot. Her back stiffened. That person behind me is a big pervert. Lan Shui, you are one brave girl. If Chu Tang knew what Shisheng had labeled him as in her mind, he'd definitely cry out in injustice. I didn't do anything. Why am I a big pervert now? Ignoring the people behind her, Shisheng hurriedly closed in on Nangong Jing's room. Standing at the doorway for a moment, she didn't knock, instead simply pushing the door open. Fortunately, for her purpose at least, Nangong Jing forgot to lock it. Jing, Shisheng's voice halted abruptly. Strange moaning noises poured out through the open doorway, though they stopped quickly once Shisheng's presence had been noticed, and the room fell dead silent. Lan Shui had been planning to continue hitting on Chu Tang, though upon hearing the noises, she stopped and looked through the doorway and saw the scene inside clearly. Nangong Jing was frozen on top of Su Yi. It was quite clear he hadn't expected anyone to barge in just as he was doing the deed. A few seconds later, Su Yi finally reacted as she shrieked while pushing Nangong Jing off her. Who allowed you to come in? Did no one teach you to knock the door first? Nangong Jing covered Su Yi in a blanket before glaring at Shisheng in anger. Shisheng's hand slowly released the doorknob as she released all those feelings she had been brewing. Others could only see a girl who had caught her fiancé cheating on her, utterly heartbroken and depressed. I'll be waiting outside. Shisheng shut the door. Lan Shui, can you help me get my dad, as well as auntie and uncle? Lan Shui woodenly nodded before jogging downstairs. Chu Tang leaned against the wall with a teasing smile on his lips, clearly here just to watch the ensuing drama. In a moment, I'll be troubling you to act as a witness for me. Shisheng looked at Chu Tang. Chu Tang raised his chin, indicating he had agreed. By the time Lan Shui had brought everyone, 5 to 6 minutes had already passed. The first thing that they saw was the man leaning against the wall as well as the girl radiating a depressed aura at the doorway. Daddy. Seeing her father, Shisheng immediately started utilizing her acting skills, pouncing into his arms. President Chu, what are you used respectful version here doing here? Nangong Jing's heart skipped a beat upon seeing Chu Tang. From how Nangong Jing respectfully addressed someone from his son's generation, it could be seen how much of a threatening figure Chu Tang was. Though Lan Shui hadn't explicitly told them the reason for calling them all here, everyone here was experienced in these matters and immediately guessed it from her words and tone. Seeing Shisheng like this only served to confirm their guesses. The main question in Nangong Jing's mind, though, was, what is Chu Tang doing here? Chu Tang didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Shisheng. Nangong Jing could only nervously shift his gaze to Shisheng, who was currently sobbing her eyes out. Chengyue, what happened? Although Mrs. Nangong had already guessed what had roughly happened, she was still hopeful that she was wrong. Baby girl, don't cry. Tell daddy what's wrong, okay? Her father comforted Shisheng, his expression full of heartache. Shisheng lifted a trembling finger to point at the tightly closed door as she choked. Jing. Jing, he has someone else. They. As if she couldn't continue any longer, she didn't finish her words, and all that was left were suppressed sobs. At this moment, the tightly closed door swung open. Upon seeing her son and an unfamiliar girl, Mrs. Nangong's last bit of hope extinguished. Seeing that there were so many people outside, Su Yi hid behind Nangong Jing fearfully, her face red enough to drip blood. Her father's face got even darker, like clouds before the storm. I expect an explanation for this. After all, if the male side already started cheating while they were engaged, how much worse would it be once they were actually married? Su Qingyue's father loved her mother very much. In his whole life, he had never once cheated on her. Even when he was forced to interact with other women due to his work, he did his best to keep things professional and would never allow anyone the chance to make him cheat on his wife. As a result, he, very naturally, wished for his daughter to marry a man like him. Nangong Jing, who is she? As he was unclear about Chu Tang and Shi Shang's exact relationship, Nangong Zheng decided to play it safe and yell at his son. Nangong Jing drew Su Yi into his arms tightly and spoke solemnly, as if he were making a vow. The one I like is Yi. I won't marry any other woman besides Yi. You stinking brat, have you drunk yourself stupid? Mrs. Nangong stepped up this time. Nangong Jing interrupted Mrs. Nangong. Mom, if I can't even choose the person who I want to be with for the rest of my life, then what's the point in living? Jing. Su Yi tugged on Nangong Jing's hand while shaking her head frantically. She practically had "pity me" written on her face. Don't worry, I'll definitely take responsibility for you. Nangong Jing hugged Su Yi even tighter. Her father remained silent with a stoic face. In this matter, he would listen to his daughter's opinion, but he had already pulled Nangong Jing into his blacklist. Shi Sheng lifted her head and took in everything. She spoke with difficulty. Dad, uncle, auntie, since Jing already has someone he likes, then let's just break off the engagement. It's better for everyone. Apart from Chu Tang, who was playing the role of a good audience, everyone else was stunned by this turn of events. The Su Chungyue they knew was head over heels for Nangong Jing. So how was she saying this so decisively? Nangong Jing, on the other hand, was surprised because Su Chungyue had mentioned breaking off the engagement before he got around to it. Mrs. Nangong finally reacted as she immediately consoled Shi Sheng. Chungyue, don't talk nonsense. Auntie will make sure this little brat won't let you down. Auntie, a forcefully plucked melon is not sweet one. Since I'm not the one Jing likes, the one who'll suffer in the end is me. All these years I thought I could move him with my sincerity, but the truth proved me wrong. No matter how hard a person's heart is, if a few years isn't enough to move it, then it can only mean he will never like me. Su Chungyue had liked Nangong Jing even since before they got engaged. However, Nangong Jing had never been nice to her. The way he treated her was like how one would treat a pet they could order to come and go as they liked. Most of her youth was wasted on this asshole of a fiancé. Such a pity. Girlie, you. Her father was also caught by surprise. Is she being serious, or is it just because she's angry? If she's being serious, I'd cheer. After all, my daughter is both beautiful and has qualifications. What kind of man wouldn't want her? Dad, I've thought it through. Shi Sheng paused, revealing exhaustion on her face. I've been thinking it through ever since I first saw them together, and I'm tired. Chungyue, this brat just had a moment of folly. Don't say these things until you've calmed down. Mrs. Nangong really liked this future daughter-in-law of hers. Though her family background wasn't as good as theirs, she excelled in all other areas. Of course, the most important point being that since her family background was slightly inferior, she would be easier to control. 1. An idiom to describe how a relationship that is forced on an unwilling party will only end in unhappiness for both parties. Translator's Corner. Wow. Apparently you should knock before barging in on your fiancé banging another girl. Chapter 5. There was still traces of tears on Shi Sheng's face. Her eyes reddened from crying as she bit on her lip, as if to act strong. Overall, she made for a very pitiful-looking appearance. Auntie, thank you for all these years of looking out for me. We're both women, so you should understand how I feel. This sentence aimed directly at the sore spot of Mrs. Nangong. Nangong Zheng wasn't as monogamous as Su Qingyue's father. He kept many mistresses. Since Nangong Zheng had always been sensible enough to not let any of them get pregnant or make trouble for her, she just pretended like they didn't exist. Such was the existence of the modern bourgeois. Hence it was understandable that Mrs. Nangong's heart softened upon seeing such a young and likable young lady about to follow in her own footsteps. She moved her lips, but in the end was unable to say anything. Have you thought it through clearly? Her father was again asked her seriously. Shisheng nodded. I've thought it through. She looked at Nangong Jing. That was a face that was clearly heavy with despair, yet when Nangong Jing met those eyes, he saw only calmness. Even if there were still some tears left in the corner of her eyes, in their depths, it was an absolute calm. Nangong Jing felt that there was something wrong, as if she shouldn't be acting like this. Though upon thinking that he could finally get rid of the engagement, he suppressed that feeling of wrongness and coolly met Shisheng's gaze. Chengyue, this isn't a small matter. It concerns the interests of both of our families, so can you please reconsider? What was going through Nangong Jing's mind was, if father knows that I let these two dissolve the engagement, he's going to scold me to death. As it just so happened, Nangong Jing was most afraid of his father, and hence the one who least wanted their engagement broken. No matter whether it was considering the interests of their two families or from a private angle, dissolving the engagement was not a smart move. If it hadn't been for this brat, he actually dared to cheat on his fiancée in his own home. Too reckless, he needs more guidance. Mr. Nangong. Chu Tang spoke suddenly, scaring the living daylights out of Nangong Jing, who hurriedly turned to look respectfully at Chu Tang. Chu Tang's lips curved. I believe the lady has made herself quite clear. I hope Mr. Nangong will not delay her in her pursuit for happiness. Nangong Jing glanced at Shisheng, who had her head lowered out of the corner of his eye. She actually made Chu Tang speak out for her. I understand. Chu Tang was a person who could make a person go broke just because of a disagreement. He didn't dare to offend him. Aside from Shisheng and Nangong Jing, it was probable that no one else here knew about Chu Tang's true identity. Hence, seeing Nangong Jing so servile to him inevitably made everyone else extremely curious. Though, of course, no one dared to ask. Dissolving the engagement would require calling for a press conference, so Nangong Jing had the matter temporarily delayed until 3 days later. 3 days was enough time for anyone who was going to change their mind to do so. Chu Tang had given Shisheng a name card before he left. It was black with silver patterning, giving it the look of subtle yet luxurious. On it was only his name as well as a string of numbers, clearly a private mobile number. Ever since Shisheng had got on the car, her father had been looking at it curiously. In the end, he couldn't resist his curiosity and asked, "Girl, that man was?" To be able to make Nangong Jing so respectful, he couldn't think of anyone right off the bat. Chu Tang. Shisheng showed the name card to her father. These two words, Chulung, Pinyin, Chu 3 Tang 2, were written in bold on the name card, so they were exceptionally clear. His mind filtered through all the Chu Tangs that he knew of before recalling a certain legend of the business world that had once revealed a blurry profile shot of his face on the cover of a financial magazine. Chu Tang. Is it the one I'm thinking of? Having guessed what was going through his mind, Shisheng nodded. Yes, it's the one you're thinking of. That's Chu Tang. Completely ignoring her father, whose inner thoughts must have been a maelstrom of chaos by now, she calmly entered the string of numbers into her phone. At least that pervert didn't have too bad of an impression of me. This task shouldn't be too hard. Only when they reached home did her father just manage to pull himself out of his stupor. Girl, you didn't dissolve the engagement with the Nangong brat for him, right? It was quite apparent her father had quite a refreshing train of thought. Shisheng's lips twitched. Are you sure you're my dad? Seeing that Shisheng's expression wasn't quite right, her father thought he had said something wrong. Don't be upset. It's the Nangong brat that's missing out. Chu Tang's a good man. Let's take him down. Dad, you're awesome. If Chu Tang were that easy to take down, all the women in this world should just kill themselves by smashing their heads into tofu. Shisheng shook her head, choosing to ignore this father who had a strange train of thought. Now that she had dissolved the engagement, she had completed task number 1, to leave that asshole. Though if I get the chance to step on him a few times, I will gladly offer up my services. Without Su Chengyue serving as the catalyst for the relationship between Nangong Jing and Su Yi, would their relationship still be as resilient? I look forward to testing this. Hey, wait for Dad. Come on and tell me, how did you get to know Chu Tang? He actually gave you his private number. Does he like you? Work harder to chase him down. Make that Nangong brat regret to death. Hashtag my dad thinks weirdly. Please help. Urgent and waiting for an answer. Hashtag 1. Hashtag future son-in-law caught cheating on daughter. Encourages daughter to find another man to bitch slap him. Hashtag. 3 days later, the press conference was held. Back when the engagement was announced, It was pretty big news. Su Qingyue and Nangong Jing were touted as the model for this circle, childhood sweethearts, a match made in heaven. As a result, the dissolution of the engagement garnered attention from everywhere. It wasn't explained clearly in the press conference why the engagement was called off, leading to endless speculation by the public. As of right now, one of the parties directly involved the whole fiasco was sitting in a high-end restaurant staring at a certain pervert sitting across from her. All she did was send a message without too much hope of getting a reply. But she got one. Not only did he reply, he even agreed to have dinner with her, nearly scaring the crap out of her. Shisheng tugged on her lips in a forced smile. Has Mr. Chu stared enough? If you weren't the man I was trying to date too, I'd have started launching punches about now. They had already been here for nearly half an hour, and the entire time Chu Tang had just been staring at her like that, causing her scalp to tingle and her body to stiffen. Miss Su is quite bold. Right after dissolving an engagement with someone else, you invite me out on a date. You aren't afraid the reporters will write any incriminating articles. Chu Tang's wicked gaze swept over her face with bold abandon, and it were hints of teasing and playfulness. Shisheng held down her right hand with her left while her inner monologue went something like, "Resist. You can't hit him. He's your future boyfriend." Shisheng maintained a stoic face. "I am just attempting to repay Mr. Chu's help in speaking out that day. But why do I feel like—" Chu Tang paused before raising his voice. "You want to hit me? Oh, and why on earth would I want to hit you? Trust me, I want to SLE date you." Mr. Chu really knows how to crack a joke. Shisheng gave a stiffened smile before forcefully changing the subject. "Are you hungry? Why don't we eat first?" Sitting here for half an hour, she had noticed the waiters next door looking at them funnily a few times. Most importantly, she hadn't eaten much earlier during lunch. It was already 7 p.m. and she was starving. "I'm not hungry. Flip table asterisk, are you even a gentleman? Can't you see I'm starving here?" Chu Tang continued. "I ate afternoon tea before I came out." "What the fuck? You ate before coming out on a date with me? Simply inhuman." Seeing the person who was sitting across from him grinding her teeth, Chu Tang felt an inexplicable amusement as his eyes curved into crescents and the wickedness that seemed to linger around him retracted. The Chu Tang as of now appeared to be an angel fallen onto earth. Shisheng got the shivers when this thought popped up and resolved to eat something to suppress it. One could just think of this as something like a Twitter post. As I don't actually use Twitter or know how this works, I'm just winging it here. 2. I try making this as non-crass as possible when I can. Chapter 6. Chu Tang did not speak at all while they were dining. With his noble posture and elegant movements, he made the simple action of eating into a form of art. Having such a fine specimen in front of her, Shisheng's appetite improved considerably, and she ate till she was quite full. Chu Tang couldn't help but smile at Shisheng rubbing her tummy. "I'm very curious. Did President Su mistreat Miss Su?" Shisheng paused. "Is he trying to say I ate a lot?" With Mr. Chu here, my appetite couldn't help but increase. Shisheng replied with a faint smile. Chu Tang was stunned for a moment. Was I just flirted with one? 2 hours ago, this girl had seemed like she wanted to kill and eat him, but now she actually flirted with him. How bold. Shisheng did grow bolder after she had had her fill. Oh wait, that wasn't right. She was always this bold. It was just that she hadn't been accustomed to interacting with Chu Tang yet. Just like how when you mixed a hot drink and a cold drink, the temperature would take a while to even out. Is Mr. Chu free tonight? What? Does Miss Su plan on inviting me out? Chu Tang chuckled lowly. It costs a lot to invite me. Are you sure you can afford it, Miss Su? If I can, I'll just pay off the remainder with my body. I've long since maxed out my skill at flirting with guys sucker. Oh, that won't be necessary. I'll just give Miss Su a discount, $1 million. Chu Tang's finger tapped on the surface of the table. His body language was pretty much saying, pay money and I'm all yours tonight. The two sank into silence for a few seconds before Shisheng asked unsurely, you'll really accept the money? Chu Tang nodded, very conservatively. Shisheng was speechless. Huh. Guards dragged this pervert away. Shisheng thought for a moment before taking out the checkbook her father had given her and writing out $10 million on it. She slapped it down in front of Chu Tang before declaring very boldly, I'm buying you for 10 days. Chu Tang's long and elegant fingers lifted the check. Seeing the sum written on it, a hint of wickedness flashed across the depths of his eyes. Miss Su spent such an extravagant sum on me. Of course, I wouldn't refuse. Chu Tang placed the check in his pocket before getting up and very gentlemanly extending a hand to Shisheng, to help her up. Miss Sue, for the next 10 days I am yours to order. Eating, drinking, or sleeping, I have no objections. Shishang's lips twitched. For some reason, she felt like she would be spending a lot of money in the near future. I actually bought Chu Tang over for 10 days. I'm quite excited actually. Shishang placed her hand in Chu Tang's. His hand was cool yet dry, and her hand seemed to fit perfectly. The two started heading for the door, but just before they stepped out, were stopped. Sir, you haven't footed the bill yet. The waiter's tone was pleasant though his gaze was a bit doubtful. These two don't seem like they're unable to pay up. Why didn't they? They must have just forgotten. The waiter tried to convince himself. While these were quite a good-looking pair, it was natural that people would try to find excuses for them. Shishang tightened her grip on Chu Tang's hand. How embarrassing. Chu Tang acted like it had nothing to do with him as his gaze turned and landed on Shishang. Surrendering, she took out her card and handed it over to the waiter. Sorry, we forgot. The waiter was quite happy. I knew they just forgot. Such good-looking people. How would they be unable to pay up? Once they were outside, Shishang pushed Chu Tang away. Pointing her finger at him, she heaved though in the end didn't say anything. This bastard definitely didn't remind me to pay up on purpose. Seeing as I still want to date you, I won't argue with you. You had better not let me catch your weak spot. The two stood at the entrance, Shishang looking at Chu Tang while he looked back at her. This seemed to the casual onlooker to be a very romantic moment. Romantic my arse. Mr. Chu, where's your car? You want to get watched by others? Since Miss Sue has bought over me, I let the driver return. Chu Tang spoke as if it was to be expected. She had been driven here by her father's driver, so she didn't have a car here. Why is this business legend adapting so easily to being kept? Director, I think you gave me the wrong script. Shishang didn't have any notes on her. Chu Tang would almost definitely not have brought any physical money with him, so he couldn't be counted on. You couldn't pay the taxi by card, and there wasn't an ATM anywhere nearby. Shishang simply wanted to laugh in Chu Tang's face right now. Mr. Chu, can you please recall your driver? Nope. Chu Tang stuck his hands in his pockets. Though if Ms. Sue agrees to pay a salary, I would be willing to. Now I know why you're so rich. Money-grubbing profiteer. Shishang secretly swallowed back a mouthful of blood. She decided to take Chu Tang to take public transport. Let him experience the tough life of a normal person. What about the fare money? Oh, I was planning to just use my good looks. As the truth proved, good looks were useful. The one driving the bus was a young fellow who was convinced quite thoroughly by Shishang until his head was too muddled to mind them heading to the back of the bus. Though there weren't many people on the bus, all the seats were occupied. Just as Shishang steadied herself, she saw a girl's face redden as she got up and gave her seat to Chu Tang, who sat down without blinking an eye. It was a very ordinary bus seat, but the way he sat made one think he was sitting on the seat of a luxury car, which made the surrounding females gasp. What in the flying fuck? Where's your shame? She is a girl. A girl. How did you manage to sit there with peace of mind? Isn't anyone going to stop him? Shishang scanned the surroundings. She saw young ladies everywhere who were looking with frustration and anger. However, this frustration and anger was directed at themselves for not having gave up their seat first. What a superficial society we live in. Later on, as more people boarded, the once relatively spacious bus had become more crowded. A few of the bolder young ladies got closer to Chu Tang, having been attracted by his handsomeness. They attempted to attract his attention. There were some who even straight out asked him for his Weixin too. Number, his phone number, all kinds of numbers. Chu Tang's face slowly turned from calm and collected to slightly heavy and annoyed. Seeing this made Shishang much happier. Got in over your head, did you? A friendly reminder to the host. Chu Tang is your target. Just as Shishang was laughing up a storm inwardly, she was reminded by an icy cold voice. She rubbed her face before squeezing these ladies aside and standing directly in front of Chu Tang, blocking off those hungry gazes. Hey, don't you understand the rule of first come first served? Go line up at the back. Stop blocking our eye candy. Someone immediately expressed their dissatisfaction and reached out in an attempt to pull Shishang. Let go. Shishang looked at the lady pulling her, her eyes slightly cold and sharp, causing the lady to subconsciously release her. Satisfied, Shishang straightened out her crumpled clothing. Her voice was neither loud nor soft. It was just enough for the surrounding ladies to hear. This man is mine. You can look all you want, but no touching, got it? Those who took the bus didn't usually have too much money. However, Sheng was dressed from head to toe in named brands, and although they didn't recognize the brands that man was wearing, his clothing didn't look cheap either. Adding on his sinful handsomeness and how he was practically radiating high class, he definitely looked the part of a rich young master. All these made these ladies behave themselves a bit more, though it was only in their actions. Their gazes were as ferocious as ever. If eyes could fuck someone, Chu Tang would have definitely been fucked countless times. Although Sheng's back was facing Chu Tang, resulting in her not being able to see his face, she got the impression that he was feeling quite happy. Sheng lowered her head as she rolled her eyes. Why is courting someone so hard? 1. The original phrase was Tao Sheet, or Tiao 211-4, which is usually used when a guy sexually harasses a woman with words. 2. I think this is something like WhatsApp for China. Translator's Corner. I would like to know the answer to that last question too. Chapter 7. This was the first time in his life that Chu Tang was sitting on a bus, so it was understandable that by the time they got off, he was extremely uncomfortable, though he didn't show it. Chu Tang forced himself to keep up his image. Though Sheng didn't mock him, she wasn't feeling any pity. Serves you right for sending your driver home and wanting to charge me to call him back. Why don't you just go and live with your money if you love it so much? Sheng brought Chu Tang for a walk around the park before heading home. By this point, even the system couldn't continue looking at their interactions any longer. It was beginning to think that even if they started fighting, it wouldn't feel in the least bit surprised. System could pretty much envision the failure of this hidden quest already. Even when Sheng was close to reaching her house, Chu Tang showed no signs of leaving, so she couldn't help but speak. Mr. Chu, aren't you heading back? Chu Tang stuck his hands in his pockets as he continued heading for the mansion district. I currently belong to Miss Su. Naturally, I am going back home with Ms. Su. Going back home? Sheng's lips twitched. This fellow has a hole in his brain, doesn't he? Regardless of whether or not Chu Tang's brain really had a hole in it or not, he followed her back home. Her father hadn't slept yet and was instead watching a TV program on family ethics. Hence, he caught Sheng coming in with an unfamiliar man. After a brief moment of being stunned, he leapt up from his seat before yelling, "Girl, you brought a man home." Only when he had finished yelling this out did he see Chu Tang's face clearly. Hey, isn't this that guy from the other day? That's right, it's Chu Tang. His eyes lit up, and he got all excited to the point of not knowing what to do. Mr. Chu. Chu Tang gave a slight smile. I will be imposing on President Su. It's no trouble at all. That Mr. Chu saw fit to enter my humble abode is an honor. Please, sit down. Girl, what are you waiting for? Go make some tea. Sheng was utterly speechless. You were just yelling at me, BBB, for bringing a man home just now. How come you changed your tone so quickly? Are you really my dad? By the time Sheng had finished making tea, her father and Chu Tang were engaged in conversation. And by the time she had changed clothes, her father had stopped calling him Mr. Chu and had instead taken to calling him Xiao Chu. The strangest thing was that Xiao Chu, Chu Tang, answered to it. He freaking answered. Just what the hell happened while I was changing? Their relationship practically escalated into a whole new level. Since it was getting fairly late, it wouldn't be proper to continue conversing with Chu Tang for too long. Hence, Sheng's father got her to prepare a room for him, going so far as to supervise her personally. It was as if he wished with every fiber of his being to shove her into his arms. Dude, even if he's extremely powerful and all that, you don't have to sell your daughter for benefits, right? You go, girl, dad's cheering for you, he said to her while making a cheering gesture. Sheng. Hashtag might never understand how my dad thinks hashtag. Sheng entered the guest room with Chu Tang. If my dad said anything offensive, don't take it to heart. I'll apologize if he did. Though she had no idea what they were talking about, she kept having this sneaking suspicion it couldn't be anything good. Miss Su is worrying too much. Chu Tang unbuttoned his blouse while asking with a straight face, since Ms. Su has not left yet, I presume you wish to request my services on the bed. To hell with that. Sheng retreated from the room before slamming the door shut. Chu Tang's lips curved upwards. His long and elegant fingers continued unbuttoning his blouse, revealing his finely chiseled chest. Girl, come here, girl. Her father was hidden behind a corner nearby. Seeing Sheng come out, he hastily gestured to her. Why you're acting like a thief in your own home is beyond me. Sheng went over to him. Dad, why haven't you gone to bed yet? How can I sleep before I asked you what your relationship with Chu Tang is? Her father was as excited as if he had just run a 5 kilometers marathon. After all, who was Chu Tang? A business legend, that's who. He rarely accepted the invitations of even the press, let alone an invitation to someone else's house. And now, Chu Tang was sleeping in his own home. Just thinking about it made him excited. Shi Sheng went silent for a moment before speaking very honestly. The relationship between the keeper and the kept one. She had spent $10 million after all. It wasn't a small sum, so she would have had to report it to her father sooner or later. Her father was so shocked his jaw dropped. Only after a good while did he regain his voice. This time, there was even more excitement than before. Xiao Chu is keeping you as his mistress? Hey Dad, is this the kind of attitude you should be having? I'm the one keeping him. Shi Sheng waved her hand listlessly. Go and sleep first, Dad. It's complicated, and I'll explain to you when I have the time. Don't worry, I'll definitely chase him down. She didn't forget to reassure her father just in case he wouldn't release her otherwise. Taking advantage of the fact that he hadn't completely processed the fact that Chu Tang was the one being kept, Shi Sheng, very wisely, escaped back to her room. And the result was, Shi Sheng found a check that had been shoved under her door the following morning. Having a father who spent loads of money without blinking an eye was truly a fascinating experience for her. Just as Shi Sheng was looking at the check in a daze, the door to the room opposite hers opened, revealing the neatly dressed Chu Tang. Seeing the check in her hand, he raised an eyebrow. Is Ms. Su planning on extending the duration of the contract? Extending the? Can it even be used that way? Seeing the figure on the check, Chu Tang picked it up between his middle and index finger. Since Ms. Su is so enthusiastic about keeping me, then I shan't let you down and take this check. The duration has increased to 1 month. You. Who said I wanted to extend the contract? I'm hungry. Chu Tang hurried, shoved the check into his pocket. Shi Sheng was rendered speechless for the umpteenth time. I've seen plenty of guys playing gangster, but never such an excellent specimen of a man just begging to be kept. Shi Sheng mentally calculated her chances of snatching the check back, though in the end she gave up. It's not that bad, I guess. This way I've got a longer period of time to get him to like me. They descended the stairs, Chu Tang in front and Shi Sheng following behind him. Her father was already sitting at the dining table, and upon seeing them come down, his gaze wandered suggestively between the two. Good morning, Dad. Shi Sheng sat down. Chu Tang remained standing beside her and looking at her. Shi Sheng could only twitch her lip as she got up to give him her seat. The hell? I just bought a little ancestor home. Hey system, you sure this fellow can be brought down? As long as the host is sincere. If you do not give any sincerity, others will not either. System wasn't stingy when replying to questions it deemed necessary to answer. Forget about it. Where am I going to get that much sincerity? What if this kind of quest turns up again? If I fall in love with every single one of them, I needn't return anymore, because I would have suffered from a mental collapse by then. Then please at least try to fake it. Fake your head. Shi Sheng ground her teeth. Fine, I'll do it. I'll just take it as if I'm practicing my acting skills. Who knows? Maybe by the time I get back I can become an actress. Chu Tang was rather satisfied by Shi Sheng's actions. He grabbed the milk she was holding before courteously nodding to her father and greeting him. Good morning, President Su. Good morning to you too. I remember I still had matters to take care of at the company. Girl, be a good host to Xiao Chu while I'm gone. He got up and left, though he didn't forget to give her an encouraging look before he left. Once he had left, Shi Sheng and Chu Tang were left staring at each other, which they did for a full minute. In the end, though, Shi Sheng got hungry first, so she shifted her attention to the food. Chu Tang's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop, his gaze landing, seemingly unintentionally, on the girl who was focusing on eating. The dawn light poured in through the window and shone on her, giving her an otherworldly feeling of perfection, purity, and quietness. Of course, he knew it was all an illusion. The girl sitting across from him definitely wasn't that pure. There was a familiar aura on her, one made up of darkness and ill intent. Perhaps it was the special resonance between two similar people, just like how Shi Sheng had immediately seen through him on their first encounter. Chu Tang didn't linger for too long. His assistant arrived shortly after Shi Sheng's father left to bring him away. As his assistant and Chu Tang left from the front gate of the Su mansion, his diligently asked, Young master, should I investigate the Su family? This question was asked due to the fact that everyone who could be considered able to affect Chu Tang's life had their background checked so thoroughly they could probably name all 18 generations of relations. No need. The assistant was surprised. He looked back at the gates of the Su mansion as he thought, is this Ms. Su special to the young master? 1. It sounds better in Chinese, but basically a relationship between someone who keeps someone else as a mistress, though the mistress in this case is a male, so I guess the term would be kept man. Translator's Corner. Chapter 8. Chu Tang had left behind the 2 checks before leaving. Shi Sheng picked up the check. Did I keep him for free for a day? It seems like I've made a profit. Shi Sheng hadn't really planned on keeping Chu Tang. With his assets, even if she went broke, she might not be able to keep him. Of course, that didn't stop her from expressing her disdain for him going back on his word. In order to, as System put it, pretend to like him, Shi Sheng would send him texts expressing her concern at fixed intervals. Most of the time Chu Tang wouldn't reply, though if he really couldn't take it anymore. He would generously give her a reply consisting of a few words. Don't court death. You saw correctly, just these 3 words. Su Qingyue's father broke off any contracts the company was working on with the Nangong family. Perhaps the Nangong family was seeking to compensate them, for they didn't say much. They didn't even pursue any damages. Without Su Qingyue courting death all the time, Nangong Jing had no reason to act against the Su family, hence Shi Sheng was relatively at ease. Though she wasn't planning on letting Nangong Jing off anyways. Once Su Qingyue's mother had resolved the issue at the company, she hurriedly made her grand return. Her mother was a strong woman, though in front of her father, she immediately turned into a good wife and mother and wouldn't reveal the slightest hint of domineeringness. Shi Sheng really enjoyed her time together with them. This is what a family should feel like. However, her mother had the same opinion as her father in that she supported Shi Sheng keeping Chu Tang. Shi Sheng felt exhausted inwardly. With our family's current wealth, there's no way I could keep Chu Tang. Later, she discovered that her parents seemed to be on stimulants as they raked in money like there was no tomorrow. Her father was actually quite talented. It was just that he usually didn't focus as much on work and more on his family, since his only wish was for their family to be safe and well. Yet now, for the sake of letting their baby girl keep a man, these 2 were going all out. If it hadn't been for Su Qingyue distracting them from work with her depression, perhaps the Su family wouldn't have fallen, at least, not as badly. And so, the people of the upper class discovered that the Su family company seemed to have been shot full of chicken blood as of late. They were making so much money, everyone in the company was grinning from ear to ear. Su Qingyue was in her 3rd year of university. Since school had reopened, Shi Sheng could only pack up and move to the school campus. Fortunately, Su Qingyue had been very low-key. Probably 9 out of 10 people there wouldn't recognize her, so she wouldn't have to deal with being surrounded and watched. Though, perhaps it was wrong to say she was low-key. It was more that only those on the same social standing as her knew her. There might not be anyone in her class who even knew she existed. Looks like the great Miss Su has decided to come to school. I'd thought that you'd be turtling at home right now. Shi Sheng was intercepted just as she entered the school gates. She looked at the person who was blocking her way, and a name popped up in her mind, Xiao Wei. This person had an even worse ending in the original storyline. Being both antagonists, Shi Sheng silently lit up a line of candles for her as she decided not to argue with her. After all, why should women make things harder for another woman? I'm just that great. Yeah, right. Just as Shi Sheng was planning on going around Xiao Wei stretched out a hand to push Shi Sheng's shoulder, causing her to stagger. Xiao Wei mocked. Why aren't you speaking? Weren't you so proud before? I'll see how you can still act so cocky now. Being pushed caused Shi Sheng to get pissed. What is wrong with your head? If you like Nangong Jing, go suck up to him. What are you messing with me for? To show off? Please, you haven't even touched his hand, so what right do you have to show off in front of me? After all, I'm the one that dumped Nangong Jing. You insulted me. How does this woman have the gall to insult me? Wait a second, she said that she was the one who dumped Nangong Jing. Xiao Wei smiled coldly. Su Qingyue, were you so upset by getting dumped that you're hallucinating? You were the one chasing young Master Jing, yet now you say you were the one to dump him. You want people to laugh their teeth out. When the engagement was dissolved, the 2 parties involved hadn't made clear the reason, hence outsiders didn't know who was the one dumping whom and why. However, some people just naturally came to the conclusion that they wished to believe in, and Xiao Wei was one of them. She was more inclined to believe that it was Nangong Jing who dumped Su Qingyue and not the other way around. Whether you believe me or not, it's your problem. Stop bothering me. Your love rival now is Su Yi. Su Yi? The one in your course. As one of the protagonists, Su-yi naturally wasn't some nameless nobody. Shisheng rolled her eyes at Xiao Wei. If you hadn't ended up miserably in the story, I'd be too lazy to even talk to you. School starts today, so you can go and wait outside Su-yi's dormitory and see for yourself whether Nangong Jing is the one accompanying her. Since I'm feeling generous, I'll point you in the right direction. No need to thank me. Xiao Wei was still suspicious and felt that Shisheng was playing with her. After all, though Su-yi was fairly famous, her family was just a normal one. How would she even have the opportunity to meet with Nangong Jing, who was already working at his company? Shisheng shrugged. She pretty much had. I've already told you. Don't blame me if you miss out on true love written all over her face. Even when Shisheng left, Xiao Wei still hadn't snapped out of her daze. Shisheng's school had dormitories, though the time Su Changwa had spent living there could be counted with just her fingers. This semester, because Shisheng was planning on reliving university life, as well as avoid her parents who were still trying to get her to keep Chu Tang, she had decided to live on campus. Quite a few rich kids had graduated from this university, and once those people had reached a certain level of influence in society, they started to practically throw money at the school that taught them to show how they knew gratitude. As a result, the dormitories at school were rather comfortable. Though one dormitory room housed 4 people, it was quite spacious. When Shisheng reached the dormitory, there was no one there. Recalling where Su Qingyue's bed was, she went to go sort out the place. She had just finished unpacking and arranging her belongings when the door was opened. Noise entered through the doorway. There appeared to be quite a few people having fun in the hallway outside. The one who opened the door was a short-haired girl. Seeing Shisheng, she blanked out for a bit before walking in and examining Shisheng's bed and desk area. Su Qingyue, you're staying in school this semester? The times this dorm mate of hers had returned to the dormitory since the first year of university could be counted with the fingers, hence, seeing her present all of a sudden, it would be weirder if she wasn't surprised. Shisheng attempted to recall who this person was before finding who this person was in a random corner of her mind. Xianing. Su Qingyue wasn't too close to her dorm mates. As Shisheng hadn't planned on improving their relations, she merely nodded her head politely before going back to reading her book. Xianing stood awkwardly for a few seconds before going to unpack her things too. Don't cry. Just treat that woman as a madman. For now, we have to hurry up and put ointment on your face. Those rich people think they're so amazing, but look what kind of character they have. Shisheng facepalmed herself weakly. Shit, forgot I was staying in the same dorm room as her. In fact, had it not been for Su Changwa, Su-yi and Nangong Jing would never have been able to meet in the first place. Seems like I'll have to move out. I don't want to live with the female lead. I'm not crazy. 2 people entered from outside. Su-yi was being supported by another girl whose face was filled with anger and curses spewed out of her mouth. Su-yi froze upon seeing Shisheng in the dormitory. There was a distinct handprint on her face. It was clear she had been slapped by someone just now. What happened? Xianing went forward to express her concern. The girl supporting Su-yi immediately spoke. It's that Xiao Wei. She just came out of nowhere and slapped Su-yi for no reason. The girl recounted what happened in a voice filled with righteous indignation. Translator's Corner. Asterisk may contain minor spoilers. Asterisk. After having read the last arc, the one about Shisheng's past, my heart freaking broke when I reread her thought about family this chapter, even though it was one line. Chapter 9. Though Xiao Wei didn't trust Shisheng's words, she couldn't help but succumb to the common vices all women were prone to, curiosity and suspicion. In the end, she still ended up waiting outside the dormitory building. She just so happened to be in time to see Su-yi getting off of Nangong Jing's car. As the villain, she immediately embarked on her road of courting death. Once Nangong Jing had left, Xiao Wei straight up went and gave Su-yi a slap. Just because she's rich, she thinks she can just bully people. Now, even Xia Ning had a face full of anger. The other 3 inhabitants of this dormitory were all children of normal families. Xiao Wei was one of the popular girls of the art stream, so it wasn't a surprise they knew of her background. However, Su-yi couldn't bring herself to care right now about the 2 who were angered for her, as her mind was filled with, why is Su Changwa here? She looks like she's planning on staying in the dorms this time. Is she planning on taking revenge on me? While Su-yi's thoughts were in a mess, Shisheng's phone rang. Seeing Chu Tang's name on the screen, Shisheng's face darkened. I send him messages every day, but he only ever replies when he feels like it. If he doesn't, he completely ignores me. What's he calling for now? With that in mind, she let the phone ring for about 10 more seconds before picking it up. Come downstairs. 2 simple words in an unhurried voice was all she got before all she could hear were the sounds of people busying themselves. Sheng, damn you. She got up to take a look out the window, and as expected saw a Porsche parked downstairs. Sheng definitely recognized Chu Tang's car. For the sake of that damnable hidden quest, Sheng could only pick up her bag and head outside. I thought she wasn't staying in the dormitory. Why did she suddenly decide on moving back? Dunno, she was here when I got here. Xia Ning shrugged. The other girl humphed in disdain. She must be kept by somebody. We've hardly ever seen her come back to the dorms, and she's wearing all branded clothing. Maybe she got dumped so she moved back in. Anin, how could you say that about Changyue? Sui spoke in a soft voice. I didn't say anything wrong. Look at how proud she's acting. Who's she looking down on at? Xia Ning ran to the window and looked out just in time to see Sheng knock on the car window. Hey, come check it out. That car's a Porsche, right? Anin and Sui both went to the window side, upon which their gaze was immediately drawn to that eye-catching car. They only saw Sheng seem to exchange a few words with someone on the car before opening the door and getting on. Look, I was right, wasn't I? She's totally being kept. Though Anin's tone was filled with disdain, her eyes couldn't hide the envy she was feeling. That's a Porsche. Someone who can own that kind of car definitely has a high status. Sui gave a forced smile. We shouldn't stick our noses into other people's business. Due to Su Changyue hardly ever showing up, and hence having little time to interact with her dorm mates, only Sui knew that Su Changyue was from a rich family. They weren't able to mingle with the elite class. Even if they heard some rumors from someone, those people would always refer to Su Changyue as Miss Su. Added on to how Su Changyue hardly ever showed her face, it was no surprise they didn't know about her family background. Sheng was dragged by Chu Tang to a high-class party filled with successful people, the type that would only be seen on the business and finance channel on TV. She really didn't understand why Chu Tang wanted her to be his companion for the party. By the time Chu Tang sent her back, it was nearly 11 p.m. Mr. Chu, my appearance fee? Sheng extended her hand. Those people at the party looked at me weirdly. I feel like I've been stared into a Swiss cheese. I need something to make it worthwhile. Chu Tang looked down at her hand before extending his hand to hold it. What are you doing, playing foul? Sheng jerked her hand back, dislike clear in her tone. Holding hands with me is very expensive. Ms. Su has made a profit. Chu Tang gave her a shallow smile. In the darkness of the car, light from the outside outlined his handsome features, making him look like the devil who was seducing her into joining the dark side. Sheng shuddered, and her pupils dilated. This damn pervert. She swiftly got off the car and slammed the door shut before walking back to the dorms in her high heels. When Sheng walked back into her room, she found her dorm mates hadn't slept yet. Seeing that Sheng was dressed up very fancily, Anin snorted, "What did you even come back for if you weren't going to be out this late?" Anin, Sui called out. Turning to face Sheng with an apologetic face, she spoke, Anin didn't mean any harm. Sheng coldly swept her a gaze before fetching her clothes to the bathroom to have a shower, not speaking a single word. Look at that attitude. Anin's voice was very loud. The people next door probably heard her. When Sheng came out of the bathroom, she found Sui standing at the bathroom entrance. Upon seeing her, Sui spoke in a suppressed voice. Why did you decide to stay in the dormitory? Why can't I? Is this school opened by your family? Sheng looked funnily at Sui. No, I didn't mean it that way. I was just... Sui clutched onto the hem of her shirt, her face filled with grievance. I didn't expect it to turn out like that day. It really wasn't on purpose. However, if you looked closely, you would be able to see that there was a triumphant look in her eyes that was hard to detect. Move aside. She had drunk a bit of wine just now and was beginning to feel the aftereffects, so she was not motivated to continue putting on an act with Sui. She just wanted to go to bed right now. I'm sorry. I really didn't expect things to turn out that way. I know I can't make up for all the harm I caused you. Sheng rubbed her forehead as she pushed Sui, though not with a lot of force. At most it would get her out of the way. However, Sui fell to the ground, which made a loud noise, attracting the attention of the other two. From their perspective, it looked like Sheng had pushed Sui, causing her to fall. Su Changyue, what did you push Yi for? Anin jumped off her bed and roared angrily at Sheng. Sheng ground her teeth. Really, female lead Sama? What was the point? Alright, there's new game I decided on. Breaking the flagship. Though Su Chungyue didn't say anything about this, but since Su Yi insists on making things difficult for me, I guess I will reluctantly play along. She was in the way. Shisheng gave Anin a big, mocking smile. You. Anin, I'm fine. She didn't do it on purpose. Su Yi pulled on Anin, who was on the brink of bursting, as she gently explained on behalf of Shisheng. Su Chungyue, how could you push Yi? Xiaoning joined in too. Although her tone was nicer, clear dislike could be seen on her face. If you're going to stay here long term, then we all need to get along. Just because Yi's a pushover doesn't mean you can bully her. Ningning, I'm fine. Su Yi got up from the ground as she shook her head at Xiaoning, giving off the impression that she was putting on a brave front. However, in Xiaoning's eyes, it looked like Su Yi didn't dare to speak the truth due to her fear of Shisheng. This caused her impression of Shisheng to worsen. The person involved has already said it's fine, so stop sticking your nose into other people's business. Shisheng walked around Su Yi. 2 steps later, she slowly looked back and smiled. Even if I did bully her, it's what she owes me. Su Yi's expression changed drastically while remaining doubtful inside. She didn't understand why Su Chungyue had suddenly become unpredictable. She used to be able to fool Su Chungyue with a few words, but now she seemed to be seen through at first glance, leaving her feeling vulnerable and embarrassed. Shisheng returned to her bed. Su Yi, weren't you so enthusiastic about pretending like you owed me, BBB? Then I, BBB, will kindly oblige. Author's note. A friendly reminder. Even if you don't like the book, I hope you won't just insult it. Every word was painstakingly typed down by me. If you guys don't like it, just remove it from your reading list and close the tab. I hope you can all show understanding for us authors and remain cute little readers. Those who have read my other novels should already be aware of this one and only rule. Also, this book is hitting the shelves. I'll repeat the most important part 3 times. It's going on sale. On sale. On sale. The contract's already been signed, and the status should change in a few days. Translator's Corner. Good job, Su Yi. You have single-handedly managed to put the idea of breaking up couples into Shisheng's head. Though I guess she would have decided on this later anyways, but still, it's all your fault, Su Yi. Chapter 10. Su Chungyue was studying in a business course. After all, she was the only child of the Su family, so she would be the one inheriting all the shares in their company in the future, so this course was pretty much a necessity. Perhaps it was because she had inherited her father's talent for business, for Su Chungyue's grades didn't drop despite spending all her time chasing after Nangong Jing. As there weren't many classes around the start of school, Shisheng began looking for a place to rent. However, all the nearby available places had already been rented out, and if it was too far away, she might as well just move back home. Without a suitable choice, Shisheng could only set aside this plan for now. Hence the idle Shisheng could only read books all day. Those who knew her simply thought that she had received a blow from her engagement with Nangong Jing being annulled and resorted to studying like mad to vent. However, only Shisheng herself knew that she was reading a gay porn. Ever since that night, Xiaoning and Anin excluded Shisheng even more. And under Su Yi's guidance, intentional or not, Shisheng's image turned into that of a gold-digging mistress. Yi, are you going to the ball this weekend? Anin asked as she returned from outside. Seeing Shisheng here, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Senior Ling invited me. Su Yi smiled and nodded. Although Ling Hao had already entered a company, it was just as an intern, so his time was still mostly spent in school. After all, Su Yi was here. As a loyal protector, how could he leave her alone? Every year when school reopened, there were 2 evening parties. One where anyone could enter while the other could only be entered by those who had an invitation. Frankly speaking, one was prepared for the students of normal family standing, just like an orientation welcome party. The other, meanwhile, was prepared for those of the elite social class. Only those who received the invitation could attend, and each person who did could invite someone else along with them. So, you're going to the West Auditorium and not with Ningning and I. Anin's gaze revealed envy, and even some jealousy since she and Ningning could only attend the ball at the South Auditorium. Su Yi smiled embarrassedly. Senior Ling invited me, and I couldn't just refuse him. Anin waved her hand. Senior Ling is a great person. You have to hold on tightly to him. I heard his family's standing isn't bad. Su Yi's face turned even redder as she muttered something inaudible. Female lead Sama, why are you blushing? Do you still remember your true love? male lead sama. Shisheng silently flipped a page of her porn book. There's a delivery for you. Xiaoning opened the door and placed the package she was holding on Sui's bed. This package is so big, just what did you buy? Sui shook her head innocently. I didn't buy anything. Open it up and have a look. Anin pushed Sui over. Sui could only open the package in front of them. Heavens, what a beautiful gown. Anin gasped as she lifted it from the package. The gown's main color was white, and it came with a belt. A red pattern was sewn on the skirt portion, which attracted the eyes. It was probably sent by Senior Ling, right? No wonder he's the idol everyone wants to get married to. I'm so envious of you, Sui smiled. Pride was practically leaking out of her eyes, especially when she looked at Shisheng. This gown wasn't sent by Ling Hao since he had already given one to her last night, which she had accepted. Su Chengyue, don't you ride around in luxury cars all day? Aren't you going to the ball this weekend? Once Anin had finished expressing her envy for Sui, she couldn't help but point the gun back at Shisheng. Seeing Shisheng ignoring her, she continued scoffing. What? Don't you have anyone willing to take you? Don't be jealous of our E. How would a person like you have any qualifications to attend that kind of ball? Anin, Chengyue will definitely be able to go, don't gossip. Su Chengyue hadn't attended these balls for the past 2 years, so Sui wasn't clear whether Shisheng had an invitation or not. Hence she stopped Anin. Chet, as long as she doesn't use underhanded methods to get one. Excuse me, but is fellow student Su Chengyue here? A petite girl knocked on the door before peeking inside. What's the matter? Shisheng got up and walked to the girl who examined her closely, probably verifying her identity. Once she was done with her examination, she passed the bag she was holding over to Shisheng. Sis Weiwei told me to give this to you. Shisheng didn't receive it as she furrowed her brows while asking, Xiao Wei? The girl nodded. Is there something wrong with her brain? The girl was stupefied and she froze before hurriedly speaking. I've done my task, so I'll just go now. And she made off after setting the bag down in front of Shisheng. Shisheng bent over to pick the bag up when Anin furiously charged over to Shisheng and smacked the bag out of her hands, causing it to fall on the floor. You're in cahoots with Xiao Wei. The bag fell to the floor, revealing its contents. There were clothes inside that seemed similar in style to Sui. Anin took it out. Apart from the size, it was pretty much exactly the same as Sui's. Su Chengyue, just how has provoked you that you joined hands with Xiao Wei to harm her? Chengyue, you and Xiao Wei. Sui's expression was filled with shock, as if she had just discovered something unthinkable. With such an imagination, you guys can go write stories. Xiao Wei probably got to know what dress Sui had from somewhere, and so specially sent this to make her uncomfortable. Or scare her, depending on how active her imagination was. Su Chengyue, just what are you planning? If you don't explain it properly, you're not leaving this room. Anin then turned her head to face Sui and said in a soothing voice, don't worry, I'll protect you. Finding it funny, Shisheng looked at the two like they were idiots. What are you laughing at? This is the school. I'm telling you right now, Su Chengyue, don't think that just because you seduced a backer you can do whatever you want. You're just used goods. Huh. Anin was stunned by the sudden slap and only reacted after a long moment. You hit me. Her family was considered pretty well off and her parents had never hit her before, but now this slut dared to hit her. Keep your mouth clean. Sui, leash your person properly. Don't let her out to shame herself. Shisheng shook her hand. Leash properly. This slut is taking me for a dog. Su Chengyue, you slut, I'll kill you. Anin cursed as she pounced toward Shisheng, who nimbly dodged her and then tripped her for good measure. Losing her balance, Anin knocked Sui, who had been planning on breaking up the fight, over. This caused Sui's forehead to slam onto a table leg. Sui drew a sharp intake of cold air. That collision caused her head to feel dizzy. Anin hurriedly helped Sui up. Are you okay? Xiaoning, who had so far kept her distance, rushed over as well. Your forehead is bleeding. Anin, quick help up. They hadn't closed the door just now, so the commotion had caused someone to call the teacher in charge. This teacher brought a few students into the room, causing the fairly spacious room to become a bit crowded. What's the problem over here? The supervising teacher made a stern face and asked in a severe tone, why are you fighting in the dormitory? Teacher, we weren't fighting. It was Su Chengyue who pushed on purpose, causing Sui to be injured. Anin immediately spoke. Look, E's head is injured. Translator's corner. I don't usually use the onomatopoeias given in the ROS unless it sounds better to leave it or I have no idea what the sound is. In the case above, it's the former. I don't know what gender the teacher is, but from a logical point of view it should be a female one since this is the girls' dormitory. Also in you bitch. Next dash. The supervising teacher looked over at Sue and saw the swelling on her forehead. She furrowed her brows and asked, Sue, who was the one who pushed you? Such an obvious attempt at covering up was instantly seen through by the teacher. Don't lie. Was she the one who pushed you? Sue had always given her the impression of being a good girl who got along with everyone. The other girl, on the other hand, was more of a loner who didn't seem easy to get along with. She had even seen that girl being fetched by a luxurious car and come back with different clothing. I've seen many of these kinds of students. Thinking thus, it wasn't a surprise the teacher was naturally inclined to be biased in favor of Sue. No, it wasn't, Sue still attempted to explain. Why are you covering for her? Teacher, it was her, Xiaoning, and I can act as witnesses. Xiaoning hesitated a bit before getting upset at Sheng when she saw she was still acting like this matter didn't concern her, hence she nodded. What's your name? The teacher looked at Sheng. Her attitude clearly expressed she believed in and Sue. Su Chengwe. Sheng gazed at Sue with eyes that seemed to be smiling. That gaze caused Sue to feel uncomfortable. However, upon thinking that she didn't have any evidence to support her side of the story, she calmed down. Student Su Chengwe, for getting into a fight with other students and causing them to be injured, you're punished to sweep the grounds for a week. Any objections? Are you just going to believe their one-sided story? Sheng raised her brow. This teacher only listened to Sue's side of the story before accusing me. She's clearly helping Sue out. The teacher's expression darkened for a moment. She had just planned on punishing her a bit, but this damned girl hadn't caught on. With two other students having personally witnessed it, what is there to argue? As a student, you'd best behave like one and not think unrealistically all day. This society is very complex. You think that with just your little schemes you can become successful. Sheng's expression turned frosty. What do you mean? You know what you've done, you still dare to ask? Anin mockingly replied. Sue's face was filled with grievance, but her eyes betrayed the triumph she was feeling. Even if it's not true, with this many people saying the same thing, who cares whether it's true or not? Quite a few people were gathered outside the doorway, and upon hearing these words began discussing amongst themselves in low voices. A few days ago, I saw her get on a Porsche. Sometimes I even see a car waiting at the gates to fetch her. Do you think she's being kept? I wasn't there that day, so I didn't see it. But I heard plenty of people talking about it. I haven't heard anything about her family being rich. She couldn't really be someone's mistress, could she? The teacher, hearing the discussions, didn't stop them, but instead grew even more bold. Student Su Chengwe, your actions reflect badly on your moral character. I will report back to the school and carry out due punishment. If you didn't want anyone to know, you shouldn't have done it in the first place. Anin got even more arrogant. I am returning those words to you. Sheng turned around and headed for the desk, picking up a toy that was placed there. My deepest apologies, but this is a new toy I got recently which just so happens to have the ability of preserving an hour's worth of footage. Let's go over to Headmaster and have him judge so it's fairer. Sue's face paled. She actually recorded what happened just now. We said she pushed me when it was actually Anin. If she goes to the headmaster, my name will be ruined. No, I can't let her go to the headmaster. Sheng seemed to have made up her mind though, as she had already made her way through the doorway. Follow us to the headmaster's office, teacher. You were slandering me just now. I believe the headmaster will give me a satisfactory answer. Chengwe, it was just a small matter, there's no need to make such a fuss. Sue stopped Sheng. A small matter? The three of you conspiring to frame me, and this teacher slandering me, is a small matter. Chengwe, Anin wanted to end the matter peacefully right now too. Clearly, she hadn't expected Sheng to have a recording. Compared to fighting, framing someone was far more serious and damaging to someone's reputation, for it became a question of their moral character. The teacher was feeling a bit hesitant. After all, she really didn't have any evidence whatsoever that Sheng was being kept as someone's mistress. Slandering a student could get her fired. This thought caused the teacher to block the doorway. Student Su Chengwe, there's no need to bother the headmaster for this. It was you who pushed student Sue first, so if you just apologize, this whole matter can be forgotten. Sheng didn't continue wasting her breath with them as she took out her phone and dialed a number. Lawyer Wong, come over to the school for a bit. Yes, I am in the dormitory, just come on over. Sheng hung up before giving up on trying to head out, instead pulling up a chair to have a seat. The teacher's face turned green. She actually called a lawyer. The people outside looked at each other. This development is a bit strange. To be able to so calmly call a lawyer, it was either that the person keeping her was very influential or she really hadn't done those things. Lawyer Wang arrived very quickly. He squeezed through the layers of onlooking female students. His inner thoughts went something like, "Now this is called passing through 10,000 flower bushes." After having used a monumental effort to enter the dormitory room, he straightened his somewhat crooked glasses before walking to Sheng. "Miss Su." The people outside were all stunned. A lawyer really did come. Sheng nodded before passing the object in her hand over and used a calm and regulated voice to recount what happened. Lawyer Wang pushed up his spectacles and, after some consideration, spoke to the teacher and Su Yi's trio. "These 3 students attempted to frame my client for pushing this student, causing her injury. According to the People's Republic of China's State Administration of Law, they can be detained for a minimum of 5 days and a maximum of 10. This teacher having slandered my client's reputation. Of course, this matter wasn't as serious as Lawyer Wang made it out to be, though that didn't stop him from exaggerating a bit. After all, it was written in black and white on the law. If they didn't believe him, they could go find another lawyer to ask. Su Yi's trio couldn't outclass a lawyer, of course. Right now, they could only stand there with pale faces and no clue what to do. And just as they were listening to the lawyer rattling on, the headmaster had finally caught wind and arrived. A lawyer had already been called. How could he not know? "All right, that's enough. Stop crowding around here and disperse back to your rooms." The headmaster arrived, dispersing the gathered crowd. The headmaster had already found out what happened before arriving, so he rebuked the offending teacher before dismissing her in front of Sheng. The headmaster then apologized to Sheng very sincerely. After all, they were in the wrong first, so even if he was asked to compensate, he wouldn't find it too much. If this matter was to be blown up, it would be detrimental for the school's reputation. As for Su Yi and company, they were brought away by him. He made it clear she would give her a satisfactory result. Once they were out of the dormitory building, the headmaster scolded the teacher who had come over to inform him. "I told you people to remember who were the ones with influential backgrounds, but what happened? This time we only met with Su Changyue, but what if we meet Xiao Wei next time? This school will flipped upside down." That teacher was feeling rather aggrieved inwardly. Why would we have to remember Xiao Wei's type? Their entire presence practically screams, "I'm a rich kid." 1. Here it says fly onto the branch and turn into a phoenix, which is an idiom for describing women who become successful through relying on a powerful man. I think. 2. An idiom for a hem experiencing a lot of women, though it's not being used that way in this context. Chapter 11. The supervising teacher looked over at Su Yi and saw the swelling on her forehead. She furrowed her brows and asked, "Su Yi, who was the one who pushed you?" Su Yi cowered as she used her peripheral gaze to look at Sheng before shaking her head. "Nobody, I tripped on my own." Such an obvious attempt at covering up was instantly seen through by the teacher. "Don't lie. Was she the one who pushed you?" Su Yi had always given her the impression of being a good girl who got along with everyone. The other girl, on the other hand, was more of a loner who didn't seem easy to get along with. She had even seen that girl being fetched by a luxurious car and come back with different clothing. I've seen many of these kinds of students. Thinking thus, it wasn't a surprise the teacher was naturally inclined to be biased in favor of Su Yi. "No, it wasn't," Su Yi still attempted to explain. Why are you covering for her?" "Teacher, it was her, Xiaoning, and I can act as witnesses." Xiaoning hesitated a bit before getting upset at Sheng when she saw she was still acting like this matter didn't concern her, hence she nodded. "What's your name?" The teacher looked at Sheng. Her attitude clearly expressed she believed in and Su Yi. "Su Changyue." Sheng gazed at Su Yi with eyes that seemed to be smiling. That gaze caused Su Yi to feel uncomfortable. However, upon thinking that she didn't have any evidence to support her side of the story, she calmed down. "Student Su Changyue, for getting into a fight with other students and causing them to be injured, you're punished to sweep the grounds for a week. Any objections? Are you just going to believe their one-sided story?" Sheng raised her brow. This teacher only listened to Su Yi's side of the story before accusing me. She's clearly helping Su Yi out. The teacher's expression darkened for a moment. She had just planned on punishing her a bit, but this damned girl hadn't caught on. With 2 other students having personally witnessed it, What else can you say? As a student, you'd best behave like one and not think unrealistically all day. This society is very complex. You think that with just your little schemes you can become successful. Sheng's expression turned frosty. What do you mean? You know what you've done, you still dare to ask. Anin mockingly replied. Su Yi's face was filled with grievance, but her eyes betrayed the triumph she was feeling. Even if it's not true, with this many people saying the same thing, who cares whether it's true or not? Quite a few people were gathered outside the doorway, and upon hearing these words began discussing amongst themselves in low voices. A few days ago, I saw her get on a Porsche. Sometimes I even see a car waiting at the gates to fetch her. Do you think she's being kept? I wasn't there that day, so I didn't see it. But I heard plenty of people talking about it. I haven't heard anything about her family being rich. Why would a rich family's kid be staying in the school? Are you dumb? Look at those rich kids and tell me which one of those isn't driving their own car around. She couldn't really be someone's mistress, could she? The teacher, hearing the discussions, didn't stop them but instead grew even more bold. Student Su Chengyue, your actions reflect badly on your moral character. I will report back to the school and carry out due punishment. If you didn't want anyone to know, you shouldn't have done it in the first place. Anin got even more arrogant. I am returning those words to you. Sheng turned around and headed for the desk, picking up a toy that was placed there. My deepest apologies, but this is a new toy I got recently which just so happens to have the ability of storing up to an hour's worth of footage. Let's go over to Headmaster and have him judge so it's fairer. Su Yi's face paled. She actually recorded what happened just now. We said she pushed me when it was actually Anin. If she goes to the headmaster, my name will be ruined. No, I can't let her go to the headmaster. Sheng seemed to have made up her mind though, as she had already made her way through the doorway. Let's go to the headmaster's office. Teacher, you were slandering me just now. I believe the headmaster will give me a satisfactory answer. Chengyue, it was just a small matter, there's no need to make such a fuss. Su Yi stopped Sheng. A small matter? The three of you conspiring to frame me, and this teacher slandering me, is a small matter. Chengyue, Anin wanted to end the matter peacefully right now too. Clearly, she hadn't expected Sheng to have a recording. Compared to fighting, framing someone was far more serious and damaging to someone's reputation, for it became a question of their moral character. The teacher was feeling a bit hesitant. After all, she really didn't have any evidence whatsoever that Sheng was being kept as someone's mistress. Slandering a student could get her fired. This thought caused the teacher to block the doorway. Student Su Chengyue, there's no need to bother the headmaster for this. It was you who pushed student Su Yi first, so if you just apologize, this whole matter can be forgotten. Sheng didn't continue wasting her breath with them as she took out her phone and dialed a number. Lawyer Wong, come over to the school for a bit. Yes, I am in the dormitory, just come on over. Sheng hung up before giving up on trying to head out, instead pulling up a chair to have a seat. The teacher's face turned green. She actually called a lawyer. The people outside looked at each other. This development is a bit strange. To be able to so calmly call a lawyer, it was either that the person keeping her was very influential or she really hadn't done those things. Lawyer Wong arrived very quickly. He squeezed through the layers of onlooking female students. His inner thoughts went something like, now this is called passing through 10,000 flower bushes. After having used a monumental effort to enter the dormitory room, he straightened his somewhat crooked glasses before walking to Sheng. Miss Su. The people outside were all stunned. A lawyer really did come. Sheng nodded before passing the object in her hand over and used a calm and regulated voice to recount what happened. Lawyer Wong pushed up his spectacles and, after some consideration, spoke to the teacher and Su Yi's trio. These three students attempted to frame my client for pushing this student, causing her injury. According to the People's Republic of China's State Administration of Law, they can be detained for a minimum of 5 days and a maximum of 10. This teacher having slandered my client's reputation. Of course, this matter wasn't as serious as Lawyer Wong made it out to be, though that didn't stop him from exaggerating a bit. After all, it was written in black and white on the law. If they didn't believe him, they could go find another lawyer to ask. Su Yi's trio couldn't outclass a lawyer, of course. Right now, they could only stand there with pale faces and no clue what to do. And just as they were listening to the lawyer rattling on, the headmaster had finally caught wind and arrived. A lawyer had already been called. How could he not know? All right, that's enough. Stop crowding around here and disperse back to your rooms. The headmaster arrived, dispersing the gathered crowd. The headmaster had already found out what happened before arriving, so he rebuked the offending teacher before dismissing her in front of Shi Sheng. The headmaster then apologized to Shi Sheng very sincerely. After all, they were in the wrong first, so even if he was asked to compensate, he wouldn't find it too much. If this matter was to be blown up, it would be detrimental for the school's reputation. As for Su Yi and company, they were brought away by him. He made it clear she would give her a satisfactory result. Once they were out of the dormitory building, the headmaster scolded the teacher who had come over to inform him. I told you people to remember who were the ones with influential backgrounds, but what happened? This time we only met with Su Changyue, but what if we meet Xiao Wei next time? This school will flipped upside down. That teacher was feeling rather aggrieved inwardly. Why would we have to remember Xiao Wei's type? Their entire presence practically screams, I'm a rich kid. 1. Here it says fly onto the branch and turn into a phoenix, which is an idiom for describing women who become successful through relying on a powerful man. I think. 2. An idiom for a hem experiencing a lot of women, though it's not being used that way in this context. Chapter 12. Su Yi and gang were punished to apologize to Shi Sheng in front of the whole school at the opening ceremony. Su Yi was extremely pissed off as a result. Aren't they just afraid to offend Su Qingyue? They only know how to bully us who have no backing. The events of that day had been witnessed by many people, so word obviously got out that Su Yi tried to frame someone. Her reputation took quite a hit, and she had to deal with pointing and muttering just walking on a road, causing Su Yi to hate Shi Sheng so much her teeth itched. And due to how she was close to Ling Hao, there was quite a bit of jealousy directed towards her by the female demographic of the student population. This matter just made her life worse. However, Ling Hao wasn't here and Nangong Jing was out of the country on assignment, so these few days were tough for Su Yi. And Shi Sheng had become the mistress of somebody influential due to the rumors about her being kept. Because they were punished, Inen and Xia Ning disliked Shi Sheng even more. However, they only dared to use words. After all, they didn't want a repeat of the lawyer incident. Shi Sheng was busy looking for a place to rent, so she had no time to bother with these people. She felt like if she continued staying together with Su Yi, she would die of disgust. Perhaps luck was finally with her, for a student just so happened to be planning on going abroad to study, leaving behind an empty apartment that was pretty close to the school. Shi Sheng rented it without hesitation. However, it needed to be renovated, so she was stuck in school for the meantime. Once Shi Sheng had paid up, she went downstairs and saw the two people she definitely didn't want to meet, Nangong Jing and Su Yi. Nangong Jing was hugging Su Yi. Shi Sheng was scratching at a wall inwardly. What is this ridiculous probability that I meet them here of all places? Damned plot, you won't rest easy till you make the antagonist court death. Su Qingyue, don't you find being a lingering spirit one tiring? Nangong Jing coldly gazed at the woman blocking the road. His chin was raised high as if he was a monarch overlooking his territory. Lingering spirit, your ass. You think I want to meet you? Shi Sheng swept a gaze at Su Yi, who was currently acting like a small bird leaning against a person too, though her eyes held triumph. However, when she spoke it was always very softly and gently, as if she was being aggrieved all the time. Miss Su, I'm sorry about last time. I didn't do it on purpose. My head was a bit dizzy from the bump, so I didn't know that they were saying such things about you. I already apologized in front of the whole school, so I hope you can forgive me. Look at how sophisticated your wording is. You managed to completely shift the blame away from you. Here's one like from me, BBB. Hearing Su Yi mentioning this matter, Nangong Jing's face got even colder before speaking in a very impatient tone. Su Changyue, move out from the dormitory. Nangong Jing, have you watched too many brain-dead dramas? Your mom. What? Was the school opened by you that I have to move just because you said so? Nangong Jing's forehead throbbed. Don't try my patience. I'm not going to try your patience, but fellow student Su Yi over here is definitely going to try out your stamina. Shi Sheng smiled wickedly. At first Su Yi didn't understand, but once she got it her face turned bright red, whether from shame or anger, we do not know. Su Qingyue, how can you be so shameless? Is this how Uncle Su taught you all these years? Nangong Jing got angry. He never knew this girl who had been courting him for so long was capable of saying such words. I feel like I'm much better than you. Shi Sheng looked innocently. Look, I wasn't the one who got caught in bed with someone else in front of my fiancé, was I? Should have called more people over. Nangong Jing was rendered speechless. Miss Su, you're going overboard. Su Yi raised her head. revealing her tear-filled eyes. I know me being together with Jing makes you very uncomfortable, but matters of the heart can't be forced. Just what will it take for you to let me off? Overboard? If you hadn't done that, how could I have been overboard enough to say it out? Your mom. It's clearly you guys who aren't letting me off. Okay. Sui was stuck for words. Her misty eyes gazed pitifully at Nangong Jing, causing his protective urge to rise up. Enough. Nangong Jing reprimanded Shi Sheng in a heavy voice. Su Chengyue, this is my last warning. I will never like you, so just give up on finding trouble for me, else I won't let you off. Shi Sheng gave a short derisive laugh. I prefer dealing with Chu Tang, that pervert, over Nangong Jing. Even pervert Chu is better than a narcissistic Nangong Jing. Stop imagining you're so great, Nangong Jing. Shi Sheng paused before her scornful gaze landed on Sui. This eyesight of yours really isn't that good. I must have been blind to like you before. Don't worry, I had my eyes fixed, so I definitely won't look at you more than necessary. I'm scared of getting an eye disease. Sui thought hatefully. This woman is indirectly scolding me. However, Nangong Jing's thoughts were still on the phrase, stop imagining you're so great. He had never thought this phrase would be used to describe him, especially not by someone who used to like him. Shi Sheng walked past the two while waving her hand. Be careful of your white flower. 3. Climbing over the wall. 4. Knowing that Nangong Jing and Sui might have a place to stay near that apartment, Shi Sheng gave up on moving there. Didn't Nangong Jing want me to move out of the dormitory? Humph, why should I listen to him? Hence, Shi Sheng stayed in the dormitory. Seeing those three hate her so much their teeth itched, yet were unable to do anything to her, made her feel much better. Sui didn't return that night. The next morning her face was radiant when she returned. When asked by Enin and Xiaoning, Sui replied that a relative of hers had arrived, so she stayed the night at a hotel. Shi Sheng very unobligingly gave a stifled laugh. Sui immediately shut up. That night was the night of the ball. The three others in the dormitory had started dressing up since late afternoon. Sui wasn't wearing the dress similar to the one Xiaowei sent, but another one. It was white too, but the skirt was longer, making her look more fairy-like. He looks really good. Ah, a pity I can't go with you. Enin's face was filled with disappointment. Sorry, Enin. Although Sui's face appeared apologetic, if one looked closer, they would find that her eyes were filled with triumphant pride. Enin smiled as she shook her head. It's nothing at all. You and Senior Ling go have fun. However, in her heart, she was really jealous to death. If she was able to attend the ball in the West Auditorium, maybe she could meet an ideal man. 5. Xiaoning had also changed into her outfit. After the three finished exchanging empty pleasantries, Xiaoning's gaze landed on Shi Sheng, who showed no signs of getting up. Su Chengyue, aren't you going to the ball? Didn't you notice she didn't receive any invitation? There's no one who'll bring her, so where will she go? Enin scoffed. She can go with us to the South Auditorium. Stop joking. With her status, how can she go with us to the South Auditorium? Su Chengyue, why don't you go seduce one now? Maybe you'll be in time to attend the ball at the West Auditorium. This should be easy peasy to you. Xiaoning and Enin spoke and turned to deride Shi Sheng. Shi Sheng shut her notebook before shooting them a smile filled with ill intent. Oh, that's right. Going to the West Auditorium isn't hard for me, but for you guys. I'm afraid you won't be able to go there even when you graduate. Enin and Xiaoning's expressions changed. In the end, Enin couldn't help but retort. You're just relying on men. What's to be so proud of? You really think you're such a hotshot. You don't want face 6. If I don't want my face, how do I rely on men? Enin. In the end, Enin lost. Once someone decided to be shameless, if you couldn't be more shameless, then you could only bear with it. One metaphor for how the person referred to is often lingering in the vicinity. 2. Act of reliance. 3. Woman who looks pure and innocent. The truth? Who knows? 4. Phrase to describe women cheating on men and having an affair with someone else. Probably because in ancient China, women often stayed at home, so to cheat they'd have to climb over a wall. 5. It says, Gal Fu Side, which means tall, rich, and handsome. Basically the ideal partner for most women. 6. Basically, she's being shameless. I would say that, but this phrasing is necessary for the next line to make sense. Translator's Corner. I love shameless Shi Sheng. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Rich Family's Young Miss. 13. The West Auditorium was decorated in a European style. Though the area wasn't very big, those who could receive the invitation belonged to families ranking in the top 500 nationwide. And not all were studying in this university, many had gone abroad. So those that came actually weren't too many. Adding on the companions they brought, the head count didn't even reach 100. Sheng hadn't brought a companion, so she just stood alone in a corner as she watched the many faces of the crowd. These people wore a mask on their faces, not literally. Who knew what the true emotions under them might be? However, as an observer, she could easily catch the disgust, disdain, jealousy, envy, and the like that they revealed when the other party wasn't paying attention. "What are you looking at so enthusiastically?" An elegant female voice sounded beside Sheng's ear. Xiao Wei was wearing a close-fitting evening gown, emphasizing her prominent figure. She wore exquisite makeup. She had a head full of wavy hair. Her every action was filled with tempting seductiveness, making her seem like a strong, confident woman. Sheng looked at her. Feeling rather bored, she started chatting with Xiao Wei. "Don't you find them fun?" "How so? Wearing a mask all day, do you think they get tired?" Xiao Wei blanked out for a moment before her gaze when she looked at Sheng was like looking at a freak. Seeing her still watching so enthusiastically, Xiao Wei discovered she suddenly couldn't understand this girl in front of her. Although she hadn't been too acquainted with Su Chengyue, as she had been Nangong Jing's fiancée, she had gathered a lot of information on her. However, the Su Chengyue on the reports was clearly different from the one in front of her. Su Chengyue was proud. She had been pampered into a princess by her family, which was pretty much the same as the rest of age group in their circle. But the girl in front of her gave her an unspeakable feeling. If you really wanted her to describe it, she would probably say it was ill intent, one that was directed at everyone. Why does it feel like she's prepared to take revenge on society? Xiao Wei was scared by this idea of hers. Looking at the girl beside her who was still all smiles, it was like a cat looking at an interesting toy. How is that dangerous? Xiao Wei simply waved it off as her thinking too much. "There's going to be a good show later. Want to come and watch?" Sheng suddenly extended an invitation to Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei forced herself to ignore the feeling that something was strange as she regained her previous aura. Her gaze containing disdain, she asked, "What show? What's she up to? I promise you won't be disappointed." The only reason Sheng invited her was because she was a miserable antagonist who ended up terribly. After thinking for a bit, Xiao Wei nodded slightly. She wanted to see what Su Chengyue was up to. Sheng had already locked on to Su Yi, who was standing together with Ling Hao. He was currently saying something to her, which caused her to laugh frequently, causing the girl who was standing next to her to hate her so much her teeth itched. Her gaze seemed like it wished it could kill her with stares alone. Once Su Yi and Ling Hao had split up, Sheng brought Xiao Wei into the crowd. She didn't do anything. She was simply walking aimlessly in the crowd. If she recognized someone, she'd nod politely, though. This made Xiao Wei uncertain what she was up to. "Su Yi, you did it on purpose." "I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to turn around so suddenly." Su Yi hurriedly apologized. "Forget it, help me pick it up." The girl pointed at the handbag on the ground, while making an "I can't be bothered with you" expression. Su Yi placed her drink on the buffet table nearby, before bending over to pick up the handbag. Just as she was bending over, that girl shot a look at a person next to her. That person reached out to change Su Yi's drink. However, she didn't expect Su Yi to suddenly look up. The girl was startled, but saw someone stand in front of her, who just so happened to distract Su Yi. "Ms. Su." At the same time as she made a sigh of relief, she got a bit nervous. She probably saw everything from where she came from just now, right? Sheng gave a slight nod before speaking with a smile. "Can you please pass me a cup of fruit juice?" The girl hurriedly passed a cup of fruit juice over to Sheng, who didn't even spare a glance at Su Yi before walking back into the crowd. Once she had confirmed the drinks had been switched, she bent over to pick up her handbag before walking off. As Xiao Wei hadn't seen Su Yi's drink being switched, she didn't understand why Sheng went over to get fruit juice. This event had played out in the original storyline too. Someone who was jealous of how close Su Yi was to Ling Hao swapped her drink, planning on teaching her a lesson. Su Yi had discovered the plan, but she hadn't revealed anything, instead giving the swapped drink to Su Chengyue. Su Chengyue drank the spiked drink, causing her to feel dizzy. Su Yi brought Su Chengyue to one of the resting rooms in the back of the auditorium. She then distracted the person who had spiked the drink, so no one noticed that Su Chengyue went in there. After that, she pretended to feel unwell and headed to the resting room, deliberately allowing that person to see her go in. After she entered, she stripped off Su Chengyue's clothes and swapped it with hers. This caused the one who spiked the drink to think that the person inside was Sui. When a drunk person was brought into the room, the result was Su Chongyue being raped. Even worse was that Sui had called Nangong Jing over and let him witness it personally. With this incident, Nangong Jing had a proper reason to break the engagement with Su Chongyue, while Sui ended up being the biggest beneficiary. All Shisheng was doing was to distract Sui so that she wouldn't discover her drink had been swapped out with a spiked one. Now, Xiao Wei, who was standing beside Shisheng, felt that the way she was smiling was slightly terrifying, and so put a bit of distance between them. Shisheng waited for a while until she saw Sui being taken away while Ling Hao was being tied down, so he didn't notice her being taken away by someone. Do you have Nangong Jing's number? Shisheng turned to look at Xiao Wei, who nodded. Call him and tell him Sui's drunk. Tell him to take her away. Why don't you call? Xiao Wei had naturally seen Sui been taken away, and she felt it to be suspicious. Shisheng smilingly looked at her. Whether you call or not doesn't really matter, since either way I'm not at a disadvantage. Xiao Wei wrinkled her brows. She left for a while, and when she returned, her gaze turned strange. She drew closer to Shisheng and asked, You did this? Miss Xiao, you can eat anything you want, but you can't say anything you want. You were with me this whole time, which I saw me do it. Xiao Wei thought back. That really was the case. The whole night I've had my eye on her. Just now when she went over to Sui, she didn't stay for long, so there's no way she could have spiked her drink in that amount of time. But she was clearly aware of what was going on. Could it be that she's the mastermind behind this? Xiao Wei felt that this possibility was very likely. However, upon seeing Shisheng's cutely smiling appearance, she didn't know why, but she didn't believe it to be the case. I got someone to use Sui's phone to text young Master Jing. Xiao Wei spoke in a low voice. Your IQ is not low. So why were you so dumb in the original storyline and ended up really miserably? The biological mother type authors really are biased. Xiao Wei glared at Shisheng. What does she mean with that regretful tone when she says that? 1. Here it says, Yidet. Yujia, which means royal elder sister. It's used to describe women who take charge and don't need a man to make decisions. Translator's Corner. I don't know Xiao Wei. I think the Cheshire Cat looks very threatening when it smiles with interest. Chapter 14. Nangong Jing arrived quickly. Ling Hao had also escaped those who were keeping him occupied and was now busy searching the whole venue for Sui. A waiter told Ling Hao and Nangong Jing he saw Sui head towards the resting rooms. The two sprinted for the resting rooms, followed by Shisheng. Xiao Wei hesitated for a bit before thinking that she could just say she was worried about Sui and went looking for her. She wouldn't be involved at all since she had gotten someone else to send the text. After Shisheng and Xiao Wei got up to follow, the girl who had ordered the drink spiked also pretended to be drunk and got people to help her to the resting rooms, bringing a crowd of people to watch the upcoming show. There wasn't just one resting room here. When people were tired, they could just go to any one of these to play around. Nangong Jing had only received a text saying that Sui was in one of the resting rooms, but didn't specify which, so he could only go through each resting room to check. Nangong Jing and Ling Hao's looks immediately attracted the attention of those in the resting rooms. Perhaps it was on purpose that Sui had been taken to the last resting room, as by now, the people in the other resting rooms had come out to have a look. When the final resting room's door was opened, embarrassing sounds leaked out from inside. Nangong Jing froze at the doorway and stared in shock at the scene inside. Sui was underneath a man's body, her face pinkish red and her gaze without any focus. She was currently holding onto his biceps as she let out embarrassing cries. Even when the resting room door was opened, they didn't notice and continued. Ling Hao, hearing the sounds, ran out from another resting room. Seeing this, he immediately flew into a rage as he pushed Nangong Jing aside to toss that man aside. Ling Hao panicked as he hugged Sui and used some of the scattered clothes on the ground to help her cover up a bit. The efficacy of the drug was a bit high. Having been interrupted, Sui twisted her body uncomfortably and she seemed to recognize the person in front of her. Senior, I'm uncomfortable. Please, Senior, give me. I want it. He wants it. Nangong Jing seemed to have been startled awake by her mutterings as he charged into the room and slammed the door shut. The sounds of crashing came out of the room. The soundproofing here could be considered quite good, so for the sounds to be able to escape proved how much strength was being used. Shisheng leaned against the wall as she pondered. Those two aren't planning on having a threesome with Sui, right? For some reason, When Xiao Wei saw Nangong Jing charge into the room and slam the door shut, disappointment suddenly rose in her heart. Sometimes liking someone takes only a moment, while growing disappointed in them could also take just a moment. She turned back to look at Shisheng and saw her eyes sparkling as she stared at the room door, as if she could see past the door and into the room. Who was inside? Dunno, but that guy looked like young Master Jing. What do you mean like? It was young Master Jing. Senior Ling also went in. Who was that girl inside? The young miss of the Su family is also here and standing together with Goddess Xiao. Heavens, what's happening today? The more I ponder on the possibilities, the more terrified I get. These students were curious as to who that girl was, so naturally they weren't willing to leave and all waited outside. A few people, having caught wind of this, also gathered here. Luckily for them, the door opened after a while, and Nangong Jing came out carrying Su Yi, who had been dressed properly. Her face was covered, so those who didn't know Su Yi didn't know who this person was. Ling Hao followed behind, while dragging that man who had already fainted. He was only wearing boxers while his face was covered in blood, making for an absolutely tragic picture. Nangong Jing's gaze swept Shisheng. Lines of blood appeared in his eyes, and his handsome face was filled with coldness. Su Chengyue, I won't forgive you for this. Ling Hao also looked over, and the coldness in his eyes could cause one to tremble in fear. The surrounding crowd retreated with one thought: these two are too scary. Shisheng and Xiao Wei were completely exposed due to the crowd drawing back. Xiao Wei wanted to retreat, but for some reason, when she saw Nangong Jing, she didn't want to retreat. Shisheng straightened her body and took a few steps toward Nangong Jing. Nangong Jing, you're planning on framing me. For this? Do you dare say you weren't involved? If he hadn't been carrying Yi, he would have been tempted to kill her right now. How could she be so cruel? Why would I destroy my future for a person who means nothing to me? Only you have had any conflict with her. Who aside from you could it be? He had really been too kind to her. He wanted her to suffer a living hell. From young Master Jing's words, the one behind this is young Miss Su. Who's young Master Jing carrying? I can't see. That gown seems to be Su Yi's. Su Yi was wearing that gown. A voice in the crowd spoke, causing countless ripples. Su Yi? It couldn't be. Young Miss Su, young Master Jing, Su Yi, young Master Ling. Just how are they related? It's such a mess. Goddess Xiao is standing next to young Miss Su. It was not a secret that Xiao Wei liked young Master Jing. But now she was standing next to young Master Jing's ex-fiancée. Just what did these two conspire to do? Nangong Jing's sharp gaze swept the surroundings. Whoever dares to leak what happened today, don't blame me for not being merciful. The surrounding people shut up. To be able to rival the Nangong family, of those present it seemed to only be the Xiao family and the Ling family. Su Chengyue were not finished. As Nangong Jing was worried about Su Yi's body, he didn't dare dally any longer. If he wanted to take revenge, he could do so any time. Ling Hao gave Shisheng a warning glare before dragging that man and following Nangong Jing. Shisheng silently shot them her middle finger. Idiots. Xiao Wei sweated. There seems to be something wrong with this ex-love rival. Her thoughts were shared by the rest of the crowd. Shisheng split up from Xiao Wei and went back to the dorms alone. Xia Ning and Unin hadn't returned yet. Shisheng washed up before going to bed. Some people aren't going to be able to sleep properly tonight. Thinking that, she went to bed particularly happy. Ling Hao's private villa. The sounds of water flowing in the bathroom mixed in with choked sobs could be heard. Nangong Jing and Ling Hao stood outside the bathroom on either side. Their expressions weren't too good, but both of them were anxiously staring at the translucent door. You've already been inside for an hour. Why don't you come out first? Ling Hao couldn't help but rap his knuckles on the door. But no matter how much he knocked, Su Yi refused to open the door. Ling Hao looked at Nangong Jing. The two of them had reddened eyes. Rage that had nowhere to vent was being trapped in their hearts, causing their expressions to twist. Su Chengyue. Nangong Jing forced those words through clenched teeth as a fist smashed onto a wall. Fresh blood immediately stained the snow-white wallpaper red. Ling Hao left to go beat up that man a few more times to vent his fury before returning to cajole Su Yi. After much effort, he finally managed to convince her to come out. Su Yi stood at the bathroom doorway, exposing the unnatural redness of her bare skin, resulting from too much friction. Her wet hair stuck to her face. Together with her eyes which were reddened from crying, she made for a pitiful picture. Nangong Jing reached out to hug Su Yi, but he hesitated. The sounds of ecstasy Su Yi was making in the resting room reverberated in his ears, but the one who was with her, in his mind, became Ling Hao. For some reason, he thought of those words Shi Sheng had given him. Be careful of your white flower climbing over the wall. They repeated over and over again. The tiny details he didn't usually take note of now floated to the surface endlessly. All of them caused Su Yi and Ling Hao's relationship to appear ambiguous. Having noticed Nangong Jing's hesitation, Su Yi's tears began to fall, her heart spasming with pain, hate, and frustration. Ling Hao coldly glared at him before carrying Su Yi to bed. Chapter 15. Although Nangong Jing had already warned those people, word still managed to get out. There had been many people present, including waiters that had been hired especially for the event. How would he be able to find out who had leaked the news? Su Yi's reputation had already been somewhat bad, but now with this matter, it was completely ruined. Shi Sheng had expected Nangong Jing to look for her. What she didn't expect was for him to kidnap her. Nangong Jing, I think you've really gone mad now. Shi Sheng quietly sat between two burly men, her expression calm. The corner of her mouth was slightly raised as if mocking him. Nangong Jing sat across from her, his expression weathered as if he had aged quite a few years. He didn't feel any fear, panic, dread, or even love from the woman across from him. There was only calmness. Nangong Jing's heart was filled with violent emotions as he thought, Su Changyue shouldn't be like this. I want you to suffer what Yi suffered 100, no 1,000-fold. Nangong Jing then shifted his gaze away from her. He hated her calm face and how she didn't put him in her eyes. He wanted her to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy while apologizing to Yi. What's it got to do with me? You motherfucking idiot. Do you dare to claim you weren't the one behind this? He had already found out who was the one that spiked the drink, but he simply refused to believe this matter was completely unrelated to Su Changyue. It must have been her who had ordered this. Only she hates Yi enough to completely ruin her. Shi Sheng pushed the burly man to her side to make space for herself. Shifting to a more comfortable posture, she spoke. If I was the one behind this, I wouldn't have stopped there. After all, what wrong did Su Changyue commit? Su Yi clearly knew that drink was drugged, yet she had still given it to Su Changyue. In the end, she had even called Nangong Jing over. All I did was to return what she did to Su Changyue. I haven't even started. How can you be so cruel? Nangong Jing suddenly turned back to face her as a vicious aura surrounded him. Thank you for the praise. You're not the first to say this to me. Simply unreasonable. Hey, who's the one being unreasonable here? Male lead Sama, your thoughts are certainly refreshing. I'm not going to speak to you anymore. There'll be a time when you cry. Perhaps it was because he thought her to be harmless for Nangong Jing didn't tie her up. After a long while in the car, it got bumpier and bumpier until they started going uphill. The car stopped at a villa in the mountains. Shi Sheng was manhandled off the car. Nangong Jing had them lock her up in a room on the second floor. This time she was tied up. Host, why did you keep provoking Nangong Jing? I don't remember giving her any abilities like this. Because then I have a good reason to torture him to death. Shi Sheng tossed the rope onto the floor as she rubbed her chafed arms. Your task is not to counterattack the real male and female leads. Because it was the first world, it had chosen a simple one on purpose to let the host get used to this job. I just didn't like the look of them. Shi Sheng took out a handphone from who knows where. Her fingers swiped on the screen for a bit before suavely shoving it back in her pocket. To Shi Sheng, these people were all just AI NPCs while she was the player, so her happiness mattered most. By the time system had noticed this problem, it was too late. Of course, this is a discussion for later. There was a window in the room. Shi Sheng looked out and saw two people guarding the courtyard below. Shi Sheng pondered for a bit how to make herself look more suave while running. Just as she was pondering, she saw a familiar car appear outside the villa. Holy fuck, why is pervert Chu here? Chu Tang sat in the car. His gaze went through the car window and looked towards the second-story window. Shi Sheng was startled. Even though the windows were blacked out, she felt Chu Tang's gaze on her. The car didn't linger, instead continuing on. From where Shi Sheng was standing, she could see other villas in the distance. This place should be a vacation villa area. This place was sometimes used as a venue for negotiations, so it wasn't that surprising that Chu Tang turned up here. At this, Shi Sheng let out a sigh of relief and consoled herself by repeating that it was just a coincidence. Chu Tang's car drove into a nearby white villa. When his car entered, several bodyguards emerged from the villa and respectfully stood at the two sides of the car. Chu Tang's assistant got out of the car first to open the door for Chu Tang. Chu Tang got off from the car, still appearing like a rich young master. His hand was stuck in his pocket. It wasn't a very elegant gesture, but he managed to make it look elegant. Young Master Chu, Miss Su's position has been confirmed. The assistant took a tablet from a bodyguard. On it was a 3D model of Nangong Jing's villa, and on the second floor was a red. Chu Tang simply cast a glance before smiling. Don't alarm them. Wait outside to ensure her safety. His assistant was full of doubts. Aren't we supposed to charge in to rescue her? And then Miss Su would repay with her body out of gratitude. Young Master Chu's train of thought is getting harder to predict recently. Under the situation where he couldn't predict what Chu Tang was thinking, the assistant could only strictly follow orders to the letter and arrange people outside to ensure Miss Su's safety. It wasn't easy for young Master Chu to take interest in a female. She can't just die. Afraid of anything happening which would upset their plans, the assistant went to supervise the villa in person. At around dusk, he saw a car enter the villa. A man and a woman got off the car. He had an impression of the man. It was the Ling family's youngest young master. A real pity. Touching young Master Chu's person. This Ling family's young master is probably not going to live. Go investigate that woman. The assistant ordered the bodyguard beside him. He then tapped on the tablet. Immediately, a clear image of the room Shi Sheng was in appeared. She seemed to have sensed something as she stared directly at him, well through the monitor. Shi Sheng looked towards the side of the window for a while before moving her gaze. At this moment, the room door was opened. Seeing Shi Sheng standing in the room with her arms folded, Nangong Jing kicked the burly man next to him. I told you to tie her up, and this is what happens. The man was puzzled, and at the same time feeling wrong since he did tie her up. Su Yi walked out from behind Nangong Jing, glaring at Shi Sheng with a darkened face. It was this woman who ruined me. I want her to go through hell. Perhaps it was because she was afraid of letting Nangong Jing and Ling Hao see the viciousness on her face. She forced herself to suppress that hatred. Tie her up. Nangong Jing sent another kick flying. The man immediately headed towards Shi Sheng while muttering in his head, I really tied her up just now. Shi Sheng's expression remained the same as she stood there. The hand that had been in the pocket all this time was taken out. Seeing the object in Shi Sheng's hand, the man froze on the spot. The man's body was blocking the line of sight of the people behind, so they weren't sure why he stopped. Nangong Jing impatiently urged him, but the man didn't move. Had they been able to see the man's face, they would have discovered his forehead to be covered in cold sweat while his eyes were filled with fear. Chapter 16. The big man blocked the line of sight of the others behind him, so they couldn't see what she was holding. The assistant who was viewing the room through the lens of the surveillance camera, however, could see perfectly clearly that she was holding a grenade in her hand, the type that the army used, but had some distinct differences. The big man's inner monologue was going, holy fuck, where did this girl get this? What are you still standing there for? Go and tie her up. Nangong Jing was getting irritated. The man sweated coldly before moving to the side, so those behind could see what Shi Sheng was holding. It's a freaking grenade. Do you think I'd dare to go and tie her up? Nangong Jing hadn't recognized it immediately, but Ling Hao had. His expression changed as he pulled Su Yi and retreated out the doorway. Su Chengyue, are you crazy? Shi Sheng played with the item in her hand, contempt written all over her face. Look at you. Just this got you so scared. It's only a toy. I found it in the room just now. Ling Hao stared at the grenade in her hand for a moment, yet still couldn't tell if it was fake or not. Upon thinking closer, though, he realized that she was only a daughter of a fairly rich family. How would she have been able to get a grenade? Furthermore, she had been searched when she had been brought here, so she couldn't have hidden it on her person. This villa belonged to his mother's older brother, who had children of his own. Perhaps they had left a toy behind from their last holiday? It's possible. Su Chengyue, even when you're about to die, you're still thinking of scaring me. Tie her up. I'm going to teach her a lesson. Ling Hao ordered with a gloomy face. He then turned to Su Yi, his expression having turned gentle. Yi, you go out first. The following scene would be too bloody. He didn't want Yi to see it. Su Yi bit her lip as she pulled on Nangong Jing's sleeve, looking pitifully at him. Nangong's brutal gaze swept over Shi Sheng before he brought Su Yi out. Before leaving, Su Yi secretly shot a mocking and triumphant gaze at Shi Sheng. So what if I was tainted? These two men still view me as a treasure. The big man walked over to Shi Sheng and took away the grenade in her hand. The weight and feel was very realistic, quite unlike a toy. The big man couldn't help but examine it a bit more. Taking advantage of his distraction, Shisheng swiftly sprinted towards the window. She had already unlocked it just now, so now she simply pushed open the window, and before the man reacted, vaulted over the window sill. What a pity! I had planned to get rid of the three of you together. Shisheng was already falling by the time she said this. Just as Shisheng fell, the grenade in the man's hand beeped before being followed by a fierce explosion. The entire villa was shaking from the explosion. The second-story window had been blown to bits and chunks of cement flew everywhere. Below where Shisheng jumped out was a ledge, so she wasn't in any danger. The explosion wasn't too threatening, for the aftershock didn't manage to reach Shisheng. The bodyguards in the courtyard who heard the explosion lifted their heads and saw Shisheng, who was on the ledge. They charged over, planning to catch her. Shisheng swiftly jumped into the courtyard as she tossed another grenade out, once again causing an explosion. The bodyguards having been prevented from advancing, Shisheng took the opportunity to circle around them and run out of the villa. Seeing that Shisheng had left the villa, the assistant immediately ordered the driver to go over to fetch her. Seeing the familiar car stop in front of her, Shisheng hesitated for a moment as her gaze changed a few times before pulling the door open and boarding. Only the driver and assistant were in the car. As Shisheng had seen them before, she could recognize them. Ms. Su. The assistant's face was very colorful. There was shock, surprise, doubt, and basically a palette of those emotions. Ms. Su actually carries grenades with her. This is too scary. Young Master Chu, I'll never call you scary again. Shisheng patted the dust on her body off as she calmly looked at him. You saw everything? The assistant stiffly nodded. Then should I silence you? The assistant gulped. Why do I feel like Ms. Su right now is like young Master Chu when he is about to deal with the people who offend him? I didn't see anything. The assistant immediately changed his testimony. The assistant escorted Shisheng to that well-colored villa before using the fastest speed in his life to run out of her sight. After all, he still valued his life. Shisheng opened the door to see Chu Tang reclined on the sofa, his legs propped up on the coffee table. He appeared extremely languid. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he turned slightly and a hint of a wicked smile floated on his seductive face. Ms. Su has really surprised me. After all, she carried grenades around with her. How would he not be surprised? Shisheng walked over to face Chu Tang. To be able to surprise Mr. Chu is my honor. Chu Tang stared at Shisheng with interest for a few seconds before leaning forward and turning the notebook in front of him to face Shisheng. On the notebook was footage from the villa after it had exploded. Ling Hao seemed to have been knocked unconscious from the explosion and was currently being taken away for treatment. Nangong Jing and Su Yi were standing to the side. Su Yi's eyes were thoroughly reddened, while Nangong Jing patiently consoled her. Shisheng only cast a glance before losing her interest and shutting the notebook. Chu Tang's gaze darkened a bit. His voice was clear yet brought a few traces of almost undetectable danger. You're just going to let them off? Would you let off those who wanted to kill you? Shisheng answered him with a question. As if he had gotten the answer he had wanted, the danger in Chu Tang's eyes faded to be replaced by smiles. Shisheng muttered inwardly. This pervert wanted to kill me just now? Don't say I'm paranoid. My intuition can't be wrong. Why are you here? Shisheng pulled herself back to the present. She had thought that he had only come here by coincidence, but when his assistant had gone to fetch him as well as the camera footage, she didn't think that way any longer. Why doesn't Ms. Su make a guess? Guess your head. Did Mr. Chu fall for me, and seeing me leave with Nangong Jing was jealous, so you followed? Since you made me guess, I will disgust you to death. As expected, Chu Tang's smile disappeared a bit. Ms. Su, have you ever heard of an idiom? What idiom? Shisheng got on guard. Disasters originate from the mouth. One. Chu Tang's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as a smile climbed onto his face. However, that smile was filled with danger as an oppressive aura emanated from his body, pressuring people to the point of being unable to breathe. Shisheng retreated as her eyes shifted. Her expression immediately went into flattering bootlicker mode as she spoke. Did Mr. Chu hear something just now? I forgot to eat my medicine just now, so please don't find any fault with this mental patient. What illness have you contracted? Shisheng spoke in a bashful voice. I've contracted an illness called in love with Mr. Chu syndrome. Mr. Chu is my medicine. Chu Tang. If it wasn't for Chu Tang's gaze not being quite right, Shisheng would have succeeded in her attempt at flirting. And the assistant and bodyguards hiding behind the corner were all startled. Miss Su actually dares to take verbal liberties, too, with young Master Chu. Miss Su, we are joining up to give you a praise. No. 365 praises 3. 1. Basically, it's when a disagreement with severe consequences arises as a result of someone's words. You don't spew disasters, unfortunately. 2. The original phrase was Tao Sheet, or Tiao 211-4, which is usually used when a guy sexually harasses a woman with words. 3. I think this is a reference to slang in China which I am not aware of. Just take it that they are really in admiration of her. Chapter 17. Asterisk. A warning before you read this chapter. Some content may be disturbing. Expect a mature scene. Asterisk. Ling Hao had gotten a mild concussion while his leg had been injured in the explosion. The first thing on his mind when he woke was to take revenge on the Su family. However, he hadn't even started moving when the Ling family's companies were suddenly reported for illegal money laundering and smuggling with plenty of evidence to back up both claims. This happened too quickly for them to react, and by the time they had, their companies were already closed down by order of the court. The companies who had dealings with the Ling family's companies suddenly cut off all ties with them. The other upper-class families who were usually quite close with them now avoided them like the plague. Creditors swarmed to their doorstep to claim their amounts owing. The Ling family was in dire straits and had no help coming. It's not that I won't help you. It's that if I tried, we'd both go down together. The Ling family had heard plenty of the above. The ones who were closest to the Ling family told them that someone was threatening them with some sensitive information and that the information would be revealed to the public should they dare help out the Ling family, who didn't have a bit of dirt on them in this world. Destroying a business was a bit difficult, but ruining a person's reputation wasn't. And the Nangong family wasn't doing much better. Nangong Zheng suddenly brought home an illegitimate child of his. This illegitimate child turned out to be merely a year younger than Nangong Jing. The marriage between Nangong Zheng and Mrs. Nangong had been a marriage of convenience, while his true love was the mother of that illegitimate child. He had arranged for the bastard to work in one of the branch companies much earlier, but this time, he brought him back to the main company. Although his position wasn't as good as Nangong Jing's, it was still an important one nevertheless. Nangong Jing's relationship with Nangong Zheng dropped to rock bottom. However, Nangong Jing didn't have complete control in the company. A few people who had long since been dissatisfied with him sided with the illegitimate child, and the two got into a struggle for decision-making power in the company. Nangong Jing had lived without worries for more than 20 years and had never before met a setback this big. That bastard roped in quite a few people in the company. He's only entered the main company for a short while, but he's already roped in my opposition with sweet words. Big brother, thanks for giving me this opportunity to be the supervisor for this project, really. Rest assured, I'll definitely do it well and won't disappoint you. The youth had a slight smile on his face and his tone was warm and gentle, as if they were truly siblings. Nangong Jing's hands clenched into fists and green veins could be seen popping up from the backs of his hands. His expression was dark and cold. He had pretty much done almost all the work for the project, but because of a single error of judgment on his part, this bastard got to reap the benefits. Don't call me big brother, it disgusts me. Nangong Jing forced himself to calm down. He couldn't reveal any weaknesses in front of this bastard. The youth gave a slight smile. Big brother, we are related by blood. You can't deny this fact. His words caused Nangong Jing to think of his mother, who had collapsed upon hearing about the bastard, causing rage to bubble up in his heart. Nangong Jing charged over to the youth and started beating him up. Who the hell is related to you by blood? You're just a fucking bastard and you dare to be so arrogant. News of the two fighting quickly circulated through the company. Because the youth had not retaliated throughout and was on the receiving end of the beating, the public opinion in the company supported him. And the previously unclear matter of the dissolved engagement was dug up by someone. Nangong Jing had slept with another woman, and when he got caught by his then-fiancée, the young miss of the Su family, she couldn't take it and broke the engagement with him. Had the matter with the bastard not occurred, this matter would not have been blown as out of proportion as it was. However, now with plenty of people with the motive to fan the flames, this matter escalated a few levels. Nangong Jing's little lover was also dug up. News about how she had only met Nangong Jing because of Su Changyue and how her relationship with the youngest young master of the Ling family was ambiguous, as well as how she was slept by someone during the ball naturally circulated as well. Now when people looked at Nangong Jing, Those gazes were as if they were looking at an idiot. He actually treasured so dearly a woman who had been slept by another man. Nangong Jing had gone through a stressful day at work. When he returned to the apartment and saw Su Yi's bashful appearance, he couldn't help but recall the scene of her moaning under someone else's body, stimulating his rage. He strode over to Su Yi and pressed her on the table, causing the dining implements on it to fall off. Jing, that hurt. Su Yi hadn't discovered that Nangong Jing wasn't quite right as she chided coquettishly. As if the beast inside him had been awoken, Nangong Jing's eyes reddened as he roughly tore off Su Yi's clothes. He entered her body without giving her any time to get accustomed to him. Su Yi sucked in a cold breath in pain. She had finally discovered there was something wrong with Nangong Jing and had started to struggle. Jing, what's wrong with you? Stop for a bit, huh? Jing, let go of me, let go. Su Yi's hands were trapped in Nangong Jing's grip while her entire body lay on the table, unable to move. This time was different the times before. There was only pain and violence where before there was pleasure and gentleness. She had never been treated by Nangong Jing this way before, so she was terrified. But no matter how much she begged, Nangong Jing didn't reply to her, only getting rougher in his treatment of her. By the time he finished, Su Yi's body was filled with bruises while a tearing pain tore through her from her private area. She hugged herself and retreated to a corner of the sofa. Her tear-filled face was full of fear. Nangong Jing kept apologizing while he told her his current situation at the company and that it had made him lose his mind. He begged Su Yi to forgive him. "Yi, I promise I won't treat you like that anymore. I was wrong, please forgive me." Nangong Jing lowered his standing as he apologized. Although Su Yi was still afraid, upon thinking of Nangong Jing's current situation, her heart ached for him. She choked, "You really scared me. I won't anymore." Nangong Jing hugged Su Yi tightly while repeating this. The two embraced for a while before rolling in the sheets again. This time, Nangong Jing was much gentler, setting Su Yi's mind completely at ease. Jinman Building was the building where the most money was spent in this city. People usually came here to have fun and relax. However, inside a luxurious private booth with the lights turned to their dimmest setting, a man sat there, appearing very nervous. He would scan the surroundings from time to time, as if afraid of being monitored. Just as his nerves had reached their tensest, the door to the room opened. The lighting was too dim, so he could only vaguely see that it was a woman standing in the doorway. She was tall and wore a dress tailored to fit which hugged her delicate curves and accentuated her figure. The switch was turned on, immediately lighting up the room. The woman at the doorway shut the door and walked with small steps towards the man. Her features were exquisite, and there seemed to be a hint of a smile on her face. She was a very young woman. Her every move exuded elegance and nobility. Her eyes were extremely calm. Even if that face was all smiles, not a single ripple was raised in those eyes. This person was Shisheng. "You've respectful version come." The man stood up, clearly on tenterhooks. It was quite clear he was afraid of Shisheng. "It's done." Shisheng indicated for the man to sit, which he did, cautiously. His face was still filled with fear and anxiety. "All has been arranged according to your instructions. The Ling family will face more and more problems in the near future. Had Ling Hao not participated in her kidnapping, she wouldn't have dealt with the Ling family." Shisheng had never been kind to her enemies. Shisheng nodded before taking out a folder from the bag she carried with her. "It's all here. Remember, if I can find your weak spot once, I can find it again. I believe I don't need to explain the consequences of betraying me. 1. Note that the siblings here refers to sharing both parents and not just one. Of course, the reason is because Nangong Jing's the one thinking this. He's got an understandable bias. Author's note. Good morning, little angels. I updated early today. Are you surprised? La la la. Chapter 18. The man hurriedly received the folder and checked it over. Making sure that there weren't any problems, he then spoke to her in a cautious yet fawning tone. "Ms. Su, don't worry. No one else will know about this." Shisheng nodded. "You may leave." The man seemed as if he had received an amnesty, as he seemed to hate that he couldn't leave fast enough. Just as he opened the door, Shisheng's voice rose again. "Don't do stuff that betrays your conscience." His figure froze as cold sweat drenched his back. He turned back to give Shisheng a bow before escaping from the booth. When the man left, Shisheng immediately let go of her image as she lazed like a small cat. There was too much dirt on the Ling family. Although she had done some work in the early stages, She didn't have to do anything later on since there were plenty of people who wanted the Ling family to fall. Host, according to the data from the scan, you did not have any hacking abilities beforehand, and neither did this body. Can you please explain where it came from? All that dirt had been gathered using hacking skills. When System had seen that, it had been thrown off guard. My contribution point store hasn't even opened yet. Where did the host learn hacking from? This host does not quite fit in with common sense. Have you considered that I was just born with it? Then how do you explain the matter of the explosives from before? I refuse to answer your question. Sheng humphed. Don't you know how to mind read? Go ahead, read my mind. The host has been getting more touchy recently. Having succeeded in shutting up System, Sheng straightened out her clothes before exiting from the booth. This place had been chosen by that man. Apparently it provided really good privacy. If you were to look at the corridor from a bird's eye view, it would look like this. The layout was similar to a brothel from ancient times. 1. She could see what was happening downstairs from the corridor upstairs. It wasn't very crowded. People were sitting in small groups on the banquettes. 2. Below as they conversed in low voices. And in the corners where light didn't reach, disgusting scenes played out. Sheng swept a gaze before shifting it. She wasn't interested at all in a live spring palace. 3. Sheng followed the corridor until she got to the stairs that led to the floor below. When she passed by a door, however, it was suddenly opened and a tall, broad figure came hurtling out, reeking of alcohol. Sheng subconsciously dodged to the side. The person crashed into the railing. He made quite a pitiful picture leaning on the railing. Young Master Jing, let me help you. A woman with thick makeup and skimpy clothing emerged from the room. Get lost. Nangong Jing shoved the woman away as he supported himself using the railing, his face a greenish-gray hue. His gaze swept on the woman standing 2 steps from him. A storm of emotion emerged in Nangong Jing's eyes as he squeezed out her name from between his teeth, Su Chengwe. While he was in there forced to accompany people in drinking, he saw her all well dressed up outside. This caused an inexplicable hatred to surge from his heart. Hey, ex-fiancé. Sheng pretended like she had just recognized him. What a coincidence that we meet here as well. Seeing that familiar smiling face, Nangong Jing's heart was overflowing with hatred as he thought, how dare she be this dismissive of me? You still dare to show up in front of me? Nangong Jing ground his teeth. He had actually let her escape last time. Why wouldn't I? I'm not the one who kidnapped someone. I'm already being generous by not reporting you to the police. The one who wouldn't dare to show his face should be you. The reason she hadn't reported him to the police was rather simple. It was that, even if she had, with the influence the Nangong family had back then, they would be able to resolve the matter rather easily. Why would she do something that was clearly a waste of effort? Besides, even if I let him stay out of jail, I can still cause him plenty of misery. Nangong Jing felt that the smile on her face was extremely detestable. Under the numbing influence of the alcohol he had drank, he raised his hand and slapped it towards her face. Sheng instinctively retreated, but she bumped into a warm chest. An arm reached past her head. Fingers as long and elegant as jade bamboo accurately caught onto Nangong Jing's wrist. A snap rang out. Nangong Jing's face paled as his wrist dangled uselessly. The person who had caught his wrist released it in disgust and took a clean handkerchief to wipe his hand clean. Nangong Jing, seeing that you are free enough to bully women, it seems like your family's issues have been settled. Chu Tang's voice wasn't any different from normal, but heard in the ears of Nangong Jing. It caused cold shivers to run up his spine. You. Nangong Jing was still dizzy, but he recognized this man. Chu Tang, a legendary figure in the business world. He and Su Chengyuan know each other. Back then these two were in cahoots. And she even pretended like she had been wronged so badly. This woman really knows how to act. She even managed to fool me. Nangong Jing glared at Sheng before letting the woman beside him help him into the room. If he couldn't afford to provoke them, he could still hide, couldn't he? Sheng was in no mood to care about Nangong Jing. She took a step, putting some distance between her and Chu Tang. Why am I meeting you everywhere? This fellow here is the true lingering spirit for. Didn't you say you wanted to court me? Chu Tang cast a sidelong glance at Sheng. He observed her facial expression, which currently looked like a pet that had been fed something it didn't like. She pretty much had, "I'm not happy to see you" written all over her face. Back at the villa, it was this woman who said she wanted to court me. Oops, forgot about this. Sheng immediately changed her expression as she spoke. Mr. Chu and I are simply destined to be together, Everywhere we go we meet each other. Won't you consider accepting me? Chu Tang found it funny. I would wager all my assets that she definitely doesn't like me. I wonder why she's forcing herself to pretend that she likes me. It really makes one curious. Then shouldn't Ms. Su be a bit more sincere? Chu Tang felt like since there was someone similar in personality to him who wanted to pursue him, he should enjoy the feeling of being courted. Sheng wished she could just slap him to death, but she forced herself to smile. Then what does Mr. Chu feel would express my sincerity? Damn pervert. I'm already offering myself up to you. How is that not sincere? Why don't you just go ascend the heavens while you're at it? I'll give Ms. Su an opportunity. If, in 3 years, you have managed to get your net worth to 1/10 of mine, I'll agree. How about it? That's simple. Chu Tang gave a slight smile and remained silent. The bodyguards at his sides, however, felt like they were going to explode. Do you know what our young Master Chu's net worth is? Do you know what 1/10 of that is? And you want to do it within 3 years? Unless you sell off the entire Su family's assets, how are you going to earn that much? Ms. Su, just where is this confidence to say that's simple coming from? Okay, deal. Sheng searched in her mind quickly for Chu Tang's net worth. There's another condition. What the hell? Sheng was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Do you want to court me or not? Fuck you. Sheng told herself to calm down. Go on. In these 3 years, you must pursue me like a normal person. Why should I? System, are you sure this fellow isn't here to cause me trouble? Hell, I won't be able to court this type of pervert even till the day I die. The two-man bodyguard team were stunned. Right now, they wished to express very vocally that they completely didn't understand rich people's train of thought. 1. It would look something like this, but with more of a nightclub theme going on. 2. I imagine it would look like this. 3. Generally used to refer to scenes of people having sex, which is why the word chun, or spring in Chinese, is associated with sex. 4. Metaphor for how a person is often lingering in the vicinity. Chapter 19. ***** Warning. There may be some disturbing descriptions in the chapter below. *****. 1 year was not a long amount of time, but it wasn't a short one either. Ling Hao's parents were brought in while the company was inherited by Ling Hao's eldest paternal uncle. Ling Hao himself was chased out. Ling Hao's leg had been injured in the explosion, and due to the lack of funds to completely treat it, he had some problems walking. At first, he had looked for Su Yi, but Nangong Jing wouldn't let him see her. Once his funds got lower and lower, he finally realized that he wasn't the rich young master of the past, and he stopped being in the mood to look for Su Yi. In the end, Ling Hao disappeared somewhere, and Nangong Jing's battle with his illegitimate brother had entered its white-hot phase. With him around, Nangong Jing wasn't doing well. In the original storyline, that illegitimate child turned up later than he did. By that time, Nangong Jing already had the company in his hands. The bastard had some ability as he managed to last quite a while before being taken care of by Nangong Jing. However, now that the bastard had shown up earlier when Nangong Jing didn't have as much influence, with Nangong Jing's help, the final victor might not be Nangong Jing this time. Of course, the bastard showing up earlier than he did in the story was due to Sheng. His supporters in the company were also won over by Sheng for him using blackmail. They had been forced to help him. Otherwise, why should they just help this person who just suddenly showed up and who they knew nothing about? As to whether he could control them later on, that was none of Sheng's business anymore. As Nangong Jing got even more stressed by his situation at the company, when he returned to the apartment, Su Yi would have to endure scoldings and beatings. When it got really serious, he would even torture her. At first, Nangong Jing would still apologize afterwards, but when Su Yi tried to leave him, he was enraged and locked her up in the villa. Su Yi had never expected herself to be treated as a sex slave. She only had one room to move around in all day. Nangong Jing had specially constructed this room for this, and had placed many implements inside. Where she used to long for him to come home, now she was terrified whenever he did. Every time she heard the sound of the door opening, she wished she could just hide somewhere he couldn't find her. With a click, the specially crafted door which would only open upon Nangong Jing's fingerprints opened. Light poured into the room, chasing away the darkness. Su Yi curled up in a corner and stared in fear at that demonic man who was pressing in on her. There was a familiar smile on that face, but it only caused her fear to deepen. We're going to play something fun today. Nangong Jing looked down on Su Yi from above. Su Yi desperately tried to retreat further as she begged in a sobbing voice. No, Nangong Jing, just let me off. Spare me, I'm begging you. Spare you? Nangong Jing muttered before roaring. Even if I spare you, who's going to come spare me? That bastard is getting more power in the company. Would he spare me? Sui, are you planning on leaving me? I'm telling you I won't allow it. You're mine. You're not allowed to leave me. You'll be mine forever. Nangong Jing picked Sui up and tossed her on the bed before pressing down on her and thrusting in roughly, without any gentleness. You're mine. Don't leave me. You said you loved me. I only have you now. You can't leave me. Say you love me. Say it. Hurry up and say it. Say that you love me. Sui felt waves of pain surge from her lower body. She struggled to push Nangong Jing off, but she didn't have any more strength after having been tortured inhumanely by Nangong Jing. By the time Nangong Jing was finished, Sui's lower body was leaking red blood. The white sheets were stained red, looking like a blossoming red plum flower. She held her abdomen as she whimpered. Hatred festered in her heart. Nangong Jing, this demon destroyed my life, and now he's even killed my child. Nangong Jing, upon hearing her whimpers, looked somewhat confused. When his gaze met the blood under her body, his mind went blank. Only after a while did he hurriedly go over to carry Sui. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. I'll take you to see a doctor. He made to carry Sui out the door. Sui watched as the door to freedom got closer and closer. But just as he was about to step out of the door, he suddenly halted and muttered, No, you can't go out. If you go out, you'll leave me. You can't leave me. You're mine. Nangong Jing carried Sui back to the bed and placed her down on an area that wasn't stained by blood as he gently spoke. Wait for me. I'll go get a doctor. I'll be back quick. The room door shut once again. Sui lay on the bed motionless for quite a while as the bedding under her was stained a startling red. The awful smell of blood filled the room. Only after a long while did Sui suddenly move. She crawled to the other side of the bed and opened a drawer in the bedside table. From inside, she took out a sharp iron skewer. Her eyes were blank, like a soulless puppet's. The sharp end pressed against her wrist. As long as the slightest pressure was applied, she would be able to open up her wrist. 1 minute passed. Then 2. Sui maintained this position for 5 minutes before keeping the iron skewer and lay back in bed with empty eyes. Sheng heard the news of Sui's death on the day she graduated. She had committed suicide after stabbing Nangong Jing. Nangong Jing's life force was resilient, and he managed to be saved. However, he wasn't quite right in the head afterwards. Apparently, he had been sent to a mental asylum. That Nangong Jing and Sui would come to this point was nearly out of Sheng's expectations. Back then she had been planning on taking revenge on Sui, but she discovered Sui had always been staying in Nangong Jing's villa. She had thought Nangong Jing had done it to protect her, yet it turned out it was for the sake of imprisoning her. This is called when love runs too deep, it'll turn dark. Once she had finished taking her graduation pictures, Sheng lifted her head only to find Chu Tang not far off. He appeared as she first saw him, with a white blouse and black trousers, and both his hands in his pockets. A wicked aura surrounded him, yet it only made him more eye-catching. Weren't there a few more days till you returned from overseas? Amidst the surprised, startled, envious, and jealous gazes of the surrounding onlookers, Sheng walked over to Chu Tang. Chu Tang smiled. As someone who is trying to court me, you haven't sent me any messages or calls for 5 days. I thought something happened to you, so I came back especially to check on you. Sheng sweated. She had been very busy with graduation and managing her business. Right now she hated that she couldn't split herself up into 3. Now you've seen me. I'm still alive and kicking. Sheng was as nasty as ever to him. She walked towards the school gates. This damned pervert is only taking me for an interesting pastime. Auntie and uncle called me home to have dinner. Chu Tang easily caught up to Sheng with his long legs. Sheng was speechless. Guys, just who is your kid? Ever since half a year ago, Chu Tang had moved into the Su family with the excuse that it would be easier for Sheng to court him like that. Her parents had immediately gone over to his side. Now it's as if I was just picked up from the side of the road while this pervert is their biological child. When they reached the gates, Chu Tang went to get the car while Sheng waited at the entrance for him. Miss Su, you finally turned up at school. Meeting you is harder than ascending the heavens. A youth hugged a girl as he came out. Upon seeing Sheng, was pleased and surprised as he greeted her. Young Master Lin, we only met not 3 days ago. Sheng had seen this young Master Lin a few times since the current project she was working on required her to work in conjunction with his family. This young Master Lin was being brought along by the one responsible for collaborating with her in order to widen his horizons. Sheng's gaze swept over the girl young Master Lin was hugging. The girl stared at her defensively as if afraid she would try to snatch her man. It was that doormate of hers. Author's note. One more chapter, and this arc is done. Please vote. Translator's Corner. LOL, when love runs too deep it'll turn dark. The definition of yanderism right there. Yanderas are scary. I wish I knew how to vote, but I don't. If I did I definitely would have. Chapter 20. In the past year, she had been busy making money, so she hadn't had time to come to school. Naturally, she wasn't able to stay in the dorms, and so wasn't too clear what her other two roommate situations were, since she hadn't gone out of her way to pay attention to them. She only remembered the last time she had gone to the dorm room to pack up her things. She heard Anin speaking to someone on the phone. Her words were very ambiguous while her clothes and accessories seemed to have risen in quality. Anin glared at Sheng as she hugged young Master Lin's arm, wordlessly conveying her claim. I wonder when Ms. Su will be free. I wish to invite you out to have lunch together. Young Master Lin, Anin called out in disbelief. She had finally managed to get a rich young master to take a liking to her after much effort, yet he wanted to invite Su Chengyue out for lunch. Su Chengyue, I'm young Master Lin's girlfriend. Just how shameless are you to try to seduce someone the moment you see them? This person has a hole in her brain. After Sheng had finished her evaluation, she retrieved her gaze. I think we should leave that for after the contract has been signed. Young Master Lin hadn't reacted to his new girlfriend's words when a Porsche pulled up. Sheng got on it and left. All this had happened in but a few seconds. When the car had completely disappeared from young Master Lin's line of sight, he flung Anin off him before rebuking in a low voice. What is wrong with you? You actually dared to speak to her like that? Had she been upset just now, this project would be done for. What did I say wrong? Anin hadn't thought young Master Lin would suddenly roar at her as her face changed suddenly. Did you take a liking to her? Young Master Lin gave a cold laugh. I wanna, but she wouldn't be interested. Do you know who she is? The daughter of the biggest shareholder of the Yunshan Group. Her net worth exceeds $1 billion. If she took a liking to me, even if I gave myself for free, I'd be content. Young Master Lin didn't wait for her reaction as he left. He didn't wish for the project to fly away all because of a woman. His dad would kill him. Anin had been in this circle for a time now, so she had naturally heard of Yunshan Group's young Miss Su. But she hadn't thought that the young Miss Su was actually her roommate. The young Miss Su is Su Chengyue. How is this possible? Thinking about her words before, she wished she could just commit suicide by running headfirst into a wall. She was the young miss of the Yunshan Group, so why would she go and become someone's mistress? There were so many clues that pointed out she wasn't a normal person, so why hadn't she discovered it? That's right, Su Yi. It was her who kept implying that Su Chengyue was someone's mistress. Thinking of Su Yi, Anin's face turned green. In 3 years, Sheng had managed to get her net worth to equal 1/10 of Chu Tang's. At least this time, Chu Tang kept his word and proposed to Sheng with her parents as the witnesses. From the engagement to the actual marriage, everything went smoothly. Their relationship was very stable. Chu Tang didn't have any other women aside from Sheng. No matter what events he went to, he always brought her, and they always left together. Chu Tang's considerate actions towards Sheng caused envy in countless onlookers. However, only people who were close to them knew that their interactions were filled with the scent of gunpowder, as if they might start fighting any time. Su Chengyue's parents lived in bliss in their twilight years. Their only regret was that they never got to see any grandchildren. Only after Chu Tang died did Sheng manage to leave and return to the system space. Having regained her youthful looks, Sheng was very happy and hopped around in the space for a while before calming down. She sat cross-legged in front of the half-person tall book. Congratulations to the host for returning. How is the host feeling? System's icy cold voice rang out. Feeling? What feeling? Sheng gazed uncomprehendingly at the screen. Sheng propped up her jaw as she changed the topic. I don't think the hidden quest was completed, right? Chu Tang wasn't in love with her. She could feel that. Chu Tang had never touched, not literally. It means he never made any advances her. Perhaps later on he had treated her like a family member, but he had never felt any romantic love for her. It was pure familial love through and through. Affirmative. The hidden quest was not completed. The monitor flickered before showing her stats. Name, Sheng. Morality points, minus 99,000. Mission rank, F. Mission points, 75. Contribution points, 1,000. Hidden quest, incomplete. The progress on the hidden quest reached 60%, hence the host shall not be terminated. However, 500 contribution points will be deducted as punishment. As system spoke, the number next to contribution points reduced to 500. Sheng. Conditions for System Shop have been reached. Do you wish to open it? System Shop? Hey, it really exists. Open it, open it. The screen in front of Sheng changed to reveal an inventory catalog. Inventory. The hell are all these? From small items like rice, oil, and salt, as well as dolls to large items like a space warship with cloaking abilities. There were even items listed as Identity Creator, 1, and Lock Opener. There was pretty much everything you could think of. Sheng looked at the image for the space warship. The contribution points needed. There were too many zeros. She couldn't count them all. Sheng shut the shop. It was too expensive for her to afford it. Host, due to the appearance of a bug during this mission, I need to conduct a scan. Please do not resist. Bug. It should be referring to my hacking abilities as well as those 2 grenades. This dumb system. Sheng rolled her eyes. No way in hell your scan will ever be able to detect anything. In the end, system obviously didn't manage to detect anything in the scan. The data received was exactly the same as in the beginning. It didn't show anywhere that the host had any hacker skills. The system was confused. That's not right. Do you wish to enter the next mission? Initializing transfer. Hey, I haven't said anything though. You're definitely taking revenge on me for calling you dumb. Just as Sheng was coming to, she was slapped in the face. Her body swayed and she fell. Cut. Who told you to sit down? What are you sitting down for? Do you think you're Lin Dayu too? This is already the nth run, and you still haven't got it right. Sheng was slightly stunned from the roar that came from a loudspeaker. She shook her head before managing to see where she was. It was a very ancient-looking room, and in front of her stood a beauty that would fit the tastes of the ancients. Of course, if said beauty hadn't been looking at her with such disdain and contempt, she would have been able to appreciate her more. Sheng took in the surroundings as the confusion in her eyes was swept clean. Filmmaking, entertainment industry, celebrities. These words appeared in Sheng's head. She took a deep breath and got up. She swept a gaze at the woman in front of her. She was the one who hit me just now. With the strength she used, she was clearly making things difficult for me on purpose. Sheng didn't know what enmity this body had with the person in front of her, so she could only temporarily set her matter aside as she bowed towards the director. Sorry, director. I'll definitely pass next time. The director was a fat man. Although he was still angry, Sheng was a young lady, and she was apologizing to him nicely, so the director couldn't very well make things difficult for her. He waved his hand in irritation. Go and rest. We're continuing in a bit. On the director's words, the filming crew immediately dispersed, and the woman in front of Sheng gave her a cold hump before, with her head held high. She lifted her skirt, which was dragging on the floor, and left, looking like an arrogant queen. Sheng rubbed her stinging face as her turbid gaze fixed onto the woman's departing back. 1. I'm guessing it allows you to create identification papers in a modern world setting. 2. Lin Dayu is one of the principal characters of the Chinese novel Dream of the Red Chamber. I haven't actually read the book, so I don't understand the reference. But from what I gathered, I think she was like what Cersei was in Game of Thrones. Author's note. The opening story wasn't very long. Please be understanding. Chu Tang is the male lead, but the male lead won't easily fall for our protagonist, and vice versa. Rest assured, though, there is no tragedy in their relationship, only doting. Also, every story here has the background of a broken story, so the characters that show up won't be normal most of the time, so don't be surprised. If you have any opinions, do raise them, but please don't scold me. Be little angels full of love. Love you guys, Onaji, asterisk. Final call for votes. This is the second story. It's about the entertainment industry. Translator's Corner. And that's the final chapter for this arc. First chapter of the next arc will be out next Monday. Chapter 21. The original owner of this body was called Jiang Wan. She lived in a second-tier, 1 city. When she was 10, her parents passed away in an accident, and she had to go live with her paternal uncle. Because her parents had died in an accident, there was quite a bit in insurance payouts. That money should have been enough for her to finish studying university. However, Her uncle's family didn't treat her well. The money was taken by them, and she was treated like a servant by the family. They didn't even pay her university fees. Jiangwan worked as she studied in high school. However, in her third year of high school, her uncle planned on marrying her off to a man in his 40s. Jiangwan didn't wish for her life to be ruined just like that, so she ran away from home. Afraid of her uncle's family finding her, Jiangwan steeled her heart and went to a first-tier city, Qing City. When she reached the city, she managed to enter the entertainment industry through a series of coincidences. At first, she was just playing the part of disposable mob characters, but because she looked pretty good and had fairly good luck, she managed to snag characters such as maidservants which got more screen time. Afterwards, she managed to land a second supporting female lead 2 role, because that character was likable and the fact that it was a young adult TV drama. When it aired, Jiangwan managed to earn herself some fame. This allowed her to sign a contract with a company in the entertainment industry, Dongfang Entertainment. And it was also because of this that Jiangwan met the reason why her life turned into a tragedy, Dongfang Entertainment's president, Shimo. He was this world's male lead. Jiangwan was really just caught in the crossfire. She was merely a shield for the female lead. The female lead was called Xiaoman. Xiaoman had known Shimo since they were kids. However, Xiaoman went abroad after graduating from senior middle school. Shimo felt that Xiaoman had betrayed the promise between them, and so his personality changed from a warm man 3 into a domineering CEO whose moods were unpredictable. Yet at around the time Jiangwan entered Dongfang Entertainment, Xiaoman returned and entered the entertainment industry. The first time the leads met since Xiaoman came back, Jiangwan just so happened to be passing by. She was grabbed by Shimo, who told Xiaoman she was his girlfriend. Xiaoman left in anger, and Shimo just left Jiangwan there while he stalked off. The next day, Shimo's assistant came to her and arranged the best agent and support team for her. It appeared like Shimo was planning on bringing her to the peak of fame. Shimo's request was that in return, she would pretend to be his girlfriend whenever he required her to do so. Jiangwan was a penniless 18th ranked actress, 4, with no backing, had a timid personality due to living under someone else's roof for so long, and was used to listening to others. Shimo was the big boss, so of course she didn't dare to disobey him. She carefully remained by Shimo's side, not daring to have any extravagant wishes about liking Shimo. Yes, you heard that right. In Jiangwan's heart, Shimo was like a god who she could never measure up to. So much so that her own likes were as lowly as dust. Liking Shimo was simply ludicrous luxury. Under Shimo's protection, her career in that period of time was the smoothest it had ever been. However, it was followed by exclusion, sneers, and people making things difficult for her on purpose. She had received a lot of torment wherever Shimo's eyes couldn't reach. Shimo's motive was to let Jiangwan attract the attention of the biggest female antagonist of this story, which she succeeded in doing. Under the cover Jiangwan provided, Shimo and Xiaoman got back together again. When people finally started to notice something, Xiaoman was already famous. While Xiaoman became famous, Jiangwan had to deal with nude pictures of herself, rumors about her doing drugs, and participating in orgies circulating. All sorts of false accusations were planted on her head, and her personal information was revealed online. Countless people were shouting at her to get out of the entertainment circle and scram from Earth. Jiangwan hid at home and didn't dare to come out. However, she hadn't expected her uncle's family to show up on her doorstep and attempt to extort her for money. Jiangwan didn't really have much in the way of savings. When she was being protected by Shimo, although she looked very glamorous, the contract she signed with the company was the lowest level one, where most of the money she earned was taken as commission. She also needed to spend her own money to attend all sorts of acting classes. All her makeup and outfits were also paid for with her own money. With all these, it was no surprise she wasn't able to take out any spare money. Jiangwan didn't give them any money, so her uncle's family began defaming her on the internet and saying that she did stuff which she hadn't done. This forced Jiangwan over the edge. Perhaps the only time in her life that she had been decisive was at the time of her death. She collapsed in front of reporters and left behind this sentence: "The most malicious thing in the world is the human heart. It can send you to heaven, yet at the same time can also knock you into hell in a single night." Jiangwan only had 3 wishes. One was that her uncle's family get their comeuppance. The second was that she wanted the villain responsible for her plight, antagonist in this novel, to experience all that she had. Lastly, she wanted to stand at the peak of the entertainment circle. There wasn't anything to do with this world's protagonists in her last wishes. When Shi Sheng processed all this information, her chest felt stuffy. It took a while for her to feel better. This person was a bit dumb. This was Shi Sheng's first reaction. Following that, she felt that the author probably broke the character she was trying to write when she wrote Jiang Wan. As a supporting female character, this person didn't have any of the usual malices that came with the usual one. She was just a bit lacking in self-confidence, had a group of terrible relatives while holding a dream in her heart. This setting was more like that of the female lead's best friend. A proper storyline would go like this. The female lead helps her resolve her group of terrible relatives and helps her to change into a more confident person. They then lived happily ever after. But for the sake of emphasizing how much the male lead loved and doted on the female lead, the author forcefully did this to the character, causing it to feel very jarring. This is why authors who are their protagonists' biological mothers are terrifying. Shi Sheng cleaned up before leaving the restroom. The members of the filming crew had already started returning from the break as they returned to their positions. She had come a bit late, though not too late. It was at the time when she had just received Shi Mo's protection. Today she was on the filming set of a TV drama the agent who Shi Mo had arranged for her picked out. Her role was the supporting female lead. This TV drama was adapted from a novel. After it aired, the response was pretty abysmal compared to other drama. This was because the plot was rather badly constructed and had no shining points. And because people on the set deliberately made things difficult for her, Jiang Wan hadn't performed too well. This TV drama became a dark spot on Jiang Wan's history, and people said it was because of her that this TV drama was ruined. Shi Sheng ignored the director's infuriated roars as she let the makeup artist help her to put on makeup to cover up the swelling on her face. Sluts are such pussies. 5. Shi Sheng looked up at the speaker, the woman who slapped her, Lin Shanshan. This woman was a pretty important character. Of this book, which consisted of around 1 million or so words, she managed to last for around 500,000 words in. This woman bravely undertook the responsibility of being the villain in the early parts of the story, making countless sacrifices for the sake of cannon fodder and villains everywhere. She was also under Dongfang Entertainment and was the one currently being promoted by the company in this period. She had been planning on recommending someone else for this role, but the company arranged for Jiang Wan to take it instead. That was where the enmity between Lin Shanshan and Jiang Wan began. Lin Shanshan, I have marked down this slap for you. Shi Sheng pointed at the makeup-covered swelling on her face as a ruthless glint flashed in her eyes. For some reason, Lin Shanshan felt shivers run down her spine. Those eyes, which had previously been full of insecurities and weaknesses, were now as dark and threatening as a wolf's, deterring others from meeting that gaze. When Lin Shanshan finally awoke from her daze, Shi Sheng had already walked off. Lin Shanshan rubbed her chest. Why did that little slut's gaze suddenly turn scary? Umph. She thinks she can scare me with just a look. Does she take me for a vegetarian? 6. The makeup artist pretended not to hear what Lin Shanshan said as she packed up and left. Cities are tiered in China. It goes in descending order. Capital, Beijing. The difference is in the relative wealth of its inhabitants and its population size. Correct me if I'm wrong. 2. In the Ross, it says Mirsan, which is the third most important female lead. It goes in descending order of importance. Lead, supporting lead. 3. Unan, or N1 3 Nin 2, literally means warm man. It's used to describe men who are warm, kind, and caring. 4. Celebrities are arranged into ranks based on their fame and popularity. I think 18 is the lowest. The one rank higher than rank 1 is one that has won the Best Actor Fun Murray Fun Ying Di or Best Actress Fun Murray Fun Ying Ho Award. I think anyone more interested in this should go check out I Really Am a Superstar. I think they explain better. 5. The Ross said Jiaoqing, which is like delicate / prissy / unable to put up with hardship. But none of those really fit. So we got this, which I think fits best. 6. Usually, /carnivore equals brave / while vegetarian equals coward. Author's note. There were some little angels who had doubts about why my protagonist was so amazing. There is a reason for that, and it'll be written later on. Just take it that it's her cheat. And because she's already OP, I didn't let System give her any more hacks. I won't admit it's for the sake of allowing her to dominate System later on. Do not doubt that Chu Tang is the male lead. Of course, his name will be different later on. Just look for the keywords hidden quest. This is actually the story of the rehabilitation plan of two scumbags. Let's see who can be scummier. Of course, scumbags take a lot of time to fall in love, so of course it isn't going to be love at first sight. It's not a tragedy. I swear it's not. The scumbag protagonists are just currently in the hate phase of their love-hate relationship. It's my birthday today. More updates coming up later. Translator's Corner. Bravely undertook the responsibility of being the villain in the early parts of the story, making countless sacrifices for the sake of cannon fodder and villains everywhere. Was it just me who found this hilarious? Chapter 22. During the course of filming, Lin Shanshan wanted to slap her again, but Shi Sheng managed to dodge every single time. After a few rounds of slapping air, the director started roaring again. This time Lin Shanshan was being scolded along with Shi Sheng. Shi Sheng wasn't afraid of being scolded. She just treated it like the director was farting. Do you people still want to film or not? At this rate, even if we film till tomorrow, this scene isn't going to pass. The flames of rage were burning in Lin Shanshan's chest. She wanted Jiang Wan to pay. When they finally passed the scene after much effort, Lin Shanshan tailed Shi Sheng after seeing her head to the restrooms and gave a forceful push to Shi Sheng from behind. Jiang Wan, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Shi Sheng managed to catch herself on the sink, so she didn't fall. Her gaze hardened as she turned around and flung a slap over. I'm returning that slap to you. That slap bewildered Lin Shanshan, who only reacted after a few seconds. She charged over to Shi Sheng aggressively, attempting to pull on her hair. Shi Sheng had long since been prepared for her to make a counterattack. She avoided Lin Shanshan's hand and ducked behind her, shoving her from behind before swiftly leaving the restroom. There wasn't much cover at the entrance of the restroom, so Lin Shanshan didn't dare to show herself outside. While her image was in shambles, Shi Sheng, on the other hand, practically swaggered out. When Lin Shanshan had finally managed to get herself looking respectable, she came out of the restroom. However, Shi Sheng was nowhere to be seen. Lin Shanshan nearly exploded from rage. Though once she had calmed down, she realized something was off. Jiang Wan was cowardly and timid. Lin Shanshan had bullied her before, and she hadn't so much as made a peep. So why had she suddenly burst out now? Once she had returned that slap, Shi Sheng escaped without informing anyone when no one was looking. If that director is upset about it, he can always go find the agent Shiamo arranged for me. I'm, BBB, not going to stay here any longer. Since Shiamo wants to use me, then I'll use him too. I won't be like Jiang Wan, that dummy. Shi Sheng found a card on her person. When she went to the bank to check her balance, she discovered there was only $30,000. I think this is in RMB, but I'm used to the dollar sign inside. This was practically a pittance to those in the entertainment industry. Even if making money wasn't hard for her, with only $30,000 in capital, and it's a bit little, I won't be able to earn much money in the short term. The agent called a few more times, and after having all of them rejected, the caller changed to her assistant. She rejected it again. When the phone rang again, Shi Sheng subconsciously pressed reject. Only after it was rejected did she see the name of the caller. Shi Sheng sent a savage text over. I'm, BBB, reconsidering my, BBB, life choices. Don't fucking bother me, and get your people to stop fucking bothering me too. After sending the message, she turned off her phone. When Shi Sheng had cleared out her head and made some plans for the future, she slowly headed back to the apartment she was staying in. The apartment was provided by the company. Previously, she had been staying with another actor, but ever since Shiamo made her a shield, she had been allocated a private apartment. Opening the door, Shi Sheng wasn't surprised to find the person waiting for her inside. It was her agent, Milan. She wore a professional-looking suit and was in her 30s. With her short, cropped hair, she looked very clean and efficient. You still know how to return. Milan's voice contained a hint of anger. Do you know how many calls I sent you? Oh, so. Shi Sheng gave a perfunctory reply. This agent was quite skilled, but she wasn't serious in carrying Jiang Wan to the top. She even seemed to look down on Jiang Wan, otherwise she wouldn't have given her that shitty role. For a more recent example, the assistant who was supposed to be waiting on Jiang Wan today had been taken away to help out another actor. Milan was befuddled by Shi Sheng's counter-question. The first thought that flashed in Milan's mind was, this girl Jiang Wan is not being normal today. She closely examined Shi Sheng as she furrowed her brows. As an agent, learning to read people was a necessity. Although Jiang Wan had a pretty good physical appearance, her character was too weak and lacking in self-confidence. She seemed pretty self-conscious, which made others subconsciously look down on her. But the Jiangwan sunk into the couch right now was different. Just by sitting there was a noble aura that seemed as if she was born with it. In her eyes, there was no caution or lack of self-confidence. There was only calmness. Were it not for that face, Milan wouldn't have thought this person was Jiangwan. I'm not going to act in city toppling anymore. Help me deal with it. Shisheng could only speak first when she noticed Milan just staring at her in silence. City Toppling was the name of the TV drama with an ancient setting she was just in. Milan woke from her thoughts as she asked reflexively, "Not acting? What? I don't like it. I prefer making money over shooting films." Too bad Jiangwan wanted to stand at the peak of the entertainment circle. Milan acted like she heard a funny joke. "Jiangwan, who do you think you are? Just because you say you're not going to act anymore you can just quit? What? You think your family owns the set? There wasn't such a thing in this world where you could do whatever you wanted with Justin. I don't like it. I don't like having to carry her either, but it's orders from above. Anyways, I'm not going to the set anymore." Jiangwan. Milan was exasperated. She had already been unhappy with having to carry such an actress, but now said actress wasn't even listening to her. Shisheng rubbed the tip of her ear as she spoke in an innocent voice. "Milan Jiangwan, if you have the time to be yelling at me, you might as well be using it to figure out how to resolve this matter." Milan forced herself to calm down as she persuaded Shisheng in a nice tone. "Jiangwan, city toppling is already at the halfway point of filming. Do you know how much money the company would have to pay in damages if you pull out now? You've only just entered the company. How would you be able to afford that amount? This matter would also be detrimental to your reputation. You have to consider clearly for the sake of both you and your future." "I'm not going to act." "Jiangwan, you're just a newbie. If you continue to be this willful, even if the company thinks highly of you, you'd still be buried too." "I'm not going to act." No matter what Milan said, Shisheng only gave her this one reply. In the end, Milan left in anger. Not too long after she left, Shimo's call came in. Shisheng let it ring for about 30 seconds before picking it up. "Why aren't you going to act?" Shimo's voice was a bit raspy. Every syllable seemed like it had been imbued with a magnetic field that got one drunk just hearing it. "Didn't like it." Shisheng gave a clipped reply. It was silent on Shimo's end for a while before the sounds of someone busying themselves could be heard. "Huh. Looks like this busy person thinks his shield is pretty important. He took time out just to call after all." Shisheng tossed the phone aside before finding Jiangwan's notebook inside the messed-up sheets of her bed. Shisheng searched for Jiangwan. There wasn't any big news about her. Shisheng then watched the young adult TV drama that Jiangwan had acted in. She deduced from it that Jiangwan's acting skills were pretty standard. But since it was a youth TV drama, acting skills weren't all that important. The most important were the looks. She then searched up Dongfang Entertainment as well as Shimo to get a better understanding of the two before closing the page. Shisheng seemed to recall that Jiangwan had a Weibo 3 account. She searched for the Weibo number in her head before logging in. The moment she did, she was bombarded by notification alerts, causing the page to hang for a few seconds while they were processed. There were above 1,000 posts and was increasing as she watched. 1. In the Ross it's Bilan Jid, which means Big Sis Milan. But I think it breaks the flow and sounds too respectful. Sis Milan also seemed weird to me, so I went with letting the Big Sis part in pinyin. It sounds better. To me at least. 2. The Ross state, Shijang, which literally means snow hide. When used in this context, it means to not give the actor/actress who signed the contract with the company any opportunities to get good publicity. Basically, the good roles in the good movies would be kept from them. I couldn't find a word/phrase that fits this, so I decided on this. 3. Something like Twitter for China? Author's note. I updated, so please vote. Seeing as how it's my birthday, aren't you guys going to comment or vote? Sobs don't treat me like this. Smash me to death with votes. Translator's Corner. That text was savage indeed. The author referred to herself as Baobak, or Bao Bao, which, if you remember from Chapter 1, means baby. I find that adorable. Chapter 23. The original poster was someone with the username Sleeping Kitty, C, Sleeping Beauty. The title was A Surprising Look at What Happens Behind the Scenes. I took some liberties with the emoticon. The text just described it as a fearful face, but I figured this would portray it better. The content was a video of Shisheng slapping Lin Shanshan, but what happened before and after were both cut out. There were quite a few V accounts, one, who reposted it. When some people dug up that the two of them were currently shooting for a TV drama, as well as the pictures in the trailers, and used them to find the novel the movie was adapted from, these people thought they had found out the truth. Below were countless posts condemning her for the sake of righteousness. Lin Shanshan's fans also charged towards Jiang Wan's Weibo and started scolding and cursing her. Why is there such an evil woman? I thought her acting sucked when I watched that drama she acted in. Now I find out her character sucks too. She actually dared to bully our Shanshan. Jiang Wan, get out of the entertainment circle. Face slapping was required for the script. Even if Goddess Shanshan really slapped you, it was for the sake of better effects. Why do you have to hit back off screen? You can't even differentiate between on and off screen. What kind of an actor are you? Jiang Wan, get out of the entertainment circle. Newbies nowadays don't show enough respect for their seniors. They don't have character quality at all. I'm turning into a hater. Jiang Wan, apologize. Jiang Wan, get out of the entertainment circle. It was pretty brutal to read all those. Those questioning her whole family were already the relatively tame ones. These people hid behind a screen, so they just said whatever they wanted. They didn't care what the truth was. They would just hold on to a point and use it to spout rubbish. They could even fill in your background and motives for you. In around half an hour's time, Weibo was pretty much dominated by posts of hashtag Jiang Wan apologize. Jiang Wan, get out of the entertainment circle. Hashtag, and was one of the most searched posts. More and more people headed to her Weibo account to curse her. The imagination of the online community is infinite. To quote Jiang Wan, the most malicious thing in the world is the human heart. It can send you to heaven, yet at the same time can also knock you into hell in a single night. Shisheng didn't reply to the posts online. She knew the more she replied, the happier these people got. Besides, there was always the company. And, as expected, Milan called soon after. Her tone was stiff and unwelcoming as she spoke her request very unwillingly. The gist of it was to not reply no matter what, as the company would handle it. Lin Shanshan's matter was resolved very quickly, but Shisheng could tell that Milan didn't truly have her interests at heart. This could be seen from how she hadn't done anything to clear up her name, but had simply used someone else's news to cover up the matter. Shisheng was now even more certain she wanted to leave Dongfang Entertainment. The duration of the contract was for 3 years, and only about half a year's worth of time had passed. There were still 2.5 years left. If she wanted to leave, she would have to pay a compensation fee, which she couldn't afford right now. I really want to be a rich person. The next day, Shisheng met with another agent employed by the company. Ms. Jiang, you are currently an actress under Milan. Her resources and contacts are the best, so why do you want to come under a newbie agent like me? A young man pushed his spectacles back up as he spoke unhurriedly. I require an agent who takes their responsibilities seriously. Though she was unable to leave Dongfang Entertainment as of right now, she could at least maximize her interests. She definitely didn't dare to continue using Milan. Why does Ms. Jiang believe that I would be able to steal someone from Milan? Although his speech wasn't rushed, it brought a few hints of probing. With smiles in her eyes and a slight smile on her lips, she spoke in a certain tone. I believe you. You'll be able to do it. He raised his head slightly and met her gaze. Her eyes were calm without the slightest ripple. When placed together with her smiling face, there was always this dissonance. He hadn't even entered the company for a month, so what made her so sure he would be able to snatch her from a gold level 2 agent? He subconsciously pushed against his glasses as his tone took on a more questioning air. Then what cards does Ms. Jiang have that would convince me to carry you? One day I'll be standing at the top of the pyramid. Mr. Tang Yin, I once again sincerely offer you an invitation to join me. Are you willing? Tang Yin looked at the girl extending her hand with sincerity in front of him. The gaze behind the glasses darkened a bit before he spoke in the same unhurried tone as always. My apologies. I have no way to carry you. Shisheng. Damn, this guy is as hard to convince as I'd thought. The most important reason Shisheng wanted Tang Yin to be her agent was because this fellow would be in existence who exceeded Milan in the future. Back then, the first person to follow Tang Yin ended up very glamorously. What will it take for you to become my agent? Name a condition. Having failed in acting cool, Shisheng's aura took a sudden change. If before she had been a noble and elegant goddess, then right now she was just a female gangster. Tang Yin looked at Shisheng, who had managed to switch so quickly between the two personas. His eyes flashed as the deep color in his eyes thickened. If Ms. Jiang can get the company to transfer agents for you, I would naturally oblige. Shisheng, the hell, you just tossed the ball back to me. I feel like I wasted my breath just now. Fine, just you wait. Shisheng agreed through clenched teeth. Besides, even if Tang Yin didn't become her agent, she was definitely not going to remain under Milan any longer anyways. Tang Yin hadn't held too much hope. After all, Milan was the company's gold-level agent. She wouldn't just let out an actor or actress she had already taken charge of. However, that afternoon, he was called to the director's office and handed Jiang Wan's materials as well as a top-notch support team. All the employees knew that the company had recently given Milan a support team, which had been earned through his contributions to the company. However, he hadn't expected that the team was actually prepared especially for Jiang Wan. Since he was now in charge of managing Jiang Wan, he very quickly entered his role. The first thing he did was to deal with Lin Shanshan's matter. Lin Shanshan's history was not clean. All he needed was a little bit of work to clean Shisheng's name. This wasn't hard at all for someone who had a crack support team. Milan had this team, yet she hadn't done much to help Jiang Wan. No wonder she didn't want to stay under Milan. The company had given this team to Jiang Wan, yet Milan dared to do as she liked with it, showing that she didn't put Jiang Wan in her eyes. This made Jiang Wan's true identity much harder to guess. Anyways, no matter what happens, she's an actress under my management now. Since you're under my management, then I hope you will at least listen to my rules. Tang Yin pushed his glasses out of habit. Shisheng sat without a care for her image on the sofa. What rules? Number 1. I must be the first to know whenever anything happens. Number 2. I hope you will discuss your future plans with me. And number 3. I hope you will listen to me on what roles to play. Other than the first rule, the other two weren't as important. It was obvious that he felt the first to be the most important. This was natural, as an agent had to be the first to know about their actor's movements. Otherwise, how would he be able to prepare in advance if there was an issue? Quite frankly, even if the actor decided to stay in a hotel room with someone, it had to be reported to their agent. Shisheng agreed without much sincerity in her tone. Tang Yin could feel that she wasn't very interested, but he didn't say anything. 1. Weibo verified accounts. 2. This is used whenever somebody has the capability to be respected. See also, Golden Bachelors. Author's note. Thank you all for the well wishes. Yesterday executes AOE flying kisses. Translator's corner. I decided to experiment with the text by making it blue. Hopefully you guys can differentiate it better from the actual story. Let me know. Also, I think I've decided on all computer-based texts being in square brackets. System speech is in bold. Well, while I didn't really know what Weibo was last chapter, I still don't know Twitter either. I created an account just now, so I have a somewhat better understanding of what it is. Somewhat. It's like a hybrid between Twitter and Facebook. It's got the Twitter follower system, but it's like Facebook in that there's a personal page where you post stuff that looks more like the Facebook version. I don't have Twitter, so I can't really compare. Also, I really want to be rich person too, Shisheng. Chapter 24. The company has already resolved the matter with the producers of City Toppling, but the compensation will be deducted from your paycheck. Tang Yin paused before continuing with slight doubts. The script was really bad. Why did you go and accept a role there? Shisheng shrugged. Milan arranged it. I'm just a starlet who's barely reached the 18th rank. Where would I get the qualifications to disagree with a gold-level agent? Hearing her words, Tang Yin got even more curious about this actress who had recommended herself to him. Ever since he had taken over her management, the company had given him a standalone office. Even all the good resources and opportunities were given to him. To him who had still been a newbie without any actors under his wing, this was pretty much a pie that fell out of the sky. For some reason, he felt like he had been conned into something. Suppressing that feeling, Tang Yin handed over 3 scripts to Shisheng. These are the ones left over after I screened them. Shisheng simply looked at their names before picking one out. This one, Tang Yin didn't object. These 3 books were those he had selected out. No matter which she picked, it wouldn't be too bad. The one Shisheng picked was a Xinxia drama. Its setting was in a cultivation world. The cultivation sect, profound sect, had been massacred, leaving the sole survivor, Qing Yin. He was rescued by a peach blossom that had managed to cultivate into a spirit. Together, the two embarked on a quest to uncover the truth behind the slaughter of the profound sect. This was a drama adapted from a novel and was one of the more famous Xinxia novels in the recent year. Shisheng wasn't planning to audition for the female lead, the peach blossom spirit, but instead the second supporting female lead. This character had a pretty good background, but her ending wasn't too good. Do you have any confidence? Tang Yin asked uncertainly. He had seen the show she had acted in and concluded that her acting skills weren't that good. However, In this drama, the second supporting female lead was an extremely important character. In the early stages, she was mischievous and lively, but in the later stages, her character would undergo a dark transformation. She would become cold-blooded and ruthless. With two polar opposite personalities to be acted out in one character, it wasn't easy to act out. He had originally had his eye on the supporting female lead role, though, with her qualifications, she might not be able to land it. However, who would have expected her to pick the second supporting female lead role? Sheng shut the script before revealing a mouthful of white teeth. We'll know once we try. Tang Yin looked at her deeply before bringing her upstairs to the floor where the auditions were held. When the elevator door opened, they came face to face with Milan, who was bringing a young and pretty girl with her. Milan looked at Sheng with disgust, and even more discontent and hatred. I'm a gold-level agent, but she actually didn't want to follow me, and instead went to follow a newbie who had just entered the company. Isn't this outright slapping me in the face? Of course, the greater part of the reason she was unhappy was that support team. Melangia. Tang Yin gave a relatively polite greeting. When his gaze swept over that girl, it darkened a few shades. Milan gave a slight nod and gave a standard smile. Sometimes, especially like right now, the outward appearance of civility still had to be kept. Milan hadn't spoken yet when the girl behind her spoke first in a taunting voice. Jiangwan is coming for an audition too? Which role are you auditioning for? Why don't we get Melangia to help you consider your options? After all, we can't delay our futures. She gave a pointed glance at Tang Yin. I wouldn't dream of bothering Melangia. I'm afraid my future would become the dust on someone else's road to success. 1. Sheng's eyes curved into crescents as she answered in a light, soft, and pleasant voice. Her thoughts, though, were, what considerations? You want to help me consider how fitting I am for a maid role. Milan wrinkled her brow as she shot a sharp warning gaze at Sheng. The girl obviously heard the underlying meaning in her words, for she spoke with acrimony. What do you mean by that, Jiangwan? At least Melangia has carried you before. Well, I guess you were from the backwaters. You don't even know basic courtesy. The saying that birds of a feather flock together is true after all. Towards the end, her tone was filled with ridicule, especially that last sentence. Sheng secretly took a look at Tang Yin. Though his face hadn't changed, the hands by his side had clenched into fists. When I followed Melangia before, it's all thanks to her care. Hearing Sheng say this, Milan's expression improved, though when she heard Sheng complete her words, her face turned green. In the past, I was not sensible enough. Choosing to follow Melangia proved that my eyesight wasn't that good. But you guys can rest assured now, I have already changed for the better. My eyesight has improved too, so I'll definitely be able to pick a good person. That tone was clearly very apologetic, yet it made people feel mocked. Changed for the better. Can the phrase even be used like that? It was as if they had committed a crime or something. Jiangwan. The girl pointed her finger at Sheng, enraged to the point of trembling. What do you want? Chatting with me is very expensive, but seeing as how we're in the same company, I'll give you a discount. Enough. You still have an ad shoot. Don't waste time with irrelevant people. Milan interrupted Sheng's words and glared at her. Jiangwan, you can't be too arrogant. This world is more complicated than you think. If I, got really arrogant, you'd be fucking lying on the ground right now. Sheng smiled, but did not speak or give any reply. When Milan looked at that smile, she felt the hairs on her back stand on end. The person in front of her clearly hadn't changed, but she felt like she had. She's just a little brat. What can she do? With my contacts, I could place obstacles in secret and make her unable to remain in this circle any longer. Thinking of this, Milan felt a bit better. She gave a light harumph before walking towards the lift. When the girl on high heels walked past the two, she deliberately collided into Tang Yin, causing him to retreat a couple of steps. Just you wait. When the lift door closed, Sheng looked smilingly at Tang Yin. Tang Yin pushed up his glasses. Sorry. He had failed as an agent when he let the actress under his care be bullied by someone else. Now that I think about it, that girl's surname was Tang too. She could clearly feel the enmity coming from that girl. And Tang Yin's reaction wasn't quite right either. Tang Yin's body stiffened as panic and embarrassment flashed in his eyes. Sheng hadn't had time to see it clearly when she heard System's voice ring out suddenly. Random quest encountered. Do you wish to accept it? Sheng thought System would force her to accept it, but it didn't speak up after she rejected it. It seems like random quests aren't that important. Let's go. Having been interrupted by System, Sheng was too lazy to continue questioning Tang Yin. Tang Yin couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. His gaze when he looked at Sheng had changed though. She wasn't the same as the Jiang Wan from the information he had been given. At least, in their few days of interacting with each other, he hadn't seen a hint of self-consciousness or timidity. There were quite a few people in the audition hall already. Tang Yin went to get a queue number before accompanying her in waiting. There were quite a few people who had come to audition. There were those who had an agent accompanying them who were discussing with said agents in low voices. There were also those who didn't have an agent, and so could only sit nervously at the side, their faces filled with apprehension as well as hope and expectations for the future. However, every single one that went in came out in a depressed slump. There were some who even ran away crying. Sheng, however, just sat there like she owned the place, not a hint of nervousness or apprehension to be seen. She wasn't even reading the script, instead just staring at a girl opposite her. That girl shifted a bit uncomfortably under Sheng's gaze, but she discovered that the person opposite her wasn't looking at her, but gazing off into space, and had just so happened to fix her eyes on that spot. 1. There's actually some wordplay going on here. The Ross say, Wapar Chancheng Ban Chung Chan Chun. Chancheng means future and is pronounced Qian Tu Ching Tu, while Chanchen, pronounced Qian Tu Chin Tu, literally means dust in front, which could refer to the dust on someone else's road to, in this context, fame. They sound similar, so it's wordplay. Author's note. La la la, begging for votes over here. Translator's corner. Asterisk 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 minor spoilers ahead asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk take a good long look at that random quest notification. Because it never turns up again, asterisk. Asterisk asterisk also I think I keep seeing Sheng's past pop up everywhere now that I am rereading again. Asterisk asterisk. Chapter 25. Only when Sheng's number was called did she wake from her trance. She got up and entered the room. Inside, 5 people were seated. As one of the judges for this audition, the director sat in the middle seat. He was a man closing in on his 40s and had hardened facial features. He didn't appear easy to get along with. This director was called Song Han, and he was famous for being picky. There was a rumor that he had forced an actor to redo a scene more than 100 times. Of course, this was just a rumor, so the validity of it was still up for question. The result of Song Han's pickiness was that he managed to make quite a few actors famous. There was a bit of an exaggerated saying going around. If you worked with Song Han for a bit, your acting skills and position would rise sharply. Greetings to all the teachers. 1. I am Jiang Wan. Sheng's voice wasn't too loud nor too soft. It was just enough for everyone to hear, yet wasn't piercing to the ears. The judges looked over the information on Jiang Wan and had a whispered discussion for a bit. One of them revealed a non-optimistic expression. Act on your own. Begin. Song Han called for her to start with an expressionless face. Sheng nodded and ignored the other 4. She brewed her feelings as she got into character. She was acting out by Wan's the point where her personality took a dark turn, which was the most important scene. Jiang Wan's acting skills weren't too good, so there wasn't much for Sheng to borrow from. So, she could only imagine herself as by Wan who had been misunderstood by others. She imagined how she would feel if no one believed her, and all that was left in her world was despair and sorrow. She imagined how in her unrequited love, she had turned into the weapon for the villain behind the scenes. Everyone stared at the woman on stage. It was as if they were looking at a despairing Bai Wan who had fallen into darkness. When Sheng ended, the room fell into a dead silence. 3 seconds later, Song Han snapped out of his daze and looked at Sheng as he spoke clearly. You acted very well. Go back and await the notice. The other 4 looked at one another. That means he's decided? In all the previous auditions, he had only spoken to let the actresses know when to begin, but nothing else. With this, the 4 all spoke to Sheng a bit, their attitudes clearly having improved. Sheng left the room and was received by Tang Yin. He didn't immediately ask her how it went, instead taking her outside where the others waiting couldn't see before asking in his unhurried voice, how was it? We wait for the notice. Sheng shrugged, indifference on her face. She knew that since Song Han had spoken, this role was most likely hers, but since the contract hadn't been signed yet, she wasn't in a rush to tell Tang Yin. After all, anything could happen. Tang Yin hadn't held too much hope, so he didn't reveal any disappointment upon hearing her words. When the 2 went downstairs, Tang Yin received a call. By the time it ended, Tang Yin's expression wasn't too good as he spoke to Shi Sheng. I'll send you back first. There's nothing much going on today, so you go rest at home. You have something to do. Tang Yin pursed his lips in silent confirmation. If you have something to do, go ahead. Meanwhile, I will be taking advantage of when I have yet to become famous to enjoy a normal life. Just how much confidence does she have in herself to be so certain she'll become famous? Tang Yin shook his head. I should send you back first. As her agent, would he dare to just leave her on the streets? Shi Sheng looked at him meaningfully before smilingly saying, I don't care what it is you have to do, but I hope you can deal with it properly. I don't want to be implicated in the future because of your matter, understand? Tang Yin's heart thumped wildly. Facing those calm eyes, he kept feeling embarrassment from having been seen through. He went silent for a bit before speaking. Then you be careful. If anything happens, give me a call. Hidden quest. Toss 1,000 gold. Shi Sheng was just sitting in a coffee shop when System's voice suddenly spoke. What the hell? You've skipped the fake question of whether to accept or not, and just forcefully issued it now. Hidden quests cannot be rejected. Asterisk flips table asterisk can't reject your grandpa. Only after Shi Sheng had cursed this damned System's investors and researchers, as well as all 18 generations of their ancestors, did she feel slightly better. What does toss 1,000 gold refer to? Started using idioms now. Toss 1,000 gold. Get Lu Qingyun to spend more than $10 billion on the host. US dollars. Who did you say it was? Lu Qingyun. Shi Sheng was speechless. What kind of a hidden quest is that? And why am I supposed to go seduce Lu Qingyun and spend his money again? Who was Lu Qingyun? Only the most powerful villain in this novel. He had the looks and the money. He was definitely a winner in life. But he was also an extremely dangerous person. Unlike Chu Tang, who had only been mentioned by name, Lu Qingyun actually opposed the protagonist, Xiemo, outright. In the later stages of the novel, the entertainment circle was taken by storm. In the end, because of Xiaoman, he gave up on opposing Xiemo and went overseas. The author hadn't written whether or not it was because Lu Qingyun liked Xiaoman. As to why he was opposing Xiemo, it wasn't explained in detail in the story, but there were subtle hints that it was because of someone, though their gender was unknown. You want me to seduce that kind of person? System, have you been taken over by malware? Target is currently at the host's 9 o'clock, directly left. Please take this opportunity. System disappeared after tossing down the last sentence. Take this opportunity? What opportunity am I supposed to take? Bloody hell, couldn't you have told me before disappearing? Shi Sheng looked to her left. There was a private room there. The door was currently tightly shut, and a waiter was waiting outside. Just as Shi Sheng was roaring inwardly, a loud bang rang out, and the sound of glass shattering followed soon after. Shrieks and screams resounded. The glass window had suddenly been shattered, and the people inside the coffee shop screamed in surprise and terror. The people who had been sitting next to the window hurriedly ran to find a safer spot. From the bank across the road, several strangely dressed men jumped out and onto the street. They wore black ski masks, too, as they carried duffel bags. Several were even toting guns. A confused and panicked crowd of people who were on the streets scattered into the nearby shops or ran towards the other ends of the street while shrieking. The sounds of sirens could be heard coming from both entrances to the street as police cars cornered that group of people in front of the bank. Shi Sheng sat in the corner, her expression unreadable as she watched the sudden change outside. This is the opportunity? How is this a fucking opportunity? It's a goddamn robbery. The robbers didn't appear surprised at the appearance of police cars as they scanned their surroundings. One of them made a hand signal before that group of people sprinted towards the coffee shop and leapt through the window where the glass had been shattered. Run. They're going to kill us. A few people attempted to run out of the coffee shop. The robbers immediately shot towards the open door of the coffee shop. The sound of the gunshot caused the surrounding onlookers to fall silent. One of the robbers pointed his gun at a few people before he roared in a gravelly voice. Don't move. Put your hands on your heads and squat on the ground. Go and face the wall. No yelling. Anybody who makes a peep, I'ma put a bullet through their brain. No whispering to each other. Go and face the fucking wall already. What in the blazes? This is not logical, okay? This coffee shop isn't the best place to hide, yet these robbers did so? If they dared to go rob a bank, their IQ has to at least be acceptable. I kneeled down to the machinations of the plot. Once Shi Sheng was done cursing, she stood up, covered her head, and moved towards the wall. She had managed to move closer to that private room. The waiter who was outside was currently squatting on the ground and trembling, his face full of fear. Since the layout of the coffee shop, 3, was such that there weren't any tables that could be seen from the entrance, when the robbers made everyone go and squat near the walls, the people outside wouldn't be able to tell what was going on. The robbers also stood at the 2 blind spots, so the people outside couldn't see them, but they could clearly see what was happening outside. 1. People in the entertainment industry often refer to their seniors as teachers. 2. In the Ross, it said they wore black stockings on their heads. I was like, what? And decided ski masks was probably what the author was referring to. 3. I think it might be something like this where the red area is the entrance. Author's note. Come let us welcome the final boss. The contract status has changed. Here's an update. Please give rewards. Please give votes on IG, asterisk. Chapter 26. This group of robbers seemed like they had done this before, for they had clear allocations for who did what and didn't need too much direction. Shisheng silently continued cursing. Not only had she been forcefully made to accept a hidden quest, now her life was in danger too. And most importantly, systems still hadn't given her any cheats. Simply perverse. 0 out of 10. 1. In the story, Jiang Wan had still been on set filming, so of course, she wouldn't have experienced this. But this event had been described in detail, and it was all because the female lead was here. Shisheng had scanned the surroundings before, but hadn't seen her. She didn't know if the female lead was in one of the private rooms or not. It was during this event that Xia Man had saved Lu Qingyun, who discovered Xia Man and Shi Mo's relationship, and as a result got closer to Xia Man. The outside had already been surrounded by many layers of policemen. By now, the robbers had already chased out the people inside the private rooms. Xia Man emerged from the private room that was the farthest to the back. She was wearing workout clothes while her expression was leaning more towards the cold end of the spectrum. She appeared very calm as she followed the robbers' instructions and squatted at the wall 2 people over from Shisheng. Shisheng couldn't help but give her another glance just because of how she reacted. Move aside, one of the robbers shouted fiercely while standing in front of her and blocking her view. The waiter cried as he moved aside, and the robbers entered the room. The sounds of angry curses could be heard from the room before 2 people walked out. Squat over there. Make any funny moves, and I'll kill you. Bloody hell. Why is there a man that looks this beautiful? Shisheng felt someone squat down. She lifted her head and managed to catch a glimpse of the man's pale and handsome profile. His lips were slightly pursed while his gaze was lowered. There wasn't much expression on his face. Even though he was squatting, he made it look elegant. He didn't seem to fit in with the surrounding chaos, as if he belonged to a different world. Perhaps he felt Shisheng's gaze on him, for he turned to look at her, exposing his entire face to her view. That was a face indescribable with mere words. When he smiled, those inky black eyes seemed as if thousands of flowers were blooming. Shisheng was dazed. She felt as if she had just seen Chu Tang. However, she immediately denied it. This man was different from Chu Tang. Whereas Chu Tang had an imperceptible wickedness about him that seduced one to the dark side, this man did not make any attempts at covering up that aura of spiteful ill intent. System, get out here. I, BBB, want to have a discussion with you on life. Why are all the targets of the hidden quests all such perverts? I, BBB, feel like my BBB life is in danger. Please give me hacks and cheats, something. At least give me, BBB, that beginner's package. Hashtag what do I do when my host won't forget about the beginner's package? Urgently need help. Hashtag. Lu Qingyun stared in doubt at the girl squatting beside him. This was the first time somebody had revealed such an expression of enmity upon seeing his face. Did my charm decrease? Lu Qingyun turned his head to smile at the other girl next to him. Though there were still traces of fear and panic on her face, at least in her eyes there were some traces of infatuation. It was as if she'd forgotten she was currently being held hostage by bank robbers, as well as the fact that she was still in danger. See, now that's the kind of reaction someone should have upon seeing me. Satisfied, Lu Qingyun turned his head to look at this rare creature when his arm was grabbed and he was pulled up. Xiao Man had also been pulled up. Get over here and stand there. The robber pointed at the now glassless window. They pushed the 2 over to where the policeman outside could see. Shisheng quickly pulled on that robber, who turned his head and pointed his gun at Shisheng. He roared in his gravelly voice. What are you doing? Courting death. Shisheng smiled as her eyes curved into crescents before pointing at Lu Qingyun. I'm going with him. There was surprise in the robber's eyes. He had probably never seen a hostage this eager to die, especially not a girl this good-looking. When he got over his surprise, the robber shook his gun as he threatened her. Stop bullshitting. Make any funny moves, and I'ma fucking kill you. When even a bunch of grown men are crying for their mommies and daddies, wouldn't a little girl who smilingly offered herself as cannon fodder be suspicious? Do you take me for an idiot? Shishang's face fell as she spoke in a pitiful voice. But he's my boyfriend. We said we'd live and die together. How could I let him face such a dangerous situation alone? Come on, let me go over. See, I'm just a weak woman. What could I do that would threaten you? The newly appointed boyfriend Lu Qingyun and Xiao Man, who had been staring at Shishang this whole time, twitched her lips. Wasn't she Shimo's woman? How come she suddenly became this man's girlfriend? And the other hostages in the coffee shop all cast admiring glances at Shishang. Young love is just so touching. But once they got a look at Lu Qingyun's face, a few young ladies felt envious inside. They were willing to share life and death with such a hot guy too. The cops outside were making a fuss by now. Perhaps the robber felt like he had wasted too much time, for he didn't stop to consider any longer as he railed at her. Get up. Don't try anything funny. Put your hands where I can see him. Shishang immediately got up and made her way to Lu Qingyun's side. She grabbed his arm, not forgetting to shoot him a smile. The robbers wanted the police to prepare a car within half an hour, or else they would kill the hostages. Hi, you scared? Shishang asked Lu Qingyun in a small voice. Lu Qingyun stood there casually, his posture languid. His clear voice, containing some hints of ill-intentioned laughter, spoke. There are people accompanying me to die. Why would I be afraid? His obscure gaze swept on the hand Shishang was using to hold onto his arm. His smile only grew brighter though, and the world seemed to lose its colors. Shishang's scalp tingled as her inner warning bells sounded. She hesitated a bit, but in the end, didn't release him. Take a guess as to how long it'll take for them to rescue us. Shishang's gaze landed on the cops outside, who were still undergoing negotiations with the robbers through a loudspeaker. Perhaps they won't be able to. Don't worry, see that girl beside you. Though she was speaking words of consolation, her tone wasn't consoling at all. Follow her, and you definitely won't die, though you might get injured. Lu Qingyun cast a glance at Xiao Man, who was standing on his other side. Xiao Man's gaze stared straight ahead. Her chin and back were tensed up. She was clearly nervous. Her appearance was completely unlike his self-appointed girlfriend, whose body was completely relaxed. How do you know I won't die if I follow her? Dummy, of course it's because of the protagonist halo. Of course, she couldn't tell him this, so Shishang merely smiled as she instigated him. Why don't you go test whether you can kill her? System was on the brink of collapse. The task was to let you flirt with a guy, not instigate the villain to attack the female lead. Hashtag my host continues to shun tropes. Hashtag. Xiao Man was standing a bit farther, so she couldn't hear what Lu Qingyun and Shishang were saying, but she saw their ill-intentioned gazes land on her. Her entire body stiffened. This feeling was stranger than when she was being held at gunpoint. The policemen outside were speechless as well. Why do we get the feeling these two hostages are feeling rather carefree? They're even having a bloody conversation. The hell? Can't you guys be more professional? This is an action scene, not a romance scene. I might have taken some liberties with this one. The Ross implied she wanted to give a bad review, but I figured this would keep the original meaning more. Author's note. Zaya Shengzi is going to make system cry, ha. Please donate and vote. Translator's Corner. Zaya Shengzi is like a nickname for Shishang. The Sheng refers to Shishang's given name. Also, I decided on bolding the emphasized words and thoughts because a non-italicized word doesn't really stand out. Chapter 27. The robbers and police had already finished their negotiations when a sudden change occurred. Amongst the hostages, a skinny man suddenly lunged at the nearest robber and took advantage of when he hadn't reacted to bite into his neck. The robber cried out terribly. An entertainment novel turned into a zombie novel? You can do that. Clearly, Shishang was just thinking too much. The robber pushed the man away and gave him a harsh kick. The man slammed into the wall and moaned in pain. The next moment, though, he leapt back up and pounced on the robber again, shouting madly. Trash like you deserve to die? Go dot. I will help enact justice on you. I'm a hero. I'm a hero. The hell is with this madman? Quickly get him off. The robber who had been attacked roared furiously at his fellows beside him. However, the man seemed as if he had been shot full of chicken blood as he used every method he had to attack them. Even if it was grabbing them by the hair and biting them, As long as it was effective, that man would use it. Taking advantage of when one of the robbers revealed a gap when he went over to help his friend, a few of the braver people amongst the hostages charged over towards the door. The crack of a gunshot rang out. The madman seemed as if someone had hit the pause button on him as his eyes widened and he fell backwards, blood pouring from his body. There was a moment where everything seemed to move sluggishly. "Who the fuck allowed you to shoot?" A robber standing on the other side roared. They're killing people. Save me, ah. I don't want to die. I have elderly and kids at home. Spare me. Please just let me off. Let me out of here. Let me out." The people who had originally been squatting suddenly all stood up as they fought to make their way to the exit. The robbers probably didn't plan on actually killing anyone, as they simply used their superior physical strength to block them. Perhaps the hostages had guessed this point, for their courage suddenly grew. A few even started attempting to snatch the robbers' guns. In the chaos, a few people made their way over to Shi Sheng's direction, as leaving through the window was much faster than leaving through the door. This all happened within a few seconds. When Xia Man finally reacted, she started to make for the window. Perhaps it was because she had been too nervous earlier. For the moment she moved, her legs softened, causing her to trip and fall. Bang! Yet another gunshot rang out. As Shi Sheng had been holding onto Lu Qingyun's arm this entire time. The moment the robbers began opening fire, Shi Sheng had pulled Lu Qingyun to the side to dodge and had shoved Xia Man in passing, causing the bullet to graze Xia Man's shoulder and embed itself into the floor. "Get out." Shi Sheng pointed at the window. Even under such chaotic circumstances, Lu Qingyun still had a brilliant smile on his face, which made people's scalps tingle and break out in cold sweat. Shi Sheng quickly shifted her gaze as she pulled him towards the window. The two vaulted over the window ledge before hearing the sounds of gunshots again. A few policemen charged forward and hurriedly brought the two to the back, where they could be protected. "You saved her just now." Lu Qingyun leaned against a police car with a casual posture as he raised his eyebrow at the girl who had just decided to sit on the ground without thought for her image. Shi Sheng pouted as she blew at the bangs that were in her face before speaking in a righteous tone. "Saving a person's life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda." In the story, that fall would have caused Xia Man to take a bullet for Lu Qingyun. Though it was an accident, she had saved his life. It was because of this that Lu Qingyun got acquainted with her. Though he had ulterior motives, one couldn't deny that he was pretty much Xia Man's hack, allowing her to safely make her way to the top of the circle. The reason why she had pushed Xia Man just now, allowing her to avoid the bullet, was because she had a somewhat good impression of her. Lu Qingyun was doubtful inwardly. He hadn't forgotten what she had tried to instigate him into doing just now. Yet now she said in such a righteous tone that saving a life was better than building a 7-storied pagoda. This joke wasn't funny. He looked at the girl fiddling around with her phone. In his dark eyes, it was as if countless flowers were blossoming and ripples began forming. The corner of his lip slowly lifted into a slight smile. The surrounding policemen went into a daze upon seeing this. How can a person be this beautiful? The robbers were quickly rounded up. Those at the coffee shop, except for the wounded ones, were called into the station to make their statements. By the time Shi Sheng exited the station, it was already dark out. Tang Yin smoked as he leaned against a car. Seeing Shi Sheng come out, he extinguished the cigarette, an unreadable expression on his face. His tone was still as unhurried as ever, though clearly more serious. "You managed to cause such a ruckus in an afternoon. Do the media know?" Shi Sheng blinked. "I'm innocent in this matter, okay? Everything has been handled." Tang Yin sighed. A top-notch support team wasn't just for show, you know. Just as the two were about to leave, Shi Sheng saw Lu Qingyun, who was exiting the station. She ran over. "Mr. Lu, do you want me to give you a ride?" Lu Qingyun cast a side glance at Shi Sheng before smiling and spoke clearly. "No need." Then he walked past Shi Sheng and left. He left. Was actually rejected? "Ms. Jiang, can you please tell me who that man was just now?" Tang Yin had stood behind Shi Sheng at some point. Under the lamplight, his glasses appeared to be shining with a cold light. Just now, the two of them had been standing a bit far from Tang Yin, and with the level of light here, Tang Yin hadn't seen clearly who the man that spoke to Shi Sheng was. Lu Qingyun had left from the other end, so he hadn't passed by Tang Yin. "The patron, ah," Shi Sheng subconsciously replied. "What? Patron?" His actress had a patron. Shi Sheng seemed to have just reacted as she shook her head to deny it. Tang Yin let out a sigh of relief. Though these matters were common in this circle, it wasn't beneficial to the actors in the end. However, he hadn't completely relaxed when he heard her speak in a serious voice. My future patron. Uft. Tang Yin nearly choked. This person is here to torment me, isn't she? Right now, future patron Lu Qingyun was sitting in the passenger seat of a car, his arms folded. His eyes were smiling. He seemed to be rather happy. The man driving glanced at him a few times before he couldn't help but speak. Lu Qingyun, what are you smiling for? It's night time. Are you trying to scare the living daylights out of me? However, there was no reply. The inside of the car was filled with the sound of soft and relaxing music. The man was already used to not getting any reply for his questions, so he simply changed the topic. You've only just returned to the country, and you've already gone sightseeing at a police station. I've already told you not to cause so much trouble for me, haven't I? This place is different from overseas. I don't have the time and energy to keep bailing you out, so stop causing any more trouble. It was because you came late today that I had to waste so much time there. The man was stumped for words. How would he know Lu Qingyun would be this unlucky? He actually encountered a bank robbery. Was he being possessed by an unlucky star or something? Do you know who the woman that was with me today is? Lu Qingyun turned to look at the man. That pair of eyes were like the most beautiful pieces of black jade in the world as they shone with light. Which one? The man subconsciously asked before he cast a strange gaze at Lu Qingyun. Wait, you're actually asking me about a woman? Huh. I thought you were already gay to the point you couldn't get any gayer. I was even prepared to grudgingly accept you if you didn't get married off, within a few years, but you actually started being interested in the opposite sex now. The amount of nonsense you speak is inversely proportional to the company's annual income. Lu Qingyun, you're more like a person when you keep your mouth shut. The man ground his teeth as he glared at Lu Qingyun. It was such a waste that he looked this good. When you speak, you're like a god dash. Lu Qingyun paused. Ly madman too. The man had to suppress the anger in his chest. Just why did I have to go and fetch him? Wasn't letting him reflect on his own a good thing? Fuck. This is what happens when I don't think things through first. 1. He uses the word ja here, which is really only used for women. It implies that Lu Qingyun's the less dominant one. 2. This joke sounded better in the Ross, and I will tell you right now that countless brave brain cells have died trying to come up with this. The godly part was Sun Fun Murray Fun Shun, while the madman bit was because he added Jing Bing Fun Murray Fun Jing Bing to the end. Author's note. Chestnut, come look at your person. There is funnier stuff planned for the future, haha. Please vote. Translator's Corner. No idea who this chestnut was. Another author maybe. And no, don't think dirty. She meant he could hitch a ride with her. Or maybe it's just me. Editor, Riekahia.'s thoughts. Chestnut is an author who writes a series of interconnected romance novels, most with black-bellied MLs. A lot of them are mostly translated, with one finished. Chapter 28. No news was published on the matter of the bank robbery and the hostage fiasco that ensued in the coffee shop. This had been the same in the original plotline, which was why Shisheng hadn't been worried. There was a boss there to resolve it. What would she be afraid of? The sad thing was that Shisheng never got any notice from the Xinxia drama she auditioned for. Only when Tang Yin called to check did they find out that the role had already been taken. This was a bit out of Shisheng's expectations. After all, Song Han had been rather satisfied with her. Are there any other roles aside from the second supporting female lead role? This Xinxia drama would be a big hit in the future, so of course, she shouldn't just let go of such a good opportunity to get some exposure. Tang Yin had asked this as well, so he shook his head as he answered, no. All the roles are already occupied. The roles on Song Han's shows had always been a hot commodity. People would start planning on going through the back door the moment there was the slightest hint of a new one. Who's the second supporting female lead? In the original plotline, the second supporting female lead would be a new actress who became famous as a result of this show and jumped directly to the third rank. Lin Shanshan. The fuck? Wasn't Lin Shanshan dealing with bad publicity these days? How come she still has the time to fight me for the role? Tang Yin pushed up his glasses before drawling. She's setting herself against you. Her backer comes from an impressive background. Who is he? She hadn't thought her enmity with Lin Shanshan was all that big, but now it had evolved into one where the two couldn't coexist in the same world. Tang Yin cast her a glance. Lu Dapeng. Lu Dapeng was one of the hegemons in the real estate industry. His wife's family had some dealings with the government, so of course his background was impressive. Don't think too much on it. There hasn't been any shortage of acting roles. I'll go look them over for you tomorrow. All right. There was a cocktail party today, and the company has requested you to join. They've sent an evening dress. Tang Yin handed over a bag to Shi Sheng. Why would the company want their actresses to attend a cocktail party and even send them evening gowns? Shi Sheng pretty much had confusion written in her eyes. The company will organize these sometimes. The company will send a car to fetch you when the party starts. Agents can't go in, so at that time look out for yourself. I'll be waiting outside for you. If there's anything, just give me a call. Tang Yin was as conscientious as if he was dealing with a new actress as he highlighted all the things to take note of for Shi Sheng. His voice wasn't rushed, like a slightly billowing wind. It wasn't hard on the ears. Shi Sheng didn't interrupt him for once since Milan had never explained all these to Jiang Wan. Only when Shi Sheng saw Xiaoman at the party did Shi Sheng recall that this party was where the main leads met for the second time after the female lead had returned from abroad. No wonder the company gave me an evening gown and didn't prepare a companion to accompany me. It must be because of Xiamo. Shi Sheng took advantage of when no one had noticed her yet to escape from the party. She didn't want to be used as a shield by Xiamo. She passed by quite a few people, and just as she was about to reach the door, she came face to face with Lin Shanshan, who was holding onto a man's arm. The moment Lin Shanshan saw Shi Sheng, hate flashed in her eyes for a moment before disappearing. She brought her man to block Shi Sheng's path before speaking with a faint smile on her face. Hey, isn't this Ms. Jiang? The party's about to start. Where are you going? Shi Sheng scowled slightly before sweeping her gaze over the man Lin Shanshan was clinging on to. He looked pretty normal overall. It was just that his age was a bit high. If one said he was Lin Shanshan's father, it would be believable. Is it any of your business where I go? Since they had already evolved into full-blown enemies, then she had no need to be pleasant to Lin Shanshan. Lin Shanshan's face changed slightly. Seeing that Shi Sheng was alone, however, she smiled and spoke mockingly. Has Ms. Jiang not found a companion to accompany you? Being so lonely is rather pitiful. Boss Lu, why don't you find Ms. Jiang a partner? Towards the end, Lin Shanshan was pretty much sticking onto Lu Dapeng. Pleased by her action, Lu Dapeng, who had his hand on her waist, fondled her a bit as he spoke with a smile. What kind of companion is Ms. Jiang looking for? Though I don't have much ability, I at least have some friends. He felt that Jiang Wan looked pretty good. A pity he preferred the mature type. They were more fun in bed. Oh, does President Lu have any friends that are particularly handsome? President Lu, you know that young people like me prefer good-looking partners, since if they were too ugly, it would influence our appetite. Shi Sheng ignored Lu Dapeng's slowly hardening face as she revealed her teeth in a smile and spoke. If President Lu knows someone like this, I would hope you'd introduce them to me. Lu Dapeng wasn't dumb. He obviously managed to hear her underlying meaning. She was indirectly calling him old and ugly. Ms. Jiang, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. 1. Lu Dapeng suppressed the flames of his anger. In Qing City, as long as I say the word, don't even think about remaining in this circle. Lin Shanshan stood at the side and watched Shi Sheng with an arrogant and mocking gaze. She had thought that this woman wouldn't dare to directly oppose Lu Dapeng and had been planning to fan the flames a bit more, but who knew this woman was this dumb to offend Lu Dapeng? Who wasn't aware that Lu Dapeng absolutely loathed when people called him ugly or old? She wanted to see how this woman would be able to remain in the circle any longer. Should have considered more before opposing me. Toast? When did President Lu propose a toast to me? If President Lu decides to toast me, I naturally won't refuse. Shi Sheng's tone was extremely sincere. But President Lu clearly didn't make any toasts. Aren't you wronging me here? President Lu, you can't just bully me because I'm young. Well, aren't you an eloquent little lass? Lu Dapeng was so pissed he started laughing before speaking viciously. There'll be a time when you'll beg me. We'll settle our score then. He didn't believe he was unable to fix a little girl. All these newbies had some youthful arrogance in them, thinking that this circle was that easy to stay in. Who does second Uncle Lu want to settle scores with? A clear voice with hints of laughter in it sounded from behind Lu Dapeng. Lu Dapeng froze as the expression on his face changed drastically. Why do I seem to have heard that person's voice? This isn't possible. Wasn't he overseas? But who else other than him could cause the air to be suffused with killing intent just by calling second Uncle Lu? Shi Sheng had been facing the door, so of course she saw who had spoken as he'd walked in. The lamplight lit up his features. It was as if a layer of light added to him, and he seemed like an immortal from a painting. Those inky black eyes sucked in those who met them. He wasn't wearing a tuxedo but casual attire, yet he didn't seem out of place at all in this luxurious and high-class setting. Every step he took was as if it had landed on one's heart, causing it to tremble. He was like a king who had the reverence of countless people. He seemed to be a body of light, able to attract the attention of all without a single word. Lu Dapeng's last hope was extinguished when he saw who it was. He felt his throat growing dry. His scalp was tingling while his back had already been drenched in cold sweat. In the end, he couldn't help but harden his scalp to speak. When did eldest young master return? You should have at least informed us. Lu Qingyun stood there with his brilliant smile, and it seemed like thousands upon thousands of pear blossoms were blooming. Do I need to report when I decide to return to second Uncle Lu? One common saying used as a threat. It's like saying, look, you better agree while I'm still being nice, or else. Author's note. I'm letting our male lead act cool for a while, la la la, gimme votes. This week there's only one chapter. There'll be more next week. I'll post the update schedule tomorrow. Please be understanding of me, little angels. I have to control the word count, otherwise I won't be able to get recommended. No recommendations means no adding to bookshelves. No adding to bookshelves means I can't meet my quota. So, for the sake of meeting my quota, I can only post like this. Authors mostly write for money. What? Did you think authors lived off air? Authors who don't want to make money and get famous aren't good authors. Please be more understanding, little angels. Translator's Corner. I think the author's note might have been harder to translate than the actual story. The author uses a lot of slang, and since I am not a native Chinese, I have no idea what most of these are, and Google Translate doesn't either. Chapter 29. That wasn't what I meant, eldest young master. Lu Dapeng hurriedly denied in a terrified voice. I just wanted to express that if eldest young master had informed me beforehand, I could have gone to welcome you. Lu Dapeng was filled with apprehension and fear. Wasn't this fiend perfectly fine with remaining outside the country? What did he come back for? The Lu family was a clan that had more than 100 years of history. Their clan rules were very strict about hierarchy. Even if Lu Qingyun called him second uncle, he was merely a member of the side branch, and Lu Qingyun was from the main line. These years the main branch had moved their base of operations out of the country, so Lu Dapeng didn't know why he came back. That won't be necessary. Lu Qingyun's gaze landed on Shi Sheng. Shi Sheng immediately smiled. This is the patron, the future patron, can't offend him. Lin Shanshan went into a daze as she stared at him. You probably couldn't find a man handsomer than him in the entertainment circle. And from how Lu Dapeng addressed him, one could see his status was much higher. If she was able to get this person to take a liking to her. Thinking up to this point, Lin Shanshan immediately knocked that train of thought out of her head, and the infatuation in her eyes slowly faded. This man didn't seem easy to get close to. If he warranted such fearful respect from Lu Dapeng, he wasn't one she could afford to provoke. She might as well stick with Lu Dapeng, or else she might end up not gaining anything, but instead losing everything. Lin Shanshan clearly knew her own limits. But when she looked up, she saw Shi Sheng smiling at that man, who actually walked over, causing Lin Shanshan to hate Shi Sheng even more. Why her? Patcher, Mr. Lu, what a coincidence. Shi Sheng greeted with smiling eyes. When Lu Dapeng saw Lu Qingyun nod at Shi Sheng, he was so terrified his soul nearly left his body. Wasn't Zhang Wan just a normal person? When did she get to know this demon? Do you still have business here, second Uncle Lu? Lu Qingyun stood next to Shi Sheng as he shot a side glance at Lu Dapeng, who didn't dare to move an inch. Lu Dapeng's body shivered as he quickly shook his head. No, nothing at all. I'll be leaving now, eldest young master. Lu Dapeng pulled Lin Shanshan and headed towards the door, pretty much having given up on attending the party. Like hell I'd still attend. With this freak here, I'd only go in if I didn't feel like living anymore. Wait a second. Lu Dapeng paused as he turned around and spoke in a respectful and apprehensive voice. Does eldest young master have any more orders? Apologize. Apologize? Lu Dapeng was beginning to feel unwell. Just what relationship does Jiang Wan have with this devil? He actually told him to apologize to her. Lu Dapeng had cold sweat pouring off him as he looked at Jiang Wan before bowing. Ms. Jiang, it was my mistake earlier. Do be generous and let me off. I'm not the one who has enmity with you. It's only because Lin Shanshan incited me that I let pig oil cover my heart. 1. Lin Shanshan paled. She hadn't expected Lu Dapeng to sell her out so easily. Lu Dapeng, what is the meaning of this? Just because he was afraid of this man, He put all the blame on her. Shut up. Lu Daping rebuked Lin Shanshan with a vicious face. Had it not been for her, he wouldn't have even looked at Jiang Wan, let alone have offended this demon because of her matter. I don't need to teach you what to do I? No, not at all. Rest assured, young master. I will definitely resolve this matter satisfactorily. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Daping's eyes. Lin Shanshan had nearly caused him to offend this devil. Having no other outlet, he could only vent on Lin Shanshan. Don't let down the reputation of my Lu family. Lu Qingyun waved his hand. As if he had just received an amnesty, Lu Daping immediately dragged a pale-faced Lin Shanshan out the door. You're actually this impressive. Shisheng made a worshipful expression. President Lu is already one of the top players in the industry. You're really amazing to be able to get him to call you eldest young mastered. Lu Qingyun's gaze landed on Shisheng's calm eyes. There wasn't the slightest ripple there. This woman clearly didn't wish to praise him. You should at least put more effort into your acting. Right now, you're clearly just being perfunctory with me. Young Master Lu once again doubted his own charm. Why was it useless against this woman? You don't feel like praising me, yet you went against your conscience to do so. Don't you feel upset? Even if you're going to go against your conscience to praise me, you should at least put more effort into hiding it. Just what do you mean by completely not hiding your true thoughts? Nope. Getting a verbal praise from me, BBB, is already not bad, but you still want a sincere one? In your dreams. Lu Qingyun. For the first time, he found himself unable to say anything to that. Isn't this being a bit too honest? Lu Qingyun, where'd you kidnap this girl from? All I did was go to park the car, and you abandoned me. And I even went to the trouble of fetching you too. Are you still human? Kidnap? This phrasing was simply. Shisheng looked at the newcomer. He was dressed normally for this kind of event, and looked rather good too. Not waiting for Lu Qingyun to reply though, he immediately leapt to the next topic. I saw Lu Daping just now. Did he eat gunpowder or something? He was ranting at a woman. Just what did you do to him? Shisheng was speechless. It seems like this fellow really understands Lu Qingyun. All he saw was Lu Daping getting angry, and he could guess that it was Lu Qingyun's doing. There's only one person that fit this description, and that's Lu Qingyun's good friend, too, / accomplice, Su Yixio. And this is. Su Yixio changed the topic back to Shisheng in a flash as he curiously examined her. Lady, your heart must be huge if you can stand with him for this long. Wasn't this the one Lu Qingyun asked me about the last time? Being able to stand with him without any change in expression, no wonder he wanted to ask about her. Big enough for the world 3. Shisheng spoke with a straight face. PFT Su Yixio couldn't help laughing. Shisheng glared at him. What are you laughing at, I am Jiang Wan. He's on future patron's side. Just ignore him. Su Yixio revealed an expression of pleasant surprise, and his tone was more excited than before. So you're Ms. Jiang. I am Su Yixio, Lu Qingyun's childhood buddy cum nanny. Shisheng's lips twitched. Childhood friend and nanny. You sure those fit? I, BBB, don't understand the logic of villains. Thanks for that matter last time. Had it not been for you, I figure Lu Qingyun would have probably been done for back there. You might not know this, but his only flaw is that his stamina is horrible. Why, back in junior high, if you'd shut up, you'd be more pleasing to look at. Lu Qingyun interrupted Su Yixio. Even if I'm still eye candy. Su Yixio humphed though he didn't continue his previous line of conversation. Shisheng. Hee 4. I feel like I fucked a dog 5. Why is there such an adorably dumb person in the villain camp? Ms. Jiang, are you here alone tonight? Since Lu Qingyun was interested in this girl, then as his nanny / assistant / best friend, he naturally had to help him out. Temporarily, yes. Shimo hadn't showed up yet. Not sure what he was up to. That's great. I've got some stuff to deal with, so I gotta go first. Lu Qingyun's only just returned from abroad and isn't quite used to this place. Yet, so might I be able to trouble Ms. Jiang to help me look after him for the night. Bro, I can only help you to this point. Shisheng felt like there was something weird with Su Yixio's choice of words. Then it settled. Ms. Jiang, you're a good person. Then, I'll just take my leave now. Su Yixio finished his one-sided conversation. As if he wasn't reassured though, he warned Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun, I am telling you right now, don't fuck this up. Our friendship won't be able to stand it. Su Yixio then ran out the door as if someone was hot on his heels. Shisheng, who had received a good person card, was speechless. Hey, the hell? I haven't agreed yet, and you just left? Though, I wouldn't have rejected anyways. 1. an idiom for letting petty stuff like jealousy, greed, etc. win against his conscience. 2. There's a connotation for gay fuck buddy here. This will be relevant later on. Degree. 3. This has several meanings. One is caring for the world, which I doubt is what Shisheng meant since she's, well, Shisheng. Another is having grand ambitions, I.e. conquer the world. 4. Guess there was no getting around this one, was there? While this is the opinion for what the Ross say is, front. It can convey a lot of things, mostly used to express, I am so done with your nonsense. It's one of those language-specific slangs. I couldn't replace it here like I did before. It's pronounced more like her than ha. 5. No, this is not literal. It's just to emphasize her disbelief. See also, looked like she had swallowed a fly. It's basically like saying WTF. But Riekahia said this sounded more charming, so it's staying in. Chapter 30. Xiaoman, you still dare to come back? Just how are you so shameless? If I were you, I'd spend the rest of my life overseas and never come back, especially not to humiliate myself and the Xiao family. Just as Shisheng was about to continue walking, she heard Xiaoman's name being spoken, causing her to pause and turn back. A beautifully dressed woman was blocking Xiaoman from entering just a few steps from Shisheng. Xiaoman's gaze hardened slightly as she spoke in a cold voice. I have no relation to the Xiao family. Ridicule suffused Xia Xian's face as she spoke. Well, aren't you hard as nails? What? Did you manage to find a backer? Oh, that's right. The only thing you can depend on now is that body of yours. Huh. Xia Xian fell and just so happened to slam into Shisheng. Shisheng stumbled and hit the flower pot beside her. That flower pot was square-shaped, so there were corners on it, which caused her waist to ache. I was just watching a show. How come I managed to get implicated too? And as for you, Lu Qingyun, would it kill you to have caught me? Lu Qingyun had been standing beside her. He clearly could have helped her steady herself without much effort, but this fellow simply folded his arms and smiled as he watched her bump into the flower pot. Are you all right? A pair of hands helped her up. Shisheng furrowed her brow and looked up at their owner. Xiamo. Imo, you got people to hit me? What did I do? Xia Xian held onto her face as she looked at Xiamo with a wronged expression. The one who had hit Xia Xian just now was Xiamo's assistant. Xiamo helped Shisheng up before placing an arm around her waist, his voice aloof and distant. You were blocking my girlfriend. Shisheng. This reason's rather haphazard. Your grandpa. Xiamo, you were clearly helping Xiaoman settle her grudges, yet you just had to pull the aggro to me. You want to protect the white moonlight / vermilion spot in your heart. 1. No problem. But you pulled the aggro to me, you inhumane bastard. Xia Xian's pupils dilated as her expression was filled with disbelief. She shot a knife-like gaze at Shisheng before questioning Xiamo while pointing at her. She? Who is she? Girlfriend? When did Xiamo get a girlfriend? It must have been this woman who seduced Imo. Shisheng felt revolt at Xiamo's touch, so she grabbed onto Lu Qingyun and used the leverage to pull herself out of Xiamo's arms. Leaning against Lu Qingyun's arm, she spoke. President Xi, you can eat anything you want but can't just speak anything you want. There's clearly nothing between us. It's not good of you to ruin my reputation like this. It seems like I am going to have to completely oppose Xiamo today. Forget it. Continuing to stay at Dongfang Entertainment is tiring as is. I mean, wouldn't anyone who had a boss who'd pull you out as a shield at any time agree? Lu Qingyun looked at the woman leaning on him, and a trace of slyness flashed in his eyes. He retreated a step, planning on letting Shisheng fall. However, she had already expected him to do this. Though she looked like she had been leaning heavily on him, she hadn't actually put that much weight against him. When he moved, Shisheng moved with him. Their movements weren't too big. In the eyes of others, Lu Qingyun had simply switched his posture to better support Shisheng. In truth, the two were having a secret battle. In the end, Lu Qingyun smiled and gave up on pushing Shisheng away. Instead, he hugged Shisheng's waist and pinched it. Lu Qingyun, you bitch. Shisheng was grinding her teeth inwardly. Chutang, you can get off the top of my blacklist now. All this had only happened in a few seconds, so Xiamo hadn't had much time to process Shisheng's words. When he finally noticed Lu Qingyun, he scowled as he swept a dark gaze over Shisheng. Warner, don't make a fuss. Come over. What does President Xi mean? I might be your company's artist, but I don't recall having sold my body to the company. Shisheng coldly gazed at Xiamo. The hell. Standing behind you is the main female villain. I'd only go over if I went crazy. Shimo lowered his voice. Jiang Wan, have you forgotten what you promised me? Shisheng feigned ignorance. What did I promise President Shi? The one who made the promise was Jiang Wan. Besides, Shimo had half coerced her into it with threats. Shisheng didn't believe that Shimo dared to say it out in front of such an audience. Wanner, I was late because I had some matters to take care of at the company. Don't be upset. Shimo suddenly softened his tone. Come over here first. Don't forsake your future for the sake of a moment's anger. Holy fuck, you actually dared to threaten me. Shimo was the cold-blooded type. Aside from Xiaoman, he could use anyone. No, he even used Xiaoman, although the extent was very little. Taking a deep breath, Shisheng spoke with a smile on her face. President Shi and I are merely an employer and employee. Instead of explaining the reason for being late to me, you should be explaining to your fiancée. Shimo's fiancée was the woman who had been slapped just now, Xia Xian. She was the daughter of Xiaoman's father and his previous wife. She was also the target of Jiang Wan's vengeance. With the Xia family as her backing, Xia Xian had made quite a name for herself in the circle. She was currently a first-ranked celebrity. Hearing Shisheng mention Xia Xian, Shimo laughed coldly inwardly. He just treated it as Shisheng throwing a tantrum because she knew about his fiancée. Thinking thus, Shimo's face softened a bit more. Our engagement was simply decided on by our elders, but my heart only has you. Wanner, come over here first. President Shi, I believe I've made myself very clear already. You're a CEO, you don't have to make things tough on your employee, right? Shimo nearly broke his own teeth with how hard he was clenching them. Humph, you still know I'm the CEO? Then you still dare to defy me? I had thought this woman was one of the ones who knew their own limit, but now I see that she's just as greedy as the rest of them. Jiang Wan, very good. Shimo's face darkened as he stopped pretending. He had already given her enough face just now, but she hadn't known when to stop. Thanks for President Shi's praise. Shimo clenched his fists, his gaze dark. Jiang Wan, if I can make you, then I can break you. I want to see how you'll beg me then. As they were already starting to attract attention from the surrounding onlookers just by standing there, Shimo coldly humphed before heading for the party, just leaving Xiaoman there. He knew this wasn't a good place to talk. Wait for me. Xia Xian raised her skirt as she chased after him, not forgetting to shoot a glare at Shisheng. Shisheng was speechless. That fellow already hit you, and you still chased after him? Are you a fucking masochist? Xiaoman remained standing there the entire time. From the bitterness of seeing Shimo with another woman, to confusion before straight out being stunned stupid. What's going on? Shimo was spurned. However, upon seeing Lu Qingyun's face, Xiaoman suddenly felt like it wasn't so strange. Shisheng raised her brow as she looked at Xiaoman. The female lead this time is rather normal. 1. As you might have guessed, it means something like one true love. Though most of the time it's not reciprocated or there's no one there to reciprocate it anymore. Author's note. Su Ishio, you're the gay one. Your whole family are gays. Lu Qingyun, ever since we were young, what else could you do besides frame me? Lu Qingyun, you? Su Ishio, Shisheng, hurry up, drag this scumbag out and beat him to death. Shisheng, I'm still waiting for him to keep me. I can't hit him. Su Ishio, I choose to be Kia. Chapter 31. Mr. Lu, why don't you keep me? Shisheng was still leaning onto Lu Qingyun as she spoke in an even tone. Xiaoman, who just so happened to be walking past her, overheard this, causing her to nearly trip over herself. Xiaoman looked strangely at the woman who seemed to be plastered to the man's chest right now. Why is this Jiang Wan such a weirdo? Go and eat more papayas, one, and maybe I'll consider. Papayas? Shisheng looked at her chest before her expression turned sour. This bitch just called my boobs small. I'ma kill him. Lu Qingyun pushed Shisheng aside as he smiled threateningly. Stop following me or I'll make sure you die a horrible death. No way. Su Ishio handed you over to me, so I have to take care of you. If I promise something, I'll carry it out and do it very well. Shisheng caught him. If she let him run now, how is she going to find him again? Even if you do this, he won't like you. He likes men. Likes men? I hadn't thought Su Ishio was that kind of person. Wait, why would I want him to like me though? Shisheng was confused, and by the time she reacted, Lu Qingyun had already escaped from her grasp and walked towards a crowded area. Shisheng's face darkened as she chased after him. Lu Qingyun, at least consider it, ah? Look, I am very useful. I can manage stocks, I can open businesses, I can earn money, I can help you teach people lessons. If you keep me, You'll be marrying over a winner in life. You wouldn't be able to find such an awesome person like me even if you lit a lantern too. Once you pass this shop, there won't be any more villages. 3. Hashtag when my host doesn't want face, she's invincible. Hashtag. Young Master Lu completely ignored Shishang's self-advertisement, though he didn't chase her away at least. Those eyes, however, were shining with a mischievous light, as if he was planning something. Shishang was still a bit guarded, but for the sake of the toss a 1,000 gold mission, she had to harden her scalp. She felt like getting Lu Qingyun to spend money on her would be harder than earning her own money, giving it to him, and having him spend it on her. Lu Qingyun walked down the hotel corridor, followed closely by Shishang. When he heard the voice from behind him, the laughter in his eyes thickened. Lu Qingyun, though my chest is a bit on the small side, but it can still grow. Even if it can't, this is already not bad. Shishang. Like hell you're poor. As the most OP villain, your background can't get any more impressive, okay? How can you say you can't do it for? Oh no, say you're poor. Just as Shishang was stringing together a speech on how immoral it was for a tycoon to pretend to be poor, Lu Qingyun stopped suddenly as he pulled Shishang into the emergency escape corridor. Lu dashed. Say one more word, and I won't keep you even if you beat Suishio to death. The Suishio who had been inexplicably pulled into this. The hell did it have to with me? Shishang weighed her options for a bit before choosing to obediently shut her mouth and look outside through the window in the door. There were currently 2 people standing on the other side of the door. It was Xiamo and Xiaoman. Xiaoman seemed like she wanted to leave, but Xiamo was preventing her from doing so. Their voices weren't that loud, so naturally they couldn't be heard through the door. But Xiaoman quickly managed to free herself from his grasp and ran off. Xiamo punched the wall in frustration and rage before stalking off angrily. All right, I forgot. There was going to be a good show tonight. Shishang thought before poking Xiamo and asked him a question she clearly knew the answer to. You're enemies with Xiamo? Lu Qingyun opened the door to leave while smiling brightly. Isn't he your boss? Are you helping your boss gather intelligence? I don't dare to have this kind of boss. Shishang spoke with distaste as her eyes rolled. Why don't you come and steal me over to your company? What would I do that for? You don't even have any aesthetic value as a flower vase. 5. Shishang. Why is this person's mouth so offensive? I don't care. If you don't bring me over, I'll tell Suishio you slept with me and didn't give me money. Lu Qingyun's smile froze for a moment. Shishang raised her chin triumphantly. To deal with people who make cheap shots, you have to make even cheaper shots. Fine, I'll do it. Even though Lu Qingyun was all smiles, Shishang couldn't help but have a feeling of foreboding. Well, the good part was she'd get to leave Dongfang Entertainment. Xiamo, that bastard, would definitely get back at her, but Lu Qingyun's Yujin Entertainment would be able to protect her. She'd be able to take care of everything else one at a time. By the time Shishang woke from her thoughts, Lu Qingyun had completely disappeared. She searched everywhere but didn't find a single trace of him. Fuck your dog, Lu Qingyun. With that base personality of his, Lu Qingyun probably won't even admit to agreeing. When Shishang returned to the party, she found Xiamo drinking in a corner on his own while Xiaoman was standing not too far off and casting occasional glances at Xiamo. Xiaxian, meanwhile, was nowhere to be seen. Shishang's eyes moved in their sockets as she pondered a bit before heading towards Xiaoman. Xiaoman blanked out a bit when she saw Shishang walking over, as she couldn't help but think of the scene of her asking that man to keep her. Ms. Xia. Shishang stood in front of Xiaoman, her face brimming with smiles, but her eyes were calm and without a single ripple. This combination caused one to have a feeling of discordance. Ms. Jiang. Xiaoman snapped out of it and gave a slight, polite smile. I haven't had the opportunity to thank you for last time yet. Had Jiangwan not pushed her back then, she would have probably been shot by that bullet. Whether she would have been able to stand here or not would be much harder to say. I didn't plan on saving you. It was only because you were falling towards Lu Qingyun that I pushed you. Shishang gave an evil grin. It's just that your luck was good, otherwise we don't know what would have happened. Xiaoman stiffened. Why is this person so weird? I'm thanking you here, okay? How about we make a deal? Shishang ignored Xiaoman's stiffened expression as she turned so that she was facing the same direction as Xiaoman, where Xiamo could be seen. What deal? Xiaoman woke from her daze. This was only the 3rd time they had met. What kind of deal could they make? Do you think this is the place to be discussing this? Shishang blinked, looking very innocent. Xiaoman stared at Shishang in suspicion, but she couldn't resist her curiosity to know what Sheng was up to. By the time the two of them returned to the party, they both had smiles with indecipherable intentions behind them. Sheng looked at where Mo had been idling and found him missing. Very good, got rid of an opportunity for the leads to meet and entered a partnership with the female lead. BBB didn't come in vain tonight. Xiaoman was feeling a bit lonely though, so she excused herself and left. Sheng was escorted by Tang Yin back to her apartment, having long since thrown any thoughts about Lu Qingyun somewhere in the clouds. After she had a shower, she lay down on the bed and stared at the ceiling. After a long while, she got up and pulled the notebook beside her over. She recalled the storyline for a bit before finding the contact number for a studio online. Only after she had layered a few more layers of protection on her laptop did she send the studio an SMS. The one who received the SMS was Hu Shuo. He was the boss of the studio, though the only one working there was him. He was a paparazzi who specialized in digging up dirt on celebrities. Those he had locked onto usually suffered quite a bit. Hu Shuo wasn't lacking any money. The only reason why he did what he did was out of interest. He just didn't like how two-faced those celebrities could be. Those who hadn't done anything immoral naturally wouldn't be afraid of him. But those who had, feared him like the plague. Xia Xian, in the darkened room, Hu Shuo smoked a cigarette as he stared thoughtfully at the information from an anonymous sender. After a long while, he extinguished the cigarette before picking up the camera on the desk and leaving the room. 1. Papayas allegedly help make your chest grow bigger. Not sure about the accuracy, but goes off to eat papayas. 2. I think this is an idiom. The meaning of it here is that he might not be able to find such an awesome person like her even if he searched the world or something. 3. Another idiom. I think it means once you pass up this opportunity, you won't get one like it ever again. 4. Degree. She's saying he can't do it, in bed. 5. Refers to someone who's useless and is just there for decoration. Chapter 32. Ever since the cocktail party, there wasn't any movement on Lu Qingyun's side, but Mo had started causing difficulties. Tang Yin hadn't been aware of what happened at the party, so he was confused by the company's sudden 180 degrees change in attitude. When he finally learned what happened from Sheng, he felt like finding a bathroom stall to cry in. Nasty rumors? No problem, we can get rid of them. What the hell is with you offending the boss? You don't want to stay in this circle anymore. Tang Yin looked at Sheng, who still had an indifferent expression on. His lips twitched a bit. You've already been buried. How can you be so calm? What are you planning on doing now? She still had 2.5 more years on the contract with Dongfang Entertainment after all. If Dongfang Entertainment didn't give them any acting roles, then even if they searched for it themselves, who would dare to offend Dongfang Entertainment by giving it to them? We wait. Wait. For what? You want to wait till you're past your prime? After all, celebrities' livelihoods were based on their youths. If they really had been buried for a year or two, wanting to continue in this circle would be hard. Sheng's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled insincerely. Yep, we wait. Tang Yin fought back the urge to roar. Are you sure this person really wasn't sent to torment me? Sheng said to wait, but she disappeared for most days, leaving her agent, Tang Yin, to die of boredom. 1 month later, Sheng heard quite a few people discussing Tang Yin just as she stepped into the company premises. Along the way, she put together roughly what happened while she was gone. Asterisk clicks tongue asterisk looks like while I was gone for so long, Tang Yin hasn't done too well. I hadn't expected Tang Yin to actually be the illegitimate child of the Tang family. He doesn't look anything like them. Which Tang family? What other Tang family could it be dash? If you want to hear gossip, you should go inside and listen. What's the meaning of just hiding outside and eavesdropping? Are you crazy? The eldest young miss of the Tang family is still inside. The person who replied turned her head doubtfully. When she saw who was standing behind her, she immediately straightened her body and pulled on the people beside her. Sheng shot them a wicked smile before pushing the door open and entering. What's with that attitude? She's just an actress who's been buried by the company. Now her agent is like this too. She probably won't manage to make a comeback in this lifetime. Let's go. Let's go. If that person sees us, we're going to be in trouble. The moment Sheng entered the office, her eardrums were shocked by a sharp, high-pitched female voice. Tang Yin, don't even think about returning to the Tang family. The Tang family will never acknowledge you, so you can just give up. That voice was a bit familiar. Sheng looked towards the origin of the voice. Tang Yin was sitting behind the desk of his office. Facing him was an exquisitely dressed-up woman. Tangji, 1, are you having a meeting? or a family reunion. When Tang Yin heard that accursed voice, he lifted his head as his temples throbbed. Why is she here? Recently, I couldn't find her at all. It was like she just disappeared, so why has she suddenly turned up here? Jiangwan, don't you have any manners? Don't you know how to knock before entering? The woman turned around and started to scold Shisheng too. This woman was the one Shisheng met when she had gone to the audition. Tang Yin. I'm entering my own agent's office. Whether I knock or not, or know any manners at all, what's it got to do with you? Shisheng seemed like she was smiling as she looked at her. Tang Yin, what are you yelling at my agent for? He's just a bastard. That I'm talking to him at all is the fortune he accumulated over 8 lifetimes, too. Tang Yin gave a contemptuous cold harumph. Tang Yin's fists were tightly clenched as light reflected coldly off his glasses. He hadn't chosen his birth. Who would be a bastard if they had the choice? Jiangwan, you're already in deep trouble, and you still want to stick your nose into other people's business. Tang Yin arrogantly smiled. Shaowan, Tang Yin spoke too. Her current situation already wasn't looking too hot. If she offended Tang Yin because of him too. Shisheng interrupted Tang Yin with curved eyes and a shallow smile. Because I'm idling, why wouldn't I? 3. Tang Yin looked at Shisheng with a gaze one would use to look at an idiot. Is this woman crazy? I don't believe she's not aware of my background. She still dares to argue with me. Isn't she afraid she won't be able to stay in this circle anymore? Tang Yin, I'm not going to die just from your gaze alone. Most importantly, I feel like I'm going to develop a psychological shadow from being stared at by such an ugly person. The hell you looking at? I'm BBB, very noble for, okay. You dash. Tang Yin's face was red from rage. She pointed at Shisheng, but was unable to say anything. Ugly? How am I ugly? Tang Yin had never met a person so good at pulling aggro. She felt like the moves she had learned from her 20 or so years in the Tang family were completely useless against this woman. She's not reacting like a normal person, ah. The phone in Shisheng's hand vibrated. Shisheng took a look before shooting Tang Yin a smile. That smile was like a March spring wind, warm and gentle, but those eyes were completely calm and without the slightest ripple. Miss Tang, Tang Yin and I have matters to attend to, so we shan't accompany you any longer. After a slight pause, she continued, I know a few skilled plastic surgeons. If Ms. Tang wishes to, I could help you out, you know. You're the ugly one. Your whole family is ugly. How am I ugly? This bitch. Tang Yin's face was twisted as she glared at Shisheng. The edges of her eyes were reddened, and a vein had popped up on her temple. Her originally good-looking face now really was a bit ugly. Tang Ji, still not going? You want me to send you an invite? Shisheng looked at Tang Yin. Tang Yin didn't want to remain here any longer, so he immediately got up and followed Shisheng out. When they left the office, Shisheng brought him upstairs. Along the way, they met many people who pointed at him and spoke unpleasant words. Tang Yin's back was tense the entire time as he fought to control himself. Shisheng looked at the changing numbers above the elevator doors. When it changed to 30, she suddenly turned to face Tang Yin and spoke. Tang Yin, don't let inconsequential people affect you. All you need to do is continue moving forward, and while they're still struggling at the bottom, you'll be at the top. At that point, you will be the one in charge. The numbers changed to 32 foot, and the elevator doors opened with a ding. Tang Yin looked at the dainty figure in front of him, and the gaze under those glasses changed quickly. He felt like he suddenly understood why he agreed to her back then. There was an undisguised confidence on her that no one could measure up to. In the CEO's office, Xia Man and a few men dressed in suits faced Xiamo. Her expression was calm. She didn't reveal any hints of retreat just because she was facing Xiamo. The door to the office was opened, and a pretty woman walked inside. She was wearing simple workout clothes and a pair of normal shoes. Her expression was indifferent, but she had an aura that was impossible to ignore. It was clearly the most simple and normal of outfits, yet she made the people looking feel like they were watching her stride down a red carpet. 1. This refers to elder brother, but I thought it sounds better like this. Like how I left Melangia as is. 2. This is like saying, he's lucky I'm even talking to him. Only it's exaggerated a bit. 3. So I couldn't find a word that would fit the literal meaning of Genshin, which means something like managing idle matters. She's basically saying that since she's idle, why wouldn't she go and manage idle matter? But since it sounds off, I'll just put it here. 4. The word for noble can also mean expensive, which is like how some people are really paranoid with their precious items and won't allow you to look at them. I think it's something like that. Author's note. Mini theater. Shisheng grabbed onto Lu Qingyun excitedly. I feel like I can open a training class for CEOs. Thinking about a bunch of CEOs all calling me teacher makes me very excited. Lu Qingyun coldly pushed Shisheng away. Are you sure you aren't going to end up with a group of CEOs with anti-society sentiments? Shisheng's eyes darted guiltily. That's not possible. I'm not that kind of person. Ha ha. I'm not that kind of person. That's right, I'm not. Lu Qingyun laughed coldly. What's with that suspicious pause at the beginning? Shisheng still attempted to deny it. Ha, you heard wrong. Hashtag Little Sunflower CEO class has opened for business hashtag. Give me a donation, please. And votes. Chapter 33. Everyone knew that the president went into a rage just after Shisheng and company left. No one knew what they had talked about. All they knew was that the company had dissolved the contract with Shisheng. Even Tang Yin had resigned. Xia Man drove while Shisheng sat in the passenger seat and Tang Yin sat in the back. Even now he was still in a stunned state. He hadn't said a single word since entering the CEO's office and had instead listened to his artist and Xia Man team up to deal with Xiamo. Not only had the contract been dissolved, even he had been dug one away. I've already picked out the company address. All the funds are in place and ready. Shisheng ignored what Tang Yin was going through mentally as she lowered her head to quickly type in some words on her notebook. All that's left are the artists. And we'll have to invite a professional for this. Xia Man was sighing inwardly. A month ago, she had handed over the assets she had inherited from her mother to Shisheng. Just the liquid cash alone was a hefty sum. When added to the fixed assets as well as some hard, two assets, it amounted to $50 million. That was $50 million, not $5 million. Back then she herself wasn't sure why she believed Jiang Wan. She had clearly spoken in such an exaggerated and careless manner, but her expression had been too sincere to the point of making others subconsciously want to believe her. But when she saw how many folds her assets had multiplied by a month later, all that was left was stunned shock. This money-making speed is simply godly. I'm leaving some of the liquid assets. After all, we'll need a lot of funds in the future. I'll need to earn more. For the early stages, $50 million should be enough. Xiao Man had no objections. After all, though she had contributed the startup capital, it would have been impossible if she had wanted to make it increase by a few folds. Wait a second, Tang Yin finally reacted. You guys want to open a company? Yep, the company is already registered. Shisheng turned to look at Tang Yin. You're in charge of all the matters relating to our company's artists. I want the sort of pretty and cute kind. The ones that can be stared at for hours even if they don't do anything. Xiao Man, how is that an artist? That's actually a national treasure, right? Tang Yin, what has she been up to in the past month? Are all artists nowadays this indecipherable? Those words in the elevator just now were all a setup just for this moment, right? They definitely were. Why do I keep feeling like I've boarded a pirate ship 3? With Tang Yin joining in, some of the problems that had been overlooked by the two were pointed out, avoiding the process of trial and error. Tang Yin had received the same education as a child born of a rich family, so he was able to catch quite a lot of problems. However, Tang Yin discovered that his artist wasn't any worse than he was at this. As her agent, he had naturally researched her ancestry to the 18th generation 4, but in the materials he had on her, she hadn't even gone to university, so how did she know all these? Even if he held doubts, Shisheng had no intention of telling him. If he asked, she'd just say she was a natural talent. And when the company really started, he was simply too busy and had no time to continue investigating this matter in greater depth. Shisheng had recently been worked to the point she probably couldn't remember the 4 cardinal directions anymore. After much effort, she finally managed to squeeze some time out to relax. She exited the private room she was in, and having drunk quite a bit, she was a bit dizzy. She patted her face as she made her way towards the restrooms. The path to the restrooms required one to walk through a long, curved corridor. Just as Shisheng was about to go over, her eyes caught a familiar silhouette. The man was wearing an inky black workout outfit. Both his hands were stuck in his pockets. Since he was facing away from Shisheng, she couldn't see what expression he had on right now. A woman wearing an exquisite slim skirt, which showed off her curves, was standing in front of him. Her fair neck and a shoulder were exposed. She raised her head to look at the man, loving admiration written all over her face. Shisheng didn't announce her presence. Instead, she leaned against the wall and watched them. Big brother Qingyun, you've already been back for so long. Why haven't you gone home yet? Grandpa really misses you. I miss you too. Tang Yan's voice was full of bashfulness. Where was the domineeringness now? Why should I go? Lu Qingyun's face was full of smiles, making that already handsome face of his even better looking. His ink-like eyes sparkled as they reflected light. His image was clearly that of a noble and elegant young master, but somehow, he seemed full of spite and animosity. Tang Yan was a bit stumped about what to do, but she gritted her teeth. We have an engagement. Engagement? Lu Qingyun's pure voice was exceptionally clear in the silent corridor. If I remember correctly, you were the one who didn't admit to this engagement back then. Why are you trying to get back with me now, 5? Tang Yan's expression changed as her pupils contracted. However, she calmed down quickly. Big brother Qingyun, I can explain. Don't. Lu Qingyun's eyes had curved into crescents by now. He opened his lips and spoke. There's no need to. It was like someone had hit the pause button on Tang Yan. Even though she was wearing makeup, her face appeared to have an ashen pallor. She stared at Lu Qingyun in a daze. In her eyes was regret, unwillingness, as well as loving admiration. All sorts of complicated feelings were mixed together. Lu Qingyun didn't even look at her as he turned to walk towards Shisheng. He didn't seem surprised to see her, as if he had already known she'd be there. Shisheng remained leaning against the wall, her posture very casual and languid. Seeing him, she gave a superficial smile and spoke. Patch, Mr. Lu, what a coincidence. I guess the saying that two people who are fated to be together will meet even if they are miles apart, 6, is true. It seems like our destinies are intertwined. Won't you consider keeping me? Lu Qingyun's smiling gaze traveled down her face and slowly landed on her chest. Ripples formed in his eyes, but one could tell he was feeling contempt. Shisheng followed Lu Qingyun's gaze before her expression darkened. This bitch is scorning my chest again? Come on, it's at least a B cup, right? I'll pay. Pervert. Looking at my chest the moment you come up to me. Big brother Qingyun. Tang Yan caught up from behind. She blanked out a bit when she saw Shisheng, but it quickly changed into a look of jealous hatred. Jiangwan, why are you here? Was she speaking with Big Brother Qingyun just now? How did Big Brother Qingyun get to know her? In these few seconds, Tang Yan's mind was already churning. Shisheng looked at her. My legs are on my body, so I can go anywhere I like. This woman actually had such a relationship with Lu Qingyun. It hadn't been mentioned in the story. Though, now that she thought about it, Tang Yan hadn't even shown up more than a couple of times in the story. Have I activated side story mode? Tang Yan probably wanted to curse at her right now, but refrained from doing so, because Lu Qingyun was present. She could only angrily warn her off. Jiangwan, I'm telling you, don't pester Big Brother Qingyun. He's not someone your type can fantasize about. I'm not fantasizing. Shisheng spoke very sincerely. I just want him to keep me. I'm not that shallow. Especially not if it's Lu Qingyun, this scumbag. Shisheng suddenly felt a chill, which interrupted her inner cursing. She looked up to see Lu Qingyun's smiling eyes. Those eyes that seemed as warm and gentle as water were, in truth, full of ill intent. BBB, didn't seem to have said anything though. You dash, Tang Yan pointed at Shisheng. Her face reddened, whether from rage or shame we do not know. How can you be so shameless? You already want Big Brother Qingyun to keep you, and you call that not fantasizing. You still dare to look at Big Brother Qingyun. You despicable bitch, I'll make you pay. Madness flashed in Tang Yan's eyes. Big Brother Qingyun is mine. No one can take him from me. 1. This means scouted/poached. I only left it in because it had the single apostrophes around that word in the Ross. 2. Gold/jewelry, etc. Basically, stuff that'll be likely to retain its value over a long period of time. 3. Figure of speech for entering a venture of dubious merit. 4. Not literal in this case. I think. It means he researched her background thoroughly. 5. This sounded harsher in the Ross. He was nearly outright accusing her of being a gold digger, though for status instead of money. 6. I actually took some liberties here. In the original it was that if there was fate, then two people will meet even if they are separated by 1,000 li, or 500 kilometers. Chapter 34. Lu Qingyun ignored the imaginary sparks flying between the two women as he walked off. Mr. Lu, you're welcome to come keep me any time. Shisheng calmly shouted this at Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun's footsteps paused for half a second before continuing on like usual and disappearing from their sights. With Lu Qingyun gone, Tang Yan finally spoke freely. Are you eyeing Big Brother Qingyun's money? I'm telling you, Big Brother Qingyun will never like you. With your background, you aren't even fit to carry his shoes. Without waiting for a reply, Tang Yin glared at Shi Sheng before running off to chase after Lu Qingyun. Shi Sheng rubbed her temples. I just knew getting close to a villain was going to be a demanding, yet thankless task. Shi Sheng felt like she shouldn't have come out today. This feeling was reinforced when she came back from going to the restroom to find the private room she had been in surrounded by people who were making a lot of noise. Blood trickled between her fingers and dripped onto the floor. Xiaoman, I'm really sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Xia Xian made to help Xiaoman up, an apologetic expression on her face. I didn't expect you to lose your balance. Xiaoman, you're bleeding. Let me take you to the hospital. Sorry, it's all my fault. Xiaoman's face was frosty as she smacked Xia Xian's hand away. Her voice was low and raspy as she spoke. Xia Xian, if you're done acting, you can get lost now. Hey, why is this person so rude? Just now I saw that it was her who was pushing the other lady, but she lost her balance and fell. Now she's even blaming the person she was trying to push. Isn't that Xia Xian? Who's Xia Xian? Heavens, I actually saw the national goddess. My goddess is so gentle. Who's that other woman? She even dares to treat my goddess this way. The surrounding onlookers pointed at Xiaoman. They were both excited to see their goddess, as well as angry on her behalf. Fortunately, those who came to eat here usually had some status, so they wouldn't do anything extreme like actually hitting people. Xiaoman, it's my fault, okay? Don't be angry, please. Let's go to the hospital first. It won't be good to leave behind a scar. Xia Xian put forth the image of a good big sister as she gazed in worry and bewilderment at Xiaoman. Her expression was just right, as expected of someone just a step away from being a queen of acting. Just as Shi Sheng was about to go over, Tang Yin emerged from the crowd and helped Xiaoman up. He blocked off the lines of sight of the people in the crowd. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were icy cold. Ms. Xia, as a public figure, shouldn't you pay more attention to the surroundings? This place is private property. What is the meaning of you attracting the attentions of others? Tang Yin's words were not masked in the slightest. How would the people who could afford to eat here not be sharp? In that short amount of time, their thoughts had already gone through several possibilities. Xia Xian could clearly feel the gazes of the onlookers changing. Though she was hating inside her heart, she couldn't help but put forth a kind and gentle exterior. This sir here, I am Xiaoman's big sister. All I want to do is to bring her to the hospital to have her injury treated. I don't have any other motives. After all, it's not good for a scar to be left on a girl's face. Xiaoman laughed coldly inside. This woman couldn't wait for her to die, yet now she put on such a pretense. How disgusting. Xiaoman held herself back from slapping Xia Xian when she saw Shi Sheng in the crowd. She simply spoke to Tang Yin. Let's go. Tang Yin supported Xiaoman as they walked towards the door. Xiaoman, Xia Xian pulled on Xiaoman. I heard you wanted to be an actress. I have a few scripts on hand, so if you want. Xiaoman unceremoniously shook her hand off before smiling coldly and saying, Is this charity? Well, aren't you just thoughtful? A pity, I have no need for it. Xiaoman, is that how you speak to your elder sister? A deep voice rose from behind. Shimo's tall and broad frame walked out from the crowd, his handsome face dark. Especially when he saw Xiaoman being helped by Tang Yin. A thin veneer of killing intent surrounded him, causing the people who had planned on greeting him to back away. The moment Xiaoman saw Shimo, her already pallid face paled even further, but she forced herself to meet Shimo's gaze. It was as if whoever looked away first would lose. Apologize to your sister. Shimo spoke with a hardened face. Apologize? Why should I? Xiaoman's voice was a bit cracked. It's fine. She's my little sister. Xia Xian went forth to pull Shimo's back, while saying very big-heartedly. But weren't her words indirectly saying that Xiaoman was the one at fault, while Xia Xian herself was blameless? Because she was the elder sister, so she put up with her younger sister's troublemaking. Look at how big-hearted she was. If you keep spoiling her like this, she won't know how high the heavens are, and how deep the earth is. Shimo's cold gaze swept across Tang Yin. He had underestimated this man. He actually hooked up with Xiaoman. Tang Yin was a bit worried. Their company hadn't even started. If they offended Shimo, how would they be able to run it smoothly in Qing City? She's my only little sister. If I don't spoil her, who will? Xia Xian protested coquettishly. In her heart, she was feeling triumphant. Xiaoman, what can you use to fight me now? As long as I can get the shares in your hands, I'll be able to completely have you beneath my feet. Xiamo was clear about how Xia Xian really felt about Xiao Man, but right now, Xiao Man had pissed him off, so he didn't mind acting together with Xia Xian to give her a punishment. Even if you have good intentions, certain people won't be able to realize it. Xia Xian looked at Xiao Man with an aggrieved expression. Xiao Man, go to the hospital with me. I'm not reassured leaving you alone with this stranger. These words were hinting both subtly and openly that Xiao Man and this man's relationship was not pure. As expected, Shimo's gaze at Tang Yin turned colder. Tang Yin, do you want to see Xiao Man die due to blood loss? Shisheng turned off spectator mode and shouted at Tang Yin. Everyone's attention was attracted by Shisheng's shout. Xia Xian still remembered from last time that this woman didn't know where her limits were, and now she teamed up with this Xiao Man bitch. Xiamo didn't have a pleasant face on either. He didn't know what methods she had used to get Xiao Man to pay the compensation fee for breaking the contract, but in his eyes, Shisheng had betrayed him. And he was never merciful to traitors. He had been planning on teaching her a lesson, but after she dissolved the contract, she simply hadn't shown herself. If she wasn't in the entertainment circle, even if he wanted to teach her a lesson, there was nothing he could do. Hurry up, are you planning on becoming a flower vase? Even if you do, you're not getting paid for it. Shisheng urged the two when she saw they still weren't budging. Xiao Man knew Shisheng didn't mean any ill will, so she didn't kick up a fuss over her choice of words. She pulled Tang Yin and walked towards Shisheng. Xia Xian was about to block her again. Ms. Xia, your sister is currently bleeding to death. If you still want to block her, I'll just take it that you want her to die, right? Shisheng spoke before Xia Xian could do so. The onlooking audience, are you guys really on the same side? Why does that tone sound so obnoxious? Xia Xian didn't dare to stop them anymore. She could only watch as the three of them walked off. Her heart was filled with hatred as she thought, it's this woman again. How despicable. Xiamo silently watched, his thoughts unreadable. 1. Meant to express that there is always someone better. He's using it to say she won't be able to learn that, and hence won't be humble. Chapter 35. President Shi, we've investigated the company Ms. Xia Man has been working to build. Tang Yin and Zhang Wan are both in the company. Shimo's assistant reported the findings of his investigation to Xiamo. Company. Cold light flashed in Shimo's eyes. Where did the capital come from? It's the inheritance left behind by Ms. Xia Man's mother, as well as Dash. Humph. Well, she certainly is brave. Even after all these years, she was just as naive and rash as before. Did she really think opening a company was that easy? I don't want to see her company, understand? He wanted to let Xia Man understand that only he could protect her. The assistant's expression turned strange as his lips writhed before he spoke. President Shi, Ms. Xia Man's company is headquartered in the capital. Shimo's dagger-like glare shot towards the assistant, causing him to tremble and his face to turn ashen as cold sweat dripped off his brow. He hadn't expected Xiao Man to open the company in the capital. Even if the Shi family could call the shots in Qing City, they didn't have much influence in the capital. The capital was where the truly influential and powerful lived. It was a place that could swallow a person whole and not even spit out the bones. One. Just how big did her guts have to be to dare open a company in the capital? It seems like this time I don't even have to make a move and she'll come crawling back soon enough. As the assistant looked at the terrifying smile on his boss' face, he only felt a cold wind blowing on his back as his heart, as well as the lungs enfolding it, trembled. Only Shisheng and Xia Man had been aware from the beginning that the company would be opened in the capital, so the two of them weren't worried at all about offending Xiamo and Xia Xian. The Shi and Xia families could only count as powerful families in Qing City, but in the capital, they were only third-rate families at most. Back then, Xiao Man hadn't agreed to this point, but after some convincing conning by Shisheng, by the time she reacted, she had already agreed. Since the matter of choosing the company's address had been completely managed by Shisheng, Xiao Man hadn't been aware of the specifics. Xiao Man and Tang Yin only reacted when they were standing inside a certain office building in the capital. Tang Yin, our company is headquartered in the capital. Xiao Man, and it's in a prime location. Big miss, too. Even if making money is easy for you, you don't have to squander it all like this, right? After another period of busying themselves, the company was finally on track. They had originally planned to let Tang Yin be the CEO, since neither Shisheng nor Xiao Man wanted to be the CEO. However, Tang Yin refused the post, saying that he just wanted to be the director in charge of the company's artists. Sheng could only spend a large sum to invite a professional from overseas. Tang Yin was in charge of scouting out talents while Sheng and Xiaoman went off to challenge the entertainment circle. After all, Sheng still had a mission to do. The only thing Sheng did during meetings was to give money, and give more money. The professional CEO was stunned. Working for this kind of boss is the best thing one could wish for. Tang Yin was already used to this. Though he didn't know how much Sheng had on hand, he knew that the company had never had a shortage of funds. Want to act something? Throw money at people. Want to be the lead? Just sponsor the show. Although the company had funds, the company rules were rather strict. The artists working for the company had to have good self-discipline and take care of themselves. They must not scheme for opportunities. They were not allowed to get into conflicts with artists of the same company and had to have good team spirit. As long as they had the ability, they would get the resources. The contract had maximized the interests of the artists, so they received equal treatment and opportunities at the company. This resulted in almost no internal conflicts. Sheng and Xiaoman assumed the roles of fellow artists in front of them. Though Sheng looked easy to get along with, people who had contact with her before knew that she wasn't as cute as her appearance suggested. She seemed to have thorns all over her. If she was unhappy, she'd make you unhappy too. Though, if you didn't provoke her, she wouldn't prick you either. Because she was one of the first artists to enter the company and was now a 3RD rank celebrity who only needed an opportunity to leap to the 2ND rank, they didn't have any conflict of interest with her. Sometimes the company would even make her bring along people. Though she always had an unwilling face on, if anyone dared to bully them, she would definitely defend them, so no one dared to provoke her. Xiaoman, however, was a different story. She was very welcomed in the company. She was simply the equivalent of their company's auspicious creature. Manhwa, you came to the company today? Are you done filming for the day? Xiaoman was immediately surrounded by girls upon entering the company. Manhwa, the last time I went to visit your set you weren't there. Manhwa, I've been working hard recently. When will you be free to give me some pointers? Sheng arrived a few minutes after Xiaoman. The first thing she saw when she entered was Xiaoman being surrounded. The moment she appeared, though, those girls immediately quietened down. Xiaoman turned around to find Sheng, who was exuding a mafia-esque big sister vibe. She was wearing a black trench coat and sunglasses. Together with her short, cropped hair, she looked awesomely cold as she strode over. The other girls were all stunned by her aura. But the next second, Sheng took off her sunglasses and her entire aura changed as she spoke with disdain. How come you're back too? Xiaoman was already used to her sudden changes in aura, but those other girls weren't. Can you imagine if one moment you saw a goddess and the next moment, she turned into a madwoman 3? Tangji told me to come back. Xiaoman shrugged. Let's go up. You guys work hard. The first sentence was addressed to Sheng, while the second one was to the group of girls around her. The girls nodded their heads. Grateful sobs. Manhwa is the best. Manhwa is so pretty and kind. She also encourages us. We have to work hard. Tang Yin and the CEO had already been waiting for a while now. The moment Sheng entered the office, she forcibly occupied the CEO's computer. Xiaoman and Tang Yin cast helpless glances at each other. What else can this person do besides money? Okay, so maybe that's the most important job already. Tang Yin and Xiaoman made their reports before discussing about the areas the company was developing in recently. Finally, they asked Sheng for her opinion. The team the company has been developing recently can go public now. Xiaowan, weren't you participating in a reality TV show recently? I remember you were allowed to bring people on set. Xiaowan, can you bring them there for some exposure? Why is it me again? And that reality TV show is so harsh. Do you want those buds to fall before they've even bloomed? Tang Yin, can't you be more optimistic? CEO, I don't understand this boss of mine. It won't be like that. Xiaowan, that reality TV show has gotten a lot of attention recently, and all they're doing is to show themselves. It's not as if they're going to participate throughout. Xiaoman spoke calmly. You shouldn't take her words seriously, otherwise you'd lose. That's so unfair. Sheng blurted out. How come I have exhaust myself, but they can just show themselves? That won't do. I heard the program's been looking for sponsors recently. Xiaoman, how's the progress on that movie you're acting in? Tang Yin quickly changed the subject. If he let her continue on, she'd definitely get the company to sponsor the program. And she'd probably torment them to the point it would become part of their dark history. It's doing quite well, and filming is about to be over. Xiaoman clearly knew what Shisheng was like, so she cooperated with Tang Yin. The CEO, meanwhile, was just sitting there confused. I really don't understand these bosses of mine. One, swallow a person whole and not spit out the bones is used to describe a ruthless, scary thing/place. 2. This is used to emphasize their disbelief and a bit of exasperation. 3. This sounded so much better in the raw since it uses wordplay. Remember how Lu Qingyun called Su Yixio a god, ly madman, in Chapter 27. Chapter 36. Despite Shisheng's protests, she still brought the few buds with her in the end. The team was composed of 4 people, with 2 from each gender. This type of grouping was rarely seen since the opportunities for it were relatively fewer. This grouping had been considered for a long time by the company. These 4 were quite good, especially in the looks department. After a period of training together, a tacit understanding between them had developed quite nicely, so the company had agreed to this grouping in the end. Xiaowan, you're here. Xiaowan brought some new people. The director of the show went to greet Shisheng, and when he saw the 4 juicy youths, his eyes lit up. These 4 weren't your normal kind of pretty. Brought them here to get some exposure. Shisheng nodded as she introduced both sides. This is Director Lin. And these are Han Ling, Fang Jinyu, Yan Zhe, and Jiang Ming. Hello, Director Lin. The 4 cutely greeted him. Good, very good. Director Lin nodded his head while laughing. He had just been worrying about having to find some pretty youths, but here they were, being sent to his doorstep. Jiang Wan is simply my lucky star. She sent me a pillow just as I was getting drowsy. This program was called Extreme World and was about challenging the tasks set by the program's crew. Though these tasks weren't too hard, they were definitely wacky. The first season hadn't gotten too many views, but the director gritted his teeth and went on to film a second season. He even spent a huge sum to invite several good-looking stars. This caused the second season of the program to shoot to fame. This was currently the 3rd season. 2 weekly episodes had already been filmed, so this was the 3rd one. This week's episode required 2 young men, and the good-looking kind too. The participants had been arranged in advance, but the director only just found out now that those people couldn't make it in time. They were already about to leave. So where would he be able to find people to replace them on such short notice? Even if they did have the time, it still wasn't that easy to find people who fit the conditions. Although Shisheng had brought 4 people, all he needed to do was change the script a bit. Besides, those 2 young ladies were very pretty too. We're going to be filming at Nanshan too this time. We'll set off when everyone's here. Director Lin smiled as he looked at the 4 behind Shisheng. He was so satisfied his mustache was about to stick up. I doubt this is literal. Director Lin arranged a car for Shisheng and the 4 youths before leaving in a hurry. Wanjia, we've watched this program before. Will it be hard to play? Han Ling, who was the bravest of the 4, sat next to Shisheng and asked apprehensively. The other 3 also looked nervously at Shisheng. They had been in training before, so they hadn't participated in any programs yet. Of course it's hard. Shisheng nodded like it was to be expected. After all, if it wasn't, how would it get the viewership it currently enjoys? For the sake of being able to ace this program, BBB, even went to go and read up guides, though they were all useless. The 4 of them all had downcast expressions on their faces upon hearing that. Weren't they going to lose face then? What are you guys worried about? At most you'll be one of the quest characters. It's not as if you'll actually be challenging it, or anything, so don't think too much. The 4 people, why do we feel like Wanjia is making a jibe at us? The 4 didn't dare to say anything, so they quietly sat in the car. However, even after a long time, there were no signs of the group setting off. Shisheng was a bit impatient by now, so she rapped on the glass, separating the back seats from the front ones. Why haven't we set off yet? Are you going to get more money by waiting? The driver's lips twitched, but he still took out his walkie-talkie to contact the people in the cars behind. After having received a reply, he related to Shisheng. Someone hasn't arrived yet, so we still have to wait. Didn't we say we were meeting at 10? BBB, ran all the way here so early. Now you're telling me, even after so long, there's still someone who hasn't arrived. The program's crew had already set the time long ago. The gathering area was also somewhere that had specially chosen at an area where traffic wouldn't slow people on the way there down. So why was there still someone who hadn't arrived yet? The driver was helpless. It's the queen of acting, Xiaoxian. Our program had to spend quite a bit of effort in order to invite her. Being late wasn't all that big of a deal. Xiaoxian? Fuck, Do the people planning this program have a grudge with me, BBB? Xiaoming, where are your snacks? Sacrifice some for the sake of calming me down. I, BBB, was scared, you know. Black lines appeared on Jiang Ming's head. 3. Wanjie, can you not call me Xiaoming? Xiaoming was the most commonly used name in textbooks everywhere. You wouldn't be able to count them all if you tried. He was clearly this clever. Yet why did he end up with a name like this for? Got it, Xiaoming. Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming felt uncomfortable from the pitying gazes his teammates sent him. After handing over a snack to Shishang, he retreated to one side as he resolved to be a part of the background. The car was filled with the sounds of crunching from Shishang munching on potato chips. In the end, it evolved from one person munching on potato chips to 5 people gathering in a circle and munching on potato chips. Fortunately, Jiang Ming was a foodie, so he brought plenty of food with him. They hadn't encountered Shishang too often before. All they knew about her was that she was the person Director Tang was managing personally, and her status in the company was very high. The rumors in the company said that she wasn't easy to get along with, but once they got to know her, they felt like she was much easier to get along with than other artists. Once you put aside her acidic remarks and bluntness, that is. In this snack-sharing session, the 4 felt much closer to Shishang than before. Director Lin came over for a bit. Seeing them eating snacks while playing Landlord 5, they didn't seem to mind the delay that much. Director Lin left feeling rather pleased. Quite a few people in the back have already kicked up a fuss. These 5 are much more agreeable. By the time Xiaoxian had reached, it was already nearing noon. She even brought over a group of reporters with her. With this delay, it was already 1 p.m. by the time they set out. Hashtag Queen of Acting Xiaoxian joins Extreme World hashtag. This Weibo post was immediately circulated around. The entire program's crew seemed to be revolving around Xiaoxian now. When Shishang brought the 4 debuting artists down with her, Xiaoxian's surroundings were surrounded by people, while her area was nearly completely empty. Han Ling looked over before crying out in injustice. Wanjie, Xiaoxian not only made us late, she even made the program's crew attend to her. Isn't that too much? Fang Yinyu nodded as well. Jiang Ming and Yin Zhe exchanged a glance and didn't express any opinion on the matter. You have to be low-key. Shishang drank the milk offered up by Jiang Ming before speaking in an unclear voice. Later, when you guys are following the program crew, pay a bit more attention. What do we have to pay attention to? Shishang smiled mysteriously before beginning to walk towards the foot of the mountain. As compensation for having to wait for Xiaoxian, Director Lin had told Shishang the itinerary for today. Today, they were going to be filming the celebrities here climbing the mountain. Whoever reached the peak first would get first dibs on their lodging, as well as an extravagant dinner. So, while the other artists were still waiting with Xiaoxian, Shishang had already started climbing the mountain. The cameraman, seeing that someone was beginning, immediately started working. Director Lin hadn't broken the rules because all these had been written in the handbooks handed out to everyone. As long as they paid attention, they would know that filming could commence as soon as they reached their destination. And the people who grabbed the opportunities earliest would get the best resources. Though, hardly anyone ever looked through it seriously. Xiao G6, are you tired? Shishang was walking backwards as she looked at the camera while she asked the cameraman with a smile. The cameraman wasn't allowed to speak, so he could only shake his head. That's good. The cameraman cast a confused stare at Shishang. Then I'll start to run now. If you can't catch up, it's not my fault. The cameraman, don't be like this. Do you see how big this camera is? How do you expect me to run after you on a mountain with this? The cameraman didn't have time to raise his objections when Shishang started running towards the mountain. Her speed was very quick. She managed to cover quite a bit of distance in a short amount of time. Asterisk sobbing asterisk. So those colleagues of mine weren't lying. This celebrity is the most work. Can I request a redo? 1. This means she gave him exactly what he needed. 2. Commonplace name in China. It means South Mountain. Here's the Wikipedia page for the list. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Ananshan. 3. This is a Manhwa reference, I think, where people who are exasperated have black lines on their heads. 4. This last bit was added by me because the Ross didn't go into much explanation on it, and it would sound awkward if I left it. Since Xiaoming or Xiaoming is used by textbooks everywhere, and said textbooks are usually used to educate children, these Xiaomings aren't usually very smart. 5. It's a board game. I've never actually played it or know what it's about, but I'm inferring from the title it's like Monopoly. 6. It says, Xiaogura, here, which literally means little big brother. But that sounds awkward, so I'm leaving it in pinyin. Chapter 37. Once Sheng had managed to successfully shake the cameraman, she leisurely climbed up the path on the mountain. The footage would be edited anyways. That bit of footage at the start was enough. A little bit more filming once they reached the top, and everything would be fine. Lu Qingyun, wait up. Hey, wait for me. Couldn't you have spoken less just now? That was a senior. Hey, slow down. Do you know how much I did for you, Toda, Ms. Jiang? Su Ishio's grumbles turned into a surprised shout. Ms. Jiang, over here. Sheng looked towards the source of the sound. On another little mountain path, Su Ishio was wearing a suit while waving his hands at her excitedly. He made for a ridiculous image right now. And he was currently pulling on her long-absent mission target, Lu Qingyun. Oh, I was about to forget about it too. Sheng leapt down from the slope, shocking Su Ishio so much his jaw nearly hit the floor. This girl's athletic cells are quite good, and definitely a match for Lu Qingyun. An athletic idiot and an athletic genius. They can make up for each other's deficiencies. That's just perfect. Su Ishio's gaze at Jiang Wan was as if he was looking at his daughter-in-law. Even Sheng, who had a thick face, was feeling a little uncomfortable from that gaze. Mr. Su, Mr. Lu, long time no see. Ha, that's not right. I see you every day on the TV. Su Ishio wanted to release Lu Qingyun, but was afraid he would run, so he pushed Lu Qingyun in front of Sheng. What is Ms. Jiang doing here? Lu Qingyun's gaze swept over Sheng. He seemed like he was smiling but not. The sunlight that fell through the leaves overhead illuminated the area around him, causing him to look even stranger. Well shit, looks like this bitch got even more perverted since I last saw him. Filming a program. Sheng blinked. Extreme World, right? I nearly forgot about this. Extreme World was filming here today. It's all your fault, Lu Qingyun, otherwise I could have gone to fetch Ms. Jiang at the foot of the mountain. When will you let me worry less? I have to take care of you like I'm taking care of a demanding old grandpa, continues rambling. Sheng. Every time she met Su Ishio, the atmosphere seemed to turn very harmonious, and his phrasing was really very weird. I feel a bit unable to adapt to this. By the time Su Ishio finished lecturing Lu Qingyun, he shoved Lu Qingyun next to Sheng before warning severely. Lu Qingyun, help me bring Ms. Jiang to the top. If you dare to run off halfway, I promise you'll regret it. Lu Qingyun opened his mouth as if he was about to reject, but the next moment, he shut it. His eyes shifted around, and he nodded with a brilliant smile on his face. Sheng felt goosebumps pop up all over her body. Something seems off about Lu Qingyun. When Su Ishio left, Lu Qingyun just stood there, not moving, as he stared smilingly at Sheng. Not wanting to show any weakness, Sheng naturally glared back. A minute later, Lu Qingyun moved his gaze first as he turned and began walking uphill. Sheng's eyes flashed before she followed. Mr. Lu, are you really not going to consider my offer? The next time system dares to give me, this kind of quest, I'll kill. Ms. Jiang, why does it have to be me? Lu Qingyun paused before casting his laughter-filled eyes at Sheng, as if he wanted to see into the depths of her heart. Back then her self-marketing wasn't just empty words. Her funds had been built in the fastest speed possible, and though her company wasn't being run by her, she was quite a good judge of character. Why would a person like this, who could succeed on their own, want to be kept? He could understand if it was because she liked him. However, she clearly did not. Sometimes, he could even feel the dislike and killing intent she revealed. Yes, she felt like killing him sometimes. Wouldn't I have to be crazy to accept this kind of person? Because you're hot. Sheng blinked before supporting her worshipful face and speaking. Mr. Lu is handsome and rich. You've got the money, you've got the power, why wouldn't I pick you? There are a lot of people with money and power in this world. Lu Qingyun pressed her with his gaze as he stepped closer. Then, why are you picking me, Ms. Jiang? Did you think I was willing? I was forced to, okay? Do you know the feeling of someone forcing you to flirt with guys by threatening you with death? Sheng suddenly lost her interest. Why not just kill him and be done with it? Lu Qingyun narrowed his eyes before retreating a step. There's killing intent coming from her again. Mr. Lu, I heard you weren't too good at physical activities. Sheng spoke very clearly. She didn't withdraw the killing intent on her as she lifted her gaze to meet Lu Qingyun's slightly doubtful one. Lu Qingyun covertly reached behind him. Shi Sheng's eyes curved into crescents as her body swooped forward, grabbed Lu Qingyun's hand, went behind him, and took out the black object at his waist. Shi Sheng moved too quickly for Lu Qingyun to see clearly. You actually brought such a dangerous weapon along with you. Mr. Lu, you're going to scare me off like this. Though she said that, her hands swiftly dismantled the gun, and she tossed the pieces to the ground. Lu Qingyun, then at least look like you're scared. He took a deep breath. What do you want from me? Ever since he was young, he had met a lot of dangers. Some people made a direct move on him, while others had attempted to seduce him. But he had always been able to see through those people at a glance. It was only this woman who he was unable to see through at all. All I want is for you to keep me and give me money to spend. Please don't go imagining too much. I want 10 billion US dollars. Would you give it to me? If I say this out, he's going to kill me, isn't he? That's simple. What else would I want? Shi Sheng asked in reply. She paused before she chuckled wickedly. Mr. Lu, you didn't think I was sent by someone, did you? Do you have paranoia? System really wanted to shout at her. Have you ever seen anyone flirt with a guy like this? If you manage to seduce him like this, I'll live stream me eating a keyboard. Lu Qingyun's eyelashes lowered, blocking his gaze. After a long while, he lifted his head again. Since Ms. Jiang insists, then I shall agree to your request. Shi Sheng looked in surprise at Lu Qingyun. How come you suddenly agreed? Aren't you supposed to resist even upon threat of death? And then we can play a round of fatal sadomasochism. You're not even giving me, BBB, a chance to, I'm, BBB, giving a bad review. Lu Qingyun smiled slightly. Then I take back my words. No, don't. He finally agreed. How could she let him take it back? Mr. Lu, please keep this thing properly. Make sure you don't accidentally trigger it. It won't be good if you scare me. You know that girls don't have big guts. You still know you're a girl? What girl do you know could so easily take apart a gun like her? Lu Qingyun gave a light laugh before receiving the gun components. He reassembled them before placing it back on his waist. As my girlfriend, sleeping with me is an obligation too. Ms. Jiang, why don't we do it now? Lu Qingyun had hints of laughter in his eyes as he grabbed Shi Sheng's wrist and started pulling her uphill. What? Sleep? Fuck, who wants to sleep with you? Hey, wait a second, Lu Qingyun. Shouldn't we cultivate feelings first? It's faster on the bed. Bloody nonsense. Loveless sex is just immoral. Shit, Lu Qingyun, you wait a moment. I thought you were utterly fearless. Very good. There's still something you're afraid of. Chapter 38. At the halfway point of the mountain, Han Ling and company were following behind the program crew as they slowly made their way uphill. There were a total of 8 people participating in the program, and they were allowed to pick their own routes. They just needed to be followed by 2 cameramen. The large majority of the group was following Xiaxian. Xianjia says she wants to rest. Director, let's rest for a bit. Xiaxian's assistant ran to the director to say arrogantly. Without waiting for a reply, she ran back to Xiaxian's side. Helpless, the director could only allow everyone to take a rest. Han Ling gulped down some iced water a crew member had given her as she stared speechlessly at Xiaxian, who was currently being weighted on hand and foot. This is already the 6th time we've stopped to rest, and we've only made it halfway up. By the time we reach the top, it'll probably be nighttime already. If I'd known this earlier, I'd have followed Wanjia up just now. The other 3 drew closer, and Fang Jinyu gave a crafty smile. I know why Wanjia wants us to follow the program crew now. Why? Fang Jinyu waved a phone. With the tacit understanding they shared, the others immediately understood. The 4 sat huddled together and discussed in low voices. It was mostly Fang Jinyu and Han Ling speaking with Yan Zhe and Jiang Ming listening. Hey, you guys, go down the mountain and buy some spring water for Xianjia. At some point, Xiaxian's assistant was standing next to them as she ordered them around arrogantly. The people in the surroundings had scattered further away, so the closest people were these 4. And since the average age of this group probably wouldn't exceed 20, Xiaxian's assistant locked onto them. Fang Jinyu looked at the assistant. I thought the program crew prepared water. Xianjia doesn't drink from that brand. What are you still yammering on for? Hurry up and go. Sorry, we're not a member of the program crew. Yanzei stood up and politely smiled at the assistant. Can Big Sister go and ask one of the program crew to buy it for Xianjia? See, we're tired too. The assistant scowled before ridiculing. Young people should exercise more. It's just going to get some water. What are you so unhappy about? In this circle, improving relations is the most important skill. Han Ling pulled on Yanzei, preventing him from saying any more. What type of brand does Xinjie drink? We'll go and buy it for her. Now that's more like it. The assistant told them the brand name and urged them to hurry up before strutting off. Han Ling, what did you stop me for? Yinze was still upset. That woman was clearly bullying us. Xia Xian is one of the top actresses and has a lot of influence. Even though the people by her side weren't polite, look at how nice she is. Even the director was beguiled by her. We haven't even made our debut yet. How are we going to be able to go against her? Han Ling was the eldest, so she saw more clearly than the other three. Then are just going to take this lying down. Fang Jinyu was still a bit upset. Why would you think that? Han Ling smiled. Have you guys forgotten who's waiting at the top? The eyes of the other three lit up. Wang Jie is up there. Han Ling went to inform the program crew before bringing Yin Zhe down the mountain to buy water. That crew member had wanted to go, but had been politely declined by Han Ling. Her pitiful appearance won her some points from a few of the crew members who began to feel slightly discontent with Xia Xian as a result. By the time the main group had reached their destination, it was already closing in on 6 p.m. Shi Sheng was sitting in the resting area. Seeing Han Ling's group of four come over looking very disheveled, she lifted her gaze slightly. What happened? Why are you guys looking like such a mess? Xia Xian's lackeys bullied us. They didn't have any hesitation to tattle because they knew the company's policy. Can't beat them? No problem. There's always the company. Shi Sheng looked over to Xia Xian, who just so happened to be looking in her direction. Their gazes met. Shi Sheng's eyes were calm, without the slightest ripple. This caused Xia Xian to feel frustration growing inside her. Xia Xian had seen those four get off from her car, hence, she had found ways and means to torment them. However, Xia Xian hadn't expected Shi Sheng to not be upset at all. Go and rest with the others. Just leave the rest to me. Shi Sheng patted Han Ling's shoulder and walked towards the director. The director called for the participants to gather. Aside from Shi Sheng, the remaining 7 were in states of varying degrees of disarray. Hey, little meatball, 1, you're the first to reach again. A lady walked up from the side and hooked her arm around Shi Sheng's neck. She was called Fang Liqiu and was a 1SD ranked celebrity. She had entered the program at the same time as Shi Sheng and for some inexplicable reason had taken a liking to her. She even gave her a nickname, Little Meatball. You tell me, what kind of a damn nickname is that? I wanted to look for you when I got off the car, but who knew? By the time I went to look for you, you already disappeared. Can you imagine how lonely and helpless I was feeling? Fang Liqiu cast a glance at Xia Xian, her expression full of grievance. Back then, Xia Xian's car had been blocking a lot of cars, including Fang Liqiu's, so she couldn't make her way over. Nope. Shi Sheng bared her teeth in a smile. However, if you continue hanging off my body like that, I promise you'll know what it really feels like to be lonely and helpless during dinner time. Fang Liqiu immediately let go of Shi Sheng. Little Meatball is the best. The first one who reached got to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. Since it wouldn't be completely filmed, as long as Shi Sheng was willing, Fang Liqiu could share some. In the time Fang Liqiu and Shi Sheng were having their discussion, the director had finally finished with the non-important parts and had finally gotten to the point. I'll issue the quest slips now. There are only hints written on these slips. Your missions are to get up at 7 a.m. tomorrow to go find the object the hints are referring to. Those that don't manage to find any objects won't get any breakfast. The hints offered by the program crew were extremely frustrating to crack. You had to consider all 18 generations of ancestors of the phrase, too, before being able to find the object. After the quest slips had been issued, it was time for dinner. Apart from Fang Liqiu, everyone else could only stare hungrily at Shi Sheng's extravagant dinner. Xia Xian poked at the Chinese cabbage 3 in her bowl. Her expression was ugly, but when the camera turned to face her, it immediately regained its gentle elegance. She ate the boiled Chinese cabbage as if it was a high-quality meal. When shooting was over, Fang Liqiu was dragged away by her assistant, leaving Shi Sheng sitting alone in the hall. Jiang Wan, long time no see. Shi Sheng looked up and the corner of her mouth lifted. Yes, haven't gone looking for you yet, but you delivered yourself up to my doorstep. Aren't you curious as to why I'm here? Xia Xian sat across from Shi Sheng as she examined her with narrowed eyes. Shi Sheng pretended to ponder for a bit before smiling as she spoke. Willfulness. Xia Xian's expression changed. This answer's not in the script. Heavens, that guy is so hot. Is he a guest star for the program? But I've never seen a celebrity like him before. He's heading towards Xinjia. 1. She referred to Jiang Wan as Xiaowanzi. The Wan in Xiaowanzi is different than Jiang Wan's Wan. Jiang Wan is Jiang Wan, while Xiaowanzi is Xiaowanjik, which literally translates to little meatball. 2. This is not literal. It just means to research thoroughly, but I kept it in because I felt it would convey the feeling of the Ross better. 3 looks like this. Chapter 39. Filming was already over for the day, so the crew members were having dinner. Seeing the man who walked in through the hotel door, a few young ladies couldn't help but give low gasps. Xia Xian looked back upon hearing the voice as a look of pleasant surprise made its way to her face. She got up to welcome him. How come you're here? I came here to discuss something and heard you were here, so I popped by to check on you. Mo answered in a neutral tone, his gaze landing on Sheng. That cowardly and timid girl in his memories seemed to have undergone a complete metamorphosis. She wasn't wearing any fancy clothing, exquisite makeup, or any expensive accessories. All she wore was a normal workout outfit. However, all she had to do was sit there and a noble aura could be felt. But in that nobility was a trace of roguishness. Sheng didn't like looking at Mo and got up to leave. However, to leave, she would have to bypass these two. After a moment's pondering, Sheng sat back down. Mo's gaze hardened before speaking a bit with Xia Xian and leaving. Xia Xian returned to Sheng's table side and spoke in a suppressed voice. Jiang Wan, I'll make sure you're chased out of the entertainment circle. What a coincidence, as it just so happens my goal is quite similar. Sheng leaned backwards. Why don't we see who's the one chasing out whom first? Xia Xian gave a light snort in disdain. Chase me out of the entertainment circle? Jiang Wan, do you really think that just because you and Xia Man founded a company, you can match up to me? You're just a 3RD ranked celebrity right now. You haven't even reached the 1SD rank, so how are you going to get me to scram? Sheng propped up her jaw as she spoke with a smile. But I have a backer now. I've got Yujian Entertainment as my backing. Yujian Entertainment has more status in the capital than Dongfang Entertainment. She heard that Dongfang Entertainment had recently been planning on an expansion into the capital. Mo was probably here for this reason. Backing. Xia Xian furrowed her brows for a bit before they evened out, and disdain appeared in her eyes. Jiang Wan, do you think men would offend a top actress and 2 influential families for the sake of a 3RD ranked celebrity? She was just a tiny 3RD ranked celebrity. How big of a backing could she get by selling that body of hers? Won't we know once we test it out? You asked for this. Today's quest has already been sent to your phones. Now we'll decide on the pairings. Those who draw the same color will be partners. The director raised his voice and shouted. A crew member brought a sealed box over. Sheng and Fong Liqiu were standing next to each other. Fong Liqiu drew a blue lot, while Sheng drew a green one. We're not in a team. Fong Liqiu's expression collapsed. Little meatball, why aren't we in a team? There's plenty of meat to eat and soup to drink. 1. Whenever I follow Little Meatball. My life was so much better when following her. But now we're not on the same team. Sobs, I'm so heartbroken. Because you're too noisy. Am I? I'm not, Little Meatball, how can you say that about me? I'm heartbroken. You've injured my fragile heart. The director got those who drew the same colored lots to stand together. No matter how much Fong Liqiu cried, it wouldn't change anything, and she could only reluctantly go stand next to a male artist. Sheng was currently looking at the small, green ball in Xia Xian's hand. Her lips twitched. This was on purpose, right? It's definitely on purpose. The theme for this episode was Elf Kingdom, and today's quest was to find the water elves and retrieve some water of life. The 8 were grouped up into 4 pairs. Every pair got a hint, and they were to use that hint to search for the next clue. The team that found the water elves first could obtain a water elf pearl, which was a tool for later. And the hint Sheng got pointed her in the direction of a viewing platform in the mountain village. The 2 walked one in front of the other, neither speaking a word. The cameraman was already feeling awkward on their behalves. He was more willing to see Sheng cause some trouble. At least that way, they'd get ratings. While the cameraman was distracted by awkwardness, the situation changed drastically. By the time he reacted, all he saw was Xia Xian rolling down the slope. Xia Xian had been sent to the hospital. The reporters caught on to this, and they rushed to report this. Big miss too, Jiang. Can you tell me what you've done this time? Tang Yin suppressed his anger as he roared in a low voice. I didn't do anything. Sheng spoke innocently. She fell down by herself. I didn't even touch her with a single pinky. Back then, She had been standing slightly behind Xia Xian. She hadn't expected Xia Xian to suddenly reach out to pull on her. As they were enemies, she naturally flung her hand off as fast as she could. However, who had expected that Xia Xian wasn't afraid of death? She fell downhill all on her own. TSK, why didn't she die from that fall? Right now Xia Xian is saying you're the one who pushed her. Public opinion on the internet is against you, and the matter from back then has been brought up again. Tang Yin was roaring irritably on the other side. Shisheng finally managed to hang up after a long lecture. How annoying. Since you're so anxious in courting death, then I shan't hold back anymore. The second day of Xia Xian's stay in the hospital, a few scandalous pictures appeared on the internet. The girl in the picture was rather young. Though there weren't any full-blown bed scenes, there were still kissing scenes. These pictures featured a young woman, and as one moved further along, one would notice the woman in the picture getting older and more mature. Towards the end, the scenes got more and more censor-worthy. The final few pictures actually looked like a group of people inhaling drugs together. At first, people didn't notice. But as more and more were released, people who still couldn't see it would be blind. In the VIP room of a hospital, Xia Xian wildly flipped through these photos while muttering, "Why is it like this? How can it be like this? Weren't these destroyed long ago? Why did they still appear? Impossible. Someone has clearly planned this in advance." Xia Xian's agent furrowed her brow and looked at her before exhorting, "Don't panic. As long as we don't admit it and say these pictures are fake, it'll be fine. This matter is already so old. To investigate would require time, and by that time, most of the heat would have faded. It must be Jiangwan. It's definitely Jiangwan." Xia Xian ferociously smashed the computer to the floor. "It's that slut. She wants to destroy me. It had to be her. She told me she'd chase me out of the entertainment circle. But where did she get those pictures? Those people back then had clearly already been." Xia Xian fought a cold shiver as she turned around to press her agent's shoulders and spoke with a ferocious face. "I want Jiangwan's reputation destroyed. Straight away, immediately, right now." "Calm down. It was only a few pictures." Xia Xian's agent didn't understand why it frightened her so much. There wasn't even a bed scene anywhere, so it wasn't that big of a deal. Just a little bit of work, and this matter would be resolved. "How can I calm down? Just how am I supposed to calm down?" Xia Xian hugged her head and shrieked. "Why does Jiangwan have those pictures? How did she know about that matter? No, I can't let her reveal it. Otherwise I'm done for. Calm down. Calm down. There's got to be a way to deal with her. 1. This is an idiom for doing well / having rewards / etc. I left it because I thought it sounded hilarious with her nickname. 2. Used in this context, he's pretty much saying this through gritted teeth by now. See also, footnote 2 of chapter 35. Chapter 40. Hashtag top actress injured. Was it deliberate? Hashtag. Hashtag the goddess, shameful past hashtag. The results for most searched posts on Weibo had pretty much been dominated by Xia Xian. She was a top actress who had indecent photos of her exposed after receiving an injury, with a number of people paying attention to this be few. The hospital Xia Xian was staying in had been completely surrounded by reporters. Occasionally, a few reporters managed to sneak in, causing quite a ruckus. This fiasco allowed the negative news about Shisheng to lose some of the attention. This time you got lucky. Though I don't know who it was that started this matter. Without it, do you know what you'd be facing right now? You clearly knew she was doing it on purpose, so why did you still decide to go with her? Even if the program required you to be together with her, couldn't you have stood further away? The program crew didn't force you guys to be Siamese twins. 1. Tang Yin continued to shout into the phone. He had long since disposed of the thing called calm. Ah, youth, once it's gone, it's just a thing of the past. Shisheng's lips twitched as black lines appeared on her head. She spoke. When someone has it out for you, they've got a million, I exaggerated, by a factor of 10,000 ways to do so. Do you think I'd be able to guard against them all? I suppose that's true. Tang Yin had probably finished venting as he let out a torpid breath before regaining his calm. Although Xia Xian's like this now, those pictures aren't a big deal. The attention will die down after a few days. But your matter is different. They keep saying they have proof. At that time, Tangji, you don't have worry about this. She won't have the chance. Shisheng interrupted Tang Yin. Since she had started moving, then she would not leave any chance for Xia Xian to turn this around. It was silent on Tang Yin's end for a long while before he spoke in a low voice. This was your doing. Tangji, when have you ever seen me let an enemy of mine live carefreely while doing nothing at all? Fine, then I won't worry about your matter. This woman would immediately take revenge whenever she could. If she can't, then she'll lie in wait for a chance, and when you've climbed to the peak, she'll pull you down. This wasn't the first time Tang Yin felt relieved he was on her side and not opposing her. Once she hung up, Shisheng's lips curved up in a slight smile. That smile was full of ruthlessness and mockery. Xiaxian, now it's time for you to experience all that Jiangwan experienced back then. Although the program was influenced by Xiaxian, they couldn't just stop filming it, so Shisheng continued to star on the show. The people in the crew were clearly very curious as to the truth of how Xiaxian got injured. However, even the cameraman didn't know what happened since by the time he had snapped out of his thoughts, Xiaxian was already rolling downhill. Shisheng had just stood there, as if she had really pushed her down like it showed in the footage. The majority of the crew rather liked Xiaxian, so Shisheng was inconvenienced. Even director Lin, who was usually happy with her, had distanced himself from her. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't go looking for her. Shisheng didn't mind though. If she had the time to debate with inconsequential people about this matter, she might as well use it to be earning money. Wanjia, have you had lunch yet? Once filming was over, Han Ling brought the other 3 juicy youths over to Shisheng. I haven't. Shisheng's hair had been casually tied up. It was already July, too, and with the sun shining down so brightly, it was hot as hell. Yet the program required her to let down her hair for better effect. I knew it. Han Ling was furious as she handed Shisheng a drink. Just now when we went to get lunch for you, they actually told us you had already eaten. They're simply intolerable. Wanjia, have a snack first while we go buy lunch for you. Jiang Ming dug out the snacks from his bag and pushed them towards Shisheng. This is why foodies are good to have around. They always bring snacks with them. Fang Jinyu was a bit upset too. The people at the program are getting more and more out of line. The one who's dealing with nasty rumors right now is Xiaxian, yet they're taking it out on Wanjia. Yanzhe, who was usually quite stoic, gave a short agreement. But his eyes couldn't hide the worry he was feeling. All right, enough. Shisheng kept the snacks properly. This matter is trivial. Come on, big sister here will take you guys out for good food. This was a holiday village. Would there be nothing to eat here? Wanjia, aren't you upset? The 4 looked oddly at Shisheng. If any other artist had met this, would they have been able to be this peaceful? Do you think I'm so bored as to get angry with a group of inconsequential people? No matter where you go, this type of thing is very common. You guys will only meet darker things in the future. Shisheng brought them towards the mountain village. If you spend so much effort on every insignificant person, your achievements won't be too great either. Though the 4 of them didn't understand now, many years later, they were glad that Shisheng had told them this. Su Yixio was currently speaking to the young lady at the counter, but upon seeing Shisheng, he immediately abandoned her and ran to Shisheng. Xiaowaner 3. Xiaowaner, are you here to look for Lu Qingyan? Do you want me to go and call him for you? Shisheng was already immune to Su Yixio's way of addressing her. Ever since the last time when Lu Qingyun agreed to her request, Su Yixio had stopped calling her Ms. Jiang. I came to eat. Shisheng rolled her eyes speechlessly. President Su, may I ask, why are you so idle? He's been here for how long again? Does he not want his company anymore? Who else can it be for other than that Lu Qingyun? Su Yixio nearly jumped from anger. You don't know how terrible the last few days have been for me. Xiaowaner, you have to help me out. I feel like I've received a serious threat to my life, and Dignity continues rambling. The 4-man team watched as this grown man enacted his own play as he changed faces. Is this really a man? Why do we feel like he's been possessed by Li Qiujia? Yeah, 4. Little Meatball. And speaking of the devil, Fang Liqiu came into the hotel from outside. Seeing Shisheng, it was as if she had seen a treasure as green light flashed from her eyes, and she pounced toward Shisheng. Shisheng dodged to the side. Unable to stop herself in time, Fang Liqiu crashed into Su Yixio. Who's so shameless as to leap into this young master's arms? Su Yixio quickly pushed Fang Liqiu away. Shameless? You're the shameless. Her voice suddenly cut off as Fang Liqiu examined the man doubtfully. A few seconds later, a dark, cold smile appeared on her face. Su Yixio, I finally found you 5. Fang Liqiu. Su Yixio's tone trembled a bit. You called me shameless just now, eh? Overbearing CEO Fang Liqiu has just logged on 6. Her tiny hand gripped on Su Yixio's lapel as she tugged him towards her. Look at me and tell me, did you or did you not call me shameless just now? No, Su Yixio spoke weakly. Then I heard wrongly? You mean to say that my hearing has problems? Su Ishio. I didn't say anything though. Lu Qingyun, hurry up and save me. 1. A term for conjoined twins, people who are physically joined together at birth. I left it as this because if I put conjoined twins, it would sound too literal. 2. For those who don't experience the 4 seasons, like me, from all the books I've read, I've gathered that winter is around November to February, spring is around March to June, and July falls in the summer season. It might change depending on where you are, but this is like the rough outline, I guess. 3. This is yet another nickname for Jiangwan, found. I decided to add a single apostrophe in front of the because otherwise people might start pronouncing it as Waynar. 4. Sound of surprise. 5. This was actually an idiom, but I felt leaving it would make her sound rambly. It's chen bu fei gongfu, meaning that one was unable to find what one was looking for despite wearing out even iron soles, yet managing to obtain whatever it is completely without effort. 6. I took a liberty here, but this will actually appear for real in the Ross later, only for someone else. Chapter 41. In the end, the number of people eating increased to 8. Sheng, the 4-man team, Su Ishio, Fong Liqiu, as well as Fong Liqiu's agent. Fong Liqiu and Su Ishio's history could be traced all the way back to junior high, where they were schoolmates. Not long after Su Ishio left the country, Fong Liqiu did too. A pity they were in different countries, and so didn't get to meet at all. Sheng could see that these two probably liked each other. Otherwise, with Su Ishio's fighting ability, how would he have just allowed Fong Liqiu to speak, while only weakly protesting? Wanjia, there's something going on between Liqiu Jie and that man. Fong Jinyu's eyes shone with light as she looked at those two. These two were made for each other. Like we needed you to say it. Anyone who has eyes can see that. Jiang Ming rolled his eyes at Fong Jinyu. Sheng pursed her lips and smiled. Eat. BBB, can finally get rid of 2 luggages. I'm, BBB, going to celebrate by eating more, huh? Halfway through the meal, Su Ishio received a call. He then took advantage of when Fong Liqiu was busy bothering Sheng to escape from the room. When he returned, it was with Lu Qingyun in tow. Xiaowana, Lu Qingyun's looking for you. Su Ishio stood at the doorway and beckoned at Sheng. I don't want to go. Not one bit. Wah? So handsome. Fong Jinyu was the first to see Lu Qingyun, and her eyes pretty much turned into hearts. How can there be such an inhumanely handsome man? Little meatball, you actually found yourself a little lover while I wasn't looking. Fong Liqiu's reaction was also the biggest as she looked like she would jump up to beat up Sheng. You even found such a good-looking one too. He looks even better than you. Is he going to be the one responsible for looking pretty while you earn money to support the household? Enzo, little meatball, don't think silly thoughts. BBB, don't want to either. Let's not continue this conversation, or else I might cry. Sheng got up and walked towards a smiling Lu Qingyun. What do you want? Lu Qingyun cast a glance at Su Ishio, who resignedly retreated into the room and shut the door, blocking off the lines of sight of the people inside. Come with me to meet someone. Sheng would have never expected Lu Qingyun to take her to see Grandpa Lu. Sheng sat on the sofa while feeling very awkward. The old man sitting across from her was wearing a loose tang outfit too. He had silver-colored hair and a kindly visage, but those sharp eyes seemed as if they could see through everything. Lu Qingyun lounged casually beside her, a small smile on his face. He didn't look like he was about to speak up for her. Shit, am I BBB, here to meet the elders 3? But why do I feel like there are bladed mountains and fiery seas for awaiting me? It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. Ms. Jiang is an actress? Grandpa Lu spoke. His voice was a rich baritone that seemed to be pressuring Sheng. Fuck an old fox. Sheng cursed inwardly as she scorned Lu Qingyun even more. She kept a smile on her face though as she replied, acting is just a side job. Oh, Ms. Jiang still has a main profession. This little lady isn't simple. If it had been anyone else, they would probably be stuttering by now. Thinking of this, Grandpa Lu felt more satisfied with her. I'm currently starting a business, though it's in partnership with someone else. Compared to Grandpa Lu, it's definitely just a hair on 9 ox and 5. Sheng obediently replied to Grandpa Lu's questions. The more he knew about her, the more satisfied Grandpa Lu was. All right, Xiaowan still has work, don't you? Little brat, hurry up and send Xiaowan back. The former was said very kindly to Sheng, but the latter was spoken with a glare, directed towards Lu Qingyun, of course. When the two of them had left, an old man entered from outside the room. Grandpa Lu rubbed his chin. What do you think of that little lady just now? The old man organized his thoughts for a bit before speaking. A very smart child. Her background is clean too. She deals with problems calmly and doesn't speak like a normal person. She doesn't seem like a young lady. She was more like someone who had experienced many trials and tribulations. But she's just a young woman. How would she have been able to experience a lot of trials and tribulations? The old man felt this was a bit absurd, so he didn't say it out. But Grandpa Lu had been in the business world for nearly his entire life. Would he have missed this? Are you done investigating yet? We've managed to dig up some of her information. She does have an entertainment company under her name. Her personal wealth should be quite hefty, but we haven't managed to find the exact figures yet. Some of her assets weren't placed under her own name, so even with the Lu family's ability, they could only make a rough estimate of the large part of her assets, but were unable to make an accurate guess. Grandpa Lu didn't seem surprised by this as he laughed. Let the young people go deal with their own issues. He didn't think a young lady who could build up so much wealth on her own would have ulterior motives for Lu Qingyun, since she would be able to cause that money to multiply as much as she wanted. Once they had left the place Grandpa Lu was staying in, the first thing Shisheng did was to drag Lu Qingyun to a deserted corner and glare fiercely at him. Lu Qingyun, shouldn't you have informed me that we were going to see your grandfather before we actually went to see him? Lu Qingyun escaped her grip before unhurriedly straightening out the clothes that had gotten wrinkled when she had just dragged him off. You did very well. Grandpa is very satisfied with you. If I had, Shisheng humphed before puffing up her cheeks. This won't do. I received a scare just now, so you have to compensate me. I want to buy clothes, bags, luxury cars, and mansions. If I, BBB, had weaker nerves, I, BBB, would have already been scared to death, okay? I, BBB, had to experience mountainous pressure when facing Grandpa Lu, but this bastard didn't even give me, BBB, a warning beforehand. Lu Qingyun suddenly rubbed her head before smiling. If you manage to get Grandpa to leave the country and not interfere in my affairs anymore, I'll buy you anything you want. Who said you could rub my head? Shisheng was about to slap Lu Qingyun's paw off when she heard him say this, and her eyes lit up. Really? I can buy anything I want. I can spend as much as I want. Bye. This was all that was left in Shisheng's head. Lu Qingyun took back his hand calmly. His ink-like eyes reflected the image of the woman's whitened face as he smiled. Really? Only later would Lu Qingyun come to know that the decision he made today was the one he would regret most in his life. Not one of, but the most. Lu Qingyun sent Shisheng back to the site where filming was taking place. In a short amount of time, news of Shisheng having a handsome patron made its way amongst the crew. Though Director Lin didn't know Lu Qingyun, he did know Su Yixio. Su Yixio had sent Feng Liqiu and the rest back to the set, so he left together with Lu Qingyun. The only one Su Yixio would be willing to follow can only be that person from the Lu family. Since last year, there had been rumors circulating about that person from the Lu family returning, but no one had actually set eyes on him, so the authenticity of the rumors hadn't been verified before. Today, though, it appeared that person really had come back. Director Lin was rejoicing inwardly that he hadn't thrown stones down the well 6 at Shisheng before. One used on someone who's about to or tempted to commit suicide. 2. It could have been robe, but I don't think even the most old-timey of old-timers would wear it. Unless they were cosplaying. I think it looks something like this, not sure about the color. 3. In case you didn't know, this refers to one introducing one's girlfriend/boyfriend to their parents/elder generation. 4. Figure of speech for arduous trials/difficulties/tribulations. 5. Figure of speech to express how little she has compared to him. 6. Idiom. For mocking someone when they're down. Chapter 42. In the spare time she had between recording sessions, Shisheng worked on her relationship with Grandpa Lu, making him very happy. By the time the program had finished filming, Grandpa Lu had left the country. Before he left, he gave a necklace to Shisheng. Shisheng estimated that necklace's value was around $50 million. You just casually gave out a necklace worth a few tens of millions. How awesome is that? I am so hugging Grandpa Lu's big thigh one. This necklace. Lu Qingyun's gaze congealed a bit when he saw the necklace Shisheng was fiddling around with. Don't lose it. Shisheng put the necklace back in the box before saying in a sweet voice, Don't worry, boyfriend Sama. This one too. will definitely take good care of the family heirloom Grandpa Lu entrusted me with. That necklace. Lu Qingyun had an odd expression on his face as his mouth opened, but his voice was very low. Shisheng didn't hear it clearly. What did you say? Lu Qingyun smiled brightly. Nothing. Shisheng looked doubtfully at him. Loony. However, she quickly smiled. Then can we go to buy stuff now? I'm BBB so excited. BBB, can finally spend Lu Qingyun's money. BBB, going to squander it all off then buy him back as a maid. Lu Qingyun made a soundless sigh in his mind. This woman is just as hard to deal with as Grandpa. After contenting herself with spending more than $10 million of Lu Qingyun's money, Shisheng finally returned to her apartment. This amount isn't even enough for a tenth of requirements. How vexing. I need to spend $10 billion, and in US dollars too. Just how much stuff do I need to buy to finish this quest? This thought caused Shisheng to become depressed. While having a vengeful mindset, Shisheng went to check on the heated arguments online about Xiaxian. Xiaxian should have caused enough outrage these few days, so this is a good opportunity. Shisheng began to get to work. Of course, the most important reason was that because she wasn't feeling happy, she would drag others down with her. We have to share difficulties. Xiaxian had already returned home. She hadn't been that injured anyways. It was just a few blisters. It was just that she had pretended that her injury was more serious than it had actually been in order to make things harder for Shisheng. However, she hadn't expected this kind of thing to happen. There were many people watching her at the hospital, and reporters could sneak in at any time, so how would she dare continuing staying there? Although Xiaxian had a lot of fans, the Xiaxian they liked was warm, gentle, and kind, not like the filthy person in the pictures. Hence, Xiaxian's Weibo had long been bombarded to hell and back. Xiaxian usually has such a lofty pretense on, but I hadn't expected her to be such a person in private. I misjudged her. Unfollowed. I was really blind. How is this woman fit to be a goddess? Who knows how many men she has slept with? To the commenter before me, keep your mouth shut. Our Xianxian is definitely not that kind of person. Those photos must have been photoshopped. Xianxian, don't be afraid. We're supporting you. Photoshopped? Haven't you seen that several famous verified accounts have authenticated it? Stop lying to yourself and others. Even if that's true, so what? Who doesn't have a past? Xianxian didn't do anything overboard. What are you guys attacking her for? Xianxian, don't be heartbroken. You still have us. We will never leave you. Many of such arguments could be seen. Xiaxian didn't want to look at them, but she couldn't help herself. She had gotten people to delete those photos before, but no matter how many she hired, no one managed to delete them. Xiaxian's grip on the mouse tightened. Green veins had already popped up on the back of her hand. Suddenly, she flung the mouse away. It smashed into the wall and shattered into a few pieces, which fell to the ground. It was at this moment that the monitor blacked out. Bright red words slowly appeared on the screen. It is time to atone for the ones who have died. Are you ready? Atone the ones who have died. Xiaxian screamed as she tossed the computer beneath her bed. It crackled for a bit before the screen truly went black. Baby, what's wrong? What's wrong? The door was opened, and her mother rushed in to hug the screaming Xiaxian. Baby, did you have a nightmare? It's okay now. There's nothing to be afraid of. Mommy's here. Mom. Xiaxian clutched the woman's hand, her face twisting. Mom, someone knows about that matter and is using it to threaten me. Mom, didn't you say you had already dealt with it properly? Why is there still someone who found out? Xianxian, what are you talking about? Xiaxian's mother looked at Xiaxian with anxiety. Xianxian, calm down. Tell mommy what happened. Her mother's consolations slowly calmed her down, though those eyes remained filled with bloody lines. The hand she was using to clutch at her mother was already greenish-white from having used too much strength. Xiaxian's long fingernails sank into her mother's skin. Afraid of agitating Xiaxian further, her mother could only stay silent. Mom, someone knows about that matter. He wants to destroy me. Xiaxian gritted her teeth as she stared off into space. Her mother's face changed drastically. Impossible. I already made sure no traces were left. No, those people haven't died. There were so many people, and they all knew. They knew. Why didn't you kill them? Why? Xiaxian suddenly shoved her mother. If you had just killed them all back then, would I still be threatened now? Why didn't you kill them? Sobs why? Xiaxian weakly collapsed onto the blanket and cried. Xianxian, don't worry. Mommy will help you handle this. You're my only daughter. I won't let anything happen to you. A hint of ruthlessness flashed on her well-maintained face. Although she had her mother's promise, Xia Xian didn't feel safe, so she headed towards Shimo's house. Seeing Xia Xian, who was severely covered up, Shimo furrowed his brows. With a somewhat dissatisfied tone, he spoke, "What did you come here for?" There were currently nasty rumors surrounding her, yet she had come to him. "Isn't this just causing trouble for me? Amo, save me." Xia Xian lunged into Shimo's arms and held him tightly. Xia Xian had applied some makeup on before she had left the house. Thanks to the wonderful art of makeup, she managed to make herself look very pitiful. "Just find someone to delete the photos. What are you looking for me for?" Shimo's tone was a bit cold. Because Xia Xian was his fiancée, Dongfang Entertainment had been affected by her matter. He didn't want anything else to happen. "Amo, someone wants to destroy me. Those photos can't be deleted." Xia Xian hugged Shimo as she sobbed in a small voice. "They don't just want to destroy me. They want to drag down Dongfang Entertainment too. Amo, helping me is helping you. Please help me." Shimo's gaze hardened. He had discovered that someone had been drawing some flack onto Dongfang Entertainment. Fortunately, he had discovered it on time and hadn't let it get out of hand. Could it be that someone really wants to deal with Dongfang Entertainment, and that they're just starting with Xia Xian? Xia Xian didn't know about this and had just been rambling, hoping to get Shimo to help her. Her luck was quite good though. A random sentence could land on the main topic. The Xia family didn't have much of a presence in the entertainment circle. The only thing they could do was support her with funds, but nothing else. Only Shimo and his Dongfang Entertainment could help her out. "Stop crying. Go and clean up first." Shimo pushed Xia Xian away as he spoke impatiently. Xia Xian was smart as she didn't continue to stick to Shimo. She followed his words and went to bathe. 1. Used when someone wants to toady up to someone else. Imagine you hugging onto a person's leg and saying, "I'm not letting you go till you agree to let me be your lackey," or something like that. 2. She used a term here which implied she was his slave. Of course, she's being sarcastic here. Chapter 43. Shimo hadn't investigated properly, yet when the studio that had first revealed the information began to do so again. This time, it was proof of Xia Xian acting haughty on set as well as her bullying others. There were photos as well as video evidence. The Xia Xian in the videos seemed like a completely different person from the one she showed to the public. With the photos from before as precedents, this matter was quickly accepted by the public. Yet another wave of outrage targeted at Xia Xian rose on the internet. Those who had been too afraid to speak up because of her status as a top actress took this opportunity to employ the internet water army. 1. Seeming as if they wouldn't rest till Xia Xian was off her high pedestal. "President Xi, there's only one person in that studio. There aren't any traces of there being anyone else." Shimo's assistant gazed nervously at his boss. "Investigate the IP address." "We couldn't." The assistant's legs were softening and his speech was getting less fluid. "You couldn't?" Shimo's voice raised a couple of notches. "How were you not able to investigate it? If you can't do it, then find someone who can. Do I need to teach you such a simple thing?" The assistant hurriedly left to contact someone to investigate the IP address. However, that IP address had already been altered by Shisheng, so of course, Shimo's men didn't manage to find anything. While Xia Xian was dealing with endless criticisms, Shisheng's newly aired TV show made it big. Shisheng's popularity also grew. Extreme World had also started airing, causing quite a bit of discussion online. Little Meatball is such a troll. Has she even considered the feelings of the cameraman? Cameraman, tell us how you feel. Am I the only one that feels like Goddess Chio and Little Meatball look made for each other? You've suffered in filming such an unreliable celebrity, Mr. Cameraman. I hereby represent the Little Meatball fan club in offering our deepest respects for your noble sacrifice. Agree +1. Little Meatball was so cute in her new show. Excited barking, "I'm going to go continue licking the screen now." What do you mean cute? That's clearly domineering, okay? I'm going to go lick my screen too. Wow, those elves are so pretty. Yeah, I know, right? They've opened a whole new realm of pretty for me. They look like angels. I want to change hubbies. Once Han Ling and crew showed up, their good looks immediately garnered them quite a few fans who went to ask the producers of Extreme World which company they were from and what other shows they wanted to act in, etc. The producers were very obliging. They posted single shots of each of the 4 people as well as group shots before tagging Mantion Entertainment with an @ This made it very clear that they belonged to Mantion Entertainment. The following describes the shared thoughts of those fans. Wasn't Mantion Entertainment Little Meatball's company? Aha, Little Meatball is in the same company as the elves. My life is complete. Tang In had long since been prepared for this. The company held a press conference where they declared the true debut of the group, King. King's first music video was also released to the public. They were nicknamed the Elves by their fans, not just because of their elf-like beauty, but also for their elf-like singing voices. This song made the four famous. Tang In was busy with the King group, so he didn't have much time for Sheng. Sheng could only deal with her own matters. Accepting new roles in shows, she had to do it herself. Accepting an offer to star in an advertisement, she still had to do it herself. If I become an agent in the future, I think I'll do quite well. Once Sheng had sent off the people she was negotiating her new acting contract with, she called Lu Qingyun. She spoke with a half-dead voice. Mr. Lu, your girlfriend has gotten lost in the Grand Carlisle Hotel on Unjutu Road. Please hurry over to pick her up. Lu Qingyun appeared to be busy with something for his end, was very noisy. It quickly quietened down though, as his clear, laughter-filled voice could be heard through the phone. Leave her there for a while. Mr. Lu, I think you must certainly be missing Grandpa Lu right now. Humph, I've already gotten Grandpa Lu to like me so much he listens to me. As the saying goes, if you want to take care of someone, first take care of the people around them. 3. There is truth in these words. Wait there. Lu Qingyun preferred dealing with Sheng over his grandfather. At least the most she made him do was pay for her expenses and didn't interfere in his affairs. By the time Lu Qingyun had reached the place Sheng had mentioned, he saw a table full of untouched food, as well as the person who was still busy ordering more. His lips couldn't help but twitch. Just how bored are you? You got here so fast? I only ordered one round though. Sheng closed the menu. The waitress cast a glance at Lu Qingyun who had entered before quickly leaving the room after making sure Sheng wasn't going to order any more. She was a long-standing employee, but she had never seen this kind of customer who would order food just for fun. Isn't it a waste? Do you really like spending my money that much? Though she made him buy clothes and bags for her, he had never even seen her wear or use them. Sheng blinked her eyes innocently. Spending my own boyfriend's money is to be expected. What's wrong with that? Lu Qingyun's smile froze before he pulled up a chair beside her. His gaze swept over the contract on the table. You're acting in a new show? There's no choice, I have to work hard for the crown of top actress. Sheng's face fell. Patron Sama, why don't you buy me a top actress title? Lu Qingyun, why don't you just get me to buy you another Earth for you to play with? You clearly don't want to yet, you still force yourself to do it. Are you sick in the head or something? It's the same as how you keep getting close with me despite not liking me. Lu Qingyun's eyes darkened. The only thing he was certain in their period of interaction was that she really wasn't a spy sent by others. As to her motive, he had only unlocked one: to spend his money. Sheng left the table full of food for the waiters and waitresses to eat as she left while holding on to Lu Qingyun's arm. She left behind a crew of bewildered waiters and waitresses who all shared this thought. Rich people sure are capricious. Wait a second. Why did that person just now look so familiar? By the time they realized who it was, she was already long gone. Not long after Lu Qingyun escorted Sheng back home, a new headline made its way online. Hashtag revealing the rising star, Jiang Wan's secret backer hashtag. Sheng saw that the picture was very blurry. It was a picture of Lu Qingyun standing beside the door he had opened for her as she got on. Only Lu Qingyun's profile had been caught. Perhaps it was on purpose that Lu Qingyun's features were blurred out while hers were crystal clear. Her news these past few days hadn't been few, so this immediately started a flame war. Tang In called her to ask if she needed help from the company or if she could resolve it on her own. He also lectured he about not noticing people taking pictures of her while she was outside. Sheng just hung up before going on Weibo and posting. Jiang Wan V. Good night, patron Sama. Lu Qingyun, don't bother clicking. The fans who had been waiting for a new development saw this post and immediately got excited as they clicked on the link to the person's page. Lu Qingyun's Weibo account wasn't a verified one. There was only one post, and it was a link. There wasn't even a single word. This caused these busybodies to be confused. This person who doesn't even have a verified account is Little Meatball's patron? That link just brings you to a page that looks like a login screen. There are places to enter username IDs and passwords, but there isn't anywhere to sign up for an account. And what's with this domain name? Were we tricked? The group of hater fans had already begun rubbing their fists in anticipation when they saw the list of Lu Qingyun's followers. What they saw stunned them. Not only were there influential media companies, There were also influential veteran businessmen. There were even some with alluded ties to the government. Scanning the list, pretty much all they saw were those accounts with blue and yellow Vs for. Who the hell is this guy? 1. People paid to write comments in China. Here's the Wikipedia page. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/internet_water_army. 2. This is Pinyin 4, Anjid. 3. I know I made it sound like she was talking about killing him off, but I swear she's not. Maybe. 4. Don't ask me what these are. I don't know either. I'd guess there are different rankings of verified accounts. Chapter 44. The Little Meatball fans immediately burst out and suppressed those who were prepared to laugh at Sheng. Look, see, even if he doesn't have a verified account, he is still awesome as balls. This is what our Little Meatball's patron has to be. Fong Lichio V. Patron Sama, please keep me too. // Jiang V. Good night, Patron Sama Lu Qingyun. Su Ishio V. Patron Sama, please give me my salary / Jiang V. Good night, Patron Sama Lu Qingyun. These two posts immediately caused yet another wave of uproar online. Fong Lichio had quite a lot of fans too. Their thoughts upon seeing her post went something like, "Our goddess is openly begging to be kept on Weibo? Goddess, even though you're very open, but please be more conservative, okay? And isn't Su Ishio the boss of Eugene Entertainment? If even he's asking for a salary, doesn't that mean this guy is the boss? Heavens, what is happening? Someone come and tell us who Lu Qingyun is." Some people wanted to find out who he was, but they couldn't dig up anything on him at all. After all, there was just a name and a blurry profile. There wasn't even a phone number. How were they supposed to investigate him? Even if it was possible, it wouldn't be completed in a short amount of time. Hence, some people started to say that all of this was staged and that the followers list was faked. This was immediately rebuked with, "Then you fake a followers list filled completely with verified accounts." The online community was on the verge of breaking out into a full-blown flame war, yet there was still no reaction from Lu Qingyun. People who had some technical skills started investigating the last time the Weibo account had been logged on, yet they found that the one and only time he had logged on was to send that post with a link in it. Everyone pretty much just stared stupidly at their screens. What happened to the promised patron? How come he's just gone poof? While Sheng's page was rowdy, Xiaxian's troubles hadn't ended. Because the studio had stated that they weren't done, quite a few people were waiting for more information. Not long after Sheng's Weibo posted that message, the studio updated too. The contents were a bit special this time. It was a group photo. Everyone in it was very young, around the age of university students. The background was one of the universities in the country. Xiaxian was standing in the middle, looking cheekily adorable and lively. This looked like a normal group photo. Nothing seemed out of the norm. However, Xiaxian gasped upon seeing this. If she had still held some hope before, then now it was completely gone, leaving only endless fear. Xiaxian's hands trembled as she dialed her mother's phone number. Only after a few tries did she finally manage to make the call. "Xian, it's late. Why haven't you slept yet?" Her mother's warm and gentle voice could be heard. "Mom, have you investigated it yet?" Xiaxian's voice was shaking, revealing how insecure she felt right now. "There's someone on the internet, who exposed the group photo of me and those people. They definitely know what happened back then. Mom, save me. I don't want to be arrested." Strange sounds could be heard on the other end. Xiaxian could hear her father's unhappy grumbling, as well as her mother attempting to soothe him before it quietened down. "Xiaxian, just who have you offended? Do you know how serious this is?" "I haven't," Xiaxian weakly denied before Jiang Wan's face floated in her mind. Could it be her? Would she really have been able to dig out what happened so long ago? "Xian, think harder. Who have you offended? Those people back then all had a part in that matter, so they definitely couldn't have been the ones to reveal it. There are still their family members. Could it have been them?" It went silent on that end for a while. The only thing Xiaxian could hear was her mother's slightly heavy breathing. Xiaxian was on the verge of full-blown panic as she spoke in a voice filled with sobs and begging. "Mom, say something. I don't want to be ruined. Come and save me. Xian, let's meet up and discuss this." Her mother gave her an address before hanging up. When Xiaxian met her mother, she hugged her mother and sobbed painfully. In the past few days, she had been living while dealing with the fears of her past being revealed, falling from her pedestal, and the prospect of being cursed at by the world. While this mother and daughter pair were having their discussion, The online community were going wild. After that photo had been posted, a few more photos were posted soon after. They were pictures of Xia Xian and that group of youths torturing two young ladies. Following this, a video was posted about how that group of youths had conducted the torture. They had chosen areas that wouldn't be easy to spot nor leave behind noticeable marks. After the torture, they'd even help their victims heal their wounds so that they could better continue it. The victims of the abuse were the two young ladies as well as a young lad. For the sake of protecting the victims, their faces had been censored out. The process of their torture stretched out for a long time, but throughout, those watching only felt terrified and cold inside. After all the people in the photos and video were still children. Was Xia Xian one of the torturers? How could she do such a thing? I liked her so much too. I hadn't thought she'd actually be this cruel. Who are those people in the picture? Someone go and find out. These monsters were actually allowed to go unpunished by the law. The background kinda looks like 211 University. I remember there was this one unresolved case that happened there. It caused quite a ruckus back then. The mutilated corpses of a male and a female were found in an abandoned building on campus. I studied at 211 University and just so happened to be graduating that year. I went to take a look at the scene before. Till now I still have nightmares. It was too cruel. Could Xia Xian be a murderer? I recognized the person beside Xia Xian. It's Hu Meng. Not long after this matter, Hu Meng transferred schools. I heard people say that Hu Meng seemed to have left the country. If you guys don't have proof, don't speak nonsense. Xia Xian is definitely not that kind of person. Yeah, our Xian Xian is so kind. How could she be a murderer? Xia Xian also left the country that year. It was around a month after the mutilated body case at 211 University. Die-hard fans are still protecting a murderer. Are you guys sick in the head? You actually like a murderer. Is this the so-called birds of a feather flock together? More and more internet users worked together to dig up the identities of the people in the pictures. They all had pretty good backgrounds, having rich or influential parents. All of them had also left the country around a month after the mutilated body case of 211 University. With their status, they could have easily escaped justice after killing someone. People started contacting 211 University and the police. The internet right now was a storm with countless people pointing fingers at Xia Xian and her fellow torturers. Back then, how old had they been? They couldn't have been more than 20. It was meant to be an age where they were naive and pure, but what were they doing? They were torturing their fellow schoolmates. There was even a possibility of them being murderers. Yet such dangerous people were actually public figures. 211 University replied very quickly, though it was very official. Their stand was that a few photos and a video was not enough to prove Xia Xian was the murderer, and hence they hoped people would not spread malicious rumors. The police did not give a reply. Chapter 45. Shimo hadn't expected this. He went into a mild trance staring at those pictures. Though he knew that Xia Xian wasn't as kind as she portrayed herself to be, he had thought it was just because she was as arrogant as other children of rich families. He had never even entertained the thought that she might be a murderer. President Shi, Chairman Shi is calling. His assistant brought the phone in, his tone careful. The boss is scarier now than he was before. Shimo shut the laptop forcefully before taking the phone from his assistant's hand. Dad, hold a press conference. Announce that your engagement with Xia Xian is off. His tone was very hard and unyielding. I don't care what you're trying to do, but right now, Xia Xian cannot be your fiancé. Do I make myself clear? I understand. Shimo hung up, his expression slightly dark. Go and arrange for a press conference. Hashtag Dongfang Entertainment CEO declares a one-sided dissolution to his engagement with Xia Xian. Does this mean Xia Xian really has killed someone before? Hashtag. The moment the news came out, Xia Xian called Shimo. Shimo didn't even look as he turned off his phone. He could only give up on Xia Xian. Dongfang Entertainment was at a critical junction, so he could not ruin his plan for Xia Xian. Xia Xian didn't dare to go out. There were reporters and angry internet users waiting for her outside. If it hadn't been for the fact that the security measures in the little neighborhood she was staying in were good, those people would have probably charged in by now. But Xia Xian wasn't the only one staying there. Other celebrities were too. With so many people crowding the place, they were inconvenienced whenever they entered or left. In the end, the police got involved. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The sounds of a doorbell being pressed repeatedly could be heard. The people in police uniforms outside the door cast a look at each other. They went to get the property owner to open the door. The moment the door opened, a bloody stench assailed their nostrils. Xia Xian, who was wearing a strapped nightgown, lay on the sofa with one of her hands hanging off the side. On the wrist was a long cut. Fresh blood trickled down her fingers to drip on the white sheep fur rug, staining it red. "Officer, did Xia Xian commit suicide to avoid punishment?" When the ambulance came, the reporters circled them. Was Xia Xian's death a homicide or a suicide? Was she really the perpetrator of the 211 University mutilated corpses case? "Officer, please say something." "I'm sorry, but it's not convenient to reveal anything right now. Please make way." The police held the reporters off to escort Xia Xian onto a waiting ambulance. Hashtag Xia Xian commits suicide to avoid charges. Hashtag the perpetrator behind the 211 University case. Hashtag. The 211 University case became the most searched topic on search engines. The people who offend you are really pitiful. Lu Qingyun's gaze swept over the screen of the phone in Shisheng's hand. The smile on his face was peculiar, emphasizing that prominent ill intent. Pitiful people must be terrible human beings. 1. Shisheng put away her phone before narrowing her eyes at the man beside her. "Mr. Lu, hearing the word pitiful from you is quite a mockery." Lu Qingyun smiled brilliantly. Those ink-like eyes seemed as if they contained the universe in them, as they were filled with sparks of light that looked like stars. "I'm just a normal person." "Huh? Normal person? Have you ever seen such an ethereally beautiful normal person? Have you also seen a normal person who is so rich he's pretty much a god? Forget it. He's the patron. What he says goes. I won't argue with him." "What did you bring me to the airport for?" Shisheng asked as she looked outside doubtfully. "To fetch Grandpa." Grandpa Lu's coming back." Shisheng blinked before speaking in a serious voice. "I'm very busy, you know. And you only give me that much per month in maintenance. I'm raising the maintenance fees." Lu Qingyun was speechless. "Even if I'm rich, you don't have to wring me out like this." The number of times the maintenance fees had increased was exactly the same as the number of times the two had met. Seeing the airport get nearer, for the sake of not being bothered by his grandpa, Lu Qingyun could only spend his money. Besides, money was the last thing he was lacking in. Though, Lu Qingyun suddenly drew closer to Shisheng. The scent unique to men enveloped her. "As my girlfriend, shouldn't you give me some benefits?" Shisheng was wondering what Lu Qingyun wanted when he suddenly drew closer. Hearing him mention benefits, her face sank. "Mr. Lu, I'm only selling my skills, not my body." "Lu Qingyun, what kind of skills are you selling again? The only thing you do is to spend. As if she knew Lu Qingyun's thoughts, Shisheng spoke in a righteous tone. "Spending money also requires skill, you know? All the money I spent recently may have come from you." Lu Qingyun silently moved back. "The woman I'm keeping has such OP money-making skills, I don't have any hold on her." Bad reviews. People were coming and going at the airport. As a famous celebrity, Shisheng didn't act like one as she openly waited at the arrival terminal for Grandpa Lu while holding on to Lu Qingyun's arm. The two girls next to her had been staring at her for a while now. "That seems to be Little Meatball." "That's impossible. As a celebrity, how could Little Meatball show up here?" Though she said that, it was obvious that girl also thought the person standing next to them was their idol, Little Meatball. "Should we go up to ask?" Okay." They took a deep breath before sidling up to Shisheng. One of the girls tugged on Shisheng's sleeve with a red face. "Excuse me, are you Jiangwan?" Shisheng was confused for a bit before she nodded her head. "Yes, I am." The eyes of the two girls lit up as they excitedly pulled on each other. Their inner thoughts went something like, "We actually saw a real live Little Meatball. I'm so excited. We can die content now." Calm down. As Meatball fans, we have to be classy." Forcing themselves to calm down somewhat, the two looked at Shisheng with an infatuated expression. Imagine hearts in their eyes, too. We're your fans. Little Meatball, can you give us an autograph?" "Being able to sign an autograph for such adorable fans is my honor." Shisheng spoke while taking out the pen Lu Qingyun brought with him. "Where do I sign?" Shisheng's teasing caused their minds to enter a jumbled-up state. They woodenly took out a book from a bag and passed it over before continuing to stare infatuatedly at Shisheng. Meanwhile, they were going, "Little Meatball is so cute. Little Meatball is hot. Whoa, we want to be married to Little Meatball." Shisheng signed the books before handing them back. "It seems like you girls are students. Are you here to fetch someone? The weather's been very warm recently, Be careful not to get heat stroke. Little Meatball also has to take care of your body. Don't tire yourself out acting. Our hearts will ache. Little Meatball, the female general you're acting in Emperor's Book is so awesome. Kaki. Are you going to play similar characters in the future? Emperor's Book was the TV show she was acting in recently. She wasn't the female lead but the supporting female lead, a female general, and a very handsomely awesome one at that. Every time she appeared, she caused the audience's faces to turn red from how awesome she was. And the background music every time she appeared was awesome too. To summarize, no matter how you looked at it, she was freaking awesome. Awesomer than the male lead and definitely awesomer than the female lead. Perhaps I will. Shisheng raised a brow wickedly. To get close to them. The two girls even deliberately used their bodies to block off other people's views. With Lu Qingyun blocking another side and Shisheng's front being the arrival hall, no one noticed Shisheng. What scheming fans! How utterly terrifying. This is narrator San. 1. I would take this with a grain of salt. In the Ross, it's Kunjuren bi yo Kunjrichu, which translates to pitiful people must be detestable. However, usually it isn't written like that, I think. Usually its translation would be that even pitiful people can be terrible human beings. Shisheng is just an extremist, but we already knew that, didn't we? Anyways, this can be used the other way around sometimes where a detestable person might be worth pitying. 2. The author didn't actually put this here, but I figured it would probably make the story flow better. Let me know what you think about it. Chapter 46. Shisheng had a lovely chat with the two young ladies. They even exchanged handphone numbers. Only when Grandpa Lu arrived with some bodyguards did people notice Shisheng, causing quite a ruckus. Fortunately, Grandpa Lu's bodyguards were good enough at their job that they weren't harassed as they left, causing quite a few broken hearts amongst these fans. Hashtag was at the same airport as Little Meatball, but didn't see her hashtag. Hashtag Little Meatball and her patron acted lovey-dovey in public. I want chicken-flavored dog food. 1 hashtag. Hashtag got an autograph. She was so hot I think I'm turning gay hashtag. The last post was viewed and shared the most. Not only were the pictures taken up close, there were even group selfies and autographs. Many fans wished to express their envy, jealousy, and hate. How come we didn't see our idol? While the fans were being tormented online, Shisheng and Lu Qingyun were accompanying Grandpa Lu for lunch. Xiaowana, you've already been dating this brat for a long time. When are you planning on holding the wedding? Grandpa Lu gazed at Shisheng amiably. The hand that was holding onto a spoon shook. Shisheng gave a dry laugh. Grandpa Lu, we're still young. A long time? Long time my foot. And all I wanted was to spend Lu Qingyun's money, not get married to him. Grandpa Lu, don't just arbitrarily tie red strings, too. You two aren't young anymore, not young at all. Why? When I was as old as this brat, his dad was already old enough to buy soy sauce on his own. Grandpa's getting old. My last wish is to see some great-grandchildren before I go. Shisheng kicked Lu Qingyun under the cover of the table. However, he merely cast a calm gaze at her before looking back at Grandpa Lu and speaking. Grandfather, why don't you pick a date? Xiaowan and I will listen to your arrangements. What? Lu Qingyun and Grandpa Lu looking in unison at Shisheng. Shisheng hurriedly covered her mouth. That is. I just feel it's too soon. I feel like I could still stand to cultivate more feelings with. Qingyun first. Right. We should definitely work on improving our relationship first. Shisheng nodded her head forcefully towards the end. Ha ha ha. It's all the same if you cultivate feelings after your marriage. And Grandpa here thinks your relationship is already quite good. The wrinkles on Grandpa Lu's face increased as he smiled. Then it settled. In a bit I'll help you check for auspicious dates. He had come back especially because he had seen the news on the internet. Hey no, wait a sec dash. Xiaowan, do you have any other family members? Come tell Grandpa. Grandpa can arrange things properly then. I'm Dash, not getting married to this guy. Little brat, you better plan the wedding properly. Don't you dare let down Xiaowan, otherwise I won't let you off. Don't worry, Grandpa. Shisheng, can you guys actually let me finish? BBB, haven't actually agreed to this though. Is it really alright for you guys to just decide on your own? And this was how Shisheng got married. After Grandpa Lu left, Shisheng went to settle scores with Lu Qingyun. Before she could do anything though, Lu Qingyun quickly offered her a check. The number of zeros on that check immediately bought Shisheng over. I mean, it's just getting married, right? It's up for discussion. Though, Mr. Liu, I feel like the number of zeros should be increased. I'm such a lovely young lady, yet you want to use just this amount to buy me over? I think it's a bit cheap. As you can see, Shi Sheng was rather skilled in the art of increasing the price without offering more consideration. If you got married to me, what's mine would be yours, no? Shi Sheng blinked. Sounds logical. But I haven't been married to you yet. Don't change the topic. Lu Qingyun. He suddenly regretted his actions before. Is it too late to tell Grandpa to call off the wedding? Recently, Shi Sheng had been busy keeping up her image of being in love with Lu Qingyun in front of Grandpa Lu. These two were pretty much stuck to each other except for when it was time for her to film. More and more news about the two started to appear on the internet, and Lu Qingyun's identity was finally dug up. He was Eugene Entertainment's biggest boss, as well as the heir to the Lu family's company. This shiny status pretty much blinded the bunch of single fans. Did Little Meatball save the Milky Way in her previous life, or something? Shi Sheng was so busy that she nearly forgot where her own company was. Only when she received Xiaoman's call did she remember she was still a boss, and she needed to pay salaries. She met the four juicy youths when she returned. They were doing quite well for themselves recently. They had just released an album, and the sales figures were looking promising. Shi Sheng had the deepest impression of Jiang Ming, because he was the one who brought food with him everywhere. Xiaoming, give me something to eat. Jiang Ming, why is Wang Jie asking me for food the moment we met? With black lines on his head, Jiang Ming took out a packet of jelly beans from his pocket. Shi Sheng revealed an as expected expression. Do you even know what you're wearing? It's performance clothes. The hell? What if those jelly beans just popped out while you were acting? Jiang Ming. Han Ling ground her teeth and glared at Jiang Ming. She had already told him countless times not to hide food in his pockets. Jiang Ming's head lowered as he looked pleadingly at Shi Sheng. However, she just took the jelly beans before waving at him. Gambat, pretty boy. Wang Jie, does your patron Sama know how special you are? When she got to the CEO's office, there was only the CEO inside. Tang Yin and Xia Man were nowhere to be seen. Our CEO Sama here had quite a deep impression of this boss of his that only knew how to give money. Shi Sheng gestured for him to ignore her as she went to sit on the couch and watch a show. Tang Yin and Xia Man only arrived just when Shi Sheng was starting to get impatient. Xia Man didn't look so good. Tang Yin looked even worse. He seemed like he had been beaten up just now. Just what were you guys doing? What nonsense is in your head? Tang Yin glared at Shi Sheng. Xiaoman met Xiamo just now. Oh, I didn't though. Shi Sheng brought her phone with her as she buried herself deeper into the sofa. You're the one thinking too much. Trying to blame me even when you were the one thinking dirty? I'm not taking the blame, I tell you. Xiaoman sat next to Shi Sheng with a lowered head. She cut quite the sorry figure. Three-legged frogs might be hard to find, but two-legged men are everywhere. Miss Xia, what are you worrying about? Shi Sheng made a suggestive whistle in Tang Yin's direction. Tang Yin pushed up his glasses and ignored Shi Sheng's impropriety. Xiaoman laughed bitterly. He was the person I liked for so many years. How could I stop liking him just because I want to? Yet what did he say about me? Then go abroad to recuperate. Xiaoman gazed incomprehensively at Shi Sheng. Tang Yin, wasn't Hollywood looking for some Asian faces in some of the new films? You go bring Xiaoman over to try out. Shi Sheng patted Xiaoman's shoulder. Suddenly, she asked in a serious voice, do you still want to make up with Xiamo? Xiaoman was stunned for a brief moment before she shook her head resolutely. Xiamo had long stopped being the person in her memories. They couldn't go back to how they were. Then go. Don't come back within half a year. Don't ask why. Trust me. Very good. Managed to break this ship too. Add another one to my list of achievements. Xiaoman left together with Tang Yin. Shi Sheng had to take up the mantle of being the director for their company's artists temporarily. And the consequences of making Shi Sheng take that job was that now the company was filled with a bunch of good-looking newbies. If you weren't good-looking, you'd feel embarrassed just to enter the premises. Even the janitors were good-looking. Need some random faces? Go to Manhwa Entertainment. Our friend the CEO was feeling a bit distressed. Are you sure this is an entertainment company? Why do I feel like we're opening a brothel? And I'm the brothel owner? No, that's not right. Boss is the brothel owner. Then I'm a pimp? At most? I feel like resigning. Hashtag that Manhwa Entertainment has all the good lookers as their well-known trademark. Only one store, no branches. Hashtag 1. People usually refer to themselves as single dogs fun Murray fund dun shungu, so public displays of attention are dog food fun Murray fund. Two red strings represent one's destiny and love. So, tying them together means the two are destined to be lovers. Here's the wiki page for more info. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/red_thread_of_fate. Chapter 47. Xia Xian hadn't made the attempt on her life. Someone else had. The one who attempted the murder was Zhou Yi. He was the son of a civil servant and was the one who Shi Sheng obtained the photos and videos from. After that case that year, Zhou Yi brought these with him when he went overseas. Though he had never come back into the country, he was just that kind of person in his bones. He couldn't help the dark and demented thoughts that popped up. At first, he only used those photos and videos to relieve his desire. But as time went on, these were no longer enough to satisfy his cravings. In the end, he could not resist those dark impulses any longer. After his first sweet taste, he couldn't help but fall into an irredeemable abyss. All these years he had never gotten caught. He had even managed to find several like-minded people to join him in his pursuits. Yet not long ago, he started receiving some inexplicable curses from people online. Only after he saw the name Xia Xian in their words and searched it up online did he know the secret was out. Even he himself didn't know why he wanted to kill Xia Xian. It was as if there was a voice in his head telling him to do it. When Zhou Yi was arrested, he confessed to everything. He even had several videos in his possession documenting the mutilation of the bodies from back then. It was very bloody and cruel. He testified that everyone had been high on drugs back then. They had discovered the couple in that old building and relied on their superior numbers to subdue them. However, just as they were about to begin their torture session, those two struggled fiercely and the girl had been pushed by someone. In the chaos, her head rammed into a sharp object, causing instant death. Seeing this, the boy fought even harder. Everyone back then had been stoned to the point they didn't even notice someone had died. Instead, they began torturing the boy, causing to have been tormented to death. Zhou Yi couldn't remember who it was who suggested mutilating the bodies. With videos and plenty of evidence, Xia Xian was sentenced to jail amidst much clamor. Everyone who participated in this matter back then was arrested. This matter had been blown so big, even those influential families didn't dare to make any obvious moves. They just hired lawyers and followed procedures. Under the guidance of their respective families, all the people claimed they were under the influence of drugs, and so it could only count as manslaughter. However, from the video evidence gathered, the police determined that they had been of sound mind back then. They were clearly thinking straight as they even disposed of the evidence after splitting up the bodies. Hence, the police deemed it to be an intentional homicide case. The police also approached the victims of abuse and attempted to persuade them to testify in court. Perhaps the others were afraid of being retaliated against, for only one person stood out. Yet even like this, these people had still been charged with deliberate harm and intentional homicide. Because of the special circumstances surrounding this case as well, their sentence was quite heavy. However, not long after they were sentenced, Xia Xian and Zhou Yi were sent to a mental asylum. When Shi Sheng saw the report, she laughed soundlessly. Did you guys think you could get off easy by entering an asylum? In that kind of place, even if you weren't sick before, you'd turn crazy after a while. How long will you be able to last, Xia Xian? It was really thanks to Zhou Yi that Xia Xian was brought down so quickly. Had it not been for him ensuring that Xia Xian stayed for such a long time in the hospital, things would have been made slightly more difficult. Now that Xia Xian's questline is complete, I think I'll just hand Xiamo to Lu Qingyun for him to deal with. Next up, walk to the peak of success. Oh, and there was that group of trashy relatives too. Lu Qingyun didn't let down Shi Sheng's wishes. It wasn't long before he made a move on Shimo's company. Dongfang Entertainment took the brunt of the attack, though the Shi family's other assets didn't suffer much. He seemed to only be targeting Shimo. The change of ownership of Dongfang Entertainment was the second hottest topic after the 2011 university case. Lu Qingyun then gifted Dongfang Entertainment to Shi Sheng under the reason of being a wedding present. Shi Sheng didn't hold on to it for long before selling it off. And hence Dongfang Entertainment once again made the headlines for being a company whose ownership had changed so much in a short period of time. The wedding date was fixed for the 9th of September. After Shi Sheng had finished with all her previous acting tenures, she didn't pick up any new ones. Because the wedding was being held out of the country, there wasn't much for Shi Sheng to busy herself with. Aside from heading the company every day, the only thing she did was to eat, sleep, and buy. Meanwhile, People online were expressing their grievances at Sheng getting married soon. Their little meatball was getting married to someone. Although little meatball is going to get married off soon, I'll still love her, like how rats love rice. Hey patron Sama, you better treat our little meatball well, super well in fact. Little meatball is going to get married off. I don't want this. Little meatball belongs to everyone. How can she just get married off? Asterisk sobs asterisk little meatball. Don't get married off. Are you abandoning us? Of course, there were fans of Lu Qingyun who didn't want to let him marry Sheng. How is Jiang good enough for the almighty patron Sama? What else does she have besides a few works in her portfolio? Our patron Sama is a true member of the high class. If Jiang knows what's best, she'll give up on patron Sama. Jiang is not good enough for patron Sama plus 10,086. I was bored, so I went to investigate little meatball. Guess what I found? She actually has 2 companies under her name. What companies? Please show us. That person immediately posted 2 pictures. The first was Manhwa Entertainment, as well as the documents that showed Jiang was the lawful owner. The second was an investment company. It was simply called S, and was also owned by Jiang. Though they weren't familiar with the investment company, they were familiar with Manhwa Entertainment. That was the company Jiang working as an artist under, as well as the company the 4 elves in the band King belonged to. Quite a few familiar-looking celebrities also belonged to this company. That company was actually opened by Little Meatball. Those people who said she wasn't good enough for patron Sama just had their faces slapped, didn't they? Does it hurt? Our Little Meatball opened a company on her own without the support of a family. Haven't heard of that investment company before, but if it was opened by Little Meatball, it must be awesome. All the Little Meatball fans agreed to this. In their hearts, no matter what she did, Little Meatball was the best. They were Little Meatball's diehard fans. That investment company was used by Sheng to cover up the large movements of funds, though that company did exist, and it was doing quite well to boot. Little Meatball, you're actually getting married off. Sobbing, are you abandoning me? I thought we were going to have a loving relationship. Fong Liqiu hugged Sheng as she cried her lungs out. When did we ever have any love? Sheng calmly shot back a question. You. Fong Liqiu clutched at her heart as she received a blow. You aren't going to admit it? I didn't think Little Meatball was actually that type. Sheng rubbed Fong Liqiu's head. Be good. Go find your Su Yixio. These words immediately stopped Fong Liqiu's crying. She put on the airs of a queen as she smiled darkly. If he still dares to show up in front of me, you're going to be able to watch me tear apart a Su Yixio with my bare hands. Sheng was speechless. Su Yixio, just what did you do? I don't care. I want to be your bridesmaid. Fong Liqiu started yelling again. I feel like my net worth will go up if I become your bridesmaid. You can't give this opportunity away to others. When did I, BBB, have such an OP skill? How come I, BBB, didn't know? Hence it was that Fong Liqiu used her shamelessness to secure a bridesmaid position. Besides, Sheng didn't have many other friends, so she didn't really care who the bridesmaid was. Chapter 48. Zhang Jinjin only learned of Jiang impending wedding from her classmates. She had already noticed Jiang on the TV a year ago, but at that time, she had just been a support character. Zhang Jinjin had expressed her disdain and contempt, thinking that she was overestimating herself. If she manages to become famous, I'll write my name backwards, were her thoughts then. However, in these few months, news about her steadily flowed in. Jiang had clearly become famous. Some acquaintances would ask her about Jiang when they met, and tell her how lucky she was to have a celebrity as a big sister. There was intense jealousy in Zhang Jinjin's heart. She actually made it, and now she was going to get married. And to someone rich too. How would Zhang Jinjin not be jealous? Marrying into a rich family had always been one of her dreams. However, while she was still stuck wondering how to achieve this, the Jiang who she had always looked down on was about to achieve it. The thing that caused the most jealousy was the fact that Jiang wanted companies under her name. If I had money, would I still need to marry into a rich family? Daddy, look at Jiang. She's famous now and owns companies. I asked a friend and she told me that the lowest estimate for the value of that entertainment company is $200 million. She also has an investment company too. Can you even guess how much money she has now? Zhang Yuan looked at his daughter, not completely believing her words. Does she really have that much money? Dad, you don't know this, but the entertainment industry is the place to make money. Zhang Jinjin nodded. Just one advertisement could get you a few million. But, with what we did back then, will she even admit to knowing us? Jiang Xinjian's mother was a bit hesitant. If she had known that Jiang Wan was so skilled, would she have wanted to marry her off to an old man? I'll see if she dares. We're her only family members. Besides, she stayed at our house for so long. It only stands to reason she should show her gratitude, no? Exactly. We raised her for so many years, yet now that she has some money, she doesn't want to recognize us? In her dreams, Jiang Yuan agreed with Jiang Xinjian. Jiang Xinjian was already imagining her life of luxury after getting money. She would buy all those things that had once seemed so far out of reach. This wasn't the first time Jiang Xinjian had attempted to get her parents to extort Jiang Wan, but they had always felt a bit awkward about that matter after wanting to marry her off earlier. Now that her companies were revealed, though, the lust for money suppressed that awkwardness in Jiang Yuan's heart. Jiang Wan is just a girl. When she gets married off, wouldn't those things become her husband's? How can my Jiang family's possessions be given to outsiders? Was what Jiang Yuan was thinking. Hearing her husband's and daughter's words, Mama Jiang felt more confident. She had already been a greedy person, so how would she give up on Jiang Wan, this fat piece of meat? Hence, the family of three set off to the capital to find Shisheng. Because they didn't have her number, they only managed to find Mantion Entertainment after much effort. But by the time they got there, they were informed that Mantion Entertainment was no longer located on the premises. Only after Jiang Xinjian had spent a lot of effort online did she dig up the current address of Mantion Entertainment. By the time they finally managed to find Mantion Entertainment's premises, it was already dark out. But after seeing how opulent and brilliant the building looked, they no longer felt tired. This whole building was Mantion Entertainment's. How much must it have cost? Jiang Xinjian was so excited her heartbeat quickened and her face reddened as more blood was pumped into her face. It was as if she could see an endless stream of money flying towards her. May we know who are you looking for? The three were stopped from entering by the security guards. I'm looking for Jiang Wan. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but puff up his chest as arrogance was written in his eyes. I'm her uncle. Hurry and get her to come down. One of the security guards wrinkled his brow, but he still handled it professionally. Ms. Jiang has not informed us that any relatives of hers would be arriving. If you guys are her relatives, how can you not have even her phone number? Did you think I was wasting away all these years as a security guard? She doesn't know that we're coming here. This big brother here, we really are Jiang Wan's relatives. If you don't believe us, you can call her to check. Jiang Yuan's wife was more civil. My apologies. Ms. Jiang has already left the company. You can go to her house to look for her. If he bothered Ms. Jiang for everyone who came looking for her, then he didn't need to be a security guard anymore. Madam Wu, if I knew where her house was, would I go looking for her at her company? The security guards didn't chase them away. They simply prevented them from going in. They were doing their jobs, so even if they really were Ms. Jiang's relatives, she shouldn't make things hard for them. The security guards didn't allow them inside no matter what they said. In the end, Jiang Yuan was aggravated to the point he started yelling that once he saw Jiang Wan, he'd make her fire them. The security guards were rather exasperated by now, as you can imagine. By now, the commotion had attracted the paparazzi waiting outside. They gathered around once they heard the name Jiang Wan. Jiang Yuan was a bit nervous at first, but afterwards he thought, if these reporters publish my relationship with Jiang Wan, can she still deny it? He had heard about quite a few stuff that happened online from Jiang Xinjian. Clearly, Jiang Xinjian was thinking along the same lines. She teamed up with Jiang Yuan to describe about how they had painstakingly raised Jiang Wan all these years and had come over when they heard she was going to get married. Though they said they were here to attend the wedding, their underlying intentions were to slander Jiang Wan by calling her ungrateful. Seeing this matter was getting too big for them to handle, the security guards quickly called for their chief. The chief security guard dragged the three into the company, ending their little play. Helpless, the chief could only report this matter to his superiors. If this matter made the news tomorrow, it would cause quite the ruckus. Shisheng and Lu Qingyan had already reached their destination when they were forced to double back when Shisheng received a call from her employee pet. CEO, she had already guessed those relatives of hers would come looking soon. She just hadn't thought it'd be this soon. Where are they? Shisheng and Lu Qingyan entered the company. The security guard pointed at a room located off to the side of the reception hall. Chief was afraid they'd cause more trouble, so he invited them to his office. Jiang Yuan's trio were currently in a heated argument with the chief of security when the door opened, causing the room to fall silent. Jiang Xinjian's gaze was attracted to the man standing behind Shisheng. Whereupon, she gazed entranced. She had never seen such a good-looking man. Ms. Jiang. The chief could finally let out a sigh of relief. These people are really bothersome. How does Ms. Jiang have these kinds of relatives? They're on a completely different level. I simply refuse to believe that they were the ones who brought her up like they said. Shaoan, look at what kind of people you hired. They don't understand manners at all. Zhang Yuan spoke like it was natural. How can these kinds of people remain in the company? Hurry up and fire them. The chief of security nearly vomited up blood. I don't understand manners. Just who's the one being unreasonable here? Let's go out and talk. I'm sure you guys don't want to let outsiders know, right? Shisheng looked smilingly at Jiang Xinjin. You guys have worked hard today. I'll go get the finance department to give you guys a reward. Joy surfaced on the chief's face. Thank you, Ms. Jiang. See, we didn't do anything wrong today. Shaoan, how can you give him a reward? You didn't see how they treated us. We came from so far away, yet they wouldn't even help us inform you, and even stopped us from entering. It's fine if it's just us, but what if they had offended someone else instead? Madame Wu was clearly unsupportive. You aren't the ones in charge here, Mr. Jiang and Madame Wu. Shisheng spoke clearly. Though she was clearly smiling, her eyes were filled with frigid ice. Zhang Yuan and his wife felt cold air rising from their sawls as their scalps tingled. They didn't dare to speak anymore. Chapter 49. They left the company, Shisheng not saying anything as she got them to board the car. Lu Qingyun started driving. Jiang Xinjin's gaze hadn't left Lu Qingyun once. The photos online had been too blurry for her to see him properly. Though she had found the parts she could make out rather handsome, she had always ignored it because of Jiang Wan. But now that she had met him in person, she suddenly found this man to truly be very beautiful. Jiang Yuan and his wife sat in the back seats, communicating through their gazes. In the end, Madame Wu broke the silence, first as she spoke with the tone of an elder speaking to a junior. Shaoan, you must have had it hard building your business all these years. Why didn't you call back home? Your uncle and I could have helped you out. I don't dare trouble Madame Wu. Shisheng used a tone filled with undisguised mocking. Silly child, why aren't you calling me aunt anymore? We're your only family members. What do you mean trouble? Back then when your parents passed away, weren't we the ones who took you in? Yet now you're still treating your aunt here as an outsider. Madame Wu's tone was half chiding and half helplessness, as if she really did care about Jiang Wan. However, the greed in her eyes betrayed her. Madame Wu, that's not right. Weren't the compensation fees as well as their various assets swallowed up by your family? Added up, they should be able to equal at least $2 million, right? I'll just treat that as the fee for taking care of me for all these years. Madame Wu was silenced. Back then, if it had not been for the money, she wouldn't even have taken Jiang Wan in. Very good, Jiang Wan. Think you're so tough now, don't you? Jiang Yuan immediately spoke out to help his wife. Did you think raising you didn't require us to spend any money? Now that you have some money, you're thinking of not recognizing these relatives of yours. Even your father had to call me big brother, but you don't even know how to respect your elders. If your father was here, he'd be infuriated. Huh. Mr. Jiang, I believe we are both clear as to how much you actually spend on me. If my dad knew how you've been treating me, he might even pay a visit to you tonight. Who can't scare people? Did you think IBBB was scared? This family can be described with one word: greedy. Back then her parents had left behind quite a sizable amount for Jiang Wan. It would have been enough for her to finish university and maybe even have some left over to start a business. Yet this family had used all sorts of reasons to coax Jiang Wan into handing those stuff over to them. Even with all that, they still weren't content and wanted to sell her off for a good price. These people are relatives? The hell? Are you sure they aren't enemies? In the world of stories, there were mysterious creatures called trash relatives. They fit right up there with the White Lotus's one and green tea bitches too. Jiang Yuan had been pissed off to the point he couldn't say anything. However, he had a guilty conscience, so he didn't dare to refute her words. Shisheng laughed coldly before turning to speak to Lu Qingyun. Let's go to the Carlisle Hotel. The smile on Lu Qingyun's face was a bit cold. Shisheng could even feel some hints of killing intent radiating off him. She silently lit a candle 3 for Jiang Xinjin. Who told you to look at him like that? She sent the 3 to the hotel. Before she left, she gave them a warning. If you guys want to attend my wedding, be good and stay in this hotel. Don't cause any trouble. Of course, she didn't expect them to actually listen to her, but that wasn't the point. Their fates were directly tied to how much they courted death, after all. When they left the hotel, Shisheng pulled on Lu Qingyun with a bitter expression. Mr. Liu, give me some money to console me. Lu Qingyun was speechless. Those trash relatives aren't mine, so why should I console you with money? I reject this. The rejected Shisheng was rather dejected. Mr. Liu, are you really going to reject my request? Grandpa Liu is still waiting for us. Hey, do you think that if I told him you bullied me, he would beat you to death? And then let me inherit the Liu family? This idea is quite good. You're thinking too much. Lu Qingyun chucked Shisheng into the car. Am I that easily beaten to death? Also, that's my blood grandfather. How would he beat me to death? Shisheng got someone to deal with the reporters who interviewed Jiang Yuan outside the company, so the internet was still calm as it can be. It is the internet. Jiang Yuan's family, who had been expecting some sort of news, couldn't help but get antsy at this unexpected calm. Wasn't it said that those paparazzi were capable of causing the entire city to go into uproar? Were all those words I spoke yesterday turned into fertilizer shit? How come there's nothing at all? Jinjin, look some more. Jiang Yuan urged Jiang Jinjin in a frustrated voice. Jiang Jinjin searched again. There was still no news. She subconsciously clicked on Jiang Wan's Weibo. The moment the page loaded, a new post was revealed. Jiang Wan V. No matter how I look at him, Patron Sama is hot. Picture, picture, picture. The first two pictures were wedding pictures. The first picture depicted a woman wearing a fiery red wedding dress and standing barefooted in a starry sea. A glow suffused her surroundings, making her seem like a spirit in the darkness. The man who was facing her was wearing a tuxedo which seemed to blend in with the starry background, yet he was still as eye-catching as ever. The two faced each other, as if they were able to look at each other despite being on opposite sides of the universe. The second picture was one where the woman was wearing a pure white wedding gown. She was running towards a man who stood in the distance, causing her dress to fly around her. The man was waiting with a slight smile on his face and opened arms, as if to welcome her. His smile was brilliant and his gaze was gentle. The last picture was a picture of a bunch of 4 renminbi folded into a heart shape. Little Meatball is showing off her husband again. But those wedding pictures are so beautiful. They look like scenes from a movie. I'm licking my screen. Such a husband-boasting enthusiast. Little Meatball, have you ever considered the feelings of the single dogs? Single dogs, just how scarred are you? Hubby, come and watch single dogs get abused 5. Such beautiful wedding pictures. Normal people don't manage to pull off a red wedding dress, but it's not a problem at all for Little Meatball. Owl, Little Meatball, I've discovered I'm loving you more and more. What do I do? To the commenter upstairs, you great, sicko, job. Hubby, come watch the number of single dog viewers increase with me. To the commenter upstairs, and the one before that. Single dogs need to be comforted. Little Meatball, sobs. My little meatball is getting married off. My heart hurts. P.S. The wedding pictures only look good because it's Little Meatball and Patron Sama in them. Lick screen. Patron Sama is so gentle. I have to admit it. These two are made for each other. I'm giving up on Patron Sama. Little Meatball, I'm handing my beloved Patron Sama into your care now. Cries, I'm out of love. Why do I feel like that money picture is bigger than the other two? Is it just me? Is it? It's not just you. It is bigger than the other two. So Little Meatball is actually showing off her wealth and showing off her husband, just as a side note. 6. I don't understand how rich people think. Jiang Jinjin was engulfed by the jealousy she felt from seeing all the well-wishers' comments. She's just an orphan. What right does she have to possess all these? How can such a perfect man belong to Jiang Yuan? Chapter 50. Shisheng had long since put up her guard against Jiang Yuan's family, so when he went to find the press, she was the first to know. She got Hu Shua to go see them, and Hu Shua agreed without hesitation. Because of Xia Xian's matter, Hu Shua's studio was now famous. His value had also skyrocketed as well. He wouldn't usually accept requests from others, but Shisheng was the one who had given him this opportunity in the first place, so he was very willing to help her out. Hu Shua bought over quite a few paparazzi and brought them to find Jiang Yuan. When Jiang Yuan saw this many reporters, he felt that he would definitely be able to make Jiang Yuan admit defeat. Even if she has some ability, she's just a woman. In this traditional country, disloyalty, not being filial, inhumanity, and unrighteousness are all big taboos. If you break any of them, you'll be criticized by others. As you can see, Jiang Yuan was still naive in his thinking. He hadn't considered what kind of place the entertainment circle was. How could it be compared to that tiny neighborhood he lived in? Jiang Jinjin felt a bit insecure. She felt like this wasn't the right course of action, but she couldn't convince Jiang Yuan. They waited for this to be mentioned in the news and for Jiang Yuan to show up with gifts to apologize. But that didn't happen. Nothing happened on the next day. Oh, that wasn't quite right. Shisheng had uploaded more wedding pictures with another picture of money at the end. The next few days were calm, aside from Shisheng's regular daily releases of dog food, which always ended with a picture of money folded into all kinds of shapes. Her fans were already used to this husband-flaunting hobby of hers. Of course, there were those who scolded her, but they were rather unnoticeable as their comments would quickly be covered up by other people's screen-licking comments. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to do something impulsive, there was finally some news online, albeit not the type he had expected. It was a news article about how a man and his family had stolen his younger brother's assets, then mistreated his niece. When that niece built up a company with her own efforts, they then came wanting to have a share. Hu Shua's writing skills weren't to be looked down upon. When added to his studio's reputation, the online community naturally believed him. Very quickly, some people managed to dig up information about Jiang Yuan's family. It matched the subtle hints in the article. Of course, there were people who had liked Jiang Yuan back at her hometown, plenty of whom hung out regularly with Jiang Yuan. However, all they knew was that the Jiang family had produced a star, but they didn't know what was going behind the scenes. A few of the closer ones, though, knew that Jiang Yuan hadn't had it good back then. Everything she used, including her clothes, were all leftovers from Jiang Xinjin. There were some years where she wasn't able to wear any new clothes at all. Without much effort, Jiang Yuan's family's terrible ways were exposed. Fans started trying to find Jiang Yuan's family in order to enact justice. The hotel Jiang Yuan was staying in was exposed by Hu Shua using one of his minor accounts. This resulted in Jiang Yuan's family not being able to leave the hotel. Since they had attempted to use the power of the internet to deal with Shisheng, she simply returned it to them. How has our little meatball mistreated you guys? One night at the Carlisle Hotel costs $10,000 at least. Just how do you guys have the face to call little meatball ungrateful? There really are all kinds of birds if the forest is big enough one. You're just little meatball's relatives and not direct ones at that. What right do you have to eye her assets? Can you guys get any more shameless? Do you think there's no one to back our little meatball up? Although I'm not a meatball fan, but let's be honest here, Jiang Yuan is truly generous. If it was me who had these kinds of greedy relatives, I'd force them to cough up every last cent of it. Jiang Yuan and his family couldn't leave at all, and they had to hear curses and insults being flung at them. Good Jiang Yuan, that white-eyed wolf too. She actually dared to do this to me. Jiang Yuan started cursing out of anger. Dad, what do we do now? Jiang Xinjin was a bit afraid now. The people outside are too scary. Is this the power of a fan base? Thinking this actually caused some more envy and jealousy to rise in her heart. Jiang Xinjin's question caused Jiang Yuan to be at a loss for words. After all, he was just a normal person. When had he ever encountered stuff like this before? At the moment, his mind was in a blank state. He didn't know what he should do. Shisheng didn't expect Jiang Xinjin to still dare to come look for her. She laughed soundlessly before lifting her chin, indicating for her to speak. Sit. What did you want? Shaoan, we're at least sisters and Dad's your uncle. How could you let them say those things about us? Jiang Xinjin's eyes were red as she complained tearfully. Jiang Xinjin hadn't been willing to lower her head for Jiang Yuan, but Jiang Yuan had told her if she didn't do so, they wouldn't be able to get those things. So, for the sake of those companies and the money, what did I get people to say about you guys? Shisheng blinked innocently. Jiang Xinjin's face was so red it looked like blood might start dripping from it. Whether it was from anger or shame, we do not know. The hand hanging at her side clenched. You got people on the internet to say. She couldn't continue. Oh, that. Are you going to tell me you didn't do those stuff? You want to get a memorial arch while being a prostitute 3? Do you really think I'm as easy to bully as that dummy Jiang Yuan? You were the one who gave us those things. Jiang Xinjin suddenly looked up and shouted, the resentment in her eyes completely revealed for all to see. Back then I didn't understand anything. It was your family that coaxed me into handing them over. It was my own fault for not being able to tell who was being sincere, so I gave up on wanting that money back. Yet now you guys want to come after my company. Do you really think I'm still as dumb as I was back then? Jiang Xinjin was obviously no match for Shisheng in terms of a sharp tongue. Besides, she was the one in the wrong. After Jiang Xinjin left, Jiang Yuan and his wife took turns to look for her. You guys have already said it 1,000 different ways. We're all relatives. Shouldn't you help us now that you've struck it rich? Help! Help my arse! On the 9th of September, the wedding was held on a small island. Jiang Yuan's family was fairly thick-skinned. Even with so many people cursing and insulting them, they still attended the wedding. When they saw such an opulent setting, their eyes nearly rolled out of their sockets. They didn't make any trouble. Not knowing what they were up to, Shisheng got people to keep an eye on them and toss them out if they did. The entire wedding was live-streamed. This was Shisheng's gift to her fans. Such a grand wedding allowed these fans to know what was truly a rich family. After the wedding, Shisheng resumed her normal routine of shooting films, earning money, then spending money. Jiang Yuan's family seemed determined to fight it out with Shisheng as they refused to leave the capital. Jiang Xinjin even entered the entertainment circle. The entertainment circle was a messy place. Even without Shisheng's intervention, Jiang Xinjin became utterly tainted. After using some unknown methods, she managed to snag a small acting role and even sucked up to Lu Dapeng. Who was Lu Dapeng? It was that former patron of Lin Shanshan, a branch member of the Lu family. Lu Dapeng was pretty unlucky. He saw Jiang Xinjin at Shisheng's wedding, but because they had been obedient, he hadn't learned about their relationship with Shisheng. On his second meeting with Jiang Xinjin, they ended up in the sheets together. But after they were done, Jiang Xinjin told him to deal with Jiang Wan's Manhwa Entertainment, causing him such a scare he nearly couldn't get hard again. Your mom. Why am I so unlucky? Why do I always get the ones who want to offend eldest young master? Lu Dapeng was quite a smart fellow. Without any obvious changes in expression while he was in front of Jiang Xinjin, he went to report this to Lu Qingyun when they parted ways. That person is now the young madam of the Lu family. In the future, she's going to be the madam of the Lu family. How can I afford to offend her? After getting his instructions from Lu Qingyun, Lu Dapeng didn't dare to show any tenderness towards Jiang Xinjin. He didn't do much. All he did was to bring her to some gatherings to learn more. He completely ignored her requests, though. So, if Jiang Xinjin wanted resources, she had to sell her body for them. Jiang Xinjin's reputation became the worst in the entertainment circle. Chapter 51. Jiang Yuan wasn't doing well either. He was a gambler. All the funds he had taken from Jiang Wan back then had pretty much all been gambled away. He had come to the capital expecting to become rich, but had met with a serious setback. Under the depression he felt, he started gambling again. When their remaining savings were all lost through gambling, his wife nearly picked a fight with him. Just as the two were in a heated argument, the hotel got them to leave. They immediately stopped fighting and teamed up against the hotel. They weren't willing to leave since they knew that one night here was worth $10,000 and above. They had stayed here for about a month now, which amounted to a staggering $300,000. The hotel staff ignored their protests and simply got security to throw them out. Facing hardened security guards, Jiang Yuan could only leave, though he was still cursing Jiang Wan nonstop. When Shisheng learned of this, she simply laughed in contempt. Why do you think she let them stay at such a good place for so long? Think about it. Now that their standards have been raised, would they be willing to head back into that tiny city? The answer, of course not. Jiang Xinjin still had some money on hand, so she rented a place for her parents to stay in. Jiang Yuan went to Manhwa Entertainment every day to look for Jiang Wan, but he was never able to even catch even a glimpse of her. Jiang Yuan's gambling addiction got worse and worse. All the money that Jiang Xinjin brought back home was lost by him. In the end, he even started forcing Jiang Xinjin to sell her body. Jiang Xinjin's parents got into a fight. After a few instances of being hit, her mother couldn't take it anymore and fled with her things. Without his wife there, Jiang Yuan got even more unrestrained. In the end, he actually wagered Jiang Xinjin and lost. He ran off. 2 years later, Shisheng was crowned a queen of acting. She then announced she would be leaving the entertainment industry. The meatball fans expressed their dissent. But upon seeing how their little meatball was just as insane as ever about flaunting her husband, they calmed down. Even if their little meatball wasn't in the entertainment circle anymore, she was still their little meatball. 5 years later, Shisheng said $1 billion to Grandpa Lu, then had him it to Lu Qingyun and got him to give it back to her. After completing her quest, Shisheng immediately wanted a divorce. Lu Qingyun was stunned stupid. I don't understand what she's thinking. Is she redeeming her freedom through money? There's a lot of pressure if your wife is rich. Had it not been for Grandpa Lu preventing the divorce, Lu Qingyun would probably have faced some rather unpleasant reactions from her fans. Marriages into wealthy clans were quite common, but so were divorces. Although the divorce wasn't successful, Shisheng wasn't staying with Lu Qingyun anymore. She began her life of traveling around the world. And so, Meatball fans discovered that their little Meatball had stopped flaunting her husband and had started digging holes one. And so, Shisheng had successfully changed professions from a celebrity to an author. She was doing quite well too, and even had her own little fan base. The only thing was, Little Meatball's stories always ended wonderfully, had some extremely unexpected plot twist, or was just castrated too. But they still loved their Little Meatball. Every time Little Meatball opened up a new hole, they would come in droves to leap into it. It practically became an illness that needed to be treated. Before Grandpa Lu Pa set on, he forced them to swear not to get divorced. Since she didn't have anyone she liked anyways, Shisheng decided to agree. Lu Qingyun also felt that having Shisheng as the madam of the clan was quite good, and besides, he was too lazy to go look for someone else. So he agreed too. The two had their own lives, never crossing into each other's personal space, yet were tightly interconnected. It was much later that Shisheng found out the cause of Lu Qingyun's enmity with Mo Tang. Yin had a brother called Tang Yu. He was very close to Lu Qingyun. Back then, the parents of the two had made a marriage agreement between him and Tang Yu while they were still in the womb. However, Tang Yu turned out to be a guy, so the marriage agreement fell to Tang Yin, who was born later, instead. Lu Qingyun had a heart disease. Back then, it was predicted he wouldn't live for long. Tang Yin hadn't been willing to get married to someone a step from death and started causing a ruckus about breaking the engagement. Before Tang Yin had managed to dissolve the engagement, though, Tang Yu got into a car accident. The driver who knocked him down was none other than Mo. Lu Qingyun opposed Mo for the sake of avenging Tang Yu. In the next few years, as long as Mo took over any of the Shi family's businesses, they would be attacked by Lu Qingyun. And without the protective halo of the female lead, the Shi family was tormented to the point there was barely anything left of it. In the end, they only had one tiny company left. Mo wasn't doing so hot either. He married the daughter of a high-ranking official who had absolute control over his pockets. As for Tang Yin, when Tang Yin returned to take over the majority of the Tang family, she was forced into a marriage of convenience. Her mother-in-law wasn't nice to her, and neither was her husband. She had a hard time until she managed to bear a son. But not 1 year after that, a pretty woman appeared by her husband's side, and her days got bad again. Xiaoman and Tang Yin ended up together. Xiaoman was praised by many, and she eventually sat on the queen position of the entertainment circle. Shisheng only lived to be 40 in this life. She died of a terminal illness. Her departure caused the fans who had liked her for these 20 years to be utterly heartbroken. There were many well wishes for her. Even if she wasn't in the entertainment circle, her fan base wasn't inferior to that of any celebrities. In fact, she had diehard, loyal fans from many circles. She left behind many legends. Regardless of whether it was within the entertainment circle, the literary circle, or the business circle, there were legends about her. She was unbridled and arrogant, but she had the ability to be so. She was Zhongwan, their most beloved little meatball. When Shisheng returned to the system SPAC, she sat a bit unhappily in front of that crystal book. "Host, are you unhappy?" There were actually some traces of feeling in that icy cold robotic voice. Shisheng propped up her jaw. She pretty much had. "I am very unhappy. Hurry up and coax me," written on her face. Does the host feel any attachment to that world after living there for so long? Silence. A deathly silence. "Host, can you at least say something to prove you're still alive?" Shisheng moved her eyes for a bit before shooting out words like a machine gun. "I haven't opened that new hole yet. Not happy. Can you send me back and let me open it up? I thought about this one for ages. It's a shame I didn't get to publish it." Her. With host character, how can she become unhappy because of a person? I really feel like I've fucked a dog. System decided to ignore this crazy host. Data appeared on the screen. Name, Shisheng. Morality points, minus 100,000. Mission rank, F. Mission points, 88. Contribution points, 3,500. Hidden quest, complete. Due to the host using a shortcut, the reward will be halved. Hidden quest reward, 2,000 contribution points and a special consumable. SBC between time, one-time use. Shisheng, shortcuts. Your mom, is the money I make not money anymore? And why have my morality points reduced again? System, aren't you going to explain this to me, BBB? Host, you started writing a total of 28 stories in this world. Of them, 22 were dropped. One book reduces your morality points by 100. I already rounded it down to 2,000. This time, you earned 1,000 morality points, so after canceling it off, it is still a reduction of 1,000. Do you have any other questions? Sure Sheng. Asterisk flip table asterisk, you didn't tell me castrating books would reduce my morality points. Do you wish to check what happened after you left? What would I do that for? FUCK off. Sure Sheng gave a cussed reply. She glared at that morality points section, feeling very annoyed. Do you wish to enter the next mission? Initializing transfer. FUCK. System, can you not just decide things on your own like this? I can get angry too, okay? 1. This can mean A. Writing cliffhangers, B. Leaving plot holes unexplained, or C. Trolling. I think option is the most likely, but I'm leaving these here just because I'm not 100% sure. 2. This means the book was dropped by her. I thought it was hilarious to leave it like this. If Editor San decides it can stay in, then it stays in. Asterisk Editor San gives both thumbs up. Author's note. 500 reviews, and you get another update. This arc is over. On to the third story, Cultivation. Equals smiley face. My MC is awesome. Don't bring your logic with you. Please vote. Asterisk babbling / weird singing. Asterisk. P.S. About the MC's money-making abilities as well as all these weird stuff she comes up with. It's not a bug, at least not in the story. It'll be written later. Once more thanking all the little angels who are supporting by reading. Translator's Corner. The end of Arc 2. Next arc we go. Romance, Here I Come. Chapter 52. The first thing Sure Sheng saw when she opened her eyes was an endless sea of flame, which she was standing in the center of. Her skin was cracking from the heat, and her mouth had already dried out. Her hair had long since been reduced to charcoal. Her clothes were made of some unknown material that hadn't been damaged from the flames. However, they didn't manage to insulate her that well from the heat. FUCK, well, isn't this just a lovely time? Are you attempting to burn me, BBB, to death? Sure Sheng scanned her surroundings for an exit, but there were only flames. They were endless and reached way past the visible horizon with nothing to break them up. Boiling hot waves of air buffeted her. In the short amount of time she had been awake, she had nearly reached her limit. She thought she could even hear the sizzling of her skin being roasted. What the HELL kind of place is this? System, you come out here. I want to have a discussion about life. Marshall Ant, wake up. Marshall Ant, wake up please. A sudden voice resounded in the SBC. There's someone else here? Marshall Ant, it's an illusion. Hurry and wake up. Sure Sheng's mind blanked out for a moment, and her willowy eyebrows drew together. Illusion? This is a Xuanhuan story. The FUCK. Even if it is a Xuanhuan story, how come I met an illusion the moment I came here? Something seems fishy. Gritting her teeth, Sure Sheng shut her eyes and calmed herself down. The sounds of flames crackling slowly faded, and the heat around her gradually dissipated. The pain she was feeling lessened until it could no longer be felt, to be replaced by a cooling sensation. With a swift exhale, Sure Sheng opened her eyes, her chest heaving. She saw a rather cute young woman standing there, worriedly looking at her. That girl seemed relieved when she saw Sure Sheng open her eyes. Marshall Ant, you scared me. There was a joy from surviving a tribulation written on her face. Sure Sheng secretly sized up this girl in front of her. She was wearing a long, white robe similar in style to the one Sure Sheng was wearing. Only the color was different. Sure Sheng's new body was wearing a dark blue-colored robe. Some words floated to the forefront of Sure Sheng's mind. Direct disciple. Information about the plot and this body's memories assault Sure Sheng, causing her brain to feel like it was swelling up. Before she blacked out, she seemed to hear the girl calling for her in a panicked voice, but her consciousness drifted further and further away. This was a story about killing monsters and leveling up. 1. The main character was a woman by the name of Yi Qingqiu. She was a Yuanying expert who had been reincarnated into the body of a shunned daughter of the Yi clan. She cleansed her meridians and marrows and began to make her way to the top of the cultivation peak once again. Yi Qingqiu was determined to have pure water spirit veins when the Misty sect went to the mortal world to scout for new disciples. Those with water spirit veins pretty much all suffered the fate of being cultivation furnaces. But would the main character of the story be reduced to this state? The answer, of course not. The female lead was accepted as a disciple under Misty sect. The sect head just so happened to be love interest number 1. Under love interest number one's protection, the female lead's life in the sect was smooth sailing. From pill refining to talisman drawing, there was nothing the female lead was incapable of. How could the villainous female side characters allow the female lead to lead a one-person show, though? This body's previous occupant was precisely one of those villainous female side characters. She was called Shan Shu, the direct disciple of Heaven's Edge Peak's master, Yu Xiao. Shan Shu liked her senior martial brother, Chu Yi, but the one Chu Yi liked was Yi Qingqiu. Hence, Shan Shu naturally started provoking Yi Qingqiu, like the professional villain she was. Shan Shu had planned on teaching Yi Qingqiu a lesson in the annual sect compet of I.Tian, but hadn't expected to be the one to suffer. As a result, her cultivation dropped to the 8th level of qi refining. The levels for cultivation in this world are as follows. The qi refining stage, which consists of 10 substages, look here, followed by foundation building, Azoth core, nascent soul, demi-G O.D, grand achievement, and finally tribulation crossing. Shan Shu had nearly managed to build her foundation before her cultivation dropped 2 substages. This caused Shan Shu to hate Yi Qingqiu even more. Fortunately, Shan Shu's master truly cared for her. He requested a pill from the sect master to help her regain her strength. After that matter, Shan Shu started to devote herself to cultivation. She wished for all her heart to surpass Yi Qingqiu so that she might attract Chu Ye's attention. There was an inter-sect tournament that was held once every 50 years where the disciples of the large sects could pit themselves against each other. However, when Shan Shu and Yi Qingqiu fought each other, it was discovered Shan Shu had used some underhanded means, causing Yi Qingqiu to nearly be utterly humiliated by someone. When the one who did so was caught, he actually claimed it was Shan Shu who ordered it. Only Shan Shu herself knew that she didn't do anything. In a fit of rage, the sect master ordered Shan Shu's cultivation to be wasted. Shan Shu attempted to deny involvement, but no one believed her. Only her master, Yu Xiao, spoke up for her. Because Yu Xiao took the brunt of the sect master's anger, Shan Shu's cultivation wasn't wasted. However, she still received a heavy punishment. Chu Yi detested her even more. As one of the female villains, Shan Shu was naturally unwilling to just let the matter go. During a tempering experience, Shan Shu once again courted death. However, she hadn't expected to accidentally break the seal on the demon race. Demonic qi invaded Yu Xiao when he tried to save Shan Shu. And for the sake of saving Chu Yi, Yi Qingqiu pushed Shan Shu into the demon qi-rich sealed area. Yu Xiao used the last of his strength to send Shan Shu out once again. A pity that Shan Shu's luck was abysmal. She fell into the demon world once again and was invaded by demonic qi. Her looks were destroyed and her cultivation ruined. She thought she would die then. But she didn't. After a while, she discovered that her cultivation was slowly returning. She cultivated diligently and was finally able to leave the demon world when the seal broke again. She was back for revenge. She conspired with an ambitious male from the demon race to trick Yi Qingqiu into a secret realm where the male would force himself on her. However, he was killed by the male lead before that happened. Though Shan Shu had ran at the first sign of trouble, the male lead had found her quickly. Shan Shu died very gruesomely. She was killed by the male lead using thousands of cuts. It was a pain difficult for ordinary people to imagine. Shan Shu hated. She hated Yi Qingqiu. But even more, she felt regret. Her last wish was to make sure Yu Xiao didn't die, and if she could, spend her entire life with him. She wanted revenge. Has Junior Martial Sister woken up yet? No, Master. Grandmaster said. Martial Ant's cultivation has regressed. Martial Ant was about to build her foundation, though. If Martial Ant had managed to build her foundation this year, she would be the Misty Sect's youngest foundation-building disciple. But now it's all gone. If Martial Ant knows, she'll be very upset. Sigh. The first thing Shi Sheng heard when she regained her consciousness was a long sigh. Martial Ant, you're awake. A girl's voice shouted beside Shi Sheng's ear. Master, hurry up and call Grandmaster. Shi Sheng's temples throbbed. The pain was difficult to bear. It only subsided after a long while, allowing Shi Sheng to finally see the girl at her bedside clearly. It was Lin Yi, a disciple of Heaven's Edge Peak. She had a pretty good relationship with Shan Shu. How long have I slept for? Shi Sheng licked her dried lips. Her voice was very hoada-r-se. Her throat was burning. Even swallowing was difficult. 3 days. Martial Ant, have some water. Grandmaster will be here soon. Lin Yi went to pour a cup of water and helped Shi Sheng drink it. The refreshingly cool sensation of water wetting her throat made Sheng feel a little bit better. She looked at the simple layout of the room. Her eyes lowered, hiding the murky look in them. This was the scene where Shan Shu's cultivation had dropped after the fight with Yi Qingqiu. No, there's no game elements. It's just a way of poking fun at Xuanhuan/Xinxia for giving the MC progressively stronger enemies as they level up or get stronger. Chapter 53. Yu Xiao arrived very quickly. Though his face was icy cold, there was a hint of concern in his eyes. He said Lin Yi and sat down next to Sheng. Xiaoshu, you're awake. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, tell master. His voice was like the scattering of jade beads, extremely pleasant to listen to. His tone was a bit stiff though, as if he wasn't sure what tone to use when speaking to her. Yu Xiao looked very young and handsome. His eyes were like those in a painting, and he radiated an icy cold aura that kept others at bay. A typical forbidden temptation type master. Was Shanshu an idiot? The fuck, she actually ignored such a good-looking master for that what's-his-name Chu Yi. Isn't this trying to find imperfections in perfection? Sheng shifted her gaze and shook her head slightly. I don't feel uncomfortable. That's good. Yu Xiao maintained his expressionless face. I hope you've learned your lesson this time, and don't go bothering that Yi Qingqiu anymore. Do you think that as a villain, I'll be able to do that? Your disciple understands. After all, even if she was going to find trouble for Yi Qingqiu, she couldn't tell Yu Xiao. A hint of surprise flashed in Yu Xiao's eyes at this sudden obedience from his normally rebellious disciple. He just dismissed it as her having learned a lesson though. Grandmaster, are we just letting it go like this? Lin Yi couldn't help but speak out the injustice she was feeling. I saw with my own eyes that it was Yi Qingqiu's doing. The man who had been standing beside Lin Yi all this while stopped her from continuing. This man was Shan Shu's senior martial brother, Bai Lang. Master. Why won't you let me say it? It was clearly Yi Qingqiu who harmed Martial Ant. As the master of Heaven's Edge Peak, Yu Xiao was allowed to have 2 direct disciples. Before Shan Shu, he had only Bai Lang as his direct disciple. It was only later, when he picked Shan Shu up, that he took her in as a second disciple. Yes, you heard that right. Shan Shu was picked up by Yu Xiao. Lin Yi was Bai Lang's disciple, so she belonged to Shan Shu's junior generation. Don't bother Xiaoshu anymore. You two may leave. Yu Xiao waved his hand with an indifferent expression on his face. As for what happened at the test, remember not to say anything. Yes, Grandmaster. Lin Yi looked sadly at her master before turning back to look at Sheng. Martial Ant, rest well. Yu Xiao spoke a few more token sentences with Sheng before leaving after Lin Yi and her master had left. Sheng let out a turbid breath. In the last 2 worlds, she had the identity of a random cannon fodder, but in this one, she already leveled up to a true villain, who liked to court death. So, it'll get harder the more worlds I go through. The one broken this time is clearly the female lead. Yi Qingqiu was a Yuanying expert who died due to someone's betrayal, making it hard for her to trust again. But as the author wrote, it was clear that the female lead was the type of person who would cause the deaths of innocents if it would allow her to reach her goals. It wasn't obvious early in the book, but the trend already existed by the time Shan Shu had kicked the bucket. When Yi Qingqiu ascended to the celestial world, the novel had already gotten to the point where all the 3 views, 1, were destroyed. This type of cold and calculating main character was definitely much harder to deal with than White Lotuses or Green Tea BTCs. Shan Shu wanted to accompany Yu Xiao, and for a lifetime too. Fuck, this is a cultivation world. Lifespans are long. What if he accidentally breaks through and ascends? Wouldn't that mean I'll have to work hard to ascend too? I'm scared just thinking about it. Just like in the original plotline, Yu Xiao brought back a pill to help Sheng recover. Sheng didn't want to eat it at first, but upon remembering that Yi Qingqiu had such a thick and long golden finger, too, she decided to eat it so that she wouldn't embarrass Des herself when they fought again. And so, Sheng went into closed-door cultivation to recuperate after eating the pill. This period of closed-door cultivation lasted a year. By the time Sheng came out, she had not only recovered her cultivation, she had even managed to successfully build her foundation. Shan Shu had ice spirit veins. Sheng flicked out a few icicles to test out her new cultivation, but hadn't expected the door to open. The icicles flew outside. Ahaha! Lin Yi's scream came from outside. Sheng was speechless. Wasn't Lin Yi at the 7th level of qi refining? And she has fire spirit veins too. What are you yelling for? After a few strange crashing sounds, Lin Yi entered with a crestfallen face. There were watermarks on her body, causing her to look slightly disheveled. Martial ant. Why did you fling icicles at me the moment I opened the door? Ahem. I was just testing it out to see if it was any good. Lin Yi blinked before asking with pleasant surprise. Martial ant, you've built your foundation? That's great. I knew martial ant was the best. Hey, why are you answering your own question, huh? Also, you're still at the 7th level of the chi refining stage. How can you tell if I've built my foundation or not? Only when Lin Yi had calmed down did Shisheng find out she guessed it. I think you're the only person who can get so excited from your own guess. All right, Grandmaster said you'd be leaving seclusion today. He said to go find him when you come out. Only now did Lin Yi recall what she was there for. She had only met Yu Xiao twice since she had taken over. The first was when she woke up. The second was when Yu Xiao delivered the pill to her. After that, she had gone into closed-door cultivation, so this would only be the 3rd time she was seeing Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao still looked like a forbidden male geode. His eyes were cold, as if the concern she had seen there had been an illusion. Xiaoshu, you've built your foundation? Yu Xiao noticed Shisheng's current cultivation at a glance. In Shu's memories, this master of hers had always been this cold. Though he wasn't strict, he definitely wasn't doting either. Hence, Shu had always been a bit afraid of this master of hers. I wasn't paying attention and somehow broke through. It really had been an accident. All she had done was to cultivate according to Shu's memories, but perhaps it was because this body was very talented, for she managed to successfully enter foundation building. It seems like the things I've prepared won't be able to be of any use. Yu Xiao nodded slightly before keeping the things on the table. In a few days, the sect is going to the mortal world to look for new disciples. Your senior martial brother will be the one in charge, so if you want to go, just tell Bai Lang. Shisheng took in Yu Xiao's actions. She couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, this master with face paralysis is actually a warm-hearted one. This disciple understands. Wasn't Yi Qingxiu going on this trip to the mortal world too? And she'll meet her male lead there too. That's right, the 2 leads would meet early on. It was just that the male lead was in such a sorry state that had Shisheng not known the whole story, she wouldn't have felt that fellow was the male lead. Asterisk clicks tongue asterisk, not going would be a disgrace to my BBB status as a villain. BBB should at least go to shake things up a bit. Yu Xiao suspiciously glanced at Shisheng. Why do I feel like this disciple of mine had a bit of wickedness coming off her just now? But when he took a closer look, that feeling vanished. Am I just too tired from these few days of pill refining? You may leave. Shisheng left Yu Xiao's cave residence and looked back at it. Although Yu Xiao had gone to a great extent for Shu's sake, according to the novel, he hadn't had any romantic feelings for her. Hence, there were 2 possibilities. One was that he hid any romantic feelings very well. The second was that he was raising her as his daughter. Shu only said she wanted to accompany Yu Xiao for a lifetime, but she didn't specify in what capacity. There's plenty of room for maneuvering. 1. The 3 values refer to one's worldview, value system, as well as opinions on life. These help determine a person's personality, and you can usually get a pretty good estimate of a person's personality from their 3 views. Usually, when the author refers to the 3 views being destroyed, they mean that these people have deviated severely from the norm. 2. Get those filthy thoughts out of your mind. This means she has OP cheats in her plot armor. Chapter 54. In the cultivation world, all the people with spirit veins were already taken. If they didn't belong to the great clans, they belonged to the great sections. So the only option left when one wanted to find new disciples was to head to the mortal world. The Misty sect would send disciples to the mortal world every 3 years to look for those who had spirit veins to take in as new disciples. Every year, they would leave with a large number of people, but 10 people might not even be able to bring back 1 new disciple. From this, we can see that the number of people who had spirit veins and could cultivate in the mortal world was very small. Since the number was so small, why then would these sects continue to so enthusiastically send people to the mortal world? This was because at least half of the famous and/or powerful experts in the cultivation world originated from the mortal world. No one knew why the mortal world, which lacked a lot of spirit chi, was such a cradle for geniuses. So even if they didn't get many from the mortal world, the large sects were still willing to send disciples there. Their disciples could experience the world while having a chance to pick up the next big shot of the cultivation world. As a reader who had gone through countless P.O.R. knows. Hey, cultivation novels, Sheng wanted to say. This is practically a standard plot device. Main characters must have a tragic backstory. Either their parents died, their whole family died, or they got framed by Klansmen. Then they'll fall down a cliff, meet an old grandpa, obtain some strange inheritance, and begin their cultivation journey. Full of defeating monsters to level up and face-slapping galore. So as to why talents come from the mortal world. It's for the sake of face-slapping. Look, I came from the mortal world and managed to utterly step on you arrogant, superior geniuses. Didn't that sound awesome? Did it give you a heart-pumping feeling? Sheng spotted Yi Qingqiu at a glance. Your mom, she's standing so high up. It'd be hard not to see her. She was standing behind the sect head. That stance was as if she was looking down on a group of ants. Sheng, why did I get such a weird message from her? As if she had felt Sheng's gaze, Yi Qingqiu looked over. That contempt-filled gaze nearly caused Sheng to pick a fight there and then. What in the flying fuck? This main character is a bit off. She shouldn't have gone out of character so quickly. Martial Ant Shan Shu. A crisp, female voice suddenly cut in from beside Sheng, interrupting her inspection of Yi Qingqiu. Sheng turned to look at the girl for a few seconds. Chu Ning, a man wearing deep blue-colored Taoist robes, was standing beside Chu Ning. He looked very manly, but his gaze when he looked at her contained disgust. This person should be Chu Yi, Chu Ning's brother? The person Shan Shu once liked. Asterisk clicks tongue asterisk. His looks compared to Yu Xiao are like heaven and earth. I knew Shan Shu this girl was dumb. Martial Ant is going as well. There was enmity and guardedness in Chu Ning's eyes. Sheng nodded her head casually before casting her glance at Bai Lang. My senior martial brother is calling me, so I'll go over first. Sheng didn't want anything to do with these two. Because Chu Yi liked Yi Qingqiu, he at least managed to make it to the position of a little brother, even if he didn't make it to the position of an actual love interest. Chu Ning, though, was a brocon. She kept causing trouble for Yi Qingqiu because Chu Yi liked her. She ended up being dealt with earlier than the villain Shan Shu. Chu Yi's brows furrowed as he looked at Sheng's departing back. What is she up to? She always looked as if she wanted to jump me every time we met, but after a year of not seeing each other, why is she looking at me like a stranger? To get to the mortal world from the cultivation world, you had to cross an expansive sea, so you would need some sort of flying-type spelled artifacts. Since they were less common than the normal spirit artifacts, spelled artifacts usually belonged to the sect and were distributed when needed. They had to be returned, though. So when Yi Qingqiu managed to take out a personal flying-type spelled artifacts, quite a few people's eyes turned red from jealousy. She even has her own flying spelled artifact. Why weren't we lucky enough to become the sect head's direct disciple? Haha. You guys think you get a spelled artifact just because you become the sect head's disciple? In your dreams. It's only because she's the main character and found it on her own that she even has it. Yi Qingqiu took a few of the people closer to her, leaving everyone else to go sit on the sect-provided flying artifacts. After having watched Yi Qingqiu finish acting cool, Sheng followed Bai Lang onto a ship-shaped flying artifact. The SBAC inside was quite big. Even with some SBAC reserved for any new disciples they might be bringing back, it was quite spacious. Rolling around a few times wasn't a problem. Of course, since there were so many people, they couldn't all be heading to the same place. The flying artifacts split up in 4 directions and dropped off some people at SPs at intervals. When it was time to return, they had to return to where they were dropped off and send a signal so the flying artifact could come pick them up. Because Bai Lang was in charge, his destination was at the final stop. Sheng, however, got off halfway. Bai Lang wasn't assured leaving her alone since their master had instructed him to take care of her. Only after Sheng swore she wouldn't make any trouble did Bai Lang allow her to go with 2 other disciples. Sheng shook off the 2 disciples and headed towards the direction of the Forest of Death. This name, can't even. This name is too uncreative. This was the place the male lead first made his appearance. As to why the female lead, who was supposed to be miles away, would end up here of all places, you can thank Plot Sama for that. Even if one of them was in the northernmost reaches of the world and the other was at the southernmost, the 2 would still be able to meet. It's all for the sake of love. A red-colored tree, Sheng muttered as she walked. Is the tree having its period? It's even a bloody red too. Roar. A strange-looking creature suddenly burst out from the undergrowth. Its large body landed on the ground, causing the earth to shake. Shisheng felt like she was standing in front of an elephant. It wasn't wrong to call it a strange creature. For what tiger have you seen grows fish scales on its body? Also, what tiger grows a set of horns on its head? Are you sure it's a tiger? Don't know what the fuck this is. Cultivation worlds are terrifying. Cultivation worlds created by authors are even more terrifying. Roar, roar, roar. The tiger's eyes were bright red, as if it was about to eat Shisheng. Roaring at your grandpa? Bad guys die because they talk too much, you know? Shisheng lifted her hand and shot out a bunch of icicles. Some had two pointy ends, some had many edges while others were shaped like a shuttle. 1. This was the skill she had honed the most recently. The skill's area of attack was a bit large, but after some practice, she managed to get the hang of controlling the icicles in midair. Though, she couldn't control that many at a time, just a few. It was enough though. The tiger dodged the icicles, but hadn't expected 3 of them to suddenly turn around and shoot back. PFF, PFF. 2 consecutive sounds of a hard object piercing through a body could be heard. The tiger's bell-sized eyes widened. How could this puny human injure me? The belly of the tiger had been pierced through by icicles. Fresh, red blood trickled out like a stream, flowed along the icicles, and dripped onto the ground. Its large body slammed into the ground. It widened its eyes and heaved as it looked at the human in front of it. Though it had fish scales on its body, its underbelly wasn't included. Hence it was easily pierced by the icicles. What a pity, Shisheng shook her head in disappointment. Only 2 hit the mark. Seems like I need more practice. The tiger. What an unlucky tiger I am to meet such a monster. I'll still be a fierce tiger 20 years later. I'll get my revenge. 2. 1. Not really sure what this looks like. All I got was some part of a sewing machine. 2. Cough reincarnation cough. Author's note. Please vote and donate. 700 more recommendations, and I'll update. P.S. This book is going on the shelves, so reading it will have a fee. I've already said this a lot of times, okay? So please control your rage, my little angels. Don't scold me. Authors aren't gods, so they need to eat too. As to when it'll be hitting the shelves, that'll depend on the editor, so I don't know when it'll be either. Chapter 55. There were quite a few spirit beasts in the Forest of Death, though their levels weren't that high. Shisheng just treated it as practice. Needless to say, those spirit beasts ended up dying horribly. After a long time, she finally managed to find that red-colored tree. It really was red. From top to bottom and inside out, it was a dazzling red. As to why she knew the inside was red, oh, she chopped it. According to normal plots, this tree would play a special role somewhere along the line, but even when Shisheng had cut it down, there was nothing strange. Is it because I'm not the main character? So, I don't have any hidden storylines? Even props are this discriminating? How scary. The tree. At least give me an opportunity to do something. Who told you to chop me as soon as you arrived? I didn't even get a chance to react. Shisheng sat on the trunk of the fallen tree. She looked at the sky as she waited for the male lead. All she knew was that the female lead would meet the male lead here, but as to why the male lead was here in the first place, only the author knew. Shisheng was about to turn into a Mong Fu Shek. 1. From waiting, yet she didn't even catch the slightest glimpse of the male lead. Is this tree not the only red one in the Forest of Death? Maybe I should go and check the area. Shisheng went for a little hike in the area. She didn't see any more red trees. She did encounter a few somewhat normal-looking spirit beasts, though. By the time she had dealt with them and returned, she saw a person collapsed beside the corpse of the tree. Well, fuck me. So I needed to leave first. Shisheng took out the long sword Yu Shao had given her before she left. She stabbed it down at the person's back. PFF. Stop. 2 sounds resounded at the same time. The former was the sound of a blade entering flesh, while the latter was a woman's cold rebuke. Shisheng maintained her posture of stabbing her sword, while she turned to look at the source of the voice. Her eyebrow lifted. Hey, well, if it isn't Junior Marshal Sister Yi. Yi Qingxiu was wearing a purple Taoist robe covered in filth. Her hair was in a mess too. Only her face was clean, allowing one to see how stunning it was. There was a sharply arrogant coldness in her eyes. What are you doing? Yi Qingxiu questioned her coldly. Killing people. Are you blind? Shisheng spoke in a very normal voice, as if killing this person was to be expected. Yi Qingxiu was speechless. What's with this Shanshu? She's completely different from a year ago. Could it be she's an expert that has taken over a body too? Yi Qingqiu narrowed her eyes. He has no enmity with you. If you kill him, you will have to face the consequences of karma. Didn't like the look of him, so I am killing him with a reason. Shi Sheng took out the sword and stabbed back down again. Her movements were fluid and completed quickly. This Fucker was the one who killed Shan Shu in their past lives. How am I killing him without a reason? Even if there's karma, he's the one that has to deal with the payback, while I'm the one dishing it out. Yi Qingqiu hadn't expected Shi Sheng to move so quickly. She could only watch as another bloody hole appeared on the back of the man whose face she could not see clearly. She didn't know why, but when she saw this man, she had a strong feeling that she should save him. Seeing that Shi Sheng was about to continue stabbing him, Yi Qingqiu attacked. A wall of water appeared out of nowhere and pushed towards Shi Sheng. Shi Sheng hurriedly grabbed the man and used him as a meat shield. The water wall wasn't retracted in time and smashed into the two. Shi Sheng could feel that there were countless tiny whirlpools in the water that seemed to want to tear her to pieces. She immediately covered her body with a layer of tough ice. When the water met the surface of the ice, a crackling sound was made. As expected of a main character. Even if she has water spirit veins, she can still use it with so much killing intent. System still hasn't given me, BBB, any cheats in such a dangerous world. All the bad reviews. As Shi Sheng was cursing its system inwardly, the layer of ice had already been eroded away by the water current. Shi Sheng's expression hardened slightly as she lifted her sword and waved it, causing a cut to form in the wall of water. She let go of the man she was holding onto and nimbly leapt through the exit to land at a safe place. That man, on the other hand, had been sliced up rather badly by the water current. His body was covered in blood, and the surrounding wall of water had been dyed a bright red. The wall of water disappeared, and the man crashed to the ground. He looked like a person made of blood from the amount of blood soaking his exterior. Perhaps he was woken by the pain, for the man cast a weak and sorry glance at Yi Qingqiu. He actually didn't die from that. Shi Sheng muttered in a low voice before going forward to continue stabbing. Yi Qingqiu immediately shot out another current of water, which picked the man up and pulled him in front of her. Junior Marshal Sister Yi, isn't this a bit impolite of you? Even if you want to kill him, you still have to respect the rules of first come first served, right? You should let me have my shot first. A hint of ferocity flashed in Shi Sheng's eyes. Why is the male lead so hard to kill? King stabbed him twice. If I'd known earlier, I'd have chopped off his head instead. Yi Qingqiu, when did I say that I wanted to kill him? Male lead, have I met some devil cultivators? Well, all right then. Since Junior Marshal Sister Yi wants him, then I'll just let you have him. Though, this habit of yours of first treating the person before killing them is no good. It's easy to get injured from their retaliations, you know? Do be careful. Shi Sheng gave a very considerate reminder to Yi Qingqiu. Shanshu, what nonsense are you spouting? Since when did I have this kind of habit? Why, so fierce, I'm terrified. Shi Sheng patted her chest as she retreated. Of course, despite her words, there was only calmness on her face. Her eyes showed an even more terrifying degree of placidity. That appearance of hers caused Yi Qingqiu to be more guarded. Yi Qingqiu had already certain this person in front of her wasn't the real Shan Shu, but someone else who had taken over her body. After all, if Yi Qingqiu herself could do so, then others could too. Should I kill her? No, I don't know what trump cards she might have up her sleeve. I can't be rash. Yi Qingqiu's mind worked for a bit before she grabbed the man and ran off. I'll deal with you when we get back to Misty Sect. Shi Sheng didn't pursue them. She believed that the male lead should have heard what she said just now. This male lead wasn't a kind person. His wounds were caused by Yi Qingqiu. Without the good first impression he got from her when she carefully nursed him to health, plus letting him hear those words just now. Just thinking about it got Shi Sheng feeling expectant. Shi Sheng felt that if Plot Sama didn't try to kill off the villain, it would feel unhappy. After all, why else would she meet the female lead again on the third day after they last saw each other? Although the earth is round, but can you King run around in 3G to am.n days? And is this place even Earth? Yi Qingqiu was also a bit speechless at meeting her again. What's that thing that's chasing you? Shi Sheng took the time to ask. Yes, that's right. They were being chased by a large something. How large? How would BBB know? Look at that swath of fallen trees behind us and imagine how large it is by yourself. Dragon. Yi Qingqiu gave a terrifying answer. The fuck? A dragon? It wouldn't be surprising if it showed up in the cultivation world, but what in the hell is such an OP creature like a dragon doing in the mortal world? Okay, let's say it does exist here. But why is it chasing after you? Female lead, just what have you done? Don't implicate me, BBB, 1. It's like the Amma Rock in Hong Kong. Look here. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/amma_rock. Author's note. Next update is at 700 recommendations. Next target, 1,100 recommendations. To all the little angels who want more chapters, vote diligently. P.S. The tiger last chapter was just a random cannon fodder. Why do you guys find it pitiful? Chapter 56. Only after Shisheng had run for a bit did she get startled awake. For some reason, she derped out and ran when she saw Yi Qingqiu dragging her male lead and charging towards her. What am I, BBB, running for? It's not even after me, BBB. My, BBB, IQ has dropped after meeting the female lead. Just as Shisheng was about to slip away, the large creature behind them charged forward and blocked their path with its body. Shisheng, what happened to the dragon? How come it turned into a snake? This was a python around 15 meters in length and had a width of around the size of 3 people. It raised its head and glared menacingly at them. When its tail swept from side to side, the surrounding trees collapsed. Yi Qingqiu felt a bit doubtful. She had clearly seen a dragon, so how come it had turned into a snake? Could it be? Is my luck really that good? Boom. Kaboom. As if in agreement with Yi Qingqiu's thoughts, the previously clear sky was now filled with dark clouds. The clouds gave the impression of thousands of troops charging across them, for a deafening rumbling could be heard. Fuck. Shisheng cursed before running the other way. This damn snake is undergoing its tribulation. I'm just a foundation-building cultivator. I can't withstand tribulation lightning. Ruin. Yi Qingqiu dragged the unconscious male lead as she ran after Shisheng. She could actually keep up too. The most important point, though, was that snake that's about to undergo a tribulation is following In the original storyline, though Shan Shu had also participated in this trip, she hadn't gotten off halfway. Naturally, she wouldn't have encountered this either. But in the storyline, all the female lead had done was to save the male lead. There was nothing about being chased by a snake. Is the plotline broken because I chopped at the male lead a few times? Shisheng split some of her attention to the big snake. She noticed that it seemed to be targeting Yi Qingqiu specifically. Even if she fell behind a bit, the snake wouldn't attack her, instead focusing on chasing Yi Qingqiu. She couldn't have taken something that belonged to this fellow, could she? Then again, with her character setting, it's not impossible. Hidden quest. Overlooking the world. Chadomat Kadasai 1. You're still issuing quests when my life is on the line. Have you no humanity? Host. I'm not a human, so of course I have no humanity. System replied drily to Shisheng's curses. So what's with this overlooking the world thing? Assist Feng Ci in ascending the celestial throne. Feng Ci? Fuck. It's another villain. Are all the hidden quests you issue going to have something to do with villains? And the final boss type ones too? The host cannot take any shortcuts in this quest, nor are you allowed to twist the meaning of the words. I hope the host will not court death, and instead diligently complete the quest. A friendly reminder. If the host is the direct cause of the deaths of either the male or female lead, this quest will fail. A corresponding amount of life points will be deducted. When it reaches 0, the host will be terminated. Shisheng. This rule, why does it seem like it was made up at the last minute? And even if I, BBB, can't kill them directly, I, BBB, can still do so indirectly. Wait a second. What are life points? I, BBB, didn't see it before? System, don't add all sorts of weird add-ons. A friendly reminder. The host only has 10 life points remaining. If this mission fails, it will be reduced to 0. Shisheng. System, does your manufacturer know you're just making things up randomly? And who do you think is the cause? I was forced to buy you. Shisheng once again continued questioning System's entire family. This system only issues hidden quests when the conditions are met. It has to be a final boss level character and has to be in my vicinity. So, Feng Ci is somewhere in my vicinity. The dark clouds in the sky grew increasingly more numerous. They nearly blotted out the sky above the entire forest of death. All the spirit beasts in the forest of death hurriedly found a place to hunker down. The entire forest was eerily silent. It was in this silence that a man wearing a robe the color of moonlight slowly walked. Everywhere he went, a bright yellow flame burned. Every step he took would cause flames to appear. Yet those flames did not consume the surrounding underbrush. It was a very strange sight. The flame carpet was at least 10 meters long. Whenever it stretched out for more than 10 meters, the fire would slowly die down and vanish. The man lifted his head slightly. The cloud-covered sky was reflected in his pupils. Though his features weren't much to look at individually, when put together, there was a soul-shaking beauty. It was like a white lotus that opened in a wildfire, an unworldly beauty. That was the type of beauty that could only be admired from afar, but not desecrated. Crash! The man tilted his head slightly and saw a small figure sprinting towards him. Behind her was a snakekin too. So that's what's undergoing its tribulation. The man moved to the side to make way. Seeing the endlessly burning flames, Shisheng knew that this fellow over here was Feng Xiai. Without stopping to think, she charged over and yelled, "Hey hot, TS's stuff. I'm borrowing your flames." Feng Xi's expression didn't change. He just continued looking at Shisheng with a placid expression as she stood beside his flames. The snakekin seemed to have felt that the flames were far above what it could tolerate for it screeched to a halt. Its tail, however, continued swinging due to inertia. Feng Xiai lightly lifted his hand, and a heatless flame burst out, flicking the snakekin's tail away. Shisheng, whoa, as expected from a final boss. There's definitely no problem in one-shotting the main character with that kind of combat strength. Yi Qingxiu turned the corner and had a slight moment's pause upon seeing Feng Xiai before calmly shifting her gaze. See, main characters and villains just don't have any chemistry. The snakekin roared unwillingly a few times, but it seemed to fear Feng Xi's flames for it didn't come closer. Hence, Yi Qingxiu became the snakekin's unlucky target. You don't feel anything from these flames. Feng Xiai didn't pay attention to the fight, instead turning to look at Shisheng. His eyes were dark red in color. Under the lighting from the flames, they didn't seem dark though. Instead, they seemed bright and clear, like a ruby one would find on display. They dazzled with a captivating light. Shisheng lowered her head to look at her feet. Though the flame was flickering around her, she couldn't feel any heat. She just felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, she did have ice spirit veins, which was the opposite element of fire. Feng Xiai reached out to carefully touch Shisheng's face. The flame in his hand suddenly intensified when he touched her, blocking Shisheng's vision. She still couldn't feel any heat though. Even though the flame was so close to her, she didn't receive any harm. A hint of a smile flashed in Feng Xi's eyes. "You're very special. You'll follow me from now on." Shisheng was speechless. The BBB, haven't said anything though. Also, wouldn't this clash with Shan Shu's wishes? If I go with Feng Xiai, what about you, Xiao? That damn Ned system did say if this quest failed I'd be done for. Wait a second. I think she said accompanying him was optional. Which means to say that as long as I don't let him die, I wouldn't fail my quest. I'm serious. That's the phrase she used. I searched it, and apparently it was this. It's Japanese for those of you who can't recognize it. It means wait a moment. 2. It was Yinsha in the Ross. The first character means heir/descendant/inheritor. The second means snake. So snakekin. Chapter 57. Recalling the plotline, Shisheng hurriedly leapt out of range of the fire. FUCK forgot about this. Feng Xi's eyelashes trembled when he saw her actions, but his thoughts were hidden. That gaze, though, was as if he was looking at the most valuable treasure he had ever laid eyes on. Feng Xiai, he was the final boss in this novel. And he was the final obstacle/stepping stone for the female lead too. He was the offspring of a member of a dragon clan and a member of a phoenix clan. However, he was born with these fiercely burning flames surrounding him. Though these flames emitted no heat, they were capable of burning living things to ashes. No one dared to get close to him. Not even his own parents would go near him since they could get burned if they were careless. Those dragon and phoenix clans had already been at loggerheads before his birth. And then Feng Xiai had turned out like that. His father felt he was inauspicious and began to regret being with his mother. His mother then abandoned him for his father's sake. Feng Xiai. Irony. The first time he had shown up was in the celestial world, when the female lead had first ascended. The male lead had gone to welcome her. Feng Xiai had just so happened to have come back from the lower world, causing those around the area to hurriedly retreat and hide. The only ones left were the male and female leads. The female lead didn't know him, but the male lead had a hostile relationship with him. The male lead was the young master of a dragon clan, which meant he naturally disliked Feng Ci, who was a dragon phoenix hybrid. However, because of Feng Ci's uniqueness, he didn't normally start a fight with him of his own accord. However, how could the male lead show weakness in front of his female lead? He had then blocked Feng Ci's path. Feng Ci, very awesomely, had set the ascension platform on fire. It burned for 3 whole days. At the time, the female lead had had an expression of surprise and guardedness upon seeing this, though the author hadn't elaborated why. But now, it seems like it was because they had met here before. Shisheng made sure she wasn't injured anywhere. I'd die from just a lick of those flames. How come I was so dumb as to jump right in? It's definitely because that thing chased away all my IQ while it was after me. Though why am I alright? I was in there for so long. Even if there was a delay, that was a bit too long, right? Or is it because I'm just tougher than I think? Due to the uniqueness of the target this time, system has specially granted you a bug that will allow you to ignore Feng Ci's flames. Oh, so it's a cheat. Then why didn't you give any to me before? And where's my beginner's package? Host, you're focusing on the wrong thing. And how long are you going to keep up with the beginner's package thing? Senior Martial Sister Shan. Yi Qingqiu suddenly charged towards her, the snakekin hot on her heels. What the fuck? What are you trying to do, female lead Sama? Yi Qingqiu baited the snakekin to Shisheng's side before reaching out to push Shisheng. Shisheng nimbly caught onto Yi Qingqiu's wrist. Martial Sister Yi, what do you think you're doing? Seeing that the snakekin was about to catch up, Yi Qingqiu's expression turned ruthless. I'll have to trouble Martial Sister Shan to help me block it for a bit. I'm sure you won't just stand by and allow me to be in danger, right? Yeah, I will. Shisheng nodded her head strongly before throwing off Yi Qingqiu and jumping back into Feng Ci's flames. Knew the female lead was no good. The first thing she wants to do is to kill me, The snakekin hesitated when it got close to Feng Ci. It glared ferociously at Yi Qingqiu. This damned human dared to steal my stuff. The herb I've been taking care of all for the sake of my ascension tribulation was actually stolen by this damned human. But I can't afford to provoke that human with fire around him. Hey handsome, wanna kill her? Shisheng didn't lower her voice at all. She's clearly up to no good by bringing that snake over. Feng Ci blinked his sparkling eyes, looking rather endearing. If you want, I can kill her. Shisheng. Hey now, how come you started flirting? Am I someone you can just flirt with? It should be. I would like it. Kill her, and I'll follow you. Me who flirts Yi Qingqiu was speechless. Is it really okay for you guys to discuss this in front of me? Hashtag the host is instigating the villain to do bad stuff again hashtag. Feng Ci lifted his hand slightly and countless fist-sized Fireb.A.L.L.S appeared in front of him. They just floated there, and even though one couldn't feel any heat radiating off them, they still caused one to fear them on an instinctual level. The snakekin had already slipped away, sensing that something was awry. He was planning on coming back for revenge after it had finished with its tribulation. Of course, that was if he managed to actually survive. Now, there was only Yi Qingqiu and her male lead who she had been towing along, Longju. Shangshu, you want to kill a fellow sect member? Yi Qingqiu hurriedly spoke upon sensing something wrong with these flames. I'm not the one making a move. Why would I be the one killing a fellow sect member? Hot bro, don't listen to her nonsense. She's stalling for time. After all, every female lead had this special skill where they would be able to make a comeback as long as you gave them the opportunity to stall for time. I am a direct disciple of the Misty sect. I hope you used a more respectful version have thought this through clearly. Yi Qingqiu silently began to withdraw. This Shangshu really dares to. Feng Ci, it didn't even bat an eyelid as the Fireb.A.L.L.S in front of him shot towards Yi Qingqiu. The dense barrage of Fireb.A.L.L.S did not allow Yi Qingqiu any SBC to dodge. The surrounding Fireb.A.L.L.S immediately gathered towards Yi Qingqiu, as if they wanted to completely envelop her. However, the flames didn't manage to engulf her before a fierce wind blew from Yi Qingqiu's direction, causing the flames to flicker and sway. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Feng Ci's eyes. A flame dragon emerged from his sleeve and charged towards Yi Qingqiu. She subconsciously used her male lead to shield herself. Feng Ci, this is the mortal world. Do you want to attract the world guardians here? A weak voice suddenly spoke. It was the male lead, Long Ju. He had been seized by Yi Qingqiu, and he looked pathetic, as if you could poke him to death with a finger. A pity he was still alive and well. He gave a cryptic gaze to Yi Qingqiu. She avoided his gaze, though she didn't release him. Feng Xi flipped his hand, and the flame dragon stopped an inch in front of Yi Qingqiu before turning around and flying back. The dragon was reabsorbed into his flames surrounding him. Yi Qingqiu heaved, her face pale. I nearly died then. Shangshu, I definitely won't let you off. Sure Shang, I knew the female lead wouldn't die so easily. Let's take her back to the celestial world to kill her then. Sure Shang, Villain Sama, you're awesome for spending so much effort just to kill someone. Just as Sure Shang was sighing, a white light suddenly shot forth from beneath Long Ju's feet. That light immediately enveloped Long Ju and Yi Qingqiu, leaving no trace of them. Well, I'll be. As expected of the young master of a dragon clan. He even has such a rare teleportation scroll. Do we chase? Feng Xi earnestly looked at Sure Shang. No need, there's no point. Sure Shang shook her head. Yi Qingqiu hasn't even ascended yet. Killing her now would be too nice. Might as well. Let her live to be enemies with her male lead. You're called Feng Xi? I'm called Shangshu. Are you from the celestial world? Sure Shang blinked and with a curious face, asked a question she already knew the answer to long ago. You can call me Osei. You're coming back to the celestial world with me. He had a bit of hesitation at first, but the last sentence was spoken with an unyielding tone, as if he would drag her with him even if she didn't agree. 1. The Chinese characters for irony. Fengtu is a homophone for his name. His name is written like this. Fengzig and pronounced Feng 4 Ci 2, while irony is pronounced Feng 4 Ci 4. Chapter 58. I can't go to the celestial world. Sure Shang shook her head in melancholy. I'm just a foundation-building cultivator, and that's a long way off from ascending. Feng Xi furrowed his brows. But you can stay in the cultivation world. Sure Shang's eyes shone. You've been in the celestial world for very long, right? It'll be a good experience to change a place to wreck. I mean stay. If I stay here, will you be with me? Yup. BBB, still need to help you on that celestial throne thing. Of course BBB, have to be with you. Let's take this opportunity to increase intimacy points and trust. Okay. Sure Shang secretly swallowed back the persuasion that was on the tip of her tongue. You agreed too quickly. I didn't even have a chance to show off my oratorical skills. Are all early villains this easy to coax? Feng Xi had never met someone who could get close to him. So, upon meeting Sure Shang, who could get close to him, he was naturally happy. He was planning on keeping her by his side. Forever. I'll go and catch that snake for you as a mount. Feng Xi pulled on Sure Shang's hand and brought her to where the dark clouds were the densest. And my person should have the best. Although snakekin aren't as good as dragons, it's still pretty good in the mortal and cultivation worlds. I'll go catch a dragon for her when we go to the celestial world. Sure Shang didn't know about Feng Xi's plans. She was just stunned upon hearing he wanted to catch the snakekin for her. Isn't this villain being a bit too nice to me? But why isn't the quest this time a takedown mission? Is it because System already knew he'd be like this? System, you piece of SC. R.A.P. You're too much of a bitch. Hence the snakekin that had just managed to survive its tribulation was caught by Feng Xi and forced to sign a contract with Sure Shang. The snakekin didn't want to, but it didn't dare to say anything in the face of absolute strength. It had finally managed to get to the ascension stage after much effort and had thought it'd finally get a good life. Who knew that the herb it had prepared to help it in its ascension had been stolen, and then after it had survived the tribulation, it was forced to sign a contract with another human. Just who did I offend? You'll be called Pudding from now on. Sure Shang rubbed the snakekin's head. Oh wait, it should be a dragonkin now. Snakekin that had undergone their tribulation would turn into dragonkin. It's just that their bloodline wasn't as pure as real dragons. Pudding, what kind of a name is this? I don't want such an awful name. The fire around Feng Xi flared up. The dragonkin's body trembled. Fine, Pudding it is. Can't you retract these flames? Sure Shang looked at the large flame carpet behind them and felt her head hurting. How am I going to bring him back like this? I can. Feng Xi made the flames vanish. So, why didn't you do that before? Although it makes for an awesome background, is it really okay to go around scaring people like this? This way, no one will cause trouble for me. Feng Xi spoke slowly and seriously. A hint of darkness flashed across those dark red eyes. You can only stay next to me from now on. Shi Sheng, where did this Yandra come from? Let's rest here for the day. We'll continue tomorrow. Shi Sheng sighed and called Pudding out. She ordered him, go and catch a few rabbits. Pudding could speak, of course. It was just that he didn't want to speak to humans, especially not to the human it had a contract with. He simply proudly shook his head and headed towards the forest in the distance to catch rabbits. I'm a newly ascended dragonkin, damn it. Why do I have to catch rabbits? If anyone learns of this, how am I going to lift my head in the future? Pudding caught a few rabbits, his heart filled with resentment as he tossed them to Shi Sheng before disappearing with a flick of his tail. If I can't provoke you, I can still hide, can't I? Feng Xi looked at the rabbit in Shi Sheng's hand. His eyes sparkling, he reached out and took the rabbit. A flame burst out of his hand, turning it into ashes. With a slight puff of wind, the ashes scattered. Shi Sheng. Feng Xi's long eyelashes fluttered gently like a beauty turfly's wings. His dark red eyes looked confusedly at his hands. His expression looked sort of adorable. However, the next moment, he suddenly grabbed Shi Sheng's hand. He had used too much strength. Shi Sheng seemed to hear her bones make creaking noises. As the confusion in his eyes was replaced by pleasure, he seemed to be confirming to himself in a clear voice, "You are mine. Let go." Shi Sheng ground her teeth as she glared at Feng Xi. My BBB hand is going to break. Feng Xi I didn't release her despite hearing her, instead scowling as he asked, "You're not willing to be with me?" "With you, your head." Shi Sheng inhaled a cold breath. "Can you let me go first? My hand is about to be broken. You're not willing to be with me." Feng Xi ignored Shi Sheng's words as he asked stubbornly. There seemed to be faint firelight that wanted to burst out around him. Under that calm face was a roiling brutality. It was as if he would kill her if she said no. Look at this temper. I'm willing. Hurry up and let me go. What dignity? Let's wait till I can beat him in a fight first. The menacing aura around Feng Xi was withdrawn as he released her, satisfied. He reached out to pick up the rabbits on the ground. In the blink of an eye, they were all burnt into nothing. Shi Sheng rubbed her reddened hand as she looked at Feng Xi strangely. What are you doing? What enmity do you have with rabbits? That's my dinner. My dinner, Feng Xi cast a perplexed glance at Shi Sheng. I wanted to roast rabbits for you. Roast rabbits? Are you aware how strong your fire is? Even immortals can't handle it, let alone a rabbit. Let me do it, Shi Sheng spoke weakly. Just what have I gotten myself into? In the following days, Shi Sheng got to know just how much trouble she had picked up. Feng Xi was very possessive towards her. Even if she just looked at a tree longer than usual, that tree would be reduced to ashes. You want this kind of person to rule over the celestial world? Do you still want it to exist? System, you've gone crazy. Because of Feng Xi, Shi Sheng missed the ride back to the sect. I wonder if Master will beat him to death if Bai Lang tells him he lost me. Pudding could fly though, so returning to the cultivation world wasn't difficult. Before he underwent his tribulation, Pudding couldn't fly. But after he did, he grew a pair of wings. It made him look quite weird, like some weird freak of nature. But the cultivators in the cultivation world felt that he looked awe-inspiring. Shi Sheng felt like she wouldn't ever be able to understand their aesthetic view. I'm telling you right now, when we get back to the sect, you're not allowed to just go burning people at random. It'll cause trouble for me. Shi Sheng spoke to Feng Xi with a serious face. On the road back, the number of people he had burned to death was at least 80, if not 100. He'd start burning stuff at the slightest provocation, so they pretty much went around burning places on a regular basis. Feng Xi nodded his head adorably. If you don't like it, I won't burn them. Shi Sheng, stop flirting with me at every turn. Chapter 59. Shi Sheng flew all the way to the Misty sect on Pudding's back, where they were intercepted before they arrived. Who are you? No air traffic is allowed above Misty sect. A few disciples wearing the sect clothes of Misty sect flew in front of Shi Sheng on their flying swords. Seeing who it was, their expressions turned strange. It was a mixture of surprise as well as subtle examination. Marshall and Sean. Fear crept onto their faces when they saw Feng Xi, and they retreated to a safer distance. Shi Sheng looked at them in confusion. It hasn't been that long. How come you guys don't recognize me? Or have I suddenly become able to eat people? Only after Shi Sheng entered did she understand why those people had looked at her with such strange gazes. Yi Qingqiu had already returned and had told the sect head that Shi Sheng had joined hands with outsiders to kill her. Now the entire Misty sect was gossiping about how cruel and heartless she was to kill fellow sect members. The way they spoke, it was as if she really had done so. I'll help you kill them. There was veiled brutality in Feng Xi's eyes. After all, she was his person, so no one other than him could say anything about her. Sheng hurriedly pulled on Feng Xi. I won't be missing any flesh from some petty rumors. Just let them be. Hey, why do you want to kill people so much? Someone help. BBB. Can't control this killing machine. Feng Xi looked at Sheng in confusion. When his gaze swept over her hand which was holding on to his, the brutality in his eyes slowly receded. Let's go back to Heaven's Edge Peak for no dash. Sheng halted suddenly. She looked at a building to her side. A few people could faintly be seen in the distance. My martial aunt isn't that kind of person. Chu Ning, I'm telling you, don't you dare speak rubbish and slander my martial aunt. Speaking rubbish? The whole sect already knows, so why don't you go shut their mouths? Look, your martial aunt doesn't even dare to come back. If she didn't do it, why doesn't she dare to come back? Bulls.h.i.t. Linny, what do you think you're doing? Linny, you made the first move, so you can't blame me for fighting back. Linny had the initiative, but Chu Ning had plenty of people on her side. Linny had pretty much zero chances of winning. In just a few moves, she was at a disadvantage. Sheng's brows furrowed. Wait here for me. You're not allowed to come out, or make a move on them. Feng Xi was unhappy. He opened his mouth to retort, but Sheng cut him off. Didn't you say you'd listen to me? If they dare to hurt you, I'll make sure they won't even have a body left. Sheng was speechless. Cultivation-style domineering CEO has logged on. Linny was very unresigned, yet she could only watch helplessly as the crescent moon-shaped wind blade flew at her. The anger in her heart was replaced by fear. However, upon thinking that these people had insulted her martial aunt, that fear disappeared. Master and Grandmaster will definitely be able to prove martial aunt's innocence and avenge me. Just before the wind blade landed on her body, a wall of white ice appeared in front of her. The wind blade slammed onto the wall, not even making a scratch. Tireless Peak's education system is really quite something. Its disciples have a habit of ganging up on people, it seems. Linny jerked her head to look at the source of the voice. Her back to the light, a purple-robed woman was slowly making her way over. There seemed to be a saintly white halo around her, and her every step seemed to be stepping on the hearts of onlookers. You. When Chu Ning saw who it was, she was stunned for a moment before ridiculing. You still dare to come back? Sheng helped Linny up and caused the ice wall to vanish with a wave of her hand. Her tone was casual and relaxed. Why wouldn't I dare to come back? You're still unrepentant. Wait till the sect head comes. I'll see how you keep up this tough act of yours. Chu Ning humphed lightly. Naturally, she had a reason to dislike Sheng. As a brocon, would she have any goodwill towards someone who had been eyeing her brother a year ago? Now that this person had messed up, why wouldn't she join in? I shan't trouble you to care about that. Sheng paused before casting a sideways glance at Chu Ning. Suddenly, she lifted her hand and a few ice daggers flew into Chu Ning's calf. Chu Ning hadn't had time to see them clearly before her legs gave out, and she fell to the ground. The people beside her managed to catch her in time, though. Chu Ning's mind was a blank mess. She moved so quickly. Just when did her cultivation improve so much? Shangshu, what are you doing? One of the girls reacted at last, and immediately flew into a rage. Punishing a disrespectful disciple. What? You want to taste too? Sheng stared at the girl and bared her teeth in a terrifying smile. Her fair hand lifted and more ice daggers formed. She made to fling them. That girl was startled. She hadn't even seen how the ice daggers had appeared the first time, so she was clearly not a match. Her temper subsided. Chu Ning has a direct disciple for a brother, so she can do what she wants, but I can't. And besides, even if Chu Yi was here, he'd still have to call her martial aunt. Shangshu, I won't let you off. Chu Ning's face was twisted in pain, and she spoke through gritted teeth. Just you wait. This time, even Grandmaster Yu Shao can't protect you. I'll be waiting then. Sheng gave a cold snort before helping Lin Yi away. The next time you come and act arrogant in front of me, don't even think about keeping your legs. Chu Ning shook from rage. But even after quite a while, she hadn't managed to get a word out, so she could only watch as the two walked away. Lin Yi didn't dare to make a sound, simply allowing Sheng to bring her out of the lines of sight of those people. Martial aunt, have I caused trouble for you? The disciples of Misty's sect weren't allowed to fight amongst themselves outside of the designated arenas. But her martial aunt had to break this rule because of her. I have more problems to deal with anyway, so I don't mind adding one more. Shisheng spoke indifferently. You, on the other hand, attacked them even though you knew you couldn't beat them. Was your brain smashed in by a door? Lin Yi bit her lips, not daring to say a word. In her heart, she was feeling wrong though. The reason why she had attacked in the first place was because she was upset at how they talked bad about her martial aunt. When you know you can't beat her, just tolerate it. Let her ridicule all she wants. You won't be missing any flesh, will you? As long as she doesn't cross your bottom line, just let her get full of herself. Then once she gets C.O.C.KY, find an opportunity to pull her down. That caused the most pain to her. Lin Yi stared dumbstruck at Shisheng in disbelief that she would say that. What are you looking at? Have you really gone dumb now? You have to rein in your temper, else you'll suffer a lot. Only people who can endure can accomplish great things. It was only because Lin Yi had protected her that Shisheng gave her this reminder. Whether she could gain anything or not depended on Lin Yi herself. I understand, martial aunt. Lin Yi had always been aware that her temper was a little volatile, but she had never been able to rein it in. Even after countless reminders from her master, she could never remember. Of course, the most important point was that her master had always spoken so profoundly and used so many lofty principles, so how would she pay attention, let alone remember? Now that Shisheng had put it in such crude and simple terms for her, she immediately understood. If you want to act cool, you have to have the strength to back it up. If you don't, let other people act cool, then attack them when they least expect it. Hashtag how big is the shadow in your heart? Host. Hashtag. Chapter 60. Shisheng brought Lin Yi to Feng Xi. Lin Yi was still pondering Shisheng's words, so she hadn't noticed the person in front of her until she was flung away by a large force. She sat on the ground and gazed dazedly. Feng Xi grabbed Shisheng's hand while glaring at Lin Yi with an unpleasant expression. That glare caused Lin Yi's scalp to tingle and feel like cold air was surrounding her brain. Her body softened as she felt fear pound her heart like a tsunami and drowning her. What are you doing? Shisheng gave him an exasperated eye roll. She's my martial niece. Martial niece, understand. She's not allowed to touch you. Feng Xi's tone was slightly cold, causing Lin Yi's heart to tremble. Master, come save me. There's a monster here. Shisheng furrowed her brows. Even if she continued trying to reason with him, it wouldn't work out. Lin Yi might even be harmed, so Shisheng decided to let it be. At least you can stay alive. If this had been before, you would have already been turned into a pile of ash. When they returned to Heaven's Edge Peak, Lin Yi leapt into her master's arms and trembled. She looked scared out of her wits, but her face rubbed up against by Lang constantly. Shisheng weakly face-bombed. This little pervert. Feng Xi continued staring at Lin Yi, his thoughts indiscernible. Shisheng told them she was going to find Yu Xiao and ordered Feng Xi to behave himself. And he actually agreed. However, his gaze had never left Lin Yi and Bai Lang. This fellow isn't thinking of burning Lin Yi while I'm away, is he? Thinking of this, Shisheng brought Feng Xi along with her anyways. It's much better to keep this human-shaped killing machine where I can see him. Yu Xiao didn't seem surprised at Shisheng's return. He seemed more interested in Feng Xi though. The atmosphere was rather harmonious as the two gazed deeply into each other's eyes. Have I, walked into the wrong set? Don't masters usually start a fight when their disciples bring back a man? How come you guys are getting along so well? Shisheng idled away for the full 5 minutes they'd been staring at each other. Yu Xiao finally withdrew his gaze. Xiaoshu, where did you pick this person up? Shisheng, Master, what's with you? I thought you were the lofty and cold type. How can you use pick up one? Your image is ruined. Master, is there anything wrong? Shisheng was feeling a bit apprehensive. What does he mean by this? Yu Xiao looked at Feng Xi, his expression as cold as ever. I have something to say to Xiaoshu alone. Might I request that this sir here go outside to wait? Feng Xi immediately revealed his unhappiness. Shisheng hurriedly comforted him before he finally left the room in a huff. Yu Xiao formed a soundproofing barrier with a lift of his hand. Xiaoshu, though this person's destiny is strange, he is the best Dao companion too for you. Chato Makadasai. Master, what are you saying? What best Dao companion? What about that teacher-student relationship? What's with this tone that sounds like you're giving away your daughter? Yu Xiao slowly spoke for quite a while. Toward the end, Shisheng was in too stunned a state to listen to what he said. They've only met once yet now this cheap master sold me off, sold off. Xiaoshu, your fate is like that. Only if you are together with him do you have a chance of survival. Yu Xiao sighed. Master can't help you out much more. You go and consider this on your own. Consider what? What did this cheap master say just now? I didn't hear anything. Shisheng got chased out while she was still in a daze. Yu Xiao reminded her before she closed the door. Xiaoshu, tomorrow go with master to the main peak. It's probably for the matter with Yi Qingqiu. Shisheng felt her chest grow stuffy upon seeing Feng Xi. Her cheap master had meant that if they weren't together, she'd die. What's with this dumb setting? Do I look good? Feng Xi spoke suddenly. No. Shisheng tugged on her lips as she went against her conscience to praise him. Yeah, you look good. You're the best looking. I'll only let you look from now on. Shisheng, will it kill you to not flirt with me, BBB? What? Are you going to cover up that face of yours? Fuck. Of course, Feng Xi wouldn't cover up his face. However, Shisheng learned from Lin Yi and Bai Lang that although they clearly saw his face, there was no way for them to remember it. Even if they were still looking at him, their minds weren't registering it. Shisheng, people with high cultivation are just this willful. Bai Lang had been ordered by Yu Xiao to prepare a room for Feng Xi. However, Feng Xi had moved all his stuff to Shisheng's room. Bai Lang seemed to have heard about something from Yu Xiao, for all he did was let out a strange smile as he dragged away Lin Yi, who wanted to gossip. Shisheng was cultivating at night and not sleeping, so she just let Feng Xi do what he wanted. The next day, people from the main peak came knocking before Yu Xiao had time to bring Shisheng there. The main peak had a name. It was Cloudrest Peak 3. It was just that everyone kept calling it Main Peak, while its real name was not used all that often. The ones living on the main peak were naturally the sect head and his disciples. This sect head only had Yi Qingqiu as his disciple, so they were the only ones living there. Today, it was very rowdy though. People from the other peaks had all sent representatives here. Shisheng followed Yu Xiao into the main hall and copied Yu Xiao's cursory greeting. Fortunately, everyone else was paying more attention to Feng Xi, so they didn't notice her half-hearted manner. Feng Xi just stood there, not saying anything. The surrounding people were locked in heated discussion. Strange, I can't see what he looks like. I can't either. Silence. A cold shout caused these people to fall silent and direct their somewhat respectful gazes at the man in the owner's seat. As a love interest, the sect head naturally wasn't ugly. He looked quite handsome and suave. The sect head examined Feng Xi guardedly. Qingqiu said Shang Shu teamed up with a man to injure her. Looks like this is him. It's just, why can't I see his face clearly? Is his cultivation higher? Cultivators had their own methods of blurring out their face, but they were only used in front of people with lower cultivations than the one using it. It'll be troublesome if he has a higher cultivation than me. Shang Shu, do you admit your wrongs? The sect head could only turn to Shang Shu since he didn't know how strong Feng Xi was. Senior Marshal Brother, this matter has to be investigated clearly. Perhaps Xiaoshu is innocent. Yu Xiao made a gesture of respect. His tone was still unhurried as he continued. I request Senior Marshal Brother to allow Xiaoshu to speak first. The sect head glared unhappily at Shang Shu, but he still waved his hand. Shang Shu, tell the truth. Did you attack Qingqiu? Nope. Shisheng shook her head. BBB, never made a move on her. I'm, BBB, not going to admit to something I, BBB, didn't do. Are you saying that my disciple has wronged you? The sect head coldly gazed at Shisheng. A threatening pressure erupted forward from him and pressed towards Shisheng. Feng Xi's eyes turned frosty. He lifted his hand lightly, and a flame dragon the thickness of an arm appeared. It reared back its head before flying towards the sect head menacingly. 1. The Ross here states, Janfun Murray Fun Jian 3. It's a homophone for the word Janfun Murray Fun Jian 4, which means base/cheap. 2. For those who aren't familiar, this basically means life partners. 3. A little present to those of you who are fans of BPC, the Ross for this was Yinshu. Yinshu, Chapter 61. The appearance of the flame dragon crushed the pressure radiating off the sect head. He retreated in disbelief and only just managed to set down a barrier right as the flame dragon was upon him. However, the barrier wasn't of much use. The flame dragon wrapped around the barrier and squeezed. Cracks appeared. Ci. Shisheng called. Feng Xi hesitated for a moment before calling back the flame dragon. At the same time, though, he shot out a few flame daggers which pierced through the barrier and into the sect head's abdomen. Oof. The sect head could only feel a wild energy forcing its way into his body and going on a rampage, as if it wanted to tear him apart. All of this only took a few seconds. By the time everyone else had reacted, the sect head was already clutching at his abdomen and kneeling on the floor with one leg. Sect head. How dare you? You dare to attack the sect head. Just who are you? Those who had reacted started taking out their weapons and closing in on Shi Sheng and Feng Xiai. Hey, be reasonable. He attacked me first. Shi Sheng pulled Feng Xiai to her side before continuing with slight ridicule in her voice. Oh, weren't you guys aware? I'm just in foundation building right now. Did you think I could survive a full burst of pressure from the sect head? What? You only allow officials to set fire, but won't allow commoners to light lanterns. One. HLL. He never meant to hear my explanation at all. No matter what I said, I would still be guilty. It's like how in the original storyline, even if Shang Shu had a witness to prove she didn't do it, the blame was still on her, wasn't it? You're a disciple of the Misty sect. How can you disobey your betters? Even if the sect head punishes you, it's because you attacked your fellow sect members first. Yu Xiao, look at this disciple of yours. First, she harms her fellows. Now she attacks the sect head. She must be punished severely. Expelling her from the sect is already being lenient. Back then, Master had said that this girl's fate was inauspicious and would bring junior martial brother misfortune, but you didn't believe it. Now look at what happened. She not only harms her fellow sect members, she even dares to rebel against her elders. Yu Zhao's expression didn't change even though he faced a lot of criticism. He continued standing in front of Shi Sheng. The sect head made a move on Xiaoshu first, so she was just protecting herself. You martial brother, how can you be so foolish? Shi Sheng was a bit surprised as she looked at Yu Xiao. My fate is inauspicious? In the original plotline, Shang Shu did bring Yu Xiao a lot of disasters. These people, just what did Yi Qingqiu say to them that caused them to not even want to hear my side before confirming my guilt? Seeing that Shi Sheng's expression wasn't too good, violence flashed in Feng Xi's dark red eyes, and he spoke forcefully. Hand Yi Qingqiu over. Otherwise, he dies. Outrageous. Yu Xiao, are you just going to watch them do this? Yu Xiao dash. What are you guys calling my master for? He's not the one doing anything. Shi Sheng humphed coldly. I, Shang Shu, hereby break off my master-disciple relationship with Yu Xiao. From now on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. Shi Sheng looked at Yu Xiao. Master, sorry. This disciple is not filial. This disciple will repay your grace for all these years of education in the future. As long as she wasn't there, Yu Xiao shouldn't die. So the best method would be to break off relations with him. Xiaoshu, Yu Xiao furrowed his brows as he looked at her. Master, don't worry. I have the ability to protect myself. Shi Sheng blinked her eyes at Yu Xiao. Not waiting for him to continue, she turned around to the menacing crowd. I won't bother you people with expelling me. I'll leave on my own. Kill them. Feng Xiai lifted his hand, intending to set more fires. Shi Sheng didn't stop him. She just called Pudding out when he started to set things on fire and pulled them onto Pudding's back. They flew out of the burning Great Hall. Tell Yi Qingqiu to cultivate diligently. I'll be back to look for her. Her words echoed in Misty's sect for quite a while. Shi Sheng didn't leave Misty's sect immediately. She went to find Lin Yi and Bai Lang and asked them to take care of Yu Xiao while reminding them not to oppose Yi Qingqiu. Lin Yi hugged Shi Sheng and cried herself into a mess. In the end, she was tossed out by Feng Xiai. By the time Bai Lang managed to fetch his disciple back, the two were long gone. Only when Shi Sheng saw the wanted posters for her and Feng Xiai did she learn that the sect head had died. Shi Sheng knew the cause of his death. If Feng Xiai did not choose to recall the flames he had shot into the sect head's body, the spirit chi in his body would slowly be consumed by the flames. That was probably a feeling worse than death. Also, quite a few peak masters were caught up in the fire Feng Xiai set that day, so a lot of experts died. This caused Misty's sect to be in never-before-seen danger. Feng Xiai stared at the pictures in the wanted posters before finally spitting out a word, ugly. He lifted his hand to burn the wanted posters to ash. Shi Sheng checked their surroundings. Fortunately, there weren't many people around so no one saw his actions, else they'd have to deal with more trouble. You look good. Feng Xiai turned to look at Shi Sheng. The drawing is ugly. Shi Sheng, you don't have to explain, I know. I can help you annihilate Misty's sect. Feng Xiai didn't understand why she stopped him from doing so. It was just a tiny sect from a lower world. He could destroy it with one finger. Don't you think letting them live to wallow in agony is much better? Feng Xiai cast a confused look at Shisheng. Would it? Everything she says is right, so of course it'll be better. Next time I won't let them die so easily. Shisheng was completely unaware that her words had caused Feng Xiai to devise many new ways of tormenting people. The next bicentennial intersect tournament would be in 10 years, so Shisheng had time to cultivate. In these 10 years, in order to increase Shisheng's cultivation, they had traveled the world. Whenever they saw good things, Feng Xiai would snatch them for the sake of aiding Shisheng's cultivation. And so, in these 10 years, these two had become infamous in the cultivation world. Their enemies could circle the cultivation world quite a few times. The Misty Sect's people were rather dogged in their pursuit of the two. The moment any news of Feng Xiai and her were released, they would all swarm towards that area. You'll die a horrible death, she-devil. How come I'm the one who dies horribly? Aren't you guys here for the Reaper's sword? Shisheng lifted the pitch-black long sword in her hand. You people are just using the excuse of protecting justice to rob others. So this is the best those righteous sects have to offer. Hey, you were the one who snatch had the Reaper's sword. The man refused to concede. That I did. I have the ability to, so I snatch had it. I've never denied it. Though since you people want this sword so much, then I'll just use it to send you on your way. No need to thank me. Shisheng then unhesitatingly stabbed the long sword into the man's chest. His eyes widened. Bright red blood leaked from the corner of his mouth, and his face rapidly paled. His body twitched for a bit before he lost all signs of life. Feng Xiai went forward to help her rub her hands clean. He spoke with an earnest expression. Just let me do all these. Shisheng looked at the man helping her wipe her hands clean. His movements were very gentle, as if he was afraid to hurt her. He seemed to think it needed a lot of cleaning, though, as he persisted in his ministrations. That's enough already. It's clean enough. Shisheng caught Feng Xi's hand and smiled as she looked at him. Feng Xiai rubbed one last time before enveloping her hand in his. You should stay clean. Here we go again. I'm BBB, not your pet, damn it. And even pets can kill people, okay? 1. This is an idiom. It means you're helping those in power do what they want, even if it goes overboard, but being strict on those with less power than you. Chapter 62. Speaking about the Reaper's sword, it wasn't a divine weapon, but rather an infamous demonic weapon. It wasn't any less deadly than any of those divine weapons, though. And even as a demonic weapon, there were still more than thousands of people lusting after it. Back then, it had caused quite a loody storm in the cultivation world. Because the commotion had startled the celestial world, the sword was sealed by people from the celestial world. Back then, they had intended to destroy it. However, how could such a sword be so easily destroyed? It was because they couldn't destroy it that they had to make do with sealing it. Not long ago, though, news of how the Reaper's sword had once again reappeared in the cultivation world got out. Shisheng had been in the vicinity of the area where it emerged. She had just wanted to watch as a bunch of people got utterly wrecked by the sword, but hadn't expected to actually obtain it. In the original storyline, this sword would also appear, and the one who got it was Yi Qingqiu's arch-nemesis. So, this damned plot is still trying to force me on a road to death. I really feel like I just fucked a dog. The intersect tournament was just around the corner, so cultivators from all over started heading towards MT Tong's sect, where it was being held. It was a common sight to see cultivators flying overhead on their flying swords. In the original storyline, the intersect tournament had taken place at the Misty Sect. However, due to the death of many of their experts, their strength had been reduced, and they had lost the qualifications to be the host for the intersect tournament. Hence, the host was changed to MT Tong's sect. Shisheng and Feng Xiai steadily made their way to MT Tong's sect. Their type of two-person party was rarely seen, as most of the individuals partook that aiding traveled together with their sects or alone. This caused several curious people to scan them with their divine senses. When they saw who they were, they nearly fell off their flying swords. Mama, the she-devil Shang Shu and that killer demon lord are down there. Why are they here? Are they planning to kill all the large sects in one fell swoop at the gathering? The people of the cultivation world referred to Feng Xiai as a demon lord because no one knew his name. Those who did had long since been reduced to ashes. And so by the time Shisheng and Feng Xiai had arrived, the entire MT Tong sect was in a state of high alert. There were guards everywhere, and they had people in a formation to greet them. It was a rather spectacular scene. Yo, such a grand welcoming party. Shisheng had an I am very pleased, not bad face on. The people who were eyeing them warily couldn't help but be speechless. Who the hell is welcoming you? Don't be so shameless. She-devil, what do you intend? The sect head of the MT Tong sect stepped forward and spoke in a righteous tone. Today all the large sects have been gathered, so don't even think about causing any trouble. Look at what you're saying. Am I that horrible? Shisheng blinked innocently. Yes, you are. We have so many people. Why are we scared of just these two? Someone from the MT Tong sect shouted. She-devil, hurry up and leave, and we won't bother you. But I don't want to leave. Shisheng seemed to be rather troubled as she looked at that person. If you guys don't like the look of me, you can just leave, I won't stop you. Everyone else, this is our territory. How come we have to leave? Just what do you want? If Shisheng had been alone, they wouldn't be this afraid. However, she was being accompanied by that demon lord, so they had no chance of winning at all. It was said that once, when a sect offended the two, the entire sect was ma.est sacred in one shot. Hardly anyone had the time to even make any moves. Back then, this matter had been a hot topic. A lot of curious people had gone there to take a look, but had found the sect gone, leaving only a pile of white ash. They had heard the demon lord's fire was strong, but hadn't expected it to be so strong to the point of being able to burn an entire sect into ashes. Shisheng shrugged. Nothing really. Just wanted to watch your tournament. What? You don't allow people to watch it? Who knows what motives you have? Feng Xi suddenly moved forward, flames flickering into existence above his palm. The sect head's expression changed as his pupils shrank. In the end, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and submit. The two of you used respectful. Please come in. He didn't want his MT Tong sect to suffer the same fate as that sect which had been utterly annihilated. The others didn't dare to say anything. If that fire caught them, they wouldn't be able to extinguish it and would have to wait to be burned to death. The sect head ordered two disciples to bring Shisheng and Feng Xi to their mountain. Sect head, are we really going to let them in? The inter-sect tournament was an important event of the cultivation world, and as the host, the MT Tong sect would have to take responsibility if anything went awry. What other solutions do you have? If there was another way, would I have to tolerate them? That disciple was silenced. He had meant to say that there were so many people here, and if they all teamed up, they would probably not lose to those two. But seeing his sect head's expression right now, he didn't say anything. Everyone else's faces were green. The inter-sect tournament isn't going to go smoothly this time around. The leaders of each sect warned their disciples not to provoke them and just run if they saw them. If they couldn't, then beg for mercy. Still didn't work? Oh, then you just had terrible luck. Resign yourself to death. Fight back? Stop joking. The demon lord can burn you to death just by lifting a finger. Those who had arrived for the inter-sect tournament were startled and enraged upon hearing Shisheng was staying in the MT Tong sect. The sect head of the MT Tong sect called for an emergency meeting where their strategy was decided upon. Don't irritate them. According to the rumors, if you didn't take the initiative to provoke them, they wouldn't just go around chopping at people for fun. Even if you were staring holes into them, as long as you didn't make any actions or sounds, they would just ignore you. It was peaceful for a time, until the Misty sect arrived. People's eyes would turn red when they saw their enemies. So when they heard Shisheng and Feng Xi were staying at the MT Tong sect, the Misty sect's disciples appeared to have been pumped full of chicken blood as they shouted for revenge, enacting justice on behalf of the heavens and protecting the people. The sect head of the MT Tong sect was unable to stop them. Right now, the sect head of the MT Tong sect really felt like committing suicide. Back then, the Misty sect could call themselves the #1 sect in the cultivation world because their sect head and peak masters were experts. But now those people are either dead or injured. After years of being suppressed, they can't even measure up to a second-rate sect, yet they're still so arrogant. Shangshu, get out here and face your death. These people surrounded Shisheng's residence while shouting this mantra. Shisheng was gnawing on melon seeds. As she watched with slight interest at the shouting people outside. These people sure have a lot of energy. Feng Xi was rather unsatisfied as he spoke. I'll get them to shut up. They're bothering you. Shisheng tossed aside the husk of the seed as she spoke indifferently. Just set a barrier down and let them shout all they want. If I have the time to go argue with them, I might as well use it to cultivate more. How am I going to act cool if I don't have strength? Feng Xiai wouldn't disobey Shisheng because that would make her unhappy. But he wouldn't listen to her completely either. When he set the barrier, he deliberately left some of his flames on it. As long as anyone touched it, it would definitely be remembered for the rest of their short life. The Misty Sect's disciples found out that no matter how much noise they made, there weren't any movements from inside. Had they not been completely certain they were living here and hadn't left, they would have thought the MT Tong sect had been playing with them. Finally, someone couldn't resist suggesting they barge in. Of course, that went badly. The first batch of Misty Sect disciples to arrive was nearly annihilated. 1. These are common snack foods Chinese people eat, usually when they are watching a show. I have a picture. Author's note. Don't you find the little fairy who's updating to be smoking hot? Chapter 63. With those Misty Sect cannon fodders to serve as an example, those who were tempted to cause trouble gave up. Not a soul could be seen within a few kilometers of Shisheng's dwelling. When all the great sects had arrived, the tournament would start. When Yi Qingxiu brought people over on the first day of the tournament, she hadn't sat down for long when the first batch of disciples to arrive immediately went to tattle to her. Sect head, Shang Shu injured us so badly. We can't just let bygones be bygones. You have to avenge us, ah. Yes, sect head. She's slapping the Misty Sect in the face. Sect head, you have to avenge us. A bunch of disciples filled with righteous indignation continued blabbering to Yi Qingxiu. The gist of it was avenge us. Yi Qingxiu had only taken on the mantle of sect head recently. When the previous sect head had died, the position had been left empty. After all those who had the strength to fight for the position were dead or dying, and those that weren't didn't have a right to the position. Since the inter-sect tournament was about to start, though, they naturally couldn't continue to go without a sect head. The peak masters who were still alive quickly worked together to push Yi Qingxiu onto the position. Yi Qingxiu pretended like she didn't want it, but in the end, still took over. Without the previous sect head as her hack, Yi Qingxiu had gone through a lot of trouble in these years. Now, she looked very gloomy and menacing. I'll take care of this matter for you guys. Go ahead and recuperate from your wounds. We can't lose the tournament. Only after calming down those disciples and sending them off did Yi Qingxiu slap the desk, her face twisting. She uttered a name through gritted teeth. Shang Shu. This woman killed my master and destroyed the Misty Sect with a fire. All these years, the grievances I suffered were all her fault. I'll get back at her sooner or later. Are you this unable to control yourself, girlie? A mocking voice sounded out of nowhere. Yi Qingxiu was taken aback for a moment before the ferocious expression on her face faded away and she regained her lofty Jodess image. What do you want this time? Kiki, that voice laughed weirdly. I smell something nice. Humph. A hint of disgust flashed in Yi Qingxiu's eyes. This is the inter-sect tournament. All the powers of the cultivation world are gathered here. Girlie, this isn't up to you. If, Kiki, you probably don't want to try the consequences again. You. Yi Qingxiu seemed to recall something, for her face turned terribly pale while her body trembled. Her eyes were filled with bitter resentment as the hands at her sides clenched so hard, green veins popped out. The inter-sect tournament was really just sending people up on stage to exchange pointers so each sect was aware of the other sect's strength. Basically, they were just scouting each other out and checking if there were any new experts from other sections. Shisheng seemed rather interested in watching them fight it out. She brought Feng Xiai with her to take over the best viewing seats. The area around her was completely clear of people, as if they had all been blown away by a hurricane. Feng Xiai had burnt all the unnecessary stuff and brought out a soft couch, snacks, spirit tea, and even an umbrella to block out the sun. With this sort of setup, they were more laid back than if they had been watching a show. When the contestants thought that they'd have to be watched by that she-devil and demon lord while they fought, they couldn't help but tremble. The Misty Sect was seated directly across from Shisheng. Yi Qingxiu's gaze periodically swept over Shisheng. In the past decade, she had heard quite a few rumors about Shang Shu, but this was still the first time in 10 years that she was seeing her in person. These 10 years didn't seem to have changed much. It was just that the clothes on her body were black now. They contrasted nicely against the white clothes of the man beside her. Just who is that man? I can't see through Yi Qingxiu's cultivation. Xiai, what about you? Shisheng turned to look at Feng Xiai. She remembered that Yi Qingxiu had only gotten to the late stage of foundation building by this time in the storyline. Yet she, who was now at the grand completion stage of foundation building, couldn't see through her cultivation. Could it be that she had faster growth without the sect head's protection? Feng Xiai only gave a brief glance before withdrawing his gaze. He spoke lightly. Late-stage foundation building. Then how come I couldn't see through it? There's a seal on her. Want me to break it? He was too lazy to deal with that thing if Shisheng didn't ask for it. Shisheng saw the disdain in Feng Xi's eyes and couldn't help but look back at Yi Qingqiu. Their gazes just so happened to meet. Yi Qingqiu didn't have time to mask her hateful gaze, so Shisheng caught it. The corner of Shisheng's lips lifted. Is there anything wrong with her? The disdain in Feng Xi's eyes deepened and his tone was a bit harder than before. Don't look anymore. You'll dirty your eyes. Seeing how insistent Feng Xiai was, Shisheng had to withdraw her gaze. If she went against him, the one who would suffer wouldn't be her, but everyone else here. I don't want to be ganged up on yet. Uneventful days said one after the other. When Shisheng wasn't watching the show, she was idling in her residence. She didn't do anything out of the ordinary, allowing all those nervous people to let out a fierce sigh of relief. It was nighttime. Shisheng yawned as she trailed after Feng Xiai on a deserted mountain road. He would turn back occasionally to check if she was still following before continuing on. Where are we going? Shisheng jogged forward a few steps, so she was walking beside him. It's a good night for killing people. Who offended you so much you had to go kill them under the cover of night? We're not killing people. Feng Xiai shook his head innocently. I'll take you to see something. See something? Is it a live P.0 point or point no? Hashtag don't know just what is in the host's mind hashtag. Feng Xiai seemed to be bringing her to a forbidden grounds of the MT Tong sect. Don't ask why she knew. There was a signboard that said forbidden grounds at the gate at the foot of the mountain. As long as she wasn't blind, of course she'd see it. The whole mountain is forbidden grounds. Just what in the H.E.L.S. is inside. Shisheng felt like retreating. After all, wasn't it bad to go sneaking around other people's forbidden grounds in the dead of night? Feng Xiai kept his arm around her as he brought her forward a few steps before releasing her. Wait a bit, and you'll see. Shisheng looked at the pitch-black ground in front of her. Her palms slapped against her cheeks as she thought. Villains are so hard to cater to. They waited for close to an hour. Shisheng, feeling bored, had sat down and started cultivating. When Feng Xiai called her, she opened her eyes to find a ground filled with serene blue light, which traced out edges of what looked to be flowers. It was very beautiful and dreamlike. And she was sitting right in the middle of this swath of blue light. It looked like the special effects one would find in a movie. She felt like she was looking at a vast and starry sky, its countless stars twinkling. It was a very stunning scene. The blue light seemed to pulsate along with the wind, causing it to appear like breath. Do you like it? Feng Xiai half knelt in front of Shisheng and lifted his head slightly. His dark red eyes were filled with expectation. Shisheng was speechless. Just where did you learn how to flirt with girls? Do you feel uncomfortable if you don't flirt with me, for just one day? You don't like it? Feng Xiai lowered his eyelashes in disappointment. A bright yellow flame leapt up from his palm. I like it. Dude, is it really okay to just go starting fires whenever you're unhappy? This is a forbidden grounds that belongs to someone else. Forbidden grounds, understand? Chapter 64. Hearing Shisheng say she liked it, Feng Xiai immediately put out the flames. These are glimmering sunrise flowers. They're very hard to find. Glimmering sunrise flowers weren't useless. It was just useless to Shisheng. To those who hadn't built their foundations yet, if they attempted to do so here, the chances of building their foundation would increase to 100%. So, you can see why the MT Tong sect would make this a forbidden grounds. Finished enjoying the flowers, the two started to return. Under the silvery white moonlight, their shadows overlapped every once in a while, causing Shisheng to go in a bit of a daze. In her memories, there never seemed to have been anyone who had accompanied her like this before. Shisheng's expression went cold for a second before it regained its usual calm and indifferent manner. Her gaze lingered on the silhouette of the person in front of her before shifting into the distance. The darkness concealed the emotions in the depths of her eyes. When they were about to go up another slope, Shisheng suddenly pulled Feng Xiai with her and ducked into the undergrowth behind them. Just as the two squatted down, a dark shadow flew past not far from them. Because the moonlight tonight was especially bright, Shisheng easily made out who it was. Yi Qingqiu, what is she doing out so late? Is she out for a date too? Why did I use to? Never mind. Let's go and see what she's up to. Oh, and cause some trouble for her if we can. Yi Qingqiu's alertness was rather high, so Shisheng didn't dare follow too closely. Feng Xiai was confused for a bit before he understood what Shisheng wanted to do. He set down an enchantment on their bodies before pulling her along and following without attempting to conceal his presence. All right, how could I forget about Villain Sama? Shisheng had a lot of faith in Feng Xi's enchantments because he had used one when they went to get the Reaper's sword. It was the reason she managed to sneak the sword away under the watchful eyes of so many people. Yi Qingqiu seemed to be heading towards the forbidden grounds they had just left. It didn't seem like the first time she had gone there, for she appeared rather familiar with the way. Shisheng followed her to a cave. Shisheng lifted a brow in surprise and made her way to the cave entrance to peek inside. There was enough light inside for her to make out that the cave wasn't that big and that a young woman had been bound and tossed onto the cave floor. At the moment, she was twisting her body in a strange, pleading posture. Yi Qingqiu stood to the side, staring coldly at the girl. Blame it on being chosen by him. There was a hint of disgust in Yi Qingqiu's voice. Hurry up. The latter sentence clearly wasn't said to the young woman. There were no other sounds aside from the young lady's terrified pleas for mercy, and there were no other people. However, the young lady seemed to be undergoing a change as her voice got weaker and weaker. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision. Her eyes had been covered up by a pair of cool hands. A voice containing a trace of killing intent, not at Shisheng, spoke. Dirty. Shisheng took a deep breath and resisted lashing out against Feng Xiai. She reached out to pull his hand away, but he didn't want to let go since he didn't want her to see such a filthy scene. He didn't dare to use too much strength, yet at the same time was adamant on not letting Shisheng see that scene. Just as Shisheng was about to remove his hand, he held down her shoulder and hugged her towards him, pressing her face against his chest. Feng Xiai didn't usually touch Shisheng all that much. The only times he did so was when he was feeling insecure and clutched onto her hand or hugged her waist like before. However, this was the first time they had hugged so intimately. The first reason was that Shisheng didn't allow it, and the second reason was that he was afraid of accidentally hurting her. Lip, don't be angry. I won't touch you in the future. Towards the end, Feng Xi's expression turned a bit downcast. Shisheng heaved in large breaths. Only after she got some fresh air in her lungs did she feel a bit better. Her body was a bit weak, but she didn't dare to go near to Feng Xiai. Her body retreated a step, and she supported herself against the stone wall outside the cave. What the hell? That scared me to death. Can you at least give me a warning when you're going to act up? No one would be able to resist that helpless look. But Shisheng had nearly entered the gates of HLL back then, so she felt not taking out her Reaper's sword and hacking at him was already generous to the point she could become an angel. How come it's my fault now? This quest is impossible. I give up. You're not allowed to touch me without my permission anymore. Shisheng couldn't speak out the harsh words on the tip of her tongue after seeing how adorably helpless he looked. She could only bitterly change her lines. Feng Xiai was a bit confused. He stared seriously at Shisheng for a while before nodding. I won't touch you. Don't leave me. Shisheng was speechless. Don't phrase it like we have an ambiguous relationship. If I couldn't get close to you in the first place, I wager you'd have fu seeking burnt me to ashes by now. Without a g to o to d d a m to n blink either. Feng Xiai didn't seem to have a moral compass, but he didn't seem to act based on his emotions either. Shisheng didn't understand the reasons behind his actions. There wasn't any rhyme or reason to when he decided to act. By the time Shisheng turned back to look at the inside of the cave, the young woman had already turned into a dried-up corpse, and a cloud of black fog had appeared next to Yi Qingqiu. Half of it was still hovering over the dried-up corpse. Demon? No, wait. Where did Yi Qingqiu even get the remnant soul of a demon? And as expected, Shisheng could hear the same disdain in Feng Xi's voice that he showed on his expression at the compet tie-in today. It was as if Yi Qingqiu was a filthy thing that would dirty his eyes if he looked at her. Although Feng Xiai was a villain, but he at least belonged to the righteous side, so he had no sense of camaraderie to the elite bosses the demon race are. Author's note. Shan is pronounced Cien. Vote okay, little angels. La 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 la, look at me, I'm so cute. Chapter 65. Yi Qingqiu disposed of the body before leaving the cave. She left with a dark expression on her face, not noticing the two people standing outside. She had entered a contract bond with this demon 5 years prior. Back then, she had offended some people and had been chased all the way to a cliff. Having no other choice, she jumped off. While she was still completely unaware, the demon had already established the bond between them. If she wanted to get rid of him, she would have to help him recover a fleshly body. But the process of doing so required female cultivators with water spirit veins so naturally, the first one to suffer was her. It was only because of the bond between them that she hadn't been turned into a dried-up corpse. But she definitely didn't want to experience that a second time, so she had no choice but to find other female water spirit vein cultivators for him. In the original plotline, Yi Qingxiu had the sect head to protect her, so she naturally wouldn't have had to experience falling off a cliff, meeting the demon, and everything else. Of course, Shisheng didn't know about any of this. Even if she did, all she would do was sigh about how biased destiny was. Back then, what Shangshu had experienced in the demon world was truly terrible. What Yi Qingxiu experienced couldn't even be called an appetizer in comparison. And H.E.L.lip, and H.E.L.lip. The next day when Shisheng reached the arena, she found that everyone seemed to have eaten stride. 1. They weren't as afraid of her as before. In fact, they looked like they were reveling in schadenfreude and awaiting her downfall. What the hell happened last night? The one doing bad stuff last night was Yi Qingxiu, not me. Why are you looking at me, BBB, with those expressions? She-devil, our sect head is looking for you. A few MT Tong sect disciples blocked Shisheng's road all of a sudden. They had only just finished speaking when they were sent flying and smashed into a small copse of trees in the distance, causing quite a few birds to fly up in shock. It became silent. Shisheng turned to look at Feng Xi. What did you hit them for? Feng Xi blinked endearingly before speaking with an earnest face. I didn't kill them. Shisheng was speechless. You didn't kill them, but they probably won't be able to get off their beds within half a year. Forget it. There's no reasoning with villains. Though, why is their sect head looking for me? Was last night's incident exposed, and I got pushed out by Yi Qingxiu to take the blame? Reality proved Shisheng was just imagining too much. The reason the sect head called her had nothing to do with Yi Qingxiu, but with the male lead. Emissaries from the celestial world had arrived. Unlike how disheveled he was at their first meeting, right now Long Ju looked like a model male idol. His clothes and hair were neat and orderly, and his features were handsome and upright. He looked like those idols who looked handsome no matter how you looked at them. Long Ju swept a penetrating gaze over Shisheng before it landed on Feng Xi. Feng Xi lowered his head, not even looking at Long Ju. Well, isn't that just awkward? So what did you want with me? Shisheng carelessly asked the MT Tong sect head, who was standing behind Long Ju. Did you call me here to admire how amazing the male lead looks? TSK. I thought the first person male lead Sama would look for was supposed to be female lead Sama. It turned out that the immortals had discovered that the Reaper's sword had broken free of its restraints and was once again loose on the world. They had sent Long Ju down to bring it back and reseal it. The MT Tong sect head had felt they could be reasoned with, so they were brought here to negotiate. I'm afraid that's not possible. I've already given it to Feng Xi. Feng Xi lifted his head in confusion. When did you give me the Reaper's sword? Shisheng took out the sword and roughly shoved it into Feng Xi's hand. Here you go. If I can't take care of it, last boss Feng Xi should be able to, right? Everyone else was speechless. Can you at least have put more effort into your excuse? Feng Xi, you should be even more aware than I am of what the Reaper's sword is. Hand it over. Long Ju met Feng Xi's eyes. Feng Xi immediately hid the sword behind his back. She gave it to me. Not giving. Shisheng face-bombed. Villain Sama, please take out your domineeringness and charge. BBB definitely won't stop you. Feng Xi, the higher-ups know what you've been doing in the cultivation world all these years. If you continue acting so wantonly, you will have to face a heavenly tribulation. If you hand over the Reaper's sword to me, you will have made a contribution. I don't need it. Feng Xi, are you going against the entire celestial world? Feng Xi lifted his eyelids. A trace of ridicule appeared on his calm face. Didn't you guys want me dead long ago? All these years, those people had never stopped wishing for him to die, because his flames could harm them. So they were afraid, they were terrified of him. Even if they were immortals, they couldn't escape the fear of death. And H.E.L.lip, and H.E.L.lip. Negotiations had failed. Long Ju didn't seem willing to confront Feng Xi head-on, so he could only watch as Feng Xi brought both the Reaper's sword and Shisheng away. Though he refused to give up so easily on this mission, so he stayed behind. As he was staying here, he would naturally meet with his female lead. Just as the curtains were falling on the tournament, the matter Sheng had been antic.I.P. finally occurred. Of course, she wasn't here just to watch a bunch of people poking at each other. After all, they weren't even poking their opponents to death. The reason why she was here in the first place was to find the person who framed Shang Shu for drugging Yi Qingqiu. Sheng hadn't been sure if this would still happen since the setting had been changed drastically by her actions. Reality didn't disappoint Sheng though. She caught that person in the act. So it was actually her. Sheng sat on a branch of a tree with a lot of foliage. She lowered her eyes to look at the anxiously hurrying figure below. Feng Xiai looked uncomprehendingly at Sheng before looking at the person below. You have a grudge? Kill. Sheng got people to send a message to Chu Yi while putting the person Chu Ning arranged for into a sack and tossing him down the mountain. Yi Qingqiu had drunk some drugged medicinal tea. In the original plotline, the only reasons why she didn't end up sleeping with someone was because she had found out in time and had the sect head around to suppress the effects with his spirit qi. But now he wasn't around to suppress the drugs with his spirit qi, so what would happen this time was uncertain. Chu Yi managed to find his way into Yi Qingqiu's room rather quickly. Not long after he entered, strange noises could be heard from inside. Perhaps it was because the effect of the drug was too strong for the two of them, for they were still in there after more than half the night, had Pa S. said. Two people had come over in this time. One was Chu Ning. The other was Long Ju. Chu Ning had left after confirming that strange noises were coming from the room. Long Ju seemed to have come over especially to see Yi Qingqiu, but his expression darkened upon hearing the noises coming from the room. The aura around him was scarily pressuring. He stood there for a bit before turning to leave. One minty candy brand. Something motto about how eating it will prolong stamina? _O/. Chapter 66. The next day, Chu Ning brought some Misty sect disciples with her to Yi Qingqiu's doorstep. She was probably trying to catch Yi Qingqiu in the act, but hadn't expected the one who opened the door to be her brother. Chu Ye's ears flushed red. Thinking about last night caused his mind to wander. After all, the sensations last night were hard to forget, and it was with the woman he liked. The disciples who followed Chu Ning over had already guessed what was going on. It's not a secret that Chu Yi had liked Yi Qingqiu for a long time, but she hadn't shown any special attention to him before. So how come they ended up sleeping together now? Ninger, what did you want so early in the morning? Chu Yi forced himself to calm down. Seeing that manner of his, Chu Ning knew the one with Yi Qingqiu last night was him. Her eyes turned red from anger as she bit her lip fiercely. In a sudden burst of courage, she shoved Chu Yi aside and charged in. Yi Qingqiu, you shameless warehouse O.R.E. You seduced my brother. Chu Ning charged in recklessly and started choking and shouting. You think just because you're the sect head you're that awesome. What are you so proud of? Shameless. Who knows what kind of methods you used to sit on this position? Yi Qingqiu had already put on her clothes. Her already dark face got even darker when Chu Ning charged in. Get out. Yi Qingqiu, you shameless bitch. I'll kill you. Chu Ning was like an enraged lioness. It looked like she wished that she could tear her apart with 5 horses won. Chu Ning drew her sword and charged.